The tall tower pierced the bloody sky. The voice of the Babylon news reporter reported that the Black Dragon Guild had appeared on the 40th floor of the tower, suggesting that they had serious intentions. The camera switched to a crowd of hunters who were leaving the fortress in disappointment in the arms of 1,000 camera flashes. The group's brief moment of glory ended with the appearance of a real star, a first-rank hunter in a red jacket, introduced by a reporter in boring round glasses. The dark-haired hunter averted his golden eyes, avoiding the excessive attention and shouts of those who called him a certain summer spirit, because defeating the boss alone seemed unimaginable to others. The reporter artistically greeted the hero, whose mutual address did not express any particular desire to talk, but the former enthusiastically continued to praise him. It might have seemed as if the local legend was in no mood for discussion as he silently wiped his ear. His face twisted in a kind of disgust upon hearing that he was the only person left to defeat the monster boss single-handedly. The guy with the microphone wanted to know the hunter's opinion, but he snatched the microphone from his hands, cutting him off mid-sentence. First of all, he named his nickname after his dog, which caused misunderstanding among those around him. The perspective changes to a room covered with newspaper clippings of the hero. While the celebrity's curses could be heard from the laptop underneath them, he was very furious at his own name. In the noise, the young man with short black hair, who owned the laptop, uttered his envy out loud with empty eyes. Sitting on a hard bed in a room that had long since become saturated with the smell of fast food, the guy stared at the phone, fleetingly letting the hunter's tirade pass through his ears. How the unfortunate guy wanted to live the way this hero lived, and he didn't care at all about the dozens of comments that condemned the celebrity's behavior. Some clung to his every word, some said that his status fully justified his words, and our loser still wanted to be in his place. They ignored him, continuing the debate, where one side defended the summer spirit and the other attacked, to which the young man continued to describe his desires. Soon a third participant joined them with a comment about the saint, which made the argument seem more like love gossip, and the boy remained on the sidelines. The commentator with the flower avatar called their ballads nonsense because she was friends with the saint, and the unfortunate man's repeated phrase was just white noise for her. And only at that moment, one of the conversation leaders noticed the guy who spammed the entire chat with his dreams, the text of which gradually turned into speech. The guy started muttering the same phrase under his breath, hoping that sooner or later he would attract more attention. He was jealous of everything: popularity, fame, money, even when his idol simultaneously behaved like an angry beast in front of his fans. The noble images of the summer spirit swirled around in the boy's head like a heroic dream, and even there he managed to see himself as a useless character in this world. He came out of his trance when his idol's scream stopped and the interview began to come to an awkward end. The bespectacled reporter addressed the hunter as Mr. Yu Su-ha, confessing that he had become an inspiration to many hunters. The interviewer referred to the man's talent, mentioning how he managed to defeat a then-invincible monster boss in his early 20s. In conclusion, the journalist asked Yu Su-ha to share the secret of his success with his fans, and he only let out a heart-rending sigh, placing his hand on the back of his head. The loser had previously held his breath, tightly clutching the laptop screen in his hands, as if his life depended on the advice of his idol, because he was clearly a man of few words. Staring into the camera with his piercing eyes, the hunter said that a man will always succeed if he is destined to do so. The guy looked at his hero as a star in the dark sky, but he added that even if he succeeded, he did not need competitors. For the first time, he let out a smile, concluding that those who would interfere with him would simply die. With a smug smirk, the summer spirit left the crowd of eyes glued to him, his last sentence having caught many of them. The dreamy guy watched the end of the broadcast, staring at the screen amid the noise of the stunned audience. The announcer's voice was still trying to convey something, but the guy loudly slammed the laptop shut, cutting off his speech. The apartment was filled with silence. The boy lowered his head as if defeated. The silence was slightly broken by the light sobbing of the young man. The words of his idol touched him to the depths of his soul, but not in a good sense of the word. The poor guy looked at the wall that was covered with various summer spirit newspapers. It was unfair that Yu Su-ha was neglecting the lives of others, even if not his own. The boy ran his hands possessively over the newspapers, fantasizing about talents like the summer spirit. These thoughts were not without reason. His entire hut was littered with junk in the form of empty bottles and paper bowls. And remembering how even F-level hunters looked at him only made him feel worse. In a rage, he tore the newspapers off the wall, emotionally declaring once again that he wanted it to be the same as his icon. In tears and anger, the boy admitted that he was very jealous and wanted his own talent to exist. Falling with his body against the torn wall, he mumbled that anything would do for him, even if he could just gain the power of the summer spirit. And suddenly, a bright light enveloped the dimly lit room. Too blinding to be an ordinary ray of sunlight passing through the room's only darkened window. This radiant light could not go unnoticed, which is why the guy almost immediately raised his head. Glowing fragments blossomed before the young man, gradually merging into one, but he could not believe his eyes. It seemed impossible, because before that he had only seen this surreal scene in videos. The boy looked at the floating golden skill card in front of him with doubt. A translucent sign appeared above the map with a description, which stated that the reason for the map's appearance was the unearthly envy of a loser. Tearful, he stared at the map in surprise and confusion that this was what had become his power. A second line of text appeared on the board, which only confirmed his doubts, with the phrase that the tower was struck by the guy's envy, for which it granted him the skill. In his memories, everything was completely different. One girl was given a card for her willpower, for example. The other guy got the skill card for hard training. But it didn't matter. The young man looked at the fruit of his envy as a treasure, even if he had never seen such a skill. It took him a moment of calm to realize the weight of his words, so he placed his hand on his belt and let out a long breath. The map hovered before him like a dream too beautiful to be real. The boy extended his hand, noting for no reason that the skill card was gold. He grabbed the golden artifact, triumphantly saying that he had obtained a skill above S tier. The blue projection of the card crumbled into gold, on which appeared a description of an ability that gave the owner the ability to copy the skills of those by whose hand he would die. The owner simply had to die. The young man stared at the map with wide eyes, quoting the description of the map. The moment of joy ended, tears began to flow down the boy's cheeks again. His world seemed to collapse in an instant. The phrase, "just die," rang in his head for a long time. He pierced the entire city with his agonizing cry, desperately surprised that such skills even existed. We are transported to the image of the huge tower again, an unknown voice describing the sudden appearance of the structure in their world. The voice said that the tall tower could be seen from the horizon at any point on Earth. The first to confidently step onto the tower were those who had nothing to lose. Each floor of the tower was occupied by an abyss of monsters that came from different worlds. But only to special heroes was the tower ready to give the so-called skill, like an unattainable treasure. People with experience took up this challenge, stepping onto the tower more and more often to hunt monsters. The guiding voice changed to the announcer's guiding question, asking if people had ever seen the summer spirit hunt. The dark-skinned man on the TV screen said that his fighting style, although with a fiery spear, was more like a graceful dance, like an incarnation of Shiva himself. The languid voice of the falsely enlightened guy helplessly asked the plump boss to change the channel, even though the latter was watching the program with interest. The manager asked the boy what he didn't like about Summer Spirit, but he replied that it wasn't that at all, while the voice on the TV continued to praise the famous hunter. Leaning his cheek against the wooden table, the guy once again complained about the insignificance of his life. The boss didn't even listen to the young man's generous confessions, complaining about drunkards like that in response. The guy told with sadness in his voice how just yesterday it seemed to him that a skill higher than S level would give him meaning in life. But it turned out to be quite the opposite. He slammed his fist on the table and emotionally admitted that he didn't even call the Hunters Association. The guy laughed bitterly, ironically tapping the table, because he was ashamed to even talk about the skill, which made his boss quite nervous, ordering him to get lost. The sunset covered the empty city. The daily update of the hunter's rank did not attract the attention of the limping guy. He grabbed his forehead, feeling as if his head could burst at any moment. But his interest was suddenly attracted by a sparkling cry nearby. Hiding behind the building, the youth saw the summer spirit himself, and a girl with snow-white hair, who anxiously ordered the former to step back. The summer spirit chuckled, calling the girl's behavior a good game and that anyone could take her for a defenseless person. Frightened, she nervously looked into the eyes of the first-rank hunter, who pretentiously addressed her as a dear saint. He pulled out a miniature vial, indicating that it contained poison, which instantly made the girl freeze in fear. The legend continued, saying that the girl tried to poison him with basilisk gastric juice, playfully adding that it was only thanks to his skill that she failed. Throwing the bottle away with a deft movement of the hand, it shattered into small pieces along with the purple substance, accompanied by the cries of the girl, who claimed that she only wanted to conquer the tower together with the summer spirit. A vicious expression appeared on Yu Su-ha's face as he approached the saint threateningly. She begged to discuss the situation, and the guy behind the building covered his mouth, remembering that just yesterday he had heard about the relationship between them. But the picture in front of him did not at all resemble a sweet date between the two. The summer spirit sarcastically agreed with the girl's proposal, after which he firmly grabbed the Snow White one's neck, saying that he would set the rules. The watching youth's heart began to beat even faster, comparing the two to a threatening killer and a frightened victim. Number 1 squeezed Saint's neck, saying that with his skill in recognizing lies, she had no right to lie to him, for which he could perhaps give her an antidote. The protagonist froze when the summer spirit asked Snow White who ordered her to kill him. His first guess fell on a certain witch of the Black Dragon, but the saint remained motionless, while the words about the purity of the hunter's soul still sounded in the young man's head. The saint lowered her gaze, letting out a heavy breath. The girl nodded shamefully, closing her eyes in recognition and pressing her lips tightly together. The summer spirit did not hesitate, expecting this answer and creating a flame around himself, just as it burned the young man's last faith in him as a hero. As he doused the girl in the fiery air, he bid her farewell indifferently, calling her Saint Isabel before sending her into his angry flames. The heartbreaking scream against the backdrop of the indifferent hunter was forever imprinted in the young man's memory, once again making him doubt whether his role model was a hero. Against the backdrop of hellfire and ignited ashes, the summer spirit did not look like a hero. In the eyes of the guy in front of him stood a real devil. The young man ran away, covering his eyes with his hand and calling his former idol a psychopath, a murderer. He ran as fast as he could. That was all he could think about at that moment, not looking at his feet, accidentally crushing one of the bottles in the garbage alley. The summer spirit peered out from behind the wall, staring madly at the intruder in his fiery fireworks show. A simultaneously nervous and wild smile flared up on his face, because he thought that he had already dealt with all the rats in the area. These words pierced the young man, who was already full of unnecessary negative emotions at that moment. The gaze of the summer spirit for him was equal to the gaze of a murderer. The young man ran with all his might, but Yusuha had no need to hurry. The hot flame above his palm would easily solve his problem. The witness could only think about who and how many more people this psycho could kill. Gasping for breath, the boy pushed forward, not wanting to become one of those dozens, if not hundreds, of victims number 1. Soon he couldn't control the flow of his legs, landing on the wet ground with a cutting crash, rolling slightly forward. His shin twisted painfully to the side, crunching as it pointed forward. The boy looked back, peering fearfully over the shoulder of the hunter who was creeping up on him with his breathing ragged. The pain in his leg quickly reached the boy's head, forcing him to give in and lean on his hands. The young man, sighing in pain, watched as his recent idol approached him at a sadistically slow pace with a melting spear in his hand. With each passing moment, his fear became more and more intense. Beads of sweat and tears appeared on his face, and trembling took over his body. Another step away from Yusuha's boots, like seconds before the boy's brutal execution. The young man only uttered one word of mercy. But the summer spirit did not want to end everything quickly, even when he began to fully beg his summer spirit. Instead, the hunter unscrupulously glared at him with his wolfish eyes, asking if he had seen what had happened. The guy, choking with tears, quickly squeezed out that he hadn't seen anything at all. With a grin, as if he had caught someone on a sharp hook, the maniac knelt down in front of the boy, asking him to clarify what exactly he had not seen. Without much preamble, Yusuha grabbed his neck, recalling that he didn't like the name Summer Spirit, adding without trust that he hadn't even asked the guy anything specific yet. Number 1 began to threaten the boy, squeezing his neck so that he could only look into his inhuman demon eyes, and pressing him with questions about who sent him and whether he was also from the Black Dragon. The poor guy's thoughts were only in his hazy memories of how he had recently admired this monster, so he could only squeeze out one request to check. Confused, Summer Spirit raised an eyebrow, not understanding what exactly he meant. The guy, sobbing furiously, reminded the maniac about the phrase that he could recognize lies with the help of his skill, while continuing to try to convey that he saw nothing. Yusuha's terrifying aura disappeared for a brief moment. His already lifeless eyes narrowed, looking at the youth as if he was a misunderstanding, and shamelessly admitted that he had lied about the skill. And then it became clear that the murder of the saint was completely unsupported by evidence. The life of the poor volunteer girl was suddenly cut short by this monster. Having calmed down a little, the guy, trembling, finished by saying that the man in front of him killed the girl only because of suspicion. The confused hunter released the young man from his grip, pushing him and telling him not to slander others. He began to justify himself by saying that this was his only way to survive, to which the young man asked a counter-question. Yusuha's smirk quickly returned to its place, through which he smugly said that he simply knew, since he had one method. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold, and the killer laughed magnanimously, accepting the boy's courage with respect and stroking his hair in a friendly manner, causing him to sob with happiness and relief. But the moment of relief was short-lived. The summer spirit placed a warm palm on the crying man's head, ending with him seeing too much anyway. The last picture before the guy's eyes was the fake smile of the hunter, incinerating the remains of the young man's life with the words that his name was Ya-Su-Ha. Long ago, the director of the orphanage told Kim Kong-ja that his name meant young master, so all the doors in life were open for him to become outstanding and successful. And Kim confidently replied that so be it, full of enthusiasm and enjoyment of life, which at that time had not yet taken that sharp turn. He didn't want to die. Here he was lying in an endless void, where the only source of light was a blue projection above his powerless body. He didn't deserve this. A text appeared on the blue board, indicating that the skills use conditions had been met, and the copying of Yu-Su-Ha's skills had begun. 8 random cards hovered above him, one of which glowed golden, beckoning his attention. In tears, he mumbled that he also deserved life. But looking at the golden map, he whispered under his breath the name of the treasured artifact. Out of sheer desperation, the young man hesitantly extended his hand forward toward the tempting light. Rushing forward, he grabbed the golden card, feeling a surge of energy and a bright light blind him all at once. Kim Kong. Ja felt the wind swirling around him, his world blurring before his eyes, turning into something else that he couldn't see with just one glance. The tall tower pierced the bloody sky. The voice of the Babylon news reporter reported that the Black Dragon Guild had appeared on the 40th floor of the tower, suggesting that they had serious intentions. The voice came from Kim Kong-ji's laptop, which was lying in his one-room apartment, having just woken up from another drunken nap. The boy suddenly stood up, staring at his laptop screen in confusion, hearing again about the Black Dragon's failure to take over the tower. He looked around as if his own room had become something alien to him. The pupil of his eye focused cautiously on the transmission, already familiar to him thanks to yesterday's fiasco. The camera turned its attention to the summer spirit, who was just as calmly looking away from the audience. The picture sent shivers down the young man's body. It was simply absurd. It seemed like sunken bags had appeared under his eyes in a matter of seconds. It was too surreal for him. Kim's face fell in confusion as if he was trying to find the connection between reality and illusion. The young man's phone made a typical notification sound, immediately causing him to look at the screen. As was the case then, commentators were actively discussing the summer spirit's inappropriate behavior. At the same time, Yu-Su-Ha continued to be rude to reporters, demanding that they call him by his name. Fixing his gaze on the pale light of the phone, the picture in Kim's head only stirred up more confusion. Everything was suspiciously the same as yesterday. Pictures flickered in the boy's head. He remembered Yu-Su-Ha, who wished him death with a smile. He remembered how he had grabbed the golden skill card from both sides before he had been transported here. Kim held his hand out in front of him, staring at the wall with a wary look. He opened the skill card in front of him, unfolding 2 golden panels on the display in front of him. One card, already known to him, caused him only disgust and unpleasant associations. But when he looked at the second skill card, Kim was shocked, because it was the skill he copied that automatically returned the owner to the previous day after his death. The boy looked at his newspaper-covered wall, reading further and finding out that skills and memories remained after time was rolled back, suspecting that this was the secret of the summer spirit. He immediately remembered the phrase about him having a special method, with the help of which he found out that the saint was going to poison him. However, what outraged Kim most was that the summer spirit still decided to kill him. An innocent man, just like that. A familiar voice came from the laptop. It was a reporter at the moment of the question about the secret of the hunter's success. The quote about success, which anyone can achieve if they want it, was imprinted in the boy's head a second time. Kim directed a piercing gaze at the screen, connecting his gaze with the eyes of number 1, who similarly turned to the audience at that very moment. There were also his words that everyone who tries to stand in his way will die. Thinking about it now, these words took on a completely different meaning in the young man's head. A kind of contempt took hold of Kim's soul, forcing him to clench his teeth tightly at the mere word about death. The vindictive boy tightly clutched the skill card in his hand, shattering it into thousands of tiny golden particles, planning to turn the events in his favor this time. Just then, his moment of angry triumph was cut short by cries from outside about a fire, forcing him to leave his little world instantly. Looking out the window amid the shouts of those around him, he saw a huge firestorm raging nearby. Kim left his comfortable quarters, taking with him only one kitchen knife and his phone. A crowd of people with buckets and fire extinguishers rushed before his eyes towards the terrible flames. In the city where the guy lived, exactly the same losers and dreamers as he had gathered, who wanted to become hunters and conquer the tower. This was the first floor of the tower, which was now equipped from head to toe with tongues of flame, which greedily described the developing center with their patterns. The guy ran forward along with other people, checking the time on his phone as he went. After examining the date and the dial, he came to the conclusion that this was the moment when he was still drinking, and the summer spirit was simultaneously getting rid of the evidence of the murder of the saint. A verbal altercation ensued between the hunters, each with different strategies and each taking everything on themselves, while the splashes of water from the elemental hunters created steam around them. The Black Dragon Guild itself appeared from below, with its purple-haired leader, the Black Witch, or number 2 in the global rankings, ordering the others to follow the will of the guild. This city had been called by many names, Kim said, while the green-haired alchemist in a 5th-rank robe was busy isolating the area and calling in rescue teams. Babylon and First Floor City were some of those names. Even the 10th-ranked Holy Knight who joined called the city a wasteland. But the fire had no intention of dying down for a second, increasingly confirming Kim's words that despite the many names of this place, one could only enter this city, but not leave it. Someone from the crowd mentioned the saint, who had not yet come to the rescue, which was not quite in character for her. A conversation broke out between the alchemist and the knight, in which the latter sarcastically mentioned the saint's relationship with the summer spirit, as if she had gone out on a date with him. The green healer with glasses nervously crossed her arms, answering that she felt sick from number 1 and did not want to trust him. But suddenly the crowd of people turned around at someone's vulgar but deep pseudo-greeting. And here he is, the hero of the occasion, Mr. Yusu Ha, smugly rubbing the back of his head, asking who had made a fire without his permission. Kim clenched his teeth, a deep hatred for the legend creeping up on him. The Holy Knight was the first to greet number 1 politely, but he was clearly enjoying the crowd's attention more than any of his buddies. But even when he was asked decently for help, the summer spirit bared his teeth, demanding something in return. It took a little bit of inner willpower for Kim not to attack the hunter right then and there, so he limited himself to the kitchen knife clutched in his hand. In the crowd of people, the young man was like a black sheep, not taking out his phone to capture the legend, who did not appreciate the offered reward in the form of public approval. The summer spirit didn't think twice about his decision either, turning away and leaving, the words of others about him sounding more and more ironic in Kim's head. No one knew the true nature of the summer spirit, and it really irritated the young man when he walked past with that smug grin. Only he saw and still knows what really lies behind the celebrity's golden eyes. Now Kim was sure that he had to kill this monster, no matter what it cost him. The guy pushed his way through the crowd, ignoring the people who stared at him in confusion. Someone from the crowd tried to stop the stubborn guy, but he only silently stepped forward, breaking away from them. He slowly approached the summer spirit, who turned his head towards him in surprise. And inside, the guy was tormented by the desire to do this for the honor of all hunters, because a hunter is the same person. Every step seemed to create an earthquake under the motivated young man's feet. Yusu Ha stared over his shoulder at Kim, as if waiting for the moment when he would finally decide to attack, while the people behind him tried to snap him out of his trance. The youth rushed forward furiously, swinging the knife with a full grip on the handle. He had to do it, kill this monster, so with his other hand he reached forward closer and closer to his goal. Rushing past the fire-breathing maniac, Kim rushed straight into the fire, accompanied by the screams of people who could not understand what was going on in the head of this randomly passing madman. The audience froze, looking in horror at the guy burning to the ground with painful screams. It was hellishly painful. The fire, in a matter of seconds, turned Kim's living body into a faceless mannequin made of coal. The last thing the dying boy saw was the silhouette of the summer spirit, who looked at the suicide bomber from the crowd with cruel incomprehension. But only in this way could the boy kill the legend. Death, it's time to return to the real world. The revived Kim Kong-ja woke up with a clear goal in mind. Another report, another failure of the Black Dragon, another bed, another damn day. The guy decided to think about the situation wisely, immediately opening the skill card and making sure that he was not penalized for abusing his abilities. He was only an F-level hunter after all. Under the current circumstances, killing the summer spirit was impossible, especially when it could simply travel back in time in the same way. Looking back, the young man's gaze fell on his kitchen knife, and the only idea came to his mind. Knowing Yusu Ha's biography by heart, the first thing he tried to do was recall the interview when he was asked about the age at which he awakened his skill. In an interview, Summer Spirit indicated that it was the summer when he was 21, to which the interviewer emphasized the hunter's good memory. However, he refuted the girl's compliment, stating that he only remembers that day well because it was his birthday. Kim calculated that it was June 7th, 11 years ago from the present, about 4,000 days back from today. Swinging the knife in his hands, Kim resolutely directed the sharp blade at his chest. He needed to return to the moment before the summer spirit skill awakened, even if he had to kill himself over 1,000 times to do so. A brief emptiness, a return to reality with ragged breaths. The pain still slightly visited the guy's body, but he didn't care. He was ready to do it again with a knife in his hand. He raised his hand towards himself again, piercing through with the cold blade of the kitchen utensil. And so it went, time after time, death after death, one after another, with pain that appeared as quickly as it ended. The pain was unbearable, but he had to do it, for the sake of his revenge and the future of the other hunters. Spitting out a lump of his own blood, the guy came closer and closer to achieving his goal. His death count had gotten to the point where he no longer even got a penalty for using the skill. And his room was getting cleaner and cleaner, while Kim was still full of life and motivation. Agony had become a familiar feeling to him, as if he had felt the blade of a knife in his chest even before it was used on him. There were only 2,020 days left, half the number of suicides the boy was supposed to commit. With a triumphant smile on his face, the boy's pupils narrowed as he finally reached the last day. Death had never felt so rewarding, and for the first time in his life, Kim was glad to cut himself off from reality. The clock struck 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the room, already quite quiet, became even more oppressive. A very young Kim Kong-ja lay on his bed, gasping for breath after a series of his own painful deaths. With a slight look of surprise on his face, he stood up, looking around his seemingly familiar apartment. But this was not a dump, to which he had long ago become accustomed and did not want to change in any way. It was an ordinary illuminated room in golden dust particles. All his fanatical newspapers that used to adorn his walls like wallpaper simply evaporated, leaving only lonely white clay. However, the guy wasn't going to end it there. He needed to buy some more time, so he picked up his knife again. He leaned against the wall, breathing out a sigh of relief. Some part of his heart was happy that the images of this monster had evaporated from his chambers. Kim died about 30 more times to cover the time spent on suicides and rest. And all this so that no one else would have to see the golden eyes of the demon called the summer spirit. Limping slightly after standing still for so long, Kim slowly walked towards the door. He swung the door open, walking out with a knife in his hand, which had already become his personal weapon. Pulling his hood up, the guy moved forward, maintaining a mysterious look and not attracting unnecessary attention to himself. It was time for him to hunt. The clock struck 11 o'clock in the morning. It was May 6th, 11 years ago. The young man stood in front of a residential building. Most likely this was the place where Yu Su-ha had been back then. He looked through the window, seeing a battered, almost miserable young man. Yu Su-ha groaned loudly to himself as the ringtone of his morning alarm shamelessly irritated his ears. Finally standing up, he hunched over to see what time the phone had been telling him. All the while, his head was splitting violently. Knowing this feeling quite well, Kim commented almost disapprovingly on the state of the potential drunkard. Symbolically, Yu Su-ha actually confirmed his words by traditionally scratching the back of his head and saying that he most likely overindulged a little yesterday. For the sake of perfect reconnaissance, Kim lived through this day 10 more times, studying the behavior of the then F-rank hunter at 9 a.m. 10 times he had seen the hunter complain about his shitty life when he reluctantly went to work. It was time to act. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so Kim headed to the tower. He noted that Yu Su-ha's greatest achievement back then was the red slimes on the second floor of the tower. The irritated future number 1 squeezed the disgusting slime in his hand, looking at his reward as if it was a misunderstanding. In his anger, he complained out loud about life, as if it was simply obliged to bring him wealth and glory one day. And Kim looked at him with both sympathy and hostility. Yu Su-ha wanted to spit on that slime. He wanted an S-tier skill card instead of a slime clot. Kim took the first step forward, thinking that, in fact, the hunter's idleness in the future really brought him everything he could dream of. One of the barely frightening slimes, not intelligent enough to compare its strength and abilities to any hunter, lunged at the young man. Without hesitating for a second longer, the boy rushed towards the bright red slime, cutting it in one motion. Splashes of thick red substance flew around as the youth dealt a fatal blow to his target. This was part of his plan to deprive Yu Su-ha of any future. Kim dipped his hands into the slime liquid and smeared it all over his white shirt, clearly imitating bloodstains. Evening was approaching, and there were still no particularly interesting events taking place at the tower. Yu Su-ha moved up a few floors, stopping at the 6th floor, where newbies usually wouldn't set foot. Everything was going according to Kim's plan, and he was going to finish off the future number 1 within the next half hour after he moved to the hunting grounds of the 6th floor. With false uncertainty, the guy approached his future victim, slowly approaching him. Yu Su-ha turned his head towards the boy, responding to the sound behind him. Soaked in fake slime blood, Kim, playing the stranger, begged the hunter for help, saying he was being attacked by wolves and needed a potion. Yu Su-ha, angry at the unfortunate turn of events, looked around, gritting his teeth in anger. He mumbled that there was no point in hunting in such conditions, but Kim continued to beg him for a potion, to which he indifferently replied that his day's earnings had gone down the drain. With irritation, Yu Su-ha asked how much the boy was willing to give for the potion, even though the young man was not prepared for such impudence. The hunter poked the boy with his staff, brazenly repeating his harassing question. He shook the bottle of potion in front of Kim's face, saying that a ruined hunt wasn't worth one free potion to a random kid. Yu Su-ha reported that such a potion is sold at the alchemy market for 20 gold. Kim didn't bargain, immediately saying that he wouldn't mind paying 20 gold for the potion, but the hunter snatched the potion from the pleading boy's hands, saying that it didn't work that way. Yu Su-ha poked the stick into the boy's chest again, harder this time, confusing him for a moment, manipulatively asking him if the boy's life was worth 20 gold. The young man quietly offered twice as much gold, to which the man grimaced sarcastically, telling him to forget about this pointless bargaining. Unceremoniously, the demon grabbed Kim by the collar, ordering him to give him everything he had, and all Kim could think about was that he knew he was like that. Staring menacingly at the guy, Yu Su-ha made a joking comment about how he couldn't reach into his pocket on his own, so he reached in first. Having got the boy's wallet, he no longer had to hold it, letting it go from his hands and causing it to fall to the ground with a crash. Yu Su-ha hurriedly counted the coins spilling out of Kim's wallet, and he wasn't very impressed by the measly 60 gold coins. Kim said in despair that it was all his money, and he placed his hand on the boy's head in a friendly manner. He smiled heartlessly at him, saying that he would definitely find a good use for them. The picture reminded Kim of that same insincere smile with which the summer spirit killed him the first time. The boy reached for the potion, but the hunter was in no hurry, so he picked up his staff with the same grin. Yu Su-ha had a thought in his head, and he said it indifferently while swinging his staff. Looking at the poor guy, he assumed that if he saved him, he might come for revenge, but every person wants a calm and quiet life. With the expression of a maniac, the hunter pointed his spear at the fallen Kim, ordering him to simply die here and now. Quietly agreeing, Kim created pressure beneath him, a light blue aura enveloping his legs. Gathering all his willpower and anger into a fist, the young man put his knee forward, kicking Yu Su-ha with the words that he would definitely be able to provide him with peace and quiet. The hunter flew back, clutching at the site of the injury and coughing vulgarly. Kim took advantage of his enemy's moment of weakness, revealing his kitchen knife from under his jacket. In a rage, he caught his opponent in confusion, cutting above his neck. The hunter choked on his own dark blood as it flew in all directions. Breathing heavily, the boy looked at the legend who was dead before she was born. But he didn't stop, emotionally shouting that even a threat to life could awaken the psychopath with a very small chance. Kim was angry and could not stop, swinging again and again, saying that he would definitely send the madman to the next world. Finally, he stopped, leaving the blade of the knife in Yasuha's head like an ancient trophy. As he exhaled, he watched as the blood fell to the ground and soaked the green grass, and then turned to the dead boy, saying that he had realized something. Kim said that Yasuha, before killing him back then, did something strange to him. He realized that in fact the summer spirit was saying goodbye to him, telling him his real name. Still filled with anger and resentment, Kim said that during those 4,090 days of endless suicides, he finally realized what a rotten person his idol was. The boy stepped on the hunter's staff, saying that Yasuha had always been a dishonorable killer, not a noble knight on a white horse. The false ambience of the summer spirit broke young Kim's heart, causing him to cry out that it was unfair. Kim fell silent, hanging his head, needing some time to let off steam and come to his senses. Hungry red wolves crept up on him from behind, but he didn't run away, just looked at them. Their hungry golden eyes glowed as they looked at the motionless dead body before them, hot foam drenching their jaws. Kim gave the wolves the way, not stopping them before their cherished dinner. He certainly didn't need a dead body with him. The wolves hungrily tore apart the remains of Yasuha, greedily tearing apart everything they could bite into. The boy turned in the other direction, heading towards a small but clearly visible hump on the ground. He grabbed the fake blanket of grass, squeezing the material in his hands, which no longer looked so convincing. The young man tore off the carpet, revealing a small hole in which lay 3 bottles and a black backpack. Kim took off his bloody white hoodie, which he no longer needed. He threw the useless hoodie into the hole on top of all the other things that were lying in the hole, It was time to go back. The guy buttoned up his jacket, breathing a sigh of relief. Kim gathered himself and stepped forward, asking the tower to take him to the lowest floor. To tell the truth, he himself still couldn't believe that he had succeeded, even when he found himself back in the city of the first floor. The boy's heart jumped slightly when he saw the servant passing by, the tip of his spear gracefully and straightly pointing upward. Kim tried to keep his cool, his composure, so that he wouldn't look suspicious after everything he'd done on the floor above. The squad member looked at him, which could not help but cause the guy 3,000 fears, because suddenly he could read something on his face. But the young man's anxiety was quickly dispelled. The servant silently passed by him, emitting a tired yawn as he went. The two of them were moving away from each other. Kim tried to restrain himself from looking back at the armored man walking away out of paranoia, but the guy was sure of one thing: no one knew. The night fell unnoticed, and no one in the city even suspected that someone had gotten rid of the man who was destined to become the leader of the raiding. The announcer's voice came from the TV of one of the bars of the city on the first floor, reporting on the unsuccessful clearing of the 10th floor of the tower, once again confirming Kim's hopes. The guy loudly slammed his beer glass on the table, splashing golden liquid around. Today he was so euphoric that he didn't care at all about the news that reported on the criticism of the Holy Sword. The guy wanted to celebrate with glass after glass. The waiter smiled and replied that Kim had perhaps drunk too much, amusingly noting that he must have had a good hunt that day, to which Kim drunkenly agreed. The voice said that the people from 2nd to 7th place had united to challenge the 10th floor together, and some thought that the ranks should be removed altogether, which made the drinking youth extremely happy. Pouring another glass of beer into his mouth, Kim ran his finger through the air, opening his skills window. He chuckled sloppily, noting that he didn't even need snacks when he had such a jackpot of delicious cards. But only now the guy thought that he had no fighting skills. A small thirst crept into his head. Kim quickly closed the panel, denying himself, as he wanted to feel self-sufficient and with the skills he already had. And how many opportunities did he have, for example, to win the lottery of one of the guilds? For money, he could sell plans for the passage of future high floors of the tower, and not only. And while Kim was still floating in his dreams and plans, the door of the bar suddenly swung open, drawing the eyes of everyone present to the guest. At the entrance stood a tall, broad-shouldered man in a suit with a short-cropped silver beard and a fedora on his head, greeting him with a request for milk. The bearded man pierced the room with his blue eyes, adding that they should add vodka and a little sugar, or even better, honey to his warm milk. He stepped inside, his red sneakers looking rather ridiculous against his formal suit. Kim made a comment about his grandfather's imposing appearance, while the waiter apologized, saying he was not a bartender, to which the man responded with understanding and a promise to pay. Whispers began to swirl among the visitors. People began to recognize someone in the stranger, and the guy tried to understand why he was creating so much noise around himself. An elderly man sat down at a table by the window, removing his hat to the sound of the television above. The image on the TV changed to that same man, talking about the importance of unity among hunters. Realization dawned on Kim as his gaze flickered between the older man in the bar and his portrait on the screen. The report was cut short by a mysterious question about where the Holy Sword was and what he was doing, but he was sitting there, in person. Kim had heard of this man before. It was Marcus Callenberry, the tower's #1 before the Summer Spirit, who had now disappeared for a very long time until he was simply forgotten. But looking at him now, the guy had no doubt that he was the one leading the hunter rankings during this period. Trying not to stare, the young man sipped his glass of beer, thinking about what kind of skill this old man had and how much better it was than the guy's arsenal. However, the boy remembered that with one of his skills, he could copy the skill of the one who would kill him. After looking at Marcus from behind, Kim realized that stealing a skill from a rank 1 hunter was just as possible as stealing from any other person. And considering that he could easily go back in time, he had found his gold mine. The guy looked at his phone, unsure if he should try to steal this skill too. Out of curiosity, Kim turned to the internet to find out who this strange old man was, where everyone had their own story about his Northern European roots or secret skill. Some anonymous users commented that he left everything that was dear to him and did not regret anything, or about his frequent ravings to himself. And everyone stated all this as a fact, supported only by rumors. Kim simply did not know what to believe. And comparing it to the star that the Summer Spirit was making himself out to be, it was a sea of contrasts. The boy jumped in surprise when the old man angrily muttered under his breath to shut up. Because of Kim, he thought for a second that it was said to him. The young man raised an eyebrow in confusion as the holy sword continued to mumble something loudly. It was as if he was having some kind of verbal altercation with himself, with whom he argued like a teenager in adolescence with his parents. Kim shook his head, at least confirming the rumor in his head that Marcus was talking to himself. In the stream of various publications, the dreamer came across a post that indicated topics that should never be touched upon in a conversation with number one. The post told of a group of hunters who once encountered the holy sword at a hunting ground, where a small debate occurred between the two. On the 9th floor, the leader of the group tried to explain to the old man that, according to the rules, he had no right to be on the lands that supposedly belonged to them. One of the men made a vulgar joke about the older man, mentioning his failing hearing aid and his wealthy family background. However, the fatal phrase was the mention of Marcus's abandoned grandchildren, whose gray eyebrows fell in cold anger. With one swing, the gentlemanly aura of the holy sword evaporated into thin air, through which it pierced the verbally attacking man in half. Such posts were always perceived with great distrust by the public. There were always stubborn deniers and those who believed everything that was whispered in their ear in an alley. Either way, the post ended with the conclusion that his job was to warn, not to provoke others to test the myth. Kim had made a mental note not to tell the holy sword, even though that was what he really needed. The man's quiet muttering turned into a full-blown angry shout, ordering his inner voice to shut up, as if it was the reason he couldn't even enjoy his vodka. Marcus slapped the table loudly with his palm, generously but casually laying out several gold coins on it, saying that he was satisfied. The waiter stuttered as he said goodbye to number one, who disappeared as quickly as he had arrived. For a while, the people inside sat in silence, as if waiting and making sure that the man had really left them. Only after a few seconds did they breathe a sigh of relief and begin to make less than favorable comments about him. But Kim already had his own plans for the evening, so he tipped the owner and got ready to leave for his new skill hunt. As we left the bar, the bell at the entrance rang, indicating that the doors were closed. Kim walked through the streets, his mind seeing nothing but a clearly defined goal. The guy looked around, trying to track down the holy sword among the huge crowd of people. The thought flashed through his head that he couldn't have gone far anyway, since the young guy came out almost immediately after him. Eventually, Kim spotted him by the road, under the yellow light of a street lamp. The young man noted to himself that it would not be difficult to recognize such a person, especially if he dressed in such an elaborate manner. There was some intrigue playing inside Kim. He couldn't wait to find out what kind of ace skill he had up his sleeve. The youth smiled, logically assuming that since the summer spirit had such a useful skill, then the holy sword should have one that was no worse. In fact, he was more interested in the idea of getting a new combat skill instead of another passive one, since he already had two of those. Stepping onto the wet grass, Kim tried to sneak up on his murder victim. But he didn't expect his stealth skills to be so miserable, because almost immediately, he met the gaze of the gray-haired man. The old man politely ordered him to come out from behind the tree, behind which the boy unsuccessfully tried to hide. A small wave of nervous goosebumps ran through the guy's body, forcing him to involuntarily swallow when Marcus explained that there would be no witnesses in their place. There was no shining enthusiasm in the old man's eyes. He looked at the klappa with almost indifference. Kim looked out, politely addressing the gentleman with some request in mind. Marcus forced a bitter grimace out of himself as if it was a joke, which made him inhale a little more air than usual. The unexpected laughter confused the guy, and he lost his already unremarkable confidence. The older man shared his cold gaze with disgust at the boy, clearly knowing that he was not just trying to follow him, even if it was intentionally clumsy. Kim retreated. Perhaps the old man had misunderstood his intentions, thinking that the boy's poor stealth skills were part of some plan of his. Only now did the boy realize that he was completely defenseless in this situation. He didn't even take his favorite knife. At the same time, the holy sword gripped the hilt of his weapon as if he was ready to pierce the youth at any moment. It wasn't that Kim didn't like this turn of events. It was just that everything was going too strangely and not at all as he could have predicted. The old man called the guys acting great, comparing him to a hired killer on the front lines, which only further aggravated the embarrassment in which the dark-haired man was swimming. With grace and solemnity, Marcus addressed Kim by his full name, proclaiming that he wouldn't even have to mention his grandchildren to die, to which Kim nervously backed away. Number one's face fell in disgust, and he continued to claim that the kid was still trying to pull the wool over his eyes. Kim stepped back, still trying to refute the so-called conclusion of the older man asking him to find out something. The guy couldn't understand how the holy sword saw him as a highly skilled killer, because he only looked like an ordinary guy. Number one drew his sword, ordering him to shut up, his cold gaze reflected on the weapon's pure blade. Then Marcus said that thanks to one of his skills, he could see how many kills any person had. And although Kim saw the murder of the summer spirit as just, he himself understood that it was death at his hands one way or another, even if it was only one. The young man began to nervously make excuses, speaking, begging him to listen and understand that he had committed his offense for the common good for a good reason. Under the light of the shining moon of the night, the holy sword slowly took off his fedora, and the boy said that he was ready to swear on the heavens for his words. But the old man's only comment was his expression of disgust towards the young man, leaving him even more confused. The righteous man replied that it was disgusting when such a demon with so many victims tries to do something holy. The tips of the grass evaporated on the tip of his sword blade. He said that although he himself had not lived a sinless life, he would never have committed such a massacre. In fear and confusion, Kim put his hands forward, saying that in his entire life he had only killed one person. The man coldly pointed his sword towards the young man, aiming it straight at his face, still believing that he was shamelessly lying. And only then did the old man tell the boy the true number of murders he had committed. The bloody number was 4,091. Indeed, killing Yu Suha was one of those times that the Holy Sword had named. All 4,000 times were suicides that Kim committed in an attempt to rewind time without restraint. Before he impregnated his justice, Marcus asked if the Black Dragon Witch had sent the boy for his soul. Unfortunately for the guy, he realized that in the man's eyes he looked more like a cruel maniac, so he needed to run as quickly as possible. The skill no longer interested him much. And if the Sword Saint had a skill like that, it would mean that the guy would try to kill him every time he saw him. Kim ran as fast as he could, but the old man was surprisingly fast, saying that he would finish off that demon with any target. Having barely avoided a deadly cut, the guy lost his balance in space. Kim flew back. He was inches away from certain death. The Holy Sword said with a shout that such evasion was to be expected from a special class assassin like the youth. The guy simply couldn't believe that he still stubbornly believed that there was some kind of cold-blooded killer in front of him. Trying to land comfortably, Kim fell on a stone, which he invisibly tripped over and lost his balance again. The accused fell painfully onto the cold ground, covering it with his helpless body. He trembled. He knew that he had essentially missed his chance to take advantage of his unanimous evasion. Behind him, the boy felt the presence of an old man who was about to pierce him through and through with his sharp blade. Bracing himself for the cutting pain and the embrace of death, he heard a low voice of a man ordering someone to be quiet. He was talking to himself again, debating the ridiculous suggestion of grabbing the boy and interrogating him. The old man told his inner self that he would sort it out himself, that it was constantly interfering, to which Kim noted to himself that the hunter's dialogue was too smooth for a mental illness. The youth wondered if it could be some kind of skill, and his first idea fell on the telepathy skill. He had heard of skills like this once, and Marcus seemed to fit the description perfectly. This meant that the Holy Sword was deliberately sharing with others the information that there was a maniac who had committed more than 4,000 murders. Kim has already put his face on the covers of local newspapers, where he is wanted by the Hunters Department. For high-level players, he will be an easy target, but for guilds, he will be a real target. And it would all end with him simply being executed on the square on the first floor of the tower. Having been lost in these thoughts for a few seconds, and having gone through the most realistic scenario, the guy knew for sure that he could not allow this to happen. Plans changed. Kim needed to die quickly and go back 24 hours, so he stood up, interrupting the old man's discussion. The gray-haired man replied that he was not going to listen to his prey, because he had already made his decision, and no sweet words could convince him otherwise. But Kim dug in his heels, asking if he would say hello to his granddaughters, which immediately caught the number one soulless gaze. The guy decided not to stop, ranting about the noble European race of men, about how easily such rich families attract bandits. Putting on a cool expression, the young man began to explain that there was some chaotic news going around these days. He put a bloody end to it by saying that since the grandchildren were related by blood to the Holy Sword itself, they were simply wonderful. The old man did not hesitate, cutting off with one swing of his sword the insane speech of the one who dared to mention his grandchildren. The last thing the young man saw was the incredibly bright moon of that night, which for some reason was upside down. It was only after his head had flown a little further that it became clear to the boy that his body was standing without a top. The moon was indeed beautiful today, as Kim's flying head noted. He didn't even notice the blow, and such skill not only shocked him, he wanted to learn how to do the same. Again, that envy in his soul ate him up from the inside as his exhausted body fell to the ground. And even when the Holy Sword left him without any particular need to wipe his sword from traces of blood, he wanted to obtain the same power. Again, emptiness. Again, a blue projection above the young man's body, into which this time he looked much more confidently than the last time. Skill cards flew above his body while identical copies of the Holy Sword cards were created in front of him. Kim looked at the screen like a child, looking for that treasured gold card that would add the skill of the rating leaders to his collection. He playfully poked at the flying cards with his index finger, already wishing for his luck to be as good as with the Summer Spirit skill. But this naive joy was quickly interrupted, and the guy noticed something strange. Ironically, in this rain of flying cards, there was not a single shiny one that was illuminated by golden light. Kim simply couldn't believe it. The gold card hadn't appeared to him in a storm of dozens of unnecessary silver and bronze ones. Just think, while Summer Spirit was able to become the strongest thanks to his invincible skill, Holy Sword had always relied solely on his own efforts. In despair, the boy fell to his knees, unwilling to admit that reaching rank 1 without an S-class skill was even possible. But he still hoped that at least among those silver cards, there should have been the necessary combat skill, although this was a thought born more out of recklessness. After examining the 3 flying bronze cards, Kim immediately crossed them off the list of those he would like to take. Instead, his gaze turned slightly higher, searching for the remaining cards that might be his chance to save himself. There were 4 more silver cards floating above his head, the only ones he thought were the right choice in this situation. Kim didn't need bronze cards. Silver cards had a comparatively higher chance of being useful to him, so he rudely excluded the former from the selection. The guy took into account that among the possible skills, there was one that showed the number of people a person had killed. He didn't need that skill, so he reached for the card, hoping to pull out another one that was more focused on attack. Kim grabbed the silver card in front of him, asking for just one Holy Sword combat skill that he could use. The selection was complete. The time on the clock quickly rushed back a whole 24 hours. As if he had crashed into a wall, the young man suddenly woke up with difficulty breathing. He should have gotten used to this by now. After checking that everything was in place and feeling the connection with reality, Kim was convinced that his reincarnation had worked successfully. Without even looking around, the guy rose from his bed in its cozy envelopment. The first thing he did was open his skill panel, making sure that he had managed to obtain the Holy Sword combat skill. Luckily for him, it wasn't a calculator skill, but once again a passive one, albeit a relatively high A+ level. The guy fell onto the bed with both relief and sadness. But it was better than nothing, and not bad at all, so the young man dreamily opened the skill card with the mysterious name Sword Constellation once again. And while he was wondering out loud what was behind the abilities of the new wonderful skill, his phantasm was interrupted by a bass nearby, asking Kim to turn up the volume a little. Kim nervously turned his eyes towards the voice that addressed the boy as his grandfather, saying that the teacher had repeatedly asked him to sit quietly if he went to practice in the middle of the night. A man with long red hair and bandages on his hands suggested that they not interfere with each other, lying on their sides and not turning towards the guy. Kim's face twisted in surprise, and he himself did not understand how and why he ended up in the same bed with someone else. The unknown guest added that there was no point in waking him up, he was always with him anyway, to which the guy politely but confusedly asked who the man was. The red-eyed muscular man turned his head, looking just as confused as the awkward Kim. The two's eyes touched. They clearly didn't understand why and how they ended up in the same room, and the man asked in a careless manner if Kim could see him, although his gaze said everything. But the young man could not only see him, but also hear him perfectly well, which he confirmed by answering the questions of the big guy who was sitting on the floor, as if he himself had not understood. With surprised eyes, the translucent man squatted in front of the guy, saying in his deep bass voice that this simply couldn't be. The burly man began to break in, examining Kim's apartment, as if it were something foreign and uncomfortable to him, describing it as some kind of doghouse and asking where Grandpa Marcus had gone. The name Marcus gave the right signal to the guy, so he asked the stranger again if he had talked about the Holy Sword. Pressing himself against the window as if trying to find a way to freedom, the big man confirmed the boy's words, but added that Holy Sword was too cool a nickname for such an amateur. These words stunned the young man even more. He did not understand why someone would call the number 1 with such a low expression. The bulky man stared out the window for a long time, claiming that he couldn't see anything further than his hand, not realizing that he had run into an invisible barrier in the form of glass. And the guy, out of curiosity, opened the description of the skill card. Kim discovered that the card summoned a warrior from another world who had fallen through the 100th floor of the tower and was now wandering as a spirit of the rear, without a physical form or connection to the outside world. The boy asked if the red-haired man had once been the spirit of the Holy Sword, which the latter partially confirmed, and Kim had the awkward realization that he had fleetingly copied the old man's bodyguard. The confession shocked the spirit. His world collapsed. His eyes bulged out of his head, and his mouth opened to such an extent that, probably, if he were real, the whole city would have heard his despair without a master. The spirit burst into tears like a little child, screaming in complete disbelief that the boy could not undo his copying. And Kim shouted back at him in exactly the same way that he couldn't control his skills from start to finish. Crocodile tears flowed from the poor spirit's eyes, calling Grandfather Marcus a worthless student who had let some idiot kidnap him, and it was painful for the young man to look at the spirit who was crying upside down. The spirit sobbed tragically, remembering when he told the old man that he should appreciate the teacher, while Kim tried to calm him down to live peacefully, and he didn't care because he had been dead for a long time. Kim, after some light reasoning, suggested that the spirit die again, but this time calmly. The red-haired man did not appreciate the boy's very witty joke, pointing at him with resentment as if he had heartlessly mocked him and driven him to the next world again. And then the main character remembered the old man's ravings back then in the bar, when he ordered his inner voice to be silent. Furthermore, something was made clear from the moment just before his death, when the Sword Saint complained about his teacher constantly interfering. The boy gave up and closed his eyes, mumbling that this was the worst skill in his situation with the Holy Sword, although the spirit could not understand this, because he considered the old man to be the kindest nobleman. But to be fair, the spirit added that it was better not to talk about grandchildren, which Kim already knew very well, as did his skill with the number of kills. The brute immediately recognized the skill, which was called Detective's Vigilance, casually calling it useless. The youth calmly pointed just above his head, as if imitating what the horrific number of his kills looked like above him, and named the number. The spirit's eyes bored into the boy. 4,000 was a bloody number that simply took a few long seconds to fully comprehend its weight. The muscular man didn't believe him, gritting his teeth in skepticism, wrinkles forming on his square face, and asking if he had gone mad. The spirit stood before him with his arms crossed, saying that a newbie like Kim wasn't even capable of sensing an aura, let alone killing someone. Kim calmly agreed, replying that he had indeed never killed anyone except one future monster and himself over 4,000 times. It was then that he revealed that he had copied the summer spirit's reincarnation skill to prevent it from destroying the tower's future in 11 years. The spirit, although quite amazed by the boy's story, listened to him attentively. The boy admitted that it was all out of revenge against someone who was much stronger than him, so he went back in time to the moment when he acquired his reincarnation skill. What struck the spirit most was that the guy was willing to go back in time just to take revenge on one single person. And not just to get into the past, but to commit so many suicides first. The red-haired man sat opposite, clearly looking the guy over from head to toe in the thunderous silence. The spirit leaned closer to the young man's face, shamelessly asking his name, and Kim answered without question. The ghost addressed him by his last name, placing his huge index finger on Kongzi's chest and asking why he had chosen his grandfather after his bloody revenge. Kim didn't lie when he said that by collecting the strongest skills, he could become stronger much faster. Red-haired noted the honesty and clarity of the guy's answer, referring to the description of the skill card, where it was written that only Kim can see the spirit, which means he can tell him the whole truth. The protagonist rubbed the back of his head, completely agreeing with the spirit's slightly obvious logic. A small smile appeared on the red-haired man's face, and he ordered the young man to stand up, supporting him with a small movement of his palm. Suddenly he stood up and began to examine Kim in all details, at the same time noting his extreme stubbornness and relatively good physique, and he had more than enough motivation. The spirit thought, finally releasing the guy from his literal and not-so-literal embrace, thinking about a suitable specialist for the guy. He turned to him, aiming his motivating base towards the young man, demanding to see how the young man could hunt. A dark thread of night spread across the sky, with a crescent moon illuminating the wild expanses of one of the tower's floors. The red slimes squirmed playfully on the grass, waiting for their inexperienced prey, although, ironically, they were always the easy target. Kim asked the spirit if these couple of slimes would be enough for him to see his skill. Kong Jia swung his signature knife at one of the slimes, who was already preparing to attack. With the first cut, he only provoked his prey, which tried to attack directly. The slimes were elastic, so it was not difficult for him to transform into a huge, thick wave, which directed its non-existent eyes at the guy. The monster attacked the boy from above, devouring him in an instant and splashing his red substance on the ground. Kim was now inside the slime, but judging by the concentrated expression on his face, he knew how to get out of this situation. The boy's sharply sharpened knife cut a path forward, tearing the slime material from the inside into hundreds of tiny clots. One successful swing was enough to cut through the monster, which in a matter of seconds turned into just a red liquid. The spirit raised an eyebrow invitingly, commenting with impression on the boy's hunt, saying that he had no other expectations. Before him stood the victorious Kim, and he ended up with his guesses being correct. However, the boy, wiping the remains of the blood-red mucus from his face, could not understand what exactly the spirit meant. With his instructive bass, the red-haired man began his story about how he himself came from another world, where in life he was gloriously called the King of the Sword, and in the local tower, he overcame floor after floor. Kim compared the summer spirit's greatest achievement to the 40th floor, while the card description stated that the ghost was able to amazingly overcome all 99, losing only on the 100th. The brute pointed his finger at himself, saying that the untalented never caught the eye of someone as experienced as him, which is why he wanted to see the potential of Hunter Kim. Obviously, Kong Jae felt incredibly warm in his heart after hearing the spirit's words, but the wide smile on his face didn't match his sad, downcast eyes. Without even hesitating, the young man replied that it was all in vain and that he really had no potential. The spirit didn't like the guy's ringing pessimism, saying that the young man was talking nonsense and that he really did have potential. In addition, he added that he had a lot of talent, which is why the guy looked at the man with surprise. Kim asked with slight embarrassment if he was joking with him, to which he replied that although the young man did not have skills, good stature, or aura, he had something much more valuable. He said that of all the people in this world, only Kim had the talent that made him not afraid of death at all. The spirit, with his arms folded tightly, said that Kim's brittle tenacity had particularly impressed him, suggesting that after 4,000 deaths, the thought no longer frightened him so much. The immortal was confused, quietly, almost inaudibly, asking again whether this could be considered talent. The strong man supported him, because not all talents have to be innate. They can be found at any moment in your life, and overcoming the fear of death is what is most difficult to achieve. Pointing to the young man, the red-haired brute admitted that it was incredible. These words echoed deeply in the boy's head. Such inspiring and brilliant words had never been spoken to him in his life, not even by himself. He thought about it, because if he hadn't felt hurt back then for what the summer spirit had done to him, he wouldn't have even tried. He was so offended then that he was ready to die over and over again just to achieve that small moment of retribution. The young man looked at himself from a different angle. Dying turned out to be his talent. The spirit interrupted the boy's dreamy thoughts, asking a single question about what was on his mind when Marcus beheaded him. The young man involuntarily looked down, as if he was slightly ashamed to admit what he felt at that moment. But remembering that starry night, that brilliant upside-down moon, that cold breeze that lifted his head, he replied that in his thoughts, there was only the beauty of the moment. As if tearing the sound from his throat, the big man let out a loud laugh, trying to stop it with his jaw. But almost immediately, the grin grew into a full-fledged laugh, and then a staccato laughter, which, despite all its vulgarity, in fact did not have the slightest hint of mockery in it. He looked at Kim with real excitement, loudly saying that it was very interesting. He liked the guy's approach too much. The young man himself looked at the spirit with a slightly questioning look, not understanding what was so funny or special in his words. The red-haired man recalled that Kim had the ability to copy abilities rather than steal, suggesting that there were now two rear spirits in this world, the Holy Sword and Kim. And now the man became curious about which of the two would be able to achieve greater success in the hunting business. The spirit proudly pointed to itself, announcing that it would help the boy, and not only bring him to Marcus's level, but also help him become much stronger. He ended his ceremonial speech by inviting Kim to take over the tower with him once. And Kim himself apparently had already agreed to conquer the game at the same time. Kim wanted to rest after such a mind-blowing day, to sleep in silence, but his sleep was interrupted by the screams of his mentor, who was tearing at him like the mother of a typical truant. The sleepy youth mumbled that he should give him another 5 miserable minutes, but such a period of time drove the pursuing spirit into a dramatic rage. The spirit dramatically emphasized that, in fact, at this time the old man could already have conquered the 10th floor, but he was like a stone, turning over on his other side with the pillow pressed tightly to his other ear. It was becoming more and more difficult for the young man to return to the world of dreams when the ghost began to sing about his vocal skills in his homeland, with which he instantly awakened his soldiers. The guy, slightly annoyed, grabbed his phone to check the time, and when he turned on the screen, he simply couldn't believe his eyes, and a boiling shiver ran through his body. Kim, in angry tears, screamed and asked if he had gone crazy to wake him up like that at 4 o'clock in the morning. Redface puffed loudly, saying that even bugs get up at 4 o'clock, and since he was weaker than a bug, it was advisable for him to get up even earlier. The thug's obviously tired face spoke for itself, and so Kim accused him of being shamelessly furious just because he himself could not sleep. The guy sarcastically suggested that the supposedly conscientious Holy Sword woke up early only because his spirit could behave very quietly, and he stirred and admitted that he really was bored. The spirit loudly lectured the boy that his methods were useful, and he didn't value him at all, so he ordered him to fall down and bow to the master, and Kim really wanted to kill the ghost. The red-haired man grinned, crossing his arms in triumph and saying that it would be easier for the young man to die himself than for the already dead spirit. But then he decided that this was not enough and cheerfully added that Kim would not even be able to kill himself like a zombie, and that is why from now on he will call him by the corresponding name. The sun hadn't even had time to rise yet, and the recent homebody was already on his feet and in a sweater, trying to gather the strength in his sleepy body to run at least a little. It was easy for the spirit when he could just float and tell Zombie Kim that he had yet to find strengths beyond stubbornness, and he didn't even have a bottom, so he called him the bottom of the bottom. And thus, 3 days of training for the guy with the spirit of the rear flew by unnoticed, during which time Kim hunted Yusuha once again, killing the demon gradually turning into a routine. At the same time, he tracked down the Sword Saint, trying not to accidentally encounter him under any circumstances. Often, while jogging, the red-haired man liked to make jokes towards the guy, critical, but not so humiliating, but the boy still didn't like it when he got in the way. And although the spirit made him a personal schedule, to which the young man had already become accustomed, the former smugly came to the conclusion that he needed special additional classes, for which he would have to pay. The spirit smiled fiercely, turning to his Zombie Kim with a clear offer to go win the lottery. In this world, there was a certain guild called the Merchants Association, led by a rank 3 huntress, symbolically called the Countess. She had a unique skill that allowed her to exchange tower items with the outside world, allowing the Union to monopolize the economy within the tower. At the entrance, the two were greeted with enthusiasm by an assistant in a hat with cat ears and a pair of miniature fangs, because it was in this guild that the lotteries were held. Kim handed the long-eared assistant a ticket crumpled into several pieces. He confidently announced that he had come to them to collect his lottery winnings. In the classic charm of a friendly assistant, he congratulated the young man on his lucky win without opening his eyes. The spirit of the rear turned to Kim, awkwardly asking why the boy in front of them was dressed in cat ears, to which the young man replied that the guild leader was a servant of cats, but the spirit found this strange. The assistant asked again whether the young man had checked the number correctly, adding that it was impossible to receive the winnings if more than 2 years had passed since the purchase. Kim sweetly replied that he had bought the ticket only a week ago, although in fact it was immediately after the appearance of the spirit, who insisted on the lottery and then on the whole capital. Even with his eyes half open, the assistant in his ears began to read the spreadsheet, playfully beginning to check the owner's personal data. For the first time in forever, his eyes widened as if a cactus had fallen on his back, and his pupils shrank in surprise. In front of him stood the guy who had won the super prize, the first-place winner, who would take home a shiny 53,000 gold. The crowd began to roar as they stared at this lucky guy who had managed to win this huge lottery. The spirit of the rear had an all-knowing smile on his face, with which he, with weak emotions, emphasized to Kim how easy it was to win money. The assistant fidgeted nervously, trying not to show his excitement, to which Kim flamboyantly said not to rush, and the spirit joked that the latter's machinations could lead to him being stabbed in an alley. The guy slyly rolled his eyes, citing the example of Yu Su-ha, who in the future also won the lottery with his skill and was not shy about publicizing the victory, and killing him would be impractical for the guild. Soon a tall man in a dark jacket approached the cash register, and the spirit of the rear stared at him with an exhausted look. The mustachioed man greeted Kim, his serious look and formal tone at odds with the funny cap of cat ears on his head, as well as his formal name, Arthur Taylor. Arthur also mentioned his middle name, Goldmaster, which Kim called very appropriate for the Merchants' Union, and in his mind noted that the middle name could indicate a man's high rank. The Gold Keeper generously said that he was often given such a compliment, and politely invited him to go with him to the upper floor, where low-ranking hunters were usually not allowed. The red-haired man noted with a sly grin that the guy seemed to blossom when he was treated so respectfully, making fun of his misfortune. Still, the spirit's mockery sometimes offended the guy, who frowned dully and asked him to keep quiet, but the thug called him a simpleton. The spirit ominously suggested that the youth lived only for everyone to worship his teacher, like a devil on his shoulder, and Kim did not at all want to be like the summer spirit or the Lord of the Sword. The butler looked back, seeing the unimpressive expression on the lottery winner's face and asking anxiously if everything was all right. Kim immediately snapped out of his turmoil, answering hesitantly that he was just thinking for a moment. With a sigh of relief, the mustachioed man smiled calmly at the boy, mentioning that his pale face had slightly frightened him. The boy's eyes lit up with happiness. Tears of grace appeared in them from the appearance of such a wonderful person in his life, and the spirit languidly noted the gentleness of the boy's character. In front of them stood a snow-white Baroque door with small, useless windows on the door, filled with silver patterns. Arthur presented the room as a VIP audience hall. Kim's gaze froze on his prized find, the glitter of which seemed to compete with the small particles of dust in the air, and his prize was already waiting for him. There they were, a mountain of gold coins, immoderately colored on the huge table of the hall, which was perhaps even brighter than the sunlight from the window. Kong Jia swallowed lightly, doing a little math in his head and finding that, converted to his currency, there were 5.5 billion won in this sea of coins. The guy involuntarily remembered how much money he spent on endless rows of drinks in the present, but with that amount of pennies, he could easily swim in alcohol. Arthur explained that the money could be taken or left for safekeeping. But the young man did not even enter the room. He was satisfied with the light of gold outside, with which he could not worry about anything in life. However, the boy had another goal, and he wanted to stay true to it, since he was already motivated to capture the tower and achieve success as a hunter, and the money only paved the way to him. Moreover, nothing can compare to the treasure that was the guy obtaining 2 S-level skills earlier. With a convincing nod, Kim agreed to leave the money in the custody of the Merchants Association. The gold keeper approved of the young man's decision, since he himself often recommends this option to his winners. Entering the room to enjoy the painting from beginning to end, the boy stroked the piles of gold in fascination, and Arthur admitted that he understood the temptation very well. But now it would be safer. Kim looked back, lightly and arrogantly waved his hand through the air, and said that he would like to buy a place of honor of the 2nd level in the Merchant Guild for 10,000 gold. This request caused the butler a little surprise because usually any hunter was already a member of some guild. The guy smiled brightly at him, simultaneously confirming and dispelling his doubts. The spirit of the rear liked the guy's plan, so he said out loud that he thought better than he thought. The red-haired man himself knew that the main function of the guild was not to create a friendly atmosphere between members, but to provide personal protection on its behalf. The young man smiled because guaranteed safety from those above was absolutely necessary for him at the moment. He thought about it himself. Although the city had a hunter's administration and vigilantes, it was also lawless, so the Summer Spirit and the Holy Sword were able to get away with their murders. Even the Summer Spirit had never been a member of a guild, and after winning the lottery, he did not pay taxes for protection, enjoying his own superiority. And the fact that the future number 1 reigned without a guild was a huge limitation for them, so they tried to poison him, so Kim did not want to create enemies for himself. As if a sudden thought had struck him, the young man interrupted the butler with another request on his mind. Arthur wrote down a request from a guy who asked him to recommend a place to stay in the Traders' Union where he could stay temporarily. And, as a final note, he added that he would like the winner's name not to be published in the newspapers and would prefer to be addressed as an honorary member of the Tradesmen's Association. The butler silently looked at the guy, who shamelessly bombarded him with his golden requests. A second later, the overseer of gold exhaled bitterly, submitting and trying to gather all the information he had received together, and the spirit of the rear received the most pleasure from this. The spirit of the rear noted that Arthur looked as if he was hurt by the boy's simple requests, and he exhaled artistically, in his head recalling the spirit the moment when he called him a simpleton. The red-haired man made an innocent face, pretending that he did not remember such words on his part, which playfully irritated Kim. Approvingly patting him on the shoulder, the thug admitted that the boy had managed well enough on his own and no longer needed to change his diapers. Kim, knowing full well that he could hear his thoughts, mentally replied that the spirit would not be so vile if he could only remain silent, to which the red-haired man jokingly called the guy a name. But their little verbal altercation was mostly good-natured, as was clear from the young man's relaxed smile. He sat down slightly on the table, not paying attention to one coin out of thousands of others that was trying to roll out of the golden chambers. The young man enthusiastically tossed a coin, and he still couldn't get his head around the fact that all this had happened because of his thirst for revenge to go back 11 years. Kim's footsteps echoed down the street, and behind him hovered his spirit of the rear, who asked if he remembered that the most important thing in the extra classes was the pay. The spirit continued, flying closer and smiling, as if at an exam, asking what was required of him now, after payment, and Kim innocently suggested that he needed to find a normal teacher first. The red-haired man, most likely not understanding the sarcasm, indignantly exclaimed that the ideal teacher was already right in front of his nose. Without waiting for confirmation of his words, the big guy insisted in a mentoring manner that it would be a good idea for the guy to buy a potion of strengthening or a scroll on martial arts. But he quickly returned to his former charm, turning to face the guy and telling him with condemnation that in his situation no scroll would help, only a good potion could help. The guy was left completely unclear as to how good the potions his spirit sang legends about were supposed to be. The red-haired man rubbed his chin in thought, as if selecting and eliminating options from his head. After thinking for a while, he came to the conclusion that they both needed to go to the Castle of Alchemy, where they would definitely find a talented alchemist. But Kim was a little worried about the price of such a pleasure. The spirit of the rear did not tell the young man tales about miraculous free potions, and temptingly asked him to come closer. But hearing the quiet, but still ringing price in his pocket, Kim instantly lost all power of speech. The jock, without asking his opinion, was already on his way. Even when the guy tried to explain to him that for their money, he would only buy 4 bottles, and the spirit wouldn't give a damn, and he even had the audacity to say something about a discount. The boy had long since become accustomed to running at a decent pace, but the spirit was still faster, forcing him to run as if on his last breath. But finally gaining more strength, the guy gradually caught up with the red-haired man, until he simply stopped and made Kim practically stumble at great speed. The spirit's sudden stop angered the young man. He did not understand why it was necessary to mock him at that very moment, but the spirit did not play around. In a firm bass voice, he ordered Kongzi to hide. The spirit added that he had completely forgotten something important, and the young man stood there without understanding what was being discussed. The guy immediately realized. His heart dropped to his heels and his eyes narrowed in alarm. The boy backed away behind the building, nervously hiding in the dark shadows of the alley. Marcus walked down the street of the first-floor city using his sharp sword as a kind of cane. The spirit forgot to mention that his former student was a regular customer of that shop. Both angry and afraid, Kim pressed himself tightly against the wall, asking how he could possibly forget such an important fact. As luck would have it, the old man's bright blue eyes turned towards their small shelter as Kong Jia scolded the spirit that he had to warn him about something like this. The holy sword stopped, turning towards the narrow alley, most likely with strong suspicions in his mind. His menacing eyes, above the wrinkles, stared down like the gaze of a predator about to tear its prey apart. Kim darted between the buildings under the dumpster, naively keeping his mouth shut in the hope that even a squeak wouldn't be enough to lure the elderly hunter. The last thing he wanted right now was to catch the eye of that aristocrat, especially right after his successful deal. In dead silence, the old man quietly turned away and went his way, as if sparing his potential victim. As the footsteps faded, Kim let out long, nervous exhalations, still not having emerged from that state of terrifying excitement. The boy finally looked out, emphasizing the irony of him hiding behind a trash can, but the spirit was more concerned with the fact that the old man had come specifically today. Realization dawned on the red-haired man, and he realized that the appearance of the holy sword on the streets could only mean that he too had come for the desired potion. The spirit of the rear rushed forward, shouting to Kim to follow him immediately, even though the young man didn't have much strength after his heart almost burst out of his chest. Peeking out from behind the building, the spirit of the rear opened his eyes wide and screamed loudly in despair. The thug gave a dramatic, drawn-out cry of hopelessness as he watched the old man enter the tall building as if his dead well-being depended on it. The big guy started whining like a child, claiming that they were just a little late for the best potion shop. Kim knew that going into the same store with the holy sword was too risky, so he took out his phone, typing in the hunter rating into the search engine. He looked at the top 20, top 100, top 300, but none of them had what he was looking for. The young man noted the absence of someone to himself, and the crying spirit noted whether it was the boy who spoke so humiliatingly about his unfortunate luck. Kim closed the phone, answering the red-haired man that in fact everything was fine with his luck. Most likely the guy had some kind of plan when he suggested with a smile that the potion would cost him nothing at all. But the thug didn't get the hint. The young man turned to the spirit with his former confidence, saying that he knew a good pharmacist who would help them buy a bunch of potions for mere pennies. They turned in the other direction, away from the rapidly developing city center, into the outback, which looked more like a rotting dump, where wealthy hunters did not set foot. The locals looked askance at this relatively rich guy, who didn't really fit into the outwardly gloomy and desolate surroundings of the place. There was trash, gasoline, and shards of broken glass everywhere, further cementing its status as a stereotypical garbage dump on the corner of town. The red-haired man doubted that the guy was taking him to some talented pharmacist, but he replied that in fact they were going to a real genius. But the spirit did not believe him at all, rudely calling the guy a deceiver and that no genius would sit in such a place. The listless drunks continued to stare at the young man, looking at him with disdain and hostility. The guy didn't pay attention to him, because while he was talking to the spirit, he looked a little crazy and thus did not attract attention to himself. Kim turned in the other direction, to which the spirit sarcastically asked if he knew where he was going. But when they arrived at the right place, the first thing they heard was loud girls screaming not to touch the device, and the curses they were given in response. A tall man demanded money from a girl with wavy green hair to pay off a debt, but she begged him to leave her device, because without it, she would not have money for food. The man ordered the movers to take away all the tools of the young girl when she was still begging to give her a week or even 5 days, and in response received that one day this week already became half a year. The girl fell and desperately grabbed the cart, for which the loader called her a sick alchemist. He pulled the cart towards himself sharply, forcing the girl to let go of the bars and fall painfully onto her back. And so the green-haired girl lay in humiliation on the dirty ground, while they took away her most valuable things and added that she would never deal with potions again. The scientist sat on the ground for a few more painful minutes, realizing that she would no longer be able to do what she loved and that she would soon find herself on the street of this dump. The outskirts residents whispered among themselves, spreading various gossip about the girl and her prices, to which she stuttered and shouted back that her potions should cost even more. With broken glasses, she stood up and emotionally cried that the residents should still be grateful to her for her service in such a terrible village. But they considered her crazy. The crowd of people who came to watch the drama left disappointed in this stranger, and so they tried with all their might to stop them. The scientist tried to persuade them to stay and buy just one of her strength potions, but they were like a statue and silently left under her sobs. The spirit frankly could not believe that such a loser was the very genius that Kim told her about. But Kim didn't care about the protests and the red-haired man's selective nature, so he walked forward smiling, causing his mentor to seethe with confusion. The guy approached the girl, who was already on her knees, begging the heavens to spare her unfortunate soul for being such a failure. The young man dropped to his knees, politely addressing the whining boss. He asked if her offer to sell the potion for an expensive order was valid, to which the girl raised her head with tear-stained eyes under fogged lenses and calmed down a little. But in the future, this so-called loser will rise to the 5th rank in the overall ranking, becoming a master of alchemy and the head of the castle of alchemy. The girl shook nervously. A blossoming but still uncertain smile appeared on her face, saying that she could do anything. Future number 5 stood up, nervously adjusting her glasses and clearing her throat to clarify how expensive the guy's order was. The young man thought for a moment and unceremoniously named the sum of 20,000 gold, which plunged the girl not just into shock, but into real paralysis. It was a good strategy, because now Kim could find connections with influential people from the future. The guy sarcastically asked why the girl started stuttering so much, asking if she was taking the order, and in his head, he already knew that he would become her favorite client. The grass girl scratched the back of her head awkwardly, warning that her small wooden shack was a bit of a mess. She opened the doors, leading them inside with an embarrassed laugh, seeing Kim's slightly worried face, although the invisible spirit wasn't very happy either. As she said, the room was a real mess, with an overturned ladder, various bunches of herbs on the table and on the floor, sawdust and small debris everywhere. To put it mildly, this was not what Kim and the spirit had expected, although judging by the latter's reaction, he was not at all surprised. The thug made a comment that the sanitation of the place inspired confidence, and he would not take any tincture or even drink from the girl's hands. The girl sat down at her table, apologizing to her client as if she had come to buy something, and then asked if he really was going to pay her 20,000. The young man moved forward, adding that he would even be willing to pay the girl in advance, which she immediately began to deny, but almost immediately fell silent. The scientist did not play the hard to get and still asked for a successful advance, lowering her tear-stained eyes in shame. Kangja looked away with a kind expression, saying that she could take as much money from his merchant's union safe as she needed. The girl dreamily whispered the guy's last phrase, even though he asked the alchemist to keep it to 20,000. The green-haired girl opened her crumpled notebook in a businesslike manner, asking what the young man wanted to order from her. She stopped abruptly to add something, saying that if Kim was going to order the drug at that price, she would be forced to refuse. She looked at the guy nobly, because this was the only thing she would never take on. For Kim, it was truly a character worthy of a future master of Alemia. The guy calmed her down, actively waving his hands in front of her, from which the girl immediately calmed down with a huge exhale, asking what exactly he needed. The spirit, despite all his prejudice against the girl, reluctantly agreed to pass on the recipe through Kim. The red-haired man started with the liver of a rabbit pig, and the young man almost automatically repeated after him. The recipe continued with other fancy ingredients like balloon cat's eye, giant sandworm scalp, and ended with mud lizard tail, 23 ingredients. Kim conveyed that all these ingredients together must be prepared entirely on the alchemist, and the girl nervously bit her thumb. The alchemist came to the conclusion that by mixing everything, they could get a potion that maximized the reaction speed, which almost immediately struck the spirit of the rear. The potion had a complicated recipe that required great skill, where refining the ingredients one by one was forbidden, which she once again clarified with the customer. As if stunned, the spirit confirmed in a quiet bass voice that the recipe was exactly that, and perhaps not even just to pass it on to Kim. The girl's eyes lit up as if she were a student who had managed to answer the exam correctly. The green-haired girl, like some kind of mad scientist with a spinning pencil in her hand, began to describe in detail the method for obtaining the scalp of a giant sand snake, analyzing all the scenarios and options. The scientist hunched over in her research, but Kim asked how many days it would take her to prepare the potion. Without thinking twice, she came up with the perfect answer, which consisted of 4 days of preparing the potion. The young girl calculated on her fingers that for a larger sum she could do it in 3 days, and with equipment even faster. Kim recalled how in the present it was almost impossible to get to the Master of Alchemy. Some people waited a year or even a year and a half to get an appointment. But compared to that, 4 days were a mere trifle, which Kim himself clearly noted, albeit to the slight bewilderment of the Green One. As he left the city, the spirit was still not satisfied enough, although amazed by the scientist's knowledge of the theory, telling Kim that he still did not trust her. But the guy was more interested in finding out where the spirit knew the recipe for the potion from, to which he replied that he came up with the recipe himself when he got drunk on various herbs and substances at once. The boy chuckled, mentioning that the girl considered such a smoothie of ingredients to be a rather high-level recipe. The young man told the spirit that since the alchemist had managed to discern the true value of his recipe, he should trust her at least for a moment. The big guy crossed his arms like a child and stuck out his lower lip, stubbornly not accepting the guy's request and insisting that there was a charlatan there. 4 days later, the talented scientist was right there with her 3 huge packages and an apology for the fact that it took her a little longer than she would have liked. The housing under the Traders' Union was elite, a whole temporary estate, where Kim and the spirit were already waiting for the girl with her order. The boy approached the green-haired girl, picking up all 3 boxes from her hands, which, according to her, contained a total of 30 potions that were much more effective than those offered by the spirit of the rear. Apparently, the spirit of the rear heard Kim speak about his original idea, and it offended him greatly, and the girl awkwardly wanted to ask the guy something. The scientist shyly clasped her hand, asking why the guy was willing to entrust such an expensive order to such an unknown pharmacist, even though she had no doubt in her abilities. She noted that many people in Babylon would not have been able to cope with such a recipe, but compared to them, she was just an eccentric and crazy person. The boy put his hand on the back of his head, knowing that he couldn't tell her the truth, but at the same time, he wondered if it was just because she really was. He remembered that she was one of the first people from the ranking to rush to the scene when the fire broke out. Even of all people, she was able to see Summer's spirit for the demon he truly was. Yes, before him there really was a genius, talented, kind, very insightful towards other people. And Kim really needed such a person in his life. And he said everything as it was. The green-haired girl seemed incredibly kind to him, which confused her a little. The boy repeated this, but also added that she would have been perfectly successful without his help. The young man extended his hand forward, saying that since this was the case, they could begin to cooperate as good hunters. He added that usually only psychopaths make it to the top, but the girl wasn't sure whether she should agree. In his soul, Kim felt his own sincerity, some kind of feeling of exaltation, and this sincerity was so deep in the depths of his heart that he simply could not say anything more honest into the girl's green eyes. After thinking for a bit, the girl smiled slightly and shook the guy's hand, saying that she agreed to achieve success, and with it change the whole world. As she approached the exit, she only added that Kim could contact her whenever he wanted, because his order would always be a priority for her. Kim waved goodbye with a smile as she approached the exit. The guy kept his wide smile even after the green-haired girl had already left their estate. The spirit of the rear descended on him, reminding the boy of his sweet speeches in a mocking tone, although he himself was eaten up by a little shame, because of which he suggested going to training. The next day came. Kim and his muscular spirit moved to the hunting grounds of the third floor of the tower, which was already teeming with mid-level monsters. On one side were huge orcs in minimal armor and with iron bats, which would have been quite problematic for the boy. On the other side were armed goblins with hungry faces, which made Kim think for a second about a plan of action against such guys. The spirit told the boy to drink the potion first, which he reached into his small bag for. Kim opened the thermos with one click of his finger, which immediately made a pleasant clicking sound. The red-haired man watched diligently and suspiciously as the young man drank the potion from the thermos in one sitting. The guy looked at the thermos, not sensing any particular taste in the potion, describing only a distinct lemon flavor with honey. Suddenly, he felt as if his heart had instantly become a conductor of electricity, and this sensation made him shudder for a second. The world seemed to start blurring before the guy's eyes. Everything around him seemed unreal and floating, even the starry sky at night. Kim himself could not even understand where he was, as if he had been transported to a completely different reality, surprisingly different from ours. The beads of sweat on his neck were like cold drops of water falling onto the back of his head one by one. Having experienced such effects and sensations for the first time, the spirit of the rear grinned widely, saying that the chemist seemed not to have disappointed. Everything seemed very slow, indistinct, and when the red-haired man stared at him with a hellishly hilarious face, it was even more difficult to concentrate. The spirit with a deep echo in his head said that such sensations were the effect of the potion that the guy drank. It enhanced the perception of reality. The guy's eyes were doubling, no, tripling, and several silhouettes of his mentor were immediately combined, which he could not make out in his hyperactive head. Kim felt energy creeping up in his heart, playing on the nerve strings of it. And his heart itself was beating at such a crazy pace that every beat was felt with a strong vibration throughout his body. The spirit called this phenomenon an aura, and Kim gradually began to understand. The brute flickered before the boy's eyes and body, delightedly telling him that there is an aura in the body of every hunter who comes to the tower, but not every hunter feels it. The red-haired man laughed loudly, saying that the better you control your aura, the stronger you become, causing Kim to clutch his splitting head tightly. Hundreds of nerve cells jumped around the boy's body, preventing him from accepting reality and creating an even louder ringing in his ears. With a dominant grin, the spirit of the rear added that such a level of perception can only be achieved through long meditations, but this takes much more time. But since Kim had no talent for meditation, in such a situation he could only torture and harden his body to such sensations. In this noise of internal emotions, the guy was practically defenseless against the mountain of monsters that hung over him and was ready to tear him apart right now. The spirit only advised him to run. The teacher ordered the guy to use aura if he didn't want to turn into a cutlet, because you need to train in a real fight, even when you are attacked by a huge orc. Kim cursed the red-haired spirit out loud for putting him in such a crazy position at such a moment. But the big guy had no plans to loosen his grip, calling the guy a clumsy person who couldn't even control his aura and smiling furiously from ear to ear. The mentor looked at the poor young man with a grin, suggesting that he simply kill himself if something didn't suit him. But then the number of murders would increase again. Kim looked at the ghost in horror. He was damn right, and this drove him into an even more hopeless situation. The orc with the huge spiked bat growled loudly, swinging vigorously until his hungry and wild drool flew everywhere. The monster swung wildly, its blood-red eyes wide in madness and rage. But the green monster's attack seemed rather slow to Kim, so he managed to dodge its first attack with difficulty. The spirit confirmed the guy's actions. He could really understand that the enemy was attacking him, but his body simply did not obey him anymore. Kim managed to run with all his might, but he couldn't feel his legs well enough to break through confidently. But the teacher encouraged him, saying that it was possible to break through. He added that mobs of such a low level had predictable attacks, so after dodging, the young man needed to concentrate the aura in his legs, although it was not that easy. Kim was now more aware of his thoughts, so he knew that the best thing to do now was to move just one step to avoid it. But his leg was motionless, as if he was stuck in time and couldn't get out of the paralysis. like in some kind of nightmare, so the guy tensed up as much as he could. As here, it was as if he had struck a spark inside himself with his heartbeat, which had been knocked back from within. This spark turned into a flow of energy, an electrical charge that spread throughout the boy's body and turned him into a superconducting complex. Kim managed to break through the space that limited him and avoid being crushed into a pancake by the orc's huge fist rushing forward. Behind him, the land was reduced to a vast remnant of its former glory. But seeing that he had been able to master his aura, albeit for a miserable split second, the spirit noted that it was not as easy as it seemed. The spirit of the rear explained that the boy was unable to control his aura because he did not yet have a channel through which the aura moved, comparing his body to a path in a deep forest. But he also added that a good road could be paved in this forest, along which one could find the way home, and then Kim would be able to use the aura. As the ghost said, it was usually impossible to feel the aura without a potion, but the young man didn't really care because the orc didn't relax and was already swinging his weapon again. The orc delivered an incredibly powerful blow to the ground, stunning a nearby boy and creating a dent, almost a crater, all while the spirit delightedly praised the fruit of the girl's efforts. The green monster growled in rage, and his groan sent a loud tremor through the ground. For a split second, the guy lost touch with the world once again, even with the fact that he was now in a state that was very different from a normal human one. In that state of abrupt stupor, Kim could only squeeze out the question of what would happen after he had made his way. But Kim knew that he would have to learn to control his aura, so he grabbed his heart with all his might, where shocking energy was flowing again. After thinking carefully for a second or two, the young man realized that he was indeed like a weed-covered path in the forest, which no human foot had ever set foot on, but there was no reason for him to cross it. The spirit of the rear let out a single chuckle, as if the answer to that question was obvious. The mentor reminded the boy of the moment when the old man cut off his head in a split second, and he didn't even notice, calling it a kind of alley level. But at the same time, he added that even such skill was only a step on Marcus's long journey. What could we say about this guy, who spent too much energy even on dodging? In this case, the young man had no choice but to pull himself together and at least try to overcome the effect of the miraculous potion. He sharply dodged the orc's next swing, which this time was aimed at his head and almost hit the guy with a wavy slash through the air. Kim clenched his teeth with force, jumping back and raising his head again, albeit with an enormous heaviness throughout his body. In midair, he turned to face the huge monster who stared bloodthirstily at his now slightly more confident posture, even if he had no idea what to do next. The spirit looked at the young man's actions with touching interest, as if during all this time he had been able to show him something that finally made him exhale a little less air than usual. The guy rose up on one knee, gathering aura around himself and concentrating it around one of his legs, which the big guy responded as a creative solution. Kim braced himself, taking out his knife from under his jacket with a confident look and posture. Thanks to the aura, he was able to make a fast and high jump upward, which was comparable to the green monster in front of him. The orc's empty eyes reflected Kim's humble expression, his knife reflecting the moonlight with its shiny blade. In a matter of seconds, the boy's peculiar sword pierced the thick and dense flesh of the orc, causing it to growl in anger and pain, and the aura in Kim's legs bounced off the monster. The spirit liked the boy's strategy, but he ordered him not to relax ahead of time because the orcs were still tough nuts with a thick layer of skin. The big guy was about to suggest that the boy concentrate his aura on the entire knife, but considering the boy's lack of skill, he quickly changed his mind. The aura sparkled around the boy who was trying to break through the thick green armor of the orc in the form of his own skin, and the spirit advised him to direct the aura better to the end of the click. The boy used all his strength to grasp the handle of the knife with both hands and try to use all his spirit to conquer the aura. His blade almost penetrated the monster's skin, the aura around the blade flickering chaotically and not trying to resist the pressure of the guy. But feeling a small surge of strength, the young man closed his eyes tightly, pressing the knife into his hands as deep as he could. And the result was not long in coming, because a second later a geyser of green monster blood erupted under the orc's neck. Kim pulled out his knife, confidently looking at the fact that his master's advice had actually helped to break through the defense of the monster, which was already pouring out blood. However, the young man did not stop and dealt another counterblow, sending another splash of bright blood through him. Triumphantly, and with an obvious proud smile, the spirit rhetorically asked if it hurt Kim, who after the second blow froze over the monster's mortal wound. The exhausted boy lay on the body of the fallen orc, sighing heavily, while the spirit of the rear responded that the boy was in so much pain because he was using his aura unevenly without a channel. Tears and sweat were running down Kim's face at the same time. He could barely breathe. And the spirit only noted that he himself had brought himself to such a state for the sake of some low-level orc. But there was some praise, and the big guy replied that he liked how the hunter twisted his aura into a spring at the end, noting his creative thinking. The guy fell. The aftertaste of the potion's effects made him completely unfit for any action, so he lay there, not wanting to see or hear anything. And the spirit continued, once again asking with a grin whether it was painful for him right up until death. With tears welling up, the boy muttered as he was dying, and it was obvious from his expression how terrible his condition was. The red-haired man, still keeping that dark, night-like smile on his face, suggested that he just die, then he would really feel better. With some mockery in his words, the spirit noted that he still would not have forced Kim to train like that. Marcus needed diligent meditation for that, and he did not break his body. The jock spread his hands, adding with a mocking smile that if he died, he would still be resurrected, and it made no difference how tough his training method was. But the red-haired man reminded him that he couldn't just kill himself this time, because the number of murders above his head would only increase. And when a second orc, who was even more enormous than the last one, crept up behind Kim, the mentor suggested using a method that would not change the ill-fated number. Nodding suspiciously sincerely, the brute calculated that they would need about 100 deaths, just as the road to 1,000 begins with the first step. And here comes the sinister orc, who has already swung at full force. But Kim this time did not even resist, accepting his defeat meekly with cries of the spirit to support his first death. A dark void, the display above the boy's lying body, informed him of his supposedly involuntary death, while his head was splitting violently. The guy looked back at the familiar, shocked voice, seeing that the bewildered spirit was haunting him even after death in this space. The suicide bomber exhaled heavily, explaining that this happens to him after every death, and he calls this place non-existence, as if for him, it was on the level of taking out the trash. The usually self-confident spirit of the rear noted the amazingness of the place, and Kim hastily added that he also heard in this place about returning a day back. The panel also said that the skill conditions were fulfilled by the guy's death, and in total added that it copies the skills here, but stopped at the last word in surprise. A bar of bronze cards appeared at the panel, reporting that the young man had successfully copied the orc's random skills, and Kim himself, with the spirit of the rear, stared at this like a ram at a new gate. For a couple of seconds, both stood in bewildered silence, blinking loudly and drilling the display with their stupid gazes. The student and mentor screamed loudly, the first because the monsters, it turned out, had skills, and the second because the skill could copy them, so much so that they were filled with envy. The young man crossed his arms as if he had something to reason about, but it was difficult to focus on his feelings when the spirit was crying loudly that it was not he who had received such skills. The red-haired man called this system the collapse of the hunter culture, and the guy became interested in what the monster's skill could be. One of the bronze cards flew past the guy and he reached for it because he had no choice anyway. But he wanted to know what skill the monster could have. The spirit didn't really understand why he decided to take the card that was flying past, as if he had a whole deck of different cards to spare. The brute, still stubborn, said that it was worth thinking about it and choosing at least a useful skill. But Kim explained that skills could not be learned and there was nothing to choose from the two bronze cards. Despite all his wisdom and talent, the big guy couldn't understand how the guy didn't know which of the two skills was better. Kim was irritated by the short-sightedness for a split second, and he responded irritatingly that there was no way he could choose a better card if they both looked lousy. Well, the ghost calmly muttered that, in fact, he could see everything perfectly well. The guy looked at him in confusion, as if asking again, and the red-haired man repeated once again that he could see the descriptions of the cards on the back. And only now did the guy realize that all this was because the skill cards were flying in such a way that only the cover side was visible to Kim. And this meant that the cards were flying in front of the spirit of the rear on the side with their description. So the boy asked again whether the skills of the cards were visible to him. The spirit of the rear, lying boredly in the air, followed with his eyes the characteristics of the card flying in front of him, once again assuring the young man. Muscular couldn't miss such a moment to boast about his excellent reading skills, but the boy was overcome with joy with a bright squeak. The ghost was taken by surprise by his sudden exclamations and his heart almost sank into his heels. But the boy just wanted to quickly find out what skills the two cards had. The red-haired man obediently agreed, scratching his chin and warning that he would read it to him only once, emphasizing his attentiveness. The gist of the first card was to increase the fertility of the orcs, which would summon 9 more of them when one was killed or kidnapped, ending with a warning about heats all year round. The second map was a real comedy, which supposedly tried to make the orcs look cool, but in the end every phrase ended with chwick chwick. Both skills were F level. Kim was simply beside himself with such a wide choice, stunned and speechless. He clearly did not expect that everything would be so bad. The spirit asked the boy about the cards, indicating that he would have chosen chwick chwick if he hadn't stopped him earlier, although of the 2 crappy skills, the boy would have preferred the second. With a heavy heart, Kim made his choice and stood firm with it before the spirit, saying that some chvik chvik would definitely be better than the patronage of fertility. The ghost was not satisfied with this turn of events. He immediately tried to stop the guy from jumping to conclusions, but Kong Jia was no slouch either. Kim grinned slyly at him, telling him that he had actually agreed with him. The red-haired spirit stared nervously at the young man, not understanding what he meant or what was on his mind. But Kong Jia had already made his choice, so he rushed forward and went back 24 hours, and the spirit missed his chance to stop the boy. He was already absorbed by the bright light of the screen, but the ghost still screamed after him in despair. The guy woke up in his comfortable bed. The first thing he did was look at the screen, where the consequences of his deaths were usually shown. He was not fined. The young man lay comfortably on the soft bed that the Traitors Association had kindly prepared for them, while the spirit of the rear burned in cries that Kim had not taken his joke advice. Kim chuckled, saying that no one in their right mind would choose the fertility skill, ordering him to stop whining and go hunting while checking his skill bar. On the way to the tower, the red-haired man kept trying to dissuade Kim from going there with a nervous smile, saying that training in the lotus position would be enough for him. The spirit of the rear offered the boy to go and meditate, saying that he would easily help the young man to understand the aura in 6 months. But he ignored everything and was already heading to the 3rd floor. The red-haired man was quite irritated that the guy was ignoring him so shamelessly, so he started shouting at his back in full force. Kim, like a lone wolf, silently opened his thermos and drank the potion inside in one go, thinking only that it tasted good. The boy wiped his mouth, taking out his sword and politely addressing his master as Mr. Swordmaster, to which the latter asked again with false warmth if he wanted to meditate. The guy was already prepared, concentrating his entire aura on the tip of the knife, noting with a sly smile that the man called him by his last name only for his own benefit. Heading at great speed towards one of the orcs with a knife, Kim emphasized his friendliness and asked the spirit to get rid of such a habit. The hunter's sudden appearance confused the huge orc, so it took him a little time to react to the boy's attack. The green monster began to swing, but just like last time, everything seemed much slower to Kim than it actually was. With a loud hubbub, the orc stood before the boy with his thick log in his hand, and in Kim's ears the sound echoed even more clearly. Just then, a voice from the guy's skill panel informed him that the skill had been activated, and preparing to defend himself and fight, Kim made a chomping sound. The orc, hearing the suspicious sound, tilted his head to the side in confusion, repeating exactly the same note. The young man, opening his eyes in a friendly manner and raising his eyebrows, repeated after him in a more cheerful tone. Mesmerized, the orc looked at the guy with almost loving eyes and again mumbled a chugging sound. At the same time, with his former gentle smile, Kim attacked the monster with a knife, using his more sensitive perception of reality to his advantage. In a leap, Kim made a single cut at the orc's neck, instantly knocking him unconscious and preventing him from defending himself for even a second. Trying to chug one last time, the orc slowly fell, green blood gushing from his neck and small tears of betrayal appeared in his eyes. The guy fell to the ground with a huge roar from the body of the huge monster, ending the fight quickly with the ground still shaking beneath him. Kim immediately felt proud of himself, and the spirit became furious with the boy, saying that he knew the boy would do just that. Looking at his back, the ghost loudly shouted that there was nothing to be proud of in killing a good orc, calling the guy insensitive and heartless. The red-haired man added that innocent orcs were doomed to suffer because of scoundrels like Kim, and Kim turned his head towards him and made a malicious sound, which he had deceived his prey with. Loudly stamping his foot on the ground like a child, the spirit of the rear went with the guy into the deep thickets of the hunting grounds, and he patted the teacher on the back with the words that they still needed to conquer the 4th floor. A week of training had paid off, because now the young man was standing in front of an elderly monster with a dull green skin color and wrinkles on his face, who stared at him with a grunting sound. The guy had already reached the 5th floor, where he was met by the local boss, the great Goblin King, several times larger than him and looking at him disapprovingly. Kim closed his eyes, gathering all the aura inside himself and concentrating it in all the necessary areas. The dampness of the room helped him gather his strength. The boy's eyes glowed red in an instant, and his skill started up, while the aura danced around his body, almost enveloping him. The young hunter launched a skill called Goblin High Society, shouting the Goblin King's phrase loudly and rushing forward, kicking the ground. The king's eyes widened in surprise when someone other than him was able to repeat his speech so perfectly. Kim launched an attack from above, instantly falling on his prey with glowing red eyes and an aura that gave him extra confidence. The youth felled his much larger foe, plunging his knife into him with huge splashes of the king's bright green blood, whose crown demonstratively flew off and rolled on the ground. The guy exhaled lightly, looking at his astonished opponent and saying that over the past week the king had become his strongest opponent. Closing his eyes, he respectfully wished his dying enemy a safe journey, but the moment of artistry was interrupted by the discontent of the spirit of the rear. The spirit felt ashamed that the boy was so dramatic about his victory over some monster, to which the youth exclaimed with loud indignation. Kim replied that he had barely defeated the monster for 6 coins, so he had every right to be as sentimental as he wanted. The ghost replied that he was only speaking with facts and that such a shameful battle was not worthy of being proud of, and the young man, stuttering, opened the skill card. The guy explained that he got the previously mentioned skill at the cost of 5 coins in lives. Reading the funny description of the map, where the goblins decided to say not Kirk, but Cork to develop culture. The spirit of the rear turned his head to the other side and crossed his arms in disapproval, muttering that it was because goblins were no different from the same people. Kim raised an eyebrow, asking what he meant. The red-haired man waved his hand, indifferently cutting off that he had simply spoken his thoughts out loud. But Kim was still interested, although he couldn't guess for long because a blue panel opened behind him, informing him that his existence was becoming more and more remarkable. The red-haired man and Kim turned toward the source of the bright light, staring in awe at the glow that turned the dark, unlit temple into a room full of shimmers. It was a sign that the boy's hunter level had finally been raised. A huge stream of red energy enveloped him, creating clouds of smoke and a pale pink symbol beneath the boy. The youth with blessed eyes watched as energy particles floated in the air, and a voice from above announced that his rank had risen to E level with an increased skill slot. The last message was a wish for the guy to always have good luck, and he dreamily closed his eyes, as if not letting the tears fall. He had been waiting for this moment his whole life. The spirit of the rear wondered what that aura really was, going back and forth between blood and flame, which Kim considered just decoration, although in fact it was a kind of hint. The youth asked again what those fragrant sparks of the aura could mean if it was not just a beauty effect. The big guy explained that the effect during level up can usually tell the owner's aura type, mentioning that from Kim's description, the summer spirit clearly had a fire aura. Kim couldn't argue, remembering how it was with his fiery palm that the summer spirit had killed both him and the saint in the future. The aura awakens in the hunter when a turning point occurs in his life, sometimes radically changing him down to the last thread, and the aura finds its reflection in such moments. Logically assuming the spirit of the rear shared his guess that the guy had a bloody aura, but he was more interested in what kind of aura the holy sword had. The red-haired man knew his former student very well, so he immediately gave a leading answer. Marcus's aura was moonlight. As a child, the old man got lost in the mountains, so wanting to live, he climbed to the very top. According to Marcus, the shining moon in a cloudless sky was beautiful, but it was just reflecting sunlight, which meant that life, in which you were given something from above, could be just as beautiful, and he wanted it to be the same. At the same time, the spirit of the rear added that the old man said these words when he was only 12, which is why the poeticism of the little aristocrat shocked the guy. But the ghost wanted to dispel the slightly mysterious atmosphere between them, so he proudly clapped his hands and suggested that the guy quickly go to the next floor. However, the boy had a better idea and asked what prevented them from immediately destroying the boss of the 10th floor, which immediately angered the mentor almost with offense. He leaned towards him, boldly asking if he had grabbed a star from the sky after raising his level, to which the young man playfully twirled his index finger, denying everything. Kim's proposal seemed to offend the spirit of the rear, who asked the guy a leading question, whether he even imagined how many years even capable hunters spend on just the 10th floor. But Kim decided to argue, offering that if he didn't pass the 10th floor for 2 coins, he would affectionately call the spirit his teacher, which made the jock laugh even more, because one death is the minimum. The spirit mockingly compared the difficulty with which he defeated the goblin, and did not miss the chance to say that he was a master at arguing, until the hunter placed his index finger on his forehead with a condition. The boy asked the red-haired man to reveal to him what skill the boss of the 10th floor had. The guy's request didn't seem out of this world to the brute, so he vainly agreed to tell and was about to start when Kim interrupted him again mid-sentence. With a sinister smile, he set another condition, under which the spirit would be forced to call him Mr. Kongja, and as respectfully as possible. The man's face twisted. He really didn't like it when people were bargaining not only with him but with him as well. The red-haired man spat rudely, saying that with one cunning skill, he should not have the audacity to challenge the greatest sword lord himself. Having accepted the boy's challenge, the ghost loudly told the boy that he would not be able to defeat the boss of the 10th floor, and because he could not die, he would refer to him as a teacher for the rest of his life. Kim also tried not to loosen his grip, so he crossed his arms tightly and called the rear spirit the owner of the delusion skill, because he would still need to serve Lord Kongja. The two clueless litigants stared at each other with wide grins on their faces, both completely convinced that they were right. The boy was so carried away by his all-too-serious argument with the teacher that for a split second he forgot that he looked like a madman in a crowd of people who did not see the spirit. But having climbed to the 10th floor, the two were stopped by a vigilante in silver armor, who stood in front of the closed gates to the boss. Kim, with his hands typically folded into the pockets of his hoodie, did not understand why his entrance to the enemy was blocked. The guard immediately refused the boy, saying that he could not let a lone hunter onto the floor, since hunting on such a high floor by one person was considered suicide. The boy did not give up, recalling that even the highly qualified Black Dragon Guild could not take the floor, and the management had the right to let in everyone who wanted to. The man in armor pointed at himself in a pleading manner, saying that he personally recorded everyone who came to the boss, and the records were already being taken by the main ones in the department. Kim rolled his tired eyes when the guard desperately said that for the management he would become a real monster who let a man die, and the spirit of the rear was outraged by such a system. The red-haired man was indignant and suggested that the guy simply knock out that guard, but the boy had a slightly different plan in his head, and he turned to the servant with a heavy sigh. The youth calmly wrapped his hand in his own, saying that he knew how hard the poor guard had tried and was absolutely right in his goal of saving the lives of others. Looking into his eyes with his gentle and penetrating gaze, the young man immodestly whispered that he really wanted to die. This answer astonished the excited knight. His eyebrows rose in an expression of sympathy and surprise. And the spirit of the rear itself did not expect that Kim would be able to put forward something of this kind, although it was difficult to read any visible impression from his face, rather a lack of understanding. Kim composed a ballad about his dead lover and the incurable disease that will torment him for another 6 months, preventing him from reuniting with his beloved, so he wants to die nobly against the monsters. The legend of Kongja deeply touched the sensitive guardian, who was tormented by his conscience because he did not allow the tragic character to end his story with honor. The boy gave the knight a small bag of gold, which he called his last savings for treatment, and the sobbing boy in armor tried to refuse the penny. The brave, tragic clown said that the money would have disappeared anyway, but he wanted to leave without leaving anything, so with his last wish, he asked the guard not to record him. With wet eyes, the servant looked at the poor actor with sympathy, allowing him to pass with the bitter words that he had seen nothing. Even the spirit of the rear was touched by the magnificent acting and virtuosity of the two, which did not really fit with his question about what kind of nonsense was going on here and what kind of movie he had ended up in. The gate slowly opened, letting the two inside with a barely audible but unpleasant creak. Kim and the spirit of the rear went inside, and although this lie was not sweet or morally correct, he believed that the end was justified by the means to achieve it. They stood on the road in front of a huge marble mansion in the wilderness, where only a couple of trees were planted, and they rejoiced without leaves, and the estate itself was fenced with a low fence. With the spirit over his shoulder, the guy walked inside. After all, this was the floor that the summer spirit himself had first cleared in his time. The boy approached the entrance, touching the cold doors to open these huge chambers, and write a legend even more incredible than that one. The doors swung open, pouring light into the mansion, which apparently had not seen or felt the embrace of the sun from within for a long time. At the main entrance, the steps leading up stretched out and were occupied from top to bottom by frightening clockwork dolls, each of which looked uncomfortably into the eyes of the intruders. The loudest calls came from the two dolls in the middle, without moving for a second, not even a millimeter, as if they were ready to burst out at any moment. The room was filled with a melting fire that turned the candles around into small balls of wax, and the dolls asked in chorus in their mechanical voices whether Kim would play with them. The dolls continued asking questions together to the guy around whom the fire was cutting through, adding phrases that made no sense at all about hibiscus and ice. In chorus, they began to terribly encourage them to play hide and seek with them, not closing their wide-open, lidless eyes for a second. A panel appeared above Kim, indicating that he had entered the boss scene as the only hunter, and a red aura enveloped his body. With his gaze fixed on the dolls, the young man accepted the tower floor's challenge, agreeing to play with the toys, remembering how the tower had wished for him to always have good luck before the battle. Even though the Black Dragon was the strongest guild since the tower's foundation, they suffered defeat after defeat whenever they set foot on the 10th floor. During one of these reports, the head of the guild, the Black Witch, was asked by reporters why, in her opinion, they had failed once again. In that interview, the Black Witch replied that neither she nor her fellows had any terrible flaws, it was just that they were a little unlucky. Ya-Su-Ha grinned wildly, wondering what kind of scandalous bad luck was plaguing the group of hunters. All eyes were on the summer spirit, who had just cleared the 10th floor without much effort, telling the weaklings that luck was also a valuable skill. Kim recalled this interview because in the future he would also be called the shaming of weaklings, but he did not understand how that lone jackal managed to take the 10th floor and get ahead of entire groups of capable hunters. The fire was bright, but not strong enough to drown out the dolls' terrifying voices and hide their blood-red glowing eyes in the chaos. Kim had an idea of how to defeat the floor boss, because the essence itself was extremely simple, and it consisted of searching. Even the dolls themselves would tell them what to do. But for them, it was a teasing game, knowing how small the chance was of finding the right doll and destroying it. The spirit of the rear noted that the flames around them were not ordinary flames, but hellfire from the aura. According to the red-haired man, the hellfire was so strong that even if he surrounded his own body with his aura, it would soon eat it up too. However, such fire does not pose a danger or harm to hunters with a fiery aura who feel at home in it like a fish in water. This way, the summer spirit would simply not receive any harm from the hellfire. Kim immediately realized that this was the only reason Ya-Su-Ha managed to clear the 10th floor so easily, and then he even boasted about his luck, to which the ghost noted that it was Kim who survived thanks to luck. The young man was outraged by the spirit's comment, because he could have become a fried crust at any moment, even with his aura. The spirit of the rear laughed at the guy's discomfort, saying that he could have killed himself, but his aura only had 1 minute left. As if this was the perfect moment for mockery, the red-haired man flew around the guy, saying that Grandpa Marcus could hold out for half an hour because he trained his aura and did not go straight to the high floor. The rows of dolls looked at the boy in his plight, reciting their meaningless verses while the spirit verbally bargained with him. But Kim thought it would be easier for him to die first. The red-haired man chuckled, ironically asking him why he thought his aura would become stronger if he died. The spirit said that now the young man had 2 options that he could use, one of which was to sort through all the dolls with a probability of 1 in a million. The second option was to learn to distribute the aura in such a way as to keep it until he had gone through all the dolls in the room. But no matter how sweet the spirit's fantasies were, he also mentioned with a wide smile on his face that with only 2 coins, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. But the guy had a third unspoken idea. The young man decided to argue and stepped forward, intending to die, but he thought that he could test one of the dolls while his aura was still active. The last 10 seconds. In the huge pile of dolls crowded together, Kim ran up to one of them to grab a random one. The blonde-haired doll called out louder, slowly turning towards the boy at the sound. In contrast to her previously slow speed, she turned sharply towards the boy, her turquoise eyes boring into him with a request to play. Kim came closer, leaned down and placed his hand on her head, grabbing it carefully. The doll growled loudly that the answer was wrong, opening her mouth so wide that her jaw almost dropped and her eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Before the boy's eyes, the sinister toy slowly melted into thick remains of wax and hot plastic, endlessly repeating one phrase, that the correct answer was not her. The boy had 5 seconds left. He didn't have enough time to concentrate and pick up another doll because the death of one in front of his eyes was already quite traumatic. 3 seconds. The aura around the guy began to flutter, unable to withstand the pressure of hellfire, in the shadow of which it was no longer possible to see the dolls in their full beauty, only obscured silhouettes. The scene shocked the young man with its horror direction so much that the picture created cold beads of sweat on his face, and the spirit of the rear responded that the sacred design of the tower was impossible to understand. The red-haired man advised the guy to ask the tower what kind of pervert came up with the idea to give such a bungler such an amazing skill, which slightly offended the guy. There was 1 second left, which quickly turned into the final one and shattered Kim's protective aura to its foundations, like a diamond on glass. The terrifying flame did not spare the guy for a second, immediately digging its flaming claws into the guy and turning him into incinerated remains in the blink of an eye, accompanied by red-hot screams. For the spirit, the picture was simply hilarious, and he noted that Kim was a real pervert and masochist, since he was ready to just die in agony. Back in oblivion, the boy lay there trying to get his breath back, as the smoke from the floor completely clogged his airways in a matter of measly milliseconds. The panel showed that the skill had been copied, and Kim quickly asked the red-haired man if he had forgotten his share of the dispute. The thug, near whom cards of all 3 colors were already flying, said that he does not break promises in a bet like an idiot, and immediately noticed a pretty card nearby. The big guy pointed 2 fingers at the cool golden card called Hellfire Barrier, telling him that he could trust it since it was the only S-tier skill that Boss had. Like an irrepressible sports channel commentator, the red-haired man presented him with a card with which Kim would be able to summon his Hellfire nearby, adding a booming sound like a cherry on the cake in his emotions. But the spirit noticed the guy's somewhat thoughtful face, which did not shine with any particular desire to choose this particular card, and his cheerfulness vanished as if by magic, changing into genuine concern. Kim hesitated, lost in deep thought as he tried to analyze the map that was offered to him. Remembering how one of the dolls was mercilessly melted before his eyes in heartbreaking agony, he felt uneasy in his soul from such an ability, although he couldn't deny that the skill was definitely worth it. After hesitating for a moment, Kongja asked the rear spirit to read him other skills as well, which left him slightly confused. The spirit of the rear, unprincipled but indifferent, briefly described all the other cards, seemingly a little bored because none of them were so interesting to him until he approached the last one. Suddenly, an idea came to Kim's mind. Because of all the abilities that the spirit had named to him, he had still missed one of them. The brute, however, was not satisfied with the ill-fated silver card, and he looked at it, gritting his teeth in frustration, which gave Kim the clue he needed. In an instant, the hunter said that he had made his choice, and with a confident expression on his face, he looked at the hovering card, having figured out his mentor. The mentor tried to immediately stop the guy from making a choice, but he read the red-haired man through and through, and understood what kind of skill had flashed before the spirit's eyes. The great deceitful merchant was still trying to get the young man to choose the gold card of the Fire Hell Barrier, but the boy was not convinced by the strategy of that one. He wanted the silver card. The young hunter reached for the desired map, saying that he should have suspected something was wrong in his teacher's speech from the very beginning. The guy assumed that among the thousands of other dolls, the organizer was exactly that one, which had a fiery aura and therefore could not burn. But at the same time, he noticed that the fake dolls did not burn from the hellfire either. And the answer to that question was right in his hands when he picked up the silver card, knowing that it was a skill that allowed the boss not to burn even without a fire aura. Together with the offended ghost, the guy returned to reality, kicking him in the shoulder with his elbow and advising him to prepare to call him master. Kim created a reliable and effective plan with which he confidently moved into reality, full of new strength and self-confidence. Everything seemed so easy. But then something unusual and alien happened. A message appeared on the display about a penalty for using a skill, which the guy had always feared before. As punishment, the screen began to transfer both of them to the scene of the injury of the boss who killed the young man, something that was not in his reliable plan. The events are transferred to that damn marble mansion, however. It was not in the wilderness under the thunder, but near a green lawn in the sunlight, and the estate itself still looked quite alive. A little girl with white hair and a rag t-shirt stood at the entrance to a modest house and kindly asked the man who opened the door to give her some bread, even a crust. He didn't even listen and immediately tactlessly slammed the door in front of her with her indignation about beggars from the very morning. A homeless and pleading girl walked through the streets of the village, and people around her made comments about her because they also had nothing to eat, and the number of beggars only increased out of nowhere. The poor woman didn't care about the condemnation of those around her. She just wanted some bread, even if it was moldy or just a crust. Without looking ahead, the girl accidentally collided with a tall, red-haired man in an expensive hat who was standing on the road. The white-haired girl quietly apologized to him, rubbing her head, which she had unsuccessfully hit in front of the stranger, and he reached out to her with his hand. But instead of another dose of condemnation, the older man ruffled her dirty hair, causing the girl to look at him in bewilderment with her yellow eyes. The man leaned towards the poor woman, between the fact and the question, saying whether she had parents, while the residents in the background discussed how good it would be if all the beggars were picked up. The tearful girl looked at the stranger as if she was about to cry again, when he noted that she was probably very hungry and injured. The man invited the unfortunate woman to go with him, without taking his eyes off her under his hat for a second. He took her to that very marble mansion, calmly saying that he was a doctor, and that he had many of her friends at home with whom she would be treated and play. But the girl's best friend turned out to be her new cage and a pair of chains on her wrists, when she said through the iron bars that she was very hungry and wanted to go out and play. The aristocrat ordered her to endure, unceremoniously and rudely, as if forcing her to accept her unhappy reality. The man came closer to the cage, saying that those who seek food because of hunger are primarily wild animals. According to him, poor creatures like her were born like animals, so they should grow up accordingly, like savages in enclosures. The doctor pulled the girl towards him by the chains on her arms, taking out a knife and claiming that he knew orphans like her very well. His eyes filled with blood, and he looked at the poor fellow with madness, saying that such people justify their idleness with their age and are just parasites who rush from village to village. He insisted that as a guardian and a doctor he would rid this country of people like her, casually picking up locks of her hair and turning them into floating feathers with a wave of his dagger, ordering her to repent. The picture changed to an image of a church, where an aristocrat presented children in cages to the cries of the faithful audience, calling each of them an insatiable cause of their common hunger. A doctor in a cloak pointed a dagger at the heart of one of the lying boys, with the words that he would save the common land by sacrificing the angels to God. The girl, already with her short hair carelessly torn off, watched in horror as children her age were mercilessly punished under the justification of heaven. The furious crowd supported every action of the doctor, with enchanted and cruel faces roaring for them to be killed quickly, so that they could hear the sweet cries of torture of innocent children. It was the turn of the poor girl, for whom whining and crying had become a common thing in this new life. She did not understand why the uncle was constantly taking her friends somewhere. On the cold basement floor lay the tools that had been used to cause great pain to the girl's friends. Bloody knives, dull daggers, rusty hammers, steel bats. The children fell asleep to their own sobs, and Kim stood before the terrifying picture outside the space, watching the boss's frightening backstory. Although there was no bloody shock in Kim's voice, one could tell from his face that the scenes had left him somewhat agitated, and he turned to the spirit of the rear. The red-haired man had only just appeared in front of him, just like Kim had appeared in front of the ghost, from which the boy concluded that both were most likely there only at the level of consciousness. The spirit was enraged by the scenes that appeared before him a few minutes ago. He could not believe that such sick people really existed, and even ordered someone to repent. The young man stared at the rusty cage, and he couldn't help but assume that this story was the real scene of the 10th floor. But it also meant that the monster of the floor was a human when it was alive. The sad ghost knelt down, placing his hand on one of them, and saying that this was not the case with all the tower's monsters, but mostly with bosses based on events from other worlds. He added that all living beings, whether heroes or not, come from other worlds, and from the 11th floor they are even more common, to which Kim stared at him with worried eyes and asked why he didn't tell. The red-haired man simply calmly replied that Kim had simply never asked him about such things, still looking over the murder weapons. Both were surrounded by fragments of suffering children and a girl who continued to sob and beg hysterically, to which the spirit replied that he himself was seeing such visions for the first time. The spirit replied that he knew that the bosses were from other worlds, but he could not even think about the past, while the butler moved along the darkened corridor with a candle in his hand. But now, when such terrible pictures appeared before the eyes of the spirit, he felt simply disgusting, and the butler stumbled in front of them on the carpet, and the candle fell out of his hands. It was a brief moment, but that split second was enough for Kim to realize how much weight that poor wax candle would carry. After all, something similar was happening all the time. Tongues of flame began to tear the mansion to shreds, enveloping everything in their blazing blanket to the screams of the estate's residents. Despite the whole groups of lonely children in the basement, they were the first to run away, taking their jewelry and treasures. Kim tried in vain to stop the people running away, as if his body, which was outside of space, could be seen or heard by someone because there were still children in the basement. The fire quickly reached the basement of the estate, destroying everything in its path and mercilessly devouring, while the girl watched in horror as death crept up on her. Perhaps things could have happened in the world that were even worse than those that we humans have seen very often, to say nothing of children like the poor girl. The cries for help from the children burning alive could be heard throughout the room, but no one would hear them, and no one would want to. The merciless flames were going to take them with them. The highly explosive substances created explosions and rumblings throughout the mansion, gradually turning the once residential building into a trap of ruins and agony. The children's voices echoed through the bedrooms, insisting that they had done nothing wrong. They just wanted to eat. They just wanted to play with their friends and live peacefully. But the fire could not be stopped. It was devouring the luxurious but already extremely useless chandelier. The final scene was a picture of a burning mansion, the blood-red sky above perfectly adding to the ominous picture of agony and hellish atmosphere. The end, Kim and the spirit sat on the bed of their room, the former painfully feeling his forehead, trying to collect his thoughts, and the latter worriedly looking at him over his shoulder. The red-haired man whistled through his nostrils with his lips pressed tightly together, apparently immediately trying to dispel the tense atmosphere between them. He rubbed his own head awkwardly, saying that even though the story was sad, there was nothing they could do to help. But Kim was irritated by the fact that this was the first thing the spirit said. The spirit of the rear snapped back, agreeing that he had been completely insensitive, but insisted that this was the reality and it had to be accepted. The boy looked back as the ghost explained to him once again that the boss had long since ceased to be human and had been a monster for a long time, asking what Kim could possibly do about it. He reminded the boy once again that this was not the tower. He could not go back 1,000 years and save everyone, coldly ordering him to find the real doll and kill it immediately. And after that he added that he should go up to the 11th floor with a calm soul, without hesitating and without torturing himself with moral torment, and then floor by floor, mercilessly clearing each of them, because once he has already decided to become a cool hunter, he must go towards the goal firmly and not chew snot. Kim thought for a second and immediately replied that the summer spirit would definitely think and act according to that logic, simply sweeping away everything in his path without a doubt. The young man knew that Yu Su-ha had most likely found a real doll and immediately turned it into ashes, even if he saw the injury, but the spirit did not understand what was so immoral about this. The boy added that he had no intention of becoming the same heartless monster as his former idol, confidently striding towards the exit of the Merchants' Union room. Despite everything, they went to the 10th floor, where the spirit in the back told the guy to stop his childish games, because one murder will not turn him into a heartless monster. Kim didn't even listen when he shouted after him that the boss needed to be killed if the guy really wanted to clear the 10th floor. But he replied at the door that there were no such unspoken rules. Suddenly, the guy got angry and hit the door hard in despair and anger, emotionally saying that he behaved like a fool, which confused the red-haired man for a second. The young man repeated even louder that he was a fool, and the spirit was no better when they were in non-existence, once again calling himself a dunce who could not see beyond his nose. An angry Kim asked if the spirit remembered the boss's first S skill, which he insisted on, which the red-haired man immediately confirmed, trying to understand what the boy was getting at. The boy began to quote the description of the card, which described such feelings as resentment, discontent, and hostility. He then mentioned an old grudge, an unfulfilled desire, an ignored prayer, each of which the card ordered to be burned. But what most aroused the guy's suspicion was the phrase that the fiery hell created by the doll could not be left by anyone within a radius of 2 kilometers without her permission. The dim-witted spirit could not understand what the young man was trying to convey with such reasoning, ordering him to simply say what he meant. Kim turned his head towards the spirit, once again loudly pointing out the part of the skill about leaving the fiery hell zone without the doll's permission. And if it was impossible for him to get out of the radius of the fiery hell himself, he should have known how the black dragon failed and got out of the mansion alive. To be fair, the spirit acknowledged the guy's rightness and agreed, and Kim confidently opened the doors of the mansion, saying that there could only be one explanation for this. The boss scene immediately started, enveloping the guy in its hellish fire and trying to break through his aura. But he was in no hurry because he knew that the boss had already let someone escape before that. The dolls turned their attention to the new guest in a touching manner, turning their mechanical heads towards him with an oppressive creak and clicking of clockwork mechanisms. The young man began to approach them. The fire was in no hurry to engulf him from top to bottom and turn him into a coal cake. and the dolls stared and approached him in return. Kim thought again about the girl's words and her trauma, what she begged for and what she constantly asked for even now, on the 10th floor, just to play with her. The boy nodded and smiled calmly, activating his new skill card, which shimmered with golden light and embraced him in orange sparks. Kim stepped forward, gaining complete immunity to the hellfire that could not reach his body, even without the protective aura. The guy's calm gait quite surprised the dolls, who tilted their heads to the sides in confusion and opened their eyes wide because the guy simply wasn't burning. One of the dolls shyly approached the boy, asking again if he could play with them then, to which the boy cheerfully agreed, rolling up his sleeve. The boy, in a fighting mood, called the dolls to him, saying that uncle had never lost at hide-and-seek in his childhood, and they looked at him with fascination, calling him strange, but happy. Kim playfully closed his eyes and began counting down for the dolls to hide from him. Only then did he finally understand that this was the only wish of those little ones who burned in the mansion, and the dolls happily talked to each other, hiding in different places. The young man cheerfully announced that he was starting to search and kindly reached for one of the dolls in the crowd. He gently placed his palm on the head of the gray-skinned, blue-eyed doll, who immediately opened her jaw wide, telling her it wasn't her. And so, one by one, the dolls melted and disappeared, leaving behind hot plastic pellets. But now this picture did not look so scary, and the toys did not melt in agony. It wasn't a death match or a battle with a high-level scary monster. It was a game, simple and fun, as it should be with kids. The spirit of the rear looked at what was happening with a thoughtful look, not believing that the guy had actually managed to bypass the system, although in fact the picture reminded him of something else. The red-haired man noted out loud that this was not even hide-and-seek at all, but the repose of the souls of those who could not go to the next world in peace. Some dolls themselves asked to be picked up by the guy. They wanted him to play with them as soon as possible and find them with the same warm smile that they had not seen for centuries. The young man went lower and lower to the places where the dolls had expertly hidden their artificial hair, but still playfully called out every time they saw him. Kim crept into that very basement which, just like in the past, was burning with hellish flames, but for him it was like a warm breeze over his skin. At the end of the basement, in a lonely and absurdly large for one doll rusty cage, sat a small doll with short white hair and a blue dress. The tired, pale, and abandoned doll, surprisingly with eyelids, opened one eye, noticing her affectionate guest who had finally found her. Immediately, she asked if Kim wanted to play with them, making eye contact with him so quietly that it seemed to freeze time and put out the fire. Kong-ja slowly and carefully placed his hand on her head, calmly informing her that he had caught the real one. With a slightly sad look and his head down, he quietly said that now it was her turn to search. The doll bulged cutely at the boy, slowly leaking hot wax and plastic, while remaining very quiet like a gray mouse. Wax fell from her eye sockets, like tears that had been waiting to come out for hundreds of years, and she only quietly thanked her uncle for the fun game between them. Like a memory from a distant past, the girl finally found peace, and a last happy smile appeared on her face. The floor was cleared, the souls were freed and flew away to their chambers, and the fire gradually began to die out, leaving a damp basement with only a slight smell of evaporated smoke. Kim and the spirit left the mansion. A message appeared on the panel above that the reward for clearing the floor will be given 24 hours after entering the 11th floor. Kong-ja stood in front of the building, the wind gently tickling his hair, and the spirit, as usual, asked why he made such an expression on his face, as if he had eaten something wrong. The ghost began to spin around him, saying that cases of clearing hidden scenes were rare, and the reward could have been better, and Kim exhaled heavily, saying that he still couldn't understand human sadness. The youth slumped his shoulders as he breathed a sigh of relief, replying that any world was a brutal dump, convinced by the scene of this boss, which did not even happen in their world. The red-haired man, with understanding in his soul, agreed with the young man, saying that this was and will be everywhere where man sets foot. Uncharacteristically for both of them, they stood in dead silence for a few seconds, the short but deep conversation clearly forcing them to be a little alone with themselves. But the spirit could not sustain such a pathetic note for long, interrupting the silence with its cries that it did not like this and was not suitable. He needed to properly diffuse the situation, so the spirit proudly patted Kim on the back, answering his questioning look with clarification on how masterfully he defeated the boss. Kim found his mentor's praise somewhat suspicious and unusual, to which he smiled supportively and said that he always praises when there is a reason, because he was not just lucky. The spirit opened his hands, indicating that he and the guy were partners and that they should rejoice together if something worked out for them. Their conversation was interrupted by loud and bright fireworks above their heads, followed by a voice announcing that the 10th floor had been cleared. The voice echoed throughout the city of the first floor, which also added that the next floor of the tower would soon open. The sudden fireworks spread everywhere, and people were puzzled to pick up their phones to find out the strange reason for such an event. Some anonymous users wondered if this was only the case on the first floor. Another reader noted that he was currently in the hunting grounds on the 3rd floor, and the fireworks were shining in exactly the same way. The guy's phone was blowing up with messages. The clearing of the 10th floor created quite a stir in the hunter community and beyond, especially after the mention of the Black Dragon. A huge 24-hour countdown hung over Kim and the spirit, every second of which was visible to all the dreamy hunters of the tower. The red-haired man looked at the sky with both pride and nostalgia. Once upon a time in his life, he himself had seen this beautiful picture. And for Kim, this was the second time. He first saw these fireworks a long time ago, when he was drinking by the restaurant window and dreaming of the same. The guy looked at his phone, despite the general chaos and disorder that was currently happening on the internet. Most of all, everyone was interested in the question of who had cleared out the 10th floor. One of the users excluded the Black Dragon almost immediately. His control was in a cafe in front of the bank at the crossroads, which was confirmed by a photo. Another guy pointed out that he was in the Pantheon with the priests and the heretic inquisitor, similarly excluding them from the list of candidates. Message after message came out with theories, each one refuting the intervention of various prominent hunters, like the Holy Knight or the Poisonous Serpent. A suspicious glance fell on the Holy Sword, but he was sitting at the bar at the time, drinking his milk and vodka. The internet was in full swing. No one could understand what kind of unknown hunter carried such a difficult floor on his shoulders, and some even said that such a thing does not happen. The spirit of the rear proudly asked the guy how he felt in the main character's new pants, after he switched from some supporting character. With a flurry of beautiful fireworks above his head, a pleasant feeling of glory touched the boy, who looked charmingly at the phone screen, calling the feeling murderous. The red-haired spirit, knowing full well what it was like to be in the young man's place, completely agreed with the words that he felt as if he had reached the very top. But the ghost did not give up on this. They still had many trials ahead, although he admitted that at that moment the young man was closest to the top. And Kim couldn't help but be happy about this, because he himself knew that now nothing was stopping him from achieving his goal of climbing to the very top. Their conversation was interrupted by shouts behind them, and the same guard Kim had previously had to trick to get inside was already rushing towards them at full speed. Barely carrying the heavy silver armor as he ran, the servant tried to catch his breath, asking Kim if he had done it. Kim, acting like a complete idiot, asked again what exactly the guard meant, and he clarified in a loud voice that he was talking about clearing the 10th floor. The knight reported that only Kim had challenged the 10th floor today, and his phone was already blowing up with messages about who he had led inside. Kim enthusiastically patted the guard on the armor on his shoulder, asking sarcastically what he was going to do if it was him. The hunter's answer confused the guard, and he looked at the young man in panic, trying to mumble something and stuttering all the time, asking him to at least introduce himself. The cunning Kong Jia reminded the poor guard that he had actually received 100 gold from him, but the guy in armor asked him to at least share his nickname. After thinking for a bit, the young man, without even turning around, unceremoniously replied that he had no nickname at all. The world around the guard collapsed, because where has it ever been seen that hunters not only did not share their glorious nicknames, but did not have them at all? The spirit approved of the boy's decision not to tell his name, reasoning that it was better to let them look for a legend like him themselves. But Kim's tone changed to a quieter, more serious one in realization. The brute clarified what exactly he had understood, and the young man, stretching slightly, replied that he seemed to have understood the reason why the spirit had praised him so much. The guy, with a furious grin on his face, decided to remind his mentor that from now on, he had to call him Mr. Kong Jia, because he won the argument about defeating the boss for 2 coins. A fierce, nervous smile spread across the big guy's face, and he blurted out through his teeth that they were actually partners. The spirit began to bargain with the guy, saying that they were essentially equal and should address each other accordingly. But Kim didn't even want to listen, grinning as he headed to the first floor. Kong Jia looked at the muscleman over his shoulder, maintaining that self-confident and almost maliciously gleeful grimace, with a request to call him Mr. Kong Jia for the rest of his life from now on. Already in the evening, Kim smugly sipped a cup of coffee in Starlax. inside which everyone was still heatedly discussing who had actually conquered the floor and was trying to hide it. Mr. Kongjia continued to mock his mentor, asking if victory was sweet while comparing it to his caramel macchiato. The young man pretended his headphones were broken, tapping his ears as if his familiar homefront spirit had suddenly disappeared from the network and was not responding. The boy chanted the spirit's name into the earpiece, waiting for the offended ghost to respond, then calling him Mr. Psycho and Madman as well, while he held back his pain with all his might. The Sword Lord stood staring at the wall with his head down in anger, rudely asking what he wanted, and Kim briskly replied that it was wrong to make the Divine Lord Kongjia so worried. The boy casually noted that since he was now the spirit's master, he did not have to address it formally, and the ghost simply wanted to fall into the ground or die at that moment. The red-haired man's cries echoed throughout the cafe, desperately asking for his grandfather Marcus to be returned, and for Kim to replace his damned skill, even though just an hour ago, he called the boy a partner. An hour and a half had already passed since the 10th floor of the tower had been cleared, and the guy was still waiting for something to happen. The young man's gaze dropped sharply downwards when he saw something next to the table that immediately caught his attention. His eyes responded to the meowing of the cat beneath him, who looked at him with her wide eyes and a happy face, and in his thoughts he was surprised that such an important person wanted to meet him. The guy picked up the cat in his arms, knowing that at that time no one knew what kind of cat it really was, so he decided to pretend to play along. The young man commented in his head that the acting of the man behind the kitten's face was impressive, when his cuddle session with the kitten was interrupted by the voice of a man nearby. There were 5 strangers standing in front of the guy, each of whom, based on their appearance, represented a different guild. Kim introduced himself, showing his identification card with interest, saying that it only took a group of hunters an hour and a half to find him. The hunters revolted when their doubts were dispelled by the personality of the young hunter, who took out his phones and reported his find. The broad-shouldered blonde bowed deeply to the boy, introducing himself as a recruiter for the Vigilante Guild and hastily trying to offer him to join their guild. Kim apologized loudly, holding out all 5 of his fingers to the man to ask for a few things first. His first request was that his name not be revealed to anyone, to which the slightly stuttering boy responded that they would not be able to hide his name for long, since reporters were already scouring the guilds. But Kim didn't need to hide for long, which surprised the guild even more, as they were expecting it to be quite a long time. The young man pointed to the reflection of the clock face in the city center in the window, saying that they just needed to wait until that time passed, because he didn't want to be caught by reporters before he entered the 11th floor. One of the girls breathed a sigh of relief, saying that it would not be difficult for them to keep the guy's identity a secret for the day. With his second request, Kongjia pointed out that they were, after all, in a public place, and it would be nice to reduce the crowds. The hunters bustled about, instantly apologizing to the guy, who was awkwardly sipping coffee and petting a sleeping cat, as if they were his honored guests. A nervous little man tried to politely negotiate to rent a cafe for an hour, while a tall man in a raincoat ordered a glass of coffee for everyone, and a girl with a bandage negotiated with the customers. The table was equipped with 5 cups of coffee, each one with a taste that matched the temperament of the guild's hunters. When everyone was seated at one large table, Kim proposed to begin negotiations, wanting to hear the hunters' terms first. The armored blonde began by saying that the Vigilante Guild could provide 10,000 gold as an advance, but the cloaked man interrupted, claiming that the Adventurers League would provide 20,000 instead of the beggars' 10,000. A kind of debate began between the hunters, which was more like an auction, where everyone tried to offer their biggest fish. Kim understood why they were so desperate to recruit him, because he could compete with the Holy Sword, who was a loner, and put the importance of the guilds into great question. Suddenly, the cat woke up and said in a human voice that the Merchant Alliance was ready to provide the young man with 500,000 gold. The cat jumped off the boy's lap, trying to land neatly on the floor with the pads of her tiny paws. The cat's paw turned into a golden heel with a loud click, and its former form was embraced by a sparkling golden aura. Before the young man's eyes, the cat transformed into the Countess herself, the head of the Merchants Association, who also offered the position of deputy head of the guild as an addition. This is what the guy was waiting for, taking off his headphones and declaring that he preferred such negotiations, and now they could talk. The Countess immediately noted the shamelessness of the guy who was comfortably seated in the chair, and who was not at all surprised by the fabulous transformation of the cat into a woman. Kim chuckled, saying that he really had more than enough audacity. He even saw ghosts, and the dark-skinned girl laughed sweetly at the guy's supposed sense of humor, who couldn't believe that she was over 40. The blonde tensed up, politely addressing the Countess with an apology, to which she humorously replied that she excused the tactlessness of the representative of the vigilantes. He began to explain his thoughts, believing that the Countess's guarantees were too cosmic. The beauty hid her face behind a fan, apparently ignoring the words of the guy in armor about how it was too early to judge the guy, even with his clearing of the 10th floor. But looking into her eyes, the blonde lost any strength to continue negotiating with the cat, as if someone had sucked the desire to argue out of him. Having completely physically exhausted the guy with just her oppressive gaze, the woman asked again if he had apologized for everything he wanted, and he weakly agreed. The Countess pointed her fan at the others, warning them that they should call their superiors if they did not want to apologize in the same way, since a dialogue with them would be pointless if no one could offer more than 500,000. As expected, all 5 guild representatives left the room at once, leaving the young man and the 5th huntress alone to wait. The guests did not keep themselves waiting long, because from minute to minute the silence in the room was interrupted by loud swearing, calling the Countess a dog, then a cat, to which she smiled condescendingly. A man with an eye patch, which did not prevent him from hiding the real burning rage inside himself, burst into the room with a kick, and the other 2 heads entered after him. The poisonous snake from the 1,000-faceless gate, also ranked 5th, vulgarly addressed the Merchant Alliance, who dared to take his boy so brazenly. The blue-eyed blonde, aka the Pantheon's heretic inquisitor and number 4, calmly admitted that their guild was late and was ready to accept their mistake. The Holy Knight, the number 8 in rank and the leader of the vigilante squad, called the blonde's comment inappropriate, as their duty was to prevent chaos among the hunters. Number 2, the head of the Black Dragon, the Black Witch, had nothing to say, so she stared ahead in a businesslike manner. All 3 turned to face the top stars of the tower rating, and the Countess greeted her old acquaintances. The cat servant closed her eyes dreamily, recalling out loud when they all took the 2nd floor together. But the poisonous snake was in no mood for heart-to-heart talk, threatening to make cat soup out of the Countess. The snake did not hold back for long, immediately, mixed with curses, ridiculing all the Countess's guarantees to the guy, and the heretic inquisitor with a sunny smile suggested that everyone first order coffee. The blonde observed etiquette, because coming to a cafe and not ordering anything is offensive, especially to the heads of large guilds, so he not only took a mocha for himself, but also asked others. It might have seemed that they had come not for important political negotiations, but for a meeting of graduates, when everyone announced what kind of coffee they would have. The poisonous snake was perplexed in anger because someone had cleared out the 10th floor, and the heads decided to pour coffee over themselves, by whose voice the heretic understood that he really wanted dark espresso. The fragrant heretic ran to the cash register with his order, even though the one-eyed man shouted after him that the religious fanatic should not dare to order anything. The nervous barista quickly wrote down an order of iced mocha, warm Americano, iced latte, warm hazelnut latte grande, and doppio espresso. But the blonde remembered something. The heretic smiled at Kim with his signature smile, asking what he would like to order, but the young man clearly suspected something when the head's gazes focused on him. Kong Ja doubted that the guild representatives hadn't simply swapped their leaders, but the spirit told him to pull himself together, that they were only trying to scare the young man. But Kim knew this well himself, especially since an awkward conversation with several legends did not sound so bad compared to being burned alive. The boy asked the waiter for a menu, and he approached him in a disorganized manner with a sheet of paper in his hands. The young man glanced at the menu, indicating that since he had already had a macchiato today, he would probably have a hot chocolate this time, planning to show the leaders that he felt comfortable. With a shrewd and frightening smile, the blonde commented on how amazing it was that the guy was able to clear the 10th floor without being known to anyone. Kim was confident in his decisions because in the worst case, they would simply kill him, and his spirit supported him, although Kong Ja made it known to him that the ghost would not escape punishment with beautiful words. The beauty with the fan added that the guy was not such a shy guy, recalling how he had recently won first place in her lottery, and with his character, it would be easy for him to achieve success. The poisonous snake exhaled heavily, insisting that the boy could not possibly be a newcomer, so he suggested ending the senseless farce and coming to an agreement with him. The guy paid attention to the Black Witch's words that the internal wars of the hunters meant nothing, and that they would still have time to sort things out among themselves. The Black Witch addressed Kim personally, maintaining her typical straightforwardness and asking which guild the young man was planning to join. Without taking her eyes off him, Number 2 coldly stated that if he wasn't going to join any guild, he should say so right away to prepare for the media's reaction. Talking on equal terms with one of the legends of the future, Kong Ja wanted to consider all possible options, so he asked what would happen if he agreed to join someone. Without a doubt, the girl replied that a fight would begin for the guy, because during the time spent on the 9th floor, the ratings began to lose relevance, and the guy's feat could return the tower to its former glory. It was a chance to attract people from different walks of life and hunters who wandered the first floors of the tower without motivation, while maintaining intrigue and hope that there was still more to climb. The young man supported this by saying that it would also help solve the food problems, to which the witch agreed, saying that even the mining of the 9th floor no longer brought significant demand. The countess thoughtfully anointed her face with her fan, musing that despite her connection with the outside world, it was only a small grain of gold in a sea of dirt. This was the Black Witch's plan, with which she was going to attract adventurers into their world beyond the 10th floor, where the hunt for useful items could continue. But they couldn't achieve this without something that would attract the attention of the outside world, and by its very existence, announce a new era. And Kim knew that in the future, the summer spirit would become the embodiment of that era. However, if Kong Ja was their icon, it could mean that the Black Witch would have no trouble targeting him in the future, just as she had already tried to get rid of Yasu Ha through the Saint. Kim thought about it, because he and the witch had a common enemy, and he came to the conclusion that if that were the case, the guild that received it would become a symbol of the new period of the tower, and the others would simply remain in the shadows. The youth noted that he would be ashamed to do so, so he wanted to suggest to the surprised leaders that they do it differently and reached into his pocket. The guy took a deck of playing cards out of his pocket, which immediately caused confusion among everyone sitting there. He began shuffling the deck vigorously, making a bet that he would join the Poker Winners Guild, with no advance or status, but with one caveat. But he added that if he won, he would join the guilds of all the leaders at once, which seemed to please the majority of those sitting there. The final touch of Kim's bet was that although he would outwardly be part of the guild, in fact his status would not be inferior to its leaders. The Countess, appreciating the boy's daring excitement, smiled at his idea and agreed to the offer of the wily youth. The heretic, taking 5 cards from the deck, quietly but enthusiastically said that he would not mind if everyone played fairly. The poisonous snake also put forward its own rule, prohibiting the use of skills during the game, which was punishable by disqualification of the player. The Holy Knight laughed awkwardly because their guild was already poor, so they would not be able to bargain on equal terms. The Black Witch was, as usual, taciturn, but accepted the guy's challenge without much hesitation. In his head, the youth turned to the spirit of the rear, asking the obvious thing, like whether he really wanted to call him master, because of which the ghost broke his silence for a second. The boy decided to change the rules of the argument and allowed the red-haired man to call him that until the end of the game, and the spirit of the rear was stunned by the mercy of his student. In exchange for this, the young man asked the spirit to reveal what cards his opponents had, to which he obeyed his master Kong Ja with great cheerfulness. The spirit of the rear was jubilant and dancing. Mr. Kong Ja was really very merciful and kind to him today, and the game was about to begin. The air in the room was filled with excitement. The red-haired man immediately pointed to the Countess's cards, telling the guy to fold, because she had a straight. Having carefully listened to his teacher's advice, Kong Ja threw out the ace of hearts. The bruiser scratched his head as he looked at Poisonous Snake's cards, claiming that he was shamelessly bluffing and ordering Kim to quickly call so that he would fold. Call, a young man with a confident look, put forward his bet of several gold pieces. The ghost crawled under the table and looked at the Holy Knight's cards, saying that there was no way she could get a full house, so the guy should go all in. The boy exclaimed the word with pleasure and confidently moved his full bet to the center of the table. A sullen silence reigned among the hunters. Some stared at their cards in disbelief. Some sat thoughtfully, and the Inquisitor left them altogether. The blonde snake became furious, sweeping the cards off the table and asking what kind of scam they were trying to pull on him, to which he received only harmless smiles from his colleagues. The man angrily pointed at the boy, saying that they had already played 30 rounds, and he was still shamelessly winning even against bluffs, and Kim, calmly sipping coffee, asked for proof. The young man pointed out that he could easily be a master at poker, jokingly taking offense at his words, while the snake died in despair, saying that he was definitely not an F rank. Kim asked dramatically how number 5 had managed to find out that he had a higher rank, and he was ready to scream that he had known it. The young man noted that he had not yet managed to declare to the hunter's office that he had actually risen to level E yesterday. This was not what the snake expected to hear. The boy thanked the blonde man for his compliment, and then asked sarcastically whether the embittered one-eyed man had already spent all his chips. The already departed heretic happily greeted the head of the thousand-faceless gate who had joined him, inviting him to sit with him. The blonde said that he ordered another glass of espresso for his colleague, to which the snake once again shouted loudly that he didn't drink, but he insisted and received a new portion of abuse from the blonde. Soon the countess also dropped out, and only 3 hunters remained at the table: the Holy Knight, the Black Witch, and Kim Kong-ja himself. The Holy Knight awkwardly admitted defeat, saying that she thought she was good at poker, and also asking if Kim could read others' minds. Kim jokingly said that in that case, either he really was a master or it was his skill, to which the girl replied that it was very difficult with newbies these days. Seeing the Holy Knight approach the table of losers, the snake loudly yelled at her that she had given up too easily. The blonde guy continued, foaming at the mouth, adding that such a swindler cannot get away with it, and they need to cling to him like a leech. The armored girl shook her head, saying that Poisonous Serpent was too rude to the new hero, to which the latter added hopelessly that the guy was clearly using skills. But the Holy Knight did not deny the man's comment, saying that the fact that the boy was using skills was clear from the start. Meanwhile, the Countess dealt cards to Kim and the Black Witch, and the Holy Knight pointed out that no newbie would take such a risk after suddenly deciding to play. Kim had no idea that number 8 had been discussing him across several tables, saying that the guy's proposal was meant to show his brazen audacity, and they had agreed. The poisonous snake felt like a complete idiot when the Holy Knight pointed out that physical strength was certainly good, but sometimes you also needed to use your head. But number 8 noted that they would have achieved nothing with this game anyway, and that they would be able to gain something from defeats, while the poisonous snake's ego could not withstand such humiliation. The Holy Knight did not stand on ceremony with the dashing serpent, smilingly asking whether preserving his pride would help him feed himself. The Inquisitor didn't give number 5 a chance to answer, bringing a cup of hot espresso to his lips with the words that it would definitely help him feed himself, and the snake choked. Back to the game, Kim heard the Black Witch express her relief emotionlessly. In Kong-ja's hands were 2 cards consisting of the 5 of clubs and the Jack of hearts, and the witch clarified that she was talking about the chance to come to an agreement with the guy. The girl put her whole bet forward, out of nowhere informing the young man that she herself was originally from Ukraine, or rather the place that once was. She explained that since losing her home and family in the Civil War, she had been living in hiding and ruins, adding that a woman's life was equally difficult in the outworld and in the tower. Kim agreed, listening carefully to the story of his Black Dragon rival. Number 2 calmly finished her move, informing Countess of her call, but the young man asked what she meant by that. The boy noted that all people have their own personalities. Everyone has their own story and reason. Even he had something to tell about himself, because he himself was an orphan in the tower. The spirit of the rear tried in every way to hint to the guy, saying in a loud whisper above the witch's head that she had a flash of diamonds, and the girl continued with the words that the tower was like a home to her. As with other guild leaders, these were second-rate items, whether she was from Ukraine, Kim from Korea, or Zimei from China. She ended up saying that in the tower, neither race nor background mattered. The Countess watched their game closely, agreeing with the witch's words that thanks to the tower, they could all understand each other, and under it they were equal. Kim made his point by saying that in the outside world, the tower is not so well understood by others and is considered a dump. The Black Dragon's leader also had his own vision of the situation, saying that even in the middle of a pile of rubbish, flowers could bloom. The girl reminded the guy about the countdown, after which the media will start to persecute him, and with that a new life will begin, which will be very different from the old one. Although there was no discernible enthusiasm in her voice, her wish for Kim to successfully cope with the new difficulties sounded sincere. The young man looked carefully at his cards, realizing that he had almost managed to collect a full house. The boy said that he was completely satisfied with a life where he would be constantly surrounded by attention. He admitted that he liked being the center of attention and being admired or envied, to which the witch noted the youth's honesty, pointing out how different he was from the Holy Sword. Kim decided to focus on the game, analyzing that his opponent still had a flush in her hands, and he had nothing to beat, so he decided to take a risk. The boy called all in with his full bet, which was the first time he was able to hit the Black Witch. It was a risky move, but Kong-ja was confident enough to bet everything on it. He said that just the 10th floor would not be enough for him. He wanted to climb higher and higher until he conquered the tower, no matter how long it took. The Countess thought, hearing that the young man treated them with respect and how much they valued the tower, because he did not want to conflict with them at all. But Kim also noted that despite everything, they all remained rivals to him, including the Black Witch, who was another contender for the role of the main character in this world. The young man admitted that what was important to him was what he would receive from the tower, and he did not care at all about problems with food or the poor. Kang Ja stated that if they needed his help in solving the world's problems, they could ask him at any time, but in return, he wanted them to help him reach the top as well. The girl stared ahead with an empty gaze, remaining silent for several eternal seconds. The witch let out a shuddering breath, covering her face with her cards and leaning on her elbow. She put forward a full bet, claiming that she was mistaken, and that Kim was in fact no different from the Holy Sword. Kim pulled out the last 5 of diamonds he needed, asking if it was a compliment from the girl. Showing the ace of diamonds, the Black Witch responded with a denial, mentioning that both were equally insatiable. The Countess announced the end of the game, summing up the results, where Kim ultimately won with a full house against the girl's flush. Kang Ja noted that the witch's words were quite a compliment to him, and he thanked her with a smile. The boy hopefully reminded them that if they lost, they should treat him as an equal, but was met with a question about whether he intended to take on the responsibility along with the privileges. Kim leaned innocently toward the girl with a cup of hot chocolate, asking affirmatively if it wasn't the hunter's real job to constantly rise. The Black Dragon Witch smirked at the boy's insolence, which the Sword Lord couldn't help but agree with, shouting that if the boy's disrespect were a skill, it would definitely be S-level. The red-haired spirit was finally able to return to his habit of calling the young man a zombie, so the first thing he did was jump around him and mock him. The witch asked Kim again if he had left, and he replied that he was going to get ready for the 11th floor, to which he received a comment that no one knew what would happen on that floor. But Kim, of all people, definitely knew more than all 6 of these people, so he smiled slyly. The young man gave an answer. The theme of floors 11 to 20 was a role-playing game, which received reactions of varying sorts from surprise to anger from the guild leaders. He explained his discovery by saying that it was a hint given to him after passing the 10th floor, but added that he knew nothing else. The Black Witch looked away thoughtfully, trying to think carefully about the guy's words and find out what could be hidden behind the topic of the next floors. And although Kim said that he didn't care at all about the well-being of the tower, when he left the cafe, he knew that in the future, he would be obliged to repay his debt to the hunters. Time passed incredibly quickly, approaching that cherished moment of glory, and the crowd on the street was already in full swing discussing who was behind the cleanup, from time to time mentioning high-level hunters. And none of these people yet suspected that the real winner was standing somewhere in the crowd, dressed up in an extraordinary way and waiting for his moment. There were only 11 seconds left, and people began to furiously rush the time, counting it down in unison with the clock face. A golden 10 hung in the sky, which was about to inform the entire tower about the beginning of a new era. The crowd cheered with drinks and snacks in hand to while away the already fleeting moments before the identity of the mystery hunter was revealed. Kim looked at his phone with satisfied eyes, immediately going online. He wanted to feel this moment, so he typed in a search query about clearing the 10th floor, the results of which so far had nothing in common with his achievement. But a second later, the site began to reboot, clearly digesting the new portion of information that suddenly entered its chambers. The internet exploded, with thousands of news posts about the 10th floor being cleared popping up all at once, trying to take the place of others. The young man's face broke into an even bigger smile at this moment of glory, and he didn't even notice the screams of the jubilant crowd around him. The countdown ended and people raised their hands with glasses to the bright light that scattered in the form of particles all over the sky. The light was so bright that for a split second, the brilliant flash even blinded some, and a voice from above announced the completion of preparation for training. A snow-white silhouette began to appear above the people, repeating its previous phrase, and people were calling to open the 11th floor towards it. The silhouette instantly transformed into a woman with golden wavy hair, caressed by the wind itself, and she greeted her dear hunters, congratulating them on clearing the 10th floor. People looked in fascination at the beautiful creature above them. Some thought she looked like an angel, while others mistook her for a goddess from above. The spirit of the rear rose to a height just below the beautiful girl, telling Kim not to deceive himself, because in this world, there was no one like gods. While she was humming instructions, the ghost explained that the beauty was just a tower system for handing out quests, and if she did exist, it was not in the current reality. The goddess reported that humanity now had to challenge the Demon King, and Kim asked how the spirit knew the true nature of her. to which the ghost awkwardly stuttered. Suddenly, loud sounds of someone's quick footsteps were heard while the golden-haired girl asked for information about the movement. A familiar silhouette shot out from the top of one of the buildings, breaking through space and rising upward with a heavy sound from contact with the atmosphere. The holy sword itself, with just one swing, was able to cut through the now destroyed projection of the golden girl, turning her into shimmering particles. Old Man Marcus landed confidently on the adjacent building, looking at the result of his sudden, yet perfectly composed attack. The projection, interrupted by a painless cut, flickered in the air for some time in a half-destroyed form. Soon she returned to her original position, and again looked like a golden-haired girl without a single scratch. The short-term recovery of the goddess left the public shocked and perplexed, and active whispers began to break out. Kim's gaze turned to the sword saint, who also noticed the youth and looked back at him coldly. The guy was so excited by the meeting with the eyes of number one that he had no time for the words of the spirit, who finished saying that he had done the same thing to the goddess in his time. The old man turned his head to the other side, demanding in his hoarse voice that the tower move him to the top floor. The man soon disappeared from public view, evaporating in a blinding flash above the building. The crowd stared for a long time at the spot where number one had stood just a second ago, until their attention was interrupted by loud laughter from behind. Turning around, they saw the heretic inquisitor himself, whose positive tone was at odds with his words that he had been outdone again. He bowed deeply to the audience with his unrealistically wide smile, moving to the 11th floor following the holy sword. As if on command, the entire gathering of people, like bees to honey, began to move one by one to the newly opened floor. The goddess solemnly announced that hunters from the 11th to the 20th floor would face a certain test of faith. With her hands folded in a prayer pose, she whispered to the people to find the truth that would help them discover the truth about themselves. The reflection of the angel girl glowed in Kim's eyes as he looked at the divine hologram, as if it were a treasure. The Holy Knight approached the boy, expressing that she was very bitter, and Kim asked again, not understanding what she meant, and she asked him to imagine something. The Holy Knight explained that the tower had tried to create an inspiring message to its hunters in one way or another, but they had not cared about the miracle that had been lovingly provided to them. She ended by saying that after such a long time on the 10 floors, everyone was so tired that no motivational speeches were needed, and Kim was surprised by the humanity of number 8. Covering her eyes in a playful manner, the Holy Knight asked with a smile whether he would be so surprised if he met her from the outside world as a music student. Kim made fun of her, saying that she must have been completely penniless at the time, and the spirit tensed, rolling his eyes and quietly addressing the young man. The spirit of the rear warned him with suspicion, and yet the boy was getting such pleasure from talking with the Holy Knight. The boy looked back at the mention of his name by someone behind him, and when he realized what the source of the sound was, it was too late for him to do anything except yelp once. The Holy Knight smiled awkwardly, since it seemed like she was the reason the greedy reporters noticed the poor guy, and then apologized and quickly went to the 11th floor. Kangja, already surrounded by microphones and cameras, asked in an irritated stupor whether this fiasco had been the girl's plan all along. The girl in armor waved at the guy, saying that she always assessed her opponents with insight, and so she suggested that he consider this a manifestation of her interest. Seeing how she shamelessly left him, the boy quickly asked what she had been able to find out about him, but she replied that the answer was hidden in his soul and disappeared. The guy didn't expect that she would just leave him and run away, and the spirit of the rear kept repeating from behind that he had warned her, and the stubborn young man again didn't listen to him. And here is the moment of glory, created from microphones and cameras sticking out everywhere, each of which tried to capture as much as possible about the virtuoso hunter. Kim didn't want to waste his time on an interview. He needed to get to the 11th floor as soon as possible. But the reporters were a thorn in his heel. His strategy was clear and simple when the guy's only words were that he would clear the 20th floor next, which was enough to buy time and confuse the reporters. Kim turned his back to them and began to move, wishing them good luck at their work while they tried in vain to stop him with a few more questions. The goddess's projection finally evaporated into small, colorful particles, wishing good luck to all the tower's hunters on their journey. With a loud landing, the hunters appeared one after another in the wastelands of the floor, creating even more dust around. But the 11th floor was not so simple, and even the Holy Sword himself looked at what was happening in cold horror. War cries echoed throughout the arena, which on the lower floors would have been the most ordinary hunting grounds. One of the cries roared a cry for the Igim Empire. Thousands of warriors ran towards the monsters, sweeping each other away in a matter of seconds. The knights' commanders commanded their warriors not to retreat for the sake of the honor and life of the empire, while they powerlessly tried to stop the endless herds of monsters. During his life in the tower, the Holy Sword had seen many difficult battles and strong opponents, but this was the first time he had seen something like this. The unprepared hunters were shocked by the excessive cruelty and complexity of the floor, barely dodging the arrows flying at them, but Kim was prepared for this. A mustachioed man in silver armor and a red cloak ran up to Kim, his breath catching his breath as he rejoiced at the arrival of new warriors who would save the empire. He pointed his sharp sword upward, calling out to the boy and the other hunters nearby to help them and their country. The loud screams of the people around him irritated the young man a little, so he focused his aura into his ears and eyes, receiving approval from the spirit of the rear. The man in armor addressed the young hunters once more, and a blue display appeared above his head, telling them to protect the Igam Empire port and defeat the Demon King. The hunters looked around, reading the description of their quest in horror, being completely lost and not understanding what was happening on the floor. But the floor did not want to spare the hunters who stepped on it, as did the monsters, who continued to attack and prevent some from concentrating before the task. Having instantly decapitated one of the advancing goblins, the Holy Sword suggested that it was worth getting rid of the monsters first, and the people followed him as a leader. With renewed vigor, the other hunters focused on destroying the monsters, since after so many years of being on the lower floors, they knew their skills by heart. Flashing his bloody aura, Kim entered the battle zone amidst the sounds of heated battles. At the same moment, several projections appeared in front of the self-confident Kim and the spirit of the rear, and a voice announced the issuance of a reward for clearing the 10th floor. The first reward Kim received was a tower map from floors 11 to 20, which appeared on the red screen. The spirit was irritated by the privileges that he received, and he cursed at the tower system, while the young man received another skill, with which he saw the skills and location of NPCs from the 11th to the 20th floor. For the hidden scene, the cheekily smiling boy received an additional blessing on the green screen, with which he could access any object on the same range of floors. Kim exhaled in bliss, enjoying the divine gifts of the tower, but the red-haired spirit was not delighted with his divine luck. The floors of the tower were grouped according to different themes. The first 10 floors were considered training only and mainly consisted of training hunting grounds. But as it turned out, the next terrifying 10 floors were role-playing games called Warrior and Demon King. Kim analyzed that in this situation they could win in two ways, one of which was to have incredible physical strength to hold their own. The second way was to find those who could be led as an army. They already had NPC warriors in any case. The spirit of the rear, in bewilderment, asked Kim if he was seriously going to lead an army without any experience. The young man replied that he naturally had no intention of even trying, and opened the skill panel in front of him. Pointing to his list of skills, he replied that it would be easy for him to find such an ability and acquire the corresponding talent. The boy waved his hand cheerfully, referring to how just a minute ago his teacher had complained that the game was stupid and full of luck, and he had not even denied it, but had even snapped at the young man. The boy opened the next panel, with which he could see the location of the NPC thanks to the blessing from the previous floor, saying that he would show the spirit that the main thing is skills, not luck. Kongjia looked through the list of NPCs that could be displayed on the 11th floor, looking for one that could be a top 100 person with high skills. The spirit thought Kim's game was too cheating. He begged him to go fight instead of disgracing his name, and the youth replied that he did not disgrace him, opening a list of NPCs with the leader's traits. The young man was presented with a ranking of the top 3 NPCs at his request, after which he ordered the map to be opened and their locations to be shown on it. The red map opened. The 3 best commanders appeared on it as blue marks, and then the guy asked the map to show his location as well. Kim turned to the Sword Lord with a smirk, crossing his arms at his incredible ingenuity and asking again if the spirit thought he was aided by luck alone. The red-haired man wanted to fall into the ground, which is why he called Kim empty-headed, and Kim replied that an empty head is also a useful skill. The young man ran towards the nearest high-level knight leader, who was actively fighting against the goblin. Kongjia slowly walked up to the man and addressed him as Commander Sarbas Igim, whose sword was slowly dripping with the green blood of the goblin he had just killed. The NPC looked back fiercely, his eyes glaring at the newly arrived tower hunter on the battlefield. Sarbas Igim raised his helmet, puzzledly asking the young man from another world what he wanted, and in his mind the boy noted the commander's stylish mustache and most likely his cool skill. The valiant young man in the wasteland began to tell his dark and tragic life story, honorably making a request. and the ghost already sympathized with the poor NPC who had fallen for such a crook. The heroic warrior agreed to listen to the boy, ordering him to speak, but was almost immediately interrupted by the boy's hasty desire. The NPC's eyes widened in horror as the boy interrupted his speech with a request to kill him. Kong Ja grabbed his heart, claiming that inside it was a deadly weapon that would unleash divine protection on the battlefield if he died, which upset the ghost even more. The commander listened to the guy in a state of nervousness when he mentioned the patronage with which the Empire could win, bravely maintaining the code of honor, because he could not kill a person. The young man, taking out his knife with a bitter expression on his face, told the commander that if he did not kill him, the guy would take his own life. He added that this was the only way they could save their empire, and the poor NPC was already trembling, afraid to break his moral code for the sake of the life of his state. The Sword Lord exhaled heavily, looking at this circus, when Kim sang to the commander that he wanted to die at the hand of a true patriot of the country, and not at his own or a monster's. The warrior's red eyes looked at the boy, and he stated that the well-being of the Empire was important, but he did not think that for this, he would have to kill a man who had come to their world with such difficulty. Sarbaz closed his eyes with a heavy heart, saying that their world was definitely cursed, since it simultaneously had a war against the Demon King and the taking of the life of a brave warrior. The commander passed his sword over his hand, begging God not to forgive him for his human sins. Before ending the young man's life, he added that he would try not to cause the young man pain, and the boy proudly thanked him, the so-called savior. Finally, without looking him in the eye, Sarbaz Igam asked his victim to state his name. Kim Kong-ja responded calmly, closing his eyes in the face of certain death. The commander closed his helmet, addressing the boy by his full name with gratitude on behalf of the entire empire. The knight swung his sword, calling Kim a true warrior, and then with one movement sent him into oblivion. Again the same scene. Again the hunters who were experienced in fighting off the attacks of low-level monsters, and Kong-ja involuntarily recalled the phrase that above the runner there was always a flying one. The boy remembered another phrase: next to the hunter with a blade there is a hunter with an army, and this very hunter was none other than Kim Kong-ja, who instantly attracted the gaze of the crowd of others. This phrase, by the way, was also written by Mr. Kong-ja, confidently riding a cloven-hoofed animal with the sword of the Igam Empire in his hands. The new skill gave the guy the intuition of a real commander, in which role he already instructed his warriors to move straight ahead and then turn right to get to the Demon King. The focused warriors obeyed the young leader, carrying out his commands at the snap of a finger. The knights valiantly trusted their commander, exclaiming every now and then that this warrior of the goddess would protect them. The skill also gave Kim the ability to easily gain the trust of his subordinates, who had already swept away goblins in their path, even if he was not an experienced commander. To make better use of his skill, Kim also referred to his mini-map, which he followed even while riding a horse. He made several repeated investigations, having lived through the day more than once, and having almost memorized it, like the goblin who had already flown in the same place in the same way a couple of times. Although the young man noted that this was also due to his new sacred sword of Refant Igam's protection of legendary rarity, the light on the blade of which was said to be granted by the goddess. In the world of the 11th floor, there was a legend that said that the founder of the Igam Empire was once blessed by a goddess. But in a time when legends and stories were not given life, the blessed founder disappeared without a trace. And along with him, his sacred silver sword with the lion emblem on the hilt disappeared. The founder left behind only a one-line prediction, which stated that on the day of the manifestation of fate, a man with a glorious sword in his hands would come, and the inhabitants of the empire would trust such a hero. The warriors of the empire looked at Kim with a sword in his hands as a righteous man, a savior, exclaiming that the goddess had not abandoned them and the empire would live. The young man himself glowed almost brighter than his sword, and there was a sparkle in his eyes from how useful it was to clear the secret stage of the 10th floor. Regardless of where he poked his new find, the guy didn't notice how he almost plunged his sword into the transparent cheek of the ghost, who called the item trash, and the benefit of cleaning it insignificant. The spirit of the rear bitterly called the glowing sword an ordinary, very strong but sparkling knife, reminding the youth of the dirty grin he had when he looked at the weapon selection panel. The swordmaster recalled that there were a lot of different useful artifacts on the list of things, but Kim really wanted to choose a toy knife. Kong-ja replied on the exhale that that was why he chose it, because it was durable and shiny, and the monsters on the next floors would simply be delighted with such a thing. His army grew with every second, and he rejoiced with exclamations that after this, one would definitely not be able to call the NPC a simple means for issuing quests. Kim was proud of his tactics, with which he turned NPCs into creatures that helped him complete these very quests and were ready to do anything for him. The minor hunters whispered and made comments among themselves, marveling at the privileges that surrounded the young commander. The boy was in ecstasy, listening to the envious gossip of other hunters, concentrating the aura in his ears. But the spirit of the rear screamed that he had not taught the boy to use the aura for this purpose. The young man rejoiced like a naughty child who had been bought a new toy, and glanced at the map, which reported that the left rank of the king's army had been destroyed. Kong Jia confidently gave the command to his subordinates, indicating that they should advance forward with the goddess's sacred sword to completely destroy the army. The hunters took advantage not only by their numbers, but also by the skill of the high-level ones among them. The NPC warriors were actively advancing forward, and the number of casualties among them was decreasing, because they now had an experienced and responsible commander. The heretic inquisitor maintained his typical mentality, stepping on the goblins' faces with a flowery smile, while the poisonous serpent was more focused than ever. Soon, a huge mysterious shadow began to appear on the battlefield with a crowd of useless goblin bodyguards in the form of a shield. He was introduced as the commander of the army. A large boss monster appeared in front of the group of hunters, which was the great Goblin King, who was already looking out for his fallen warriors. The Goblin King became angry at his mindless subjects, ordering his green little creature to stop the army in his own language. Kim flew high into the air and swung his sword, aiming at the floor boss and launching one of his skills. Shouting loudly in the goblin language with the skill, the hunter used a falling attack to cut the boss's throat, splashing the monster's green blood everywhere. In an instant, the massive monster was defeated, and a crater surrounded by cracks was created on the ground beneath it, while its subordinates looked on with dismay at their fallen leader. The warriors of the Aigam Empire raised their swords to the sky in triumph for their master, who had defeated the enemy commander, shouting in glory to his empire. Meanwhile, the remaining helpless goblins looked nervously at the picture, raising their eyebrows at each other uncertainly. Fearing that they would become part of the green soup, the group of them panicked and ran away from the sight of other hunters. The less experienced hunters looked angrily at the now cowardly monsters, proudly emphasizing how much the roles had changed between them. Like greedy predators, many of them began to attack the helpless goblins that were still left, since it had already come to solo hunting. And so, in a second, the stage of the 11th floor was cleared, and the corpses of the goblins were scattered throughout the wasteland, replacing the corpses of the knights. The crowd of hunters celebrated their common achievement with incredible joy, because together they managed to defeat the 11th floor in just one day. The groups of strangers began to discuss in a loud voice how they had shown on the battlefield today, while the system's voice meanwhile counted the participants' points. A board appeared in front of the people, showing the ranking of the top 10 hunters on the floor, where Kim managed to overtake the Holy Sword, and the audience watched in bewilderment. Between them, gossip began to blossom again about the young hunter who had come so suddenly from the 10th floor and was now already leading on the next one. The spirit of the rear rolled his eyes in irritation when someone from the crowd called the boy a reclusive master. The sword master crossed his arms, saying that there was no hint of skill here, only sheer cheating, to which Kim asked with a grin if he now recognized the usefulness of skills. The ghost turned away from the boy, offended, not admitting that he was right and not intending to. The guy thought with a little bitterness, because the ghost thought so because his own strength was more important to him than the skills he had acquired. The young man decided to cheer up his master, turning to him with the words that he was going to the 20th floor and training his sword skills, although the spirit did not believe him at first. Kim spilled that he couldn't go through everything without the help of such an experienced hunter, and in general he should beg his mentor for it, and his spirit seemed to light up again. The spirit happily swirled in the air, flying around the guy and talking about what could be on the next floors, and Kim was convinced that it was easy to cheer him up. The young hunter was approached by one of the knights, whose armor was covered in the green blood of goblins. He bowed low to the young man, saying that thanks to his courage they had managed to win, thanking the warrior to the goddess with all his heart. Kim, approaching the warhorse, did not agree, because each warrior and hunter in his own way did something for their common victory. The mustachioed warrior thoughtfully rubbed his chin, insisting that his worries had been in vain, even though the young man did not understand what he had ordered. The man told a legend about a certain oracle who predicted the attack of the Demon King, But they should not be afraid, because warriors would come from another world who would help defeat the enemy. But he added that at the time he was skeptical about the prophecy. The man said he didn't believe that warriors from another world would risk their lives to save someone else's, while simultaneously removing the armor from his hand. The commander generously closed his eyes and smiled at the boy, extending his hand to him for a firm and grateful handshake. Kim, holding out his hand, thought that this gesture, even in another world, had a familiar meaning, but he did not understand why exactly, assuming that it was because of the two hands of both. Joining hands in a tight and brotherly handshake, the man said that he was counting on the young man in the future, and the latter confirmed that he would certainly try. The voice from the panel above informed the boy about the generation of a reward for clearing the floor. Before the guy could even let go of the commander's hand, the voice announced that a reward would be given to the leaders of the raiding, moving them to the next floor first. The Holy Sword looked down at his hands with a blank expression as the light carried him to the 12th floor. The Countess, even being at the end of the list, 7th, was carried with a more satisfied and confident smile. The characteristically cold Black Witch followed her, looking towards the light. The third heretic inquisitor was enjoying himself, as was typical of him. The poisonous snake, crossing his arms in a businesslike manner, exhaled heavily, looking up. The Holy Knight was in a serious mood while moving, and the voice said that the hunters at the top needed to get a reward so that everyone else could get to the 12th floor. Before he disappeared, Kim heard the knight's last words, in which he generously asked for the protection of their empire. The spirit of the rear turned its attention to the hunters from the ranking, asking the young man what he was going to do if the Holy Sword noticed him, and immediately rushed to kill him. And the boy looked back, calmly asking the teacher what he could possibly do to him worse than murder, and the ghost was very surprised. Kim told him not to worry because he had his own countermeasure, instantly moving into a large Renaissance-style room. At first, the boy noticed the Black Witch and the poisonous serpent who had moved, assuming that the place was the imperial palace of Aigim. A suspiciously young-looking heretic inquisitor ran up to the boy, exclaiming that he was incredible. Number 4 had used a skill to make himself younger. The boy was fanatically amazed at how Kim used his NPCs and was able to obtain the shining sword of the goddess, wondering about everything so intensely that he didn't have time to respond. The young heretic looked the boy wide in the eyes and said that he admired how the boy managed to use the reward from the 10th floor to clear the 11th. Kim was so embarrassed that he didn't even notice how the heretic, thanks to his short stature, crawled through his arm and behind his back. The young inquisitor used his elbow to block the attack of the holy sword that had snuck up from behind, creating bursts of snow-white energy everywhere and confusing Kongja. The blonde stood in front of the scared to the point of goosebumps Kim like a bodyguard, respectfully asking number 1 why he was being so scared and when he managed to become an assassin. The holy sword did not stand on ceremony, ordering the boy to move out of the way and moving closer to his prey with his sharp sword. The old man stared coldly at the boy with a heartless gaze, pointing his sword, saying that he was going to kill the boy. The heretic leaned towards number 1 curiously, politely asking if he was talking about Hunter Kongja, which the sword saint did not deny for a second. Having threatened to cut off his hands if he did not move away, the old man's gaze became even more lifeless and furious. The heretic countered as if it wasn't obvious, saying that he still really needed his hands, and that killing Kim would disgrace the 5 big guilds, asking again why he was hunting the guy. The holy sword coldly retorted, saying that he was not obligated to state his reason. The inquisitor met the old man's words with the fact that in that case he had no reason to retreat. The small blonde made a gesture with his hands, apparently beginning to use his skill, which he called the sacred art, spirit of movement. 2 rings appeared above the holy sword, and from them emerged the armed poisonous snake and holy sword, attacking him from behind. With just one swing, the old man managed to repel both attacks without much difficulty, scattering aura particles around them and calling them bugs. The poisonous snake flew off to the side, landing on the floor with a curse in the direction of the surprisingly cheerful elderly monster, who also noted that the snake himself was almost 40. Nervous number 5 called aging dirt, because life was just beginning at 40, and the inquisitor was in the snake's support group, saying that he really was very old, so he should show his full potential. The sudden attack on the holy sword did more harm than good, so in readiness the holy knight ordered the poison sword to concentrate. The picture made the poisonous serpent incredibly angry, and he did everything he could to keep his rage from taking over. The inquisitor was touched by the situation and incredibly intrigued, so he watched the plot between them with interest. Kim was sure that this situation could not be resolved so easily when they stood opposite each other, waiting. The heretic extended his hand to the countess standing nearby, asking her to give him just 10,000 gold. The Countess covered her face, saying that she could only give 15% with repayment in installments, but the boy replied that he did not intend to lend and that she had misunderstood him. The unusually embittered head of the Merchants Association was outraged that he was demanding donations, angrily adding that dirty money would certainly open the gates to heaven for his temple. The dark-skinned woman clenched her teeth in rage, saying through her hostility that the priest had robbed more than the businessman and called for a bag of gold. The bag of money fell over Kim and the heretic, and the latter opened his arms nobly as a rain of coins poured down on them. Triumphantly, he accepted the Countess's transaction and began to use his skill while standing on the gold. The blond boy clapped his hands, creating golden sparks from the aura around him and activating the ability. The Inquisitor's skill converted the value of coins into energy, which made the Poisonous Serpent and Holy Knight stronger. The buff time was 300 seconds each, meaning the two had less than 10 minutes to defeat the Holy Sword. Saying that gold would cover their hands, the heretic completed the activation of the technique, and he and the other two hunters were still surrounded by a golden aura. Kim looked at the empty floor, where just a few seconds ago everything was covered with coins, and the old man looked back in disdain that they had to use such heresy to become stronger. The heretic, with a sly smile, told the Holy Sword that even he would not have it easy with 4 of them already under reinforcement, and the Countess's safe was not empty yet. The Countess exhaled heavily when the blonde was wondering what would happen first, the bankruptcy of the cat servant or the death of the old man, and asked the boy why he was quietly checking her safe. The Black Witch intervened, saying that she was just another member of their alliance and would definitely join the battle, since Kim Kong-ja was, by agreement, a member of all 5 guilds. The Holy Sword asked her again about that agreement, nervously staring at the witch, who confirmed the fact once again. Kim listened with slight excitement, as the Black Witch explained that he had joined all 5 guilds with the same rights as their heads. The poisonous snake stared forward confidently, his lips pressed tightly together in displeasure. The heretic inquisitor still smiled slyly with his unangelic grin. The Countess mysteriously covered her face with her fan, not taking her cat-like eyes off the Holy Sword. The Holy Knight looked straight ahead, waiting for the moment when they could begin the battle. The Black Witch concluded in a cold voice that by pointing the gun at Kim Kong-ja, he would be pointing the gun at all 5 of them. The Holy Sword was surrounded by swords and guild leaders, and the Black Dragon leader once again asked if he was prepared to face all of them. This was the so-called countermeasure of Kim. Marcus clenched his teeth in anger, his face tensed, and smoke seemed to come out of his nostrils. And the young man mentally asked the spirit of the rear whether he remembered his words on the 11th floor. The ghost's memory was failing him, so he asked to be reminded, and the guy replied that he had recently mentioned to the spirit of the rear only 2 ways to resist a strong enemy. The first way was to have incredible physical strength to single-handedly sweep away any enemies and enemy troops. Or by the second method to lead a capable army, but this method in fact had one advantage. No solo hunter can stand against a hunter who has an entire alliance behind him, no matter how strong it is. The young man pulled himself together and took a few risky steps forward, politely approaching the aristocrat with an offer to talk. The Holy Sword looked at the boy with confusion as he approached the man, saying that he himself was very confused. The boy began by saying that he did not understand why Number 1 had decided to attack him during their first meeting, since the young man greatly admired the old man, who looked at him with cold distrust. Marcus still believed that Kim was a killer sent by the Black Dragon for his soul, just like on that fateful night. Kim recalled how the Holy Sword had tried to slit his throat with the first attack, and he had only just managed to dodge it. But in the old man's eyes, it was an evasion worthy of an assassin. The spirit of the rear noted that the boy was suspicious to all of them, but especially to Grandfather Marcus, because with that Kim's skill, he looked like an assassin who had secretly infiltrated the major guilds. In other words, Kim could be considered a scout, a spy who wanted to overthrow the entire rating and take the Number 1 spot with him. The Holy Sword let out a long breath with a chuckle at the roof of his throat, saying that it made no difference whether it was Babylon or the outside world. According to him, it didn't even take the guild leaders a day after he entered the tower to start dancing in front of him. With a menacing expression on his face, he recalled out loud that all this was so that he could join some guild. And the old man still refused each of them, this time asking hostilely if they wanted to know his reason. The Holy Sword pointed its blade at the Black Witch, whose face darkened in wild hostility, saying that he was going to prove that it was possible to exist independently in the tower. The old man despised the rules of the outside world that limited people by race, nationality, origin, and in the tower one could be at the top with only a sword. Marcus angrily claimed that success could only be achieved through his own skills. He wanted to share this hope with the people, but the leaders were the same cancer of the outside world. The usually unperturbed Black Witch was hurt by the old man's words, and she said through her teeth that he had judged people hastily, and if he had had even a shred of honor, many hunters would still be alive. In anger, Poisonous Serpent reminded Holy Sword of the time when they lost a huge number of people on the 5th, 7th, and 9th floors, just because he didn't come to clean up. The Countess was bitterly indignant, because if Marcus had not behaved like an irresponsible little child, the tower's food supply would not be in such a deplorable state. The Black Witch became furious with the man, saying that since he wanted to be first, he had to show the corresponding responsibility. The old man coldly and rudely ordered everyone to remain silent, causing even more indignant looks from the leaders, full of hatred and disgust. With a tense face, the Holy Sword asked in disgust who they took him for to talk to him like that, and ordered them to get lost, threatening to clear a path for himself with his sword. The Spirit of the Rear proudly supported his grandfather, seeing how skillfully his student threw words around, but Kim had no time for the ghost's energy. The boy's head was filled with images of the fighting NPCs from the previous floor, but fighting in a place where there were only 10 people seemed much scarier. Kong Jia did not hold back his emotions, saying that even inanimate characters united together and fought for their country. The Black Witch turned her head to the boy with a polite request not to interfere in the conversation, which did not concern him in any way, and was much more serious than it seemed, which Kim did not argue with. But the young man also suggested clearing the 12th floor first, and this was not the best time to sort things out, asking again how they were worse than those same NPCs. Kim approached the Holy Sword with only one request to consider the solution and help the residents, even if they were not real. He recalled how the commander had heartily asked him to protect the country, which was under threat of destruction. The guy reasoned that a warrior is first and foremost a person who can cope with what others cannot, and suggested concentrating on the scenes, and the old man quietly mumbled in confusion. The Holy Knight quietly hit her sword, saying that Kong Jia was indeed right, causing Marcus to turn his head towards her in surprise. The girl in armor slowly backed away, saying that she didn't know what the story was between number 1 and the boy, but at the same time, understanding that it was not the time for fighting. She extended her hand forward and a light began to appear above her silver palm, usually similar to the one that was seen when opening a skill card. A golden skill bar appeared above her hand, on which a skill card in the form of a lie detector was displayed, with the help of which the girl knew whether a person was lying or not. The hunters in the room stared at the golden display, and the Holy Knight explained that it was only thanks to this skill that she had risen to the rank of deputy chief. Swearing an oath with the sword in front of her, number 8 stated that if they believed her, she could provide them with a guarantee of the truth or falsehood of their words. This was a perfect chance for Kim, and the Holy Sword must have thought about the girl's words about how doubt was a poison, but the truth was an antidote, and they could only cooperate with trust. Kong Jia immediately agreed to the girl's proposal, raising his hand to claim that he could trust her. Finally, Holy Sword left his fighting stance and informed Lady Holy Sword that he was willing to trust her, as she was the only one in the room who had not harmed a single person. The Holy Knight exhaled with a knowing nod and closed her eyes, giving Marcus the right to interrogate the boy, while putting her honor and the reputation of the vigilante squad on the line. Still keeping a wary, piercing gaze on the boy, the Holy Sword sheathed his weapon with a loud clicking sound that echoed throughout the entire estate. The first thing the old man did was ask the boy if he had really brutally killed more than 4,000 people, pointing his finger at him dismissively. Kim, however, said without any doubt that this was the absolute truth. The Holy Sword went berserk, calling the boy a devil at the top of his voice, who was also appointed an assassin, but was interrupted by the knight's words that it was a lie. The man abruptly stopped his menacing speech, falling into concussion for a second, and his expression shifted into surprise. At the surprised expression on number 1's face, the Holy Knight clarified and repeated once again that the answer was a lie, and the boy had never killed so many people. The girl asked if the old man had any more questions, but he could only stare uncertainly into the face of the self-confident guy, who was still smiling innocently. The Holy Knight commented that such a question was inherently strange, doubting that one person could kill so many. The old man stuttered, not giving up, and began to claim that it was the guild leaders who raised the boy to be a special class assassin, and Kim jokingly repeated the words out loud to check. The Holy Knight once again refuted the words of both the boy and the Holy Sword, showing that it was a lie and the boy was not a killer. Marcus turned indignantly to the girl in armor, saying that he thought the girl would judge fairly, but she reminded him that she asked if he was ready to believe her. But it was true, he had actually agreed to believe the lie detector a few minutes ago, and now he was almost denying his own words. The old man turned his head to the boy again, saying that he couldn't help but kill at least one person, to which the young man awkwardly scratched the back of his head, not denying the old man's words. But Kim, with a generous and humorous smile, also added that it was still just one person, and the Holy Knight confirmed it. Kang Ja tensed up a little, knowing that any murder was murder, but he tried to explain that his victim deserved it, which again turned out to be true. For a second, the young man even forgot that he had to maintain a calm appearance, and emotionally responded that the man he had killed was a real maniac. Hearing that every word the boy said was the bitter truth, Marcus was beyond comment, stunned and defeated. The heretic danced in front of number one, playfully assessing how interesting the conclusion actually was. Although he liked the idea of an assassin, but alas, they had only met Kim yesterday. The spirit of the rear placed his hand on his face in shame, commenting and casually evaluating the defeat of the former student who had so stupidly disgraced himself in front of a group of outstanding hunters. The boy with a sly grin approached number one, humming that he was able to answer all the questions and dispel the misunderstanding between them. The young man kept pressing on the old man, coming closer and closer, almost violating the Holy Sword's comfort zone, while repeating how good it was, that it was just a misunderstanding. The boy did not take his eyes off the worried old man, asking the depressing question of whether he would have been dead long ago if the guild leaders had not protected him. With demonic eyes, Kim asked again if Marcus owed him an apology for his premature conclusions. And he continued to insist, not letting go of the old man from his grip, insatiably enjoying his moment of triumph. The guy asked him to apologize again, but the Holy Sword continued to stare at the guy as if he was a misunderstanding. The Holy Knight noted that since the young man had answered most of the questions correctly, his request was completely fair, and the old man should apologize. The old man began to stutter because in his entire life he had never endured such a feeling of humiliation, dripping with cold sweat and not even knowing how to respond. The Holy Sword kept trying to mumble something, but his words just wouldn't come together, and the boy and the others were left wondering what would happen next. Kim thought, Holy Sword had just accused the Holy Knight of lying just a few minutes ago, even with all her good reputation, claiming that it was a conspiracy against him. On the other hand, no one except Kang Ja knew about the number one detective's skill, so the young man assumed that he was planning to expose her in order to justify himself and get off half dry. The old man lowered his head, not looking the boy in the eye and focusing his gaze on the sword, asking him once again his full name, which the boy immediately confirmed. The boy was afraid that the Holy Sword could kill him, as the summer spirit had once done, and the old man, meanwhile, shamefully opened the blade of the sword, beginning with the words that now he was not sure whether he had killed so many people. Often, instead of admitting their own wrongdoing, people begin to make excuses or blame others, and the summer spirit was one of those who killed only to calm down. It was the choice of the Holy Sword that would show what kind of person he was inside, but the old man, putting his sword back in its sheath, politely asked to be allowed to start over. The man valiantly knelt down, offering his sincere apologies to the boy, who looked at him with surprise at his decision. Closing his eyes, he frankly admitted that he had acted incredibly recklessly and relied on his recklessness to almost kill a man. The Holy Sword admitted that until then, he had been following his personal sense of justice, getting rid of those he found suspicious. But now he was going to stop his slaughter. He didn't justify himself with his skill or blame the Holy Knight. The number one didn't just take the blame on himself, but also wanted to offer her redemption as the fulfillment of any wish. And this made him not like the summer spirit, who would not have slumped in heartfelt repentance, claiming that he could not atone for his guilt even with desire, but would have simply killed. The man exhaled heavily with his eyes closed, saying that at that moment, he could only put his own life on the line and ask for forgiveness for that pathetic, dreamy old man. Kim was speechless. In his entire life, he had seen two arrogant leaders of the tower, but only one of them was a psychopath, unable to understand the value of his abilities. And perhaps most of all, Kang Ja was stunned by the honest and heartfelt request to give him another chance because, like everyone else, he also wanted to live. The Holy Knight nodded in approval, thus confirming that everything the Holy Sword said was the pure truth. The young man himself felt a little awkward when such an outstanding individual personally bowed to him, so he respectfully pronounced the man's nickname. The Holy Sword was ready to listen to any words the boy had to say, but he was not prepared for him to ask him to teach him the art of the sword. The guy scratched the back of his head nervously, clarifying that he would like to fight the Holy Sword someday, because even though he had his own teacher, he could not be his opponent. Kim thought that he needed to keep the promise he made to the spirit of the rear and become the partner of the Holy Sword. It could be beneficial to him, and now he was about to continue his proposal when he suddenly stopped. The boy awkwardly lost his train of thought, asking to be allowed to start his request with desires again, and tried to say that he still had no right to ask a man for such a thing. The youth admitted that he was actually just embarrassed to ask such an important figure for a favor, which surprised the Sword Saint even more. Kim scratched his head again, his thoughts turning into a jumble, saying that he felt a little uneasy about feeling superior to the old man, and was generally glad that he at least stopped seeing him as an enemy. The other hunters froze when the young man began to become suddenly embarrassed and, in a sense, humble himself, because it was because of him that the massacre almost began, and he was pretending to be a big shot. His face was covered in blood, and he once again awkwardly asked the Sword Saint to teach him the art of the sword, although his head was burning with shame and he did not understand how the old man had expressed himself so clearly in front of him. The Holy Knight was silent for a couple of seconds, and then she just said the name of the god in shock with her eyes wide open. The girl in armor revealed that even these words of the guy turned out to be the sincere truth from beginning to end, and an awkward silence blossomed between the hunters for a few seconds. The poisonous snake, crossing his arms in a businesslike manner, asked the guy with disapproval why he, with the chance to ask for anything, was backing away so much simply because he was ashamed. The Black Witch noted that, after years of watching only children who needed to be spoon-fed and given stars from the sky, choosing Kim was like a breath of fresh air. The heretic inquisitor was simply touched by the picture, admiring the spectacle as if it were a child's performance, which suited his form at the moment. He artistically expressed his delight, wiping away invisible tears from his eyes, and the Countess asked him to keep quiet and return to his adult form, to which he unprincipledly agreed. The Countess's eyebrows dropped, and she noted that it turned out they had wasted her sacred 10,000 gold pieces since they hadn't even fought, and the Holy Sword had only puffed and muttered something under his breath. It was as if something had short-circuited in the Holy Sword, and he joyfully grabbed the boy by the shoulders, saying that he had been very mistaken about the correct and kind young man. The old man began to shake the young man's hand vigorously, cheerfully saying that he was ready to become his sparring partner here and now, day and night, while Kim awkwardly tried to address him. But the old man, hearing him still call him by his nickname, insisted that the young man call him Grandpa Marcus, and the boy could not believe that this was the man who tried to kill him. In a hurry, Grandpa Marcus bombarded the boy with various questions, as if casually mentioning his kind granddaughter, who could set foot in the tower, and he would be happy to bring them together. Kim awkwardly refused, but the old man leaned over menacingly, asking if he didn't like his granddaughter, and Kang Ja timidly apologized, saying that he was simply not interested in a relationship. The spirit of the rear exhaled heavily. All this was painfully familiar to him, while the old man tried to convince him that youth is the best time for love, and about what kind of love exploits he performed at 16. The red-haired man said that his grandfather was stubborn and didn't listen to others at all, and if he started talking, he would get so carried away that he would completely abstract himself from reality. The old man grabbed the boy by the jacket, saying that he would definitely take care of him, and then turned his attention to his clothes and how shabby they were, while the boy wanted to free himself as soon as possible. For a second, he already thought about committing suicide and starting the day over again, but a board appeared above him, informing him that the guy had taken first place on the previous floor. The Holy Sword was still trying to tell the boy something, but the bright light of the screen was much more attractive. And since Kim had taken first place on the 11th floor, he was the first to receive the reward. The text on the screen asked him to choose one of two rewards, and two figures appeared in front of Kang Ja, one of which looked like a goddess from the legend, and the other like the Demon King himself. First of all, the guy checked the blessing of the patron goddess of the Aijim Empire, which included the choice of various roles, which included reputation and skills. The theme of floors 11 to 20 was role-playing games. With this system, hunters had the opportunity to take roles in the Aijim Empire, and leading conquerors were given the right to choose special characters. A list of available roles on the floor appeared in front of the young man, among which were roles like Chancellor or Minister, a stark contrast to the roles on the 11th floor, like Guard. But Kim also wanted to take a look at the Demon King's rewards, which had a bloody flash above his hand. The blessing looked ominous, and its conditions included killing all remaining leaders of the 11th floor in exchange for being transported to the 99th floor of the tower. The guy stared at the description of the card, not believing his eyes and rereading it over and over again to make sure he wasn't imagining things. The poisonous snake asked in a hoarse voice why the boy suddenly fell silent and stared into space. And Kim imagined what he could get if he killed everyone present. He could easily climb to the 99th floor without doing much, but the idea both intrigued and terrified him. The voice from the panel repeated to Kim that he had to make a choice, reminding him that he would only have to make that decision once. The spirit of the rear warned the boy in a low voice that the choice before him was a trap. He repeated once again that the card was trying to deceive him, and Kim did not doubt it, agreeing with the words that he himself understood this perfectly well. His assumption was based on the fact that the summer spirit could not help but choose the Demon King's blessing. With the others looking at him questioningly, Kim reasoned that if the map wasn't a trap, in the future, the summer spirit would have conquered the 99th floor long ago, instead of messing around on the 40th. Kang Ja suggested that Yasu Ha had originally chosen the demon side, but upon realizing his mistake, he immediately reincarnated and chose the other option. Kim decided to be honest with himself, covering his tempting smile with his hand and saying that this option was still very tempting. The boy was already thinking about how wonderful it would be to face the strongest boss of the 99th floor and die once by his hand. But the ghost didn't even stand on ceremony, immediately interrupting the young man. Kang Ja responded to the spirit's words that he should not even think about choosing a demon card. There was not a gram of his usual violence on the red-haired man's face, only a serious look that clearly forbade the guy to do anything with the alluring blessing. The spirit of the rear calmly asked the boy to look at the great sword lord who had reached the 99th floor alone and failed. He couldn't help but know that there was a cruel trap in front of the young man. Moreover, Kim would never be able to kill the top 10 and then conquer the 99th floor, causing Kang Ja to ask if the floor boss was that strong. And only then did the spirit reveal that there was no boss at 99, that there was something more inhuman there, and the thought of this filled the ghost with terrible horror. The ghost sat down on the other side, offended, saying that his job was to warn. But the boy still couldn't understand what was so scary there that it made his spirit tremble. Without turning to face him, the thug added that the guy was doing well and he should continue in the same spirit. Only then would he be able to clear the 99th floor alone. The young man once again thought deeply about his choice with a gray gaze and whether it was really worth it. The boy quietly and humbly agreed, saying that he would not try, but the ghost clarified. Kim said he would take the safer route to see how things would play out. But the spirit noted that not taking the reward at all was going too far, and the youth objected, as that was part of his plan. Kang Ja turned to the other hunters, reporting that the menu for selecting rewards for clearing the floor had opened up in front of him, and the Black Witch was the first to respond. The girl was already getting tired of waiting for the quest, and she told the young man not to rush with his choice, because after it everyone would be able to make theirs in turn. But the boy replied that he had already decided everything. The hunters were amazed by the guy's answer, as he had no intention of taking any reward at all. Everyone was surprised in unison when Kim missed his choice, and both blessings in front of him crumbled into thin air, the display showing the goddess's confusion and the Demon King's giggling. The dumbfounded Holy Knight asked why Kang Ja did such a thing, while the Holy Sword began to think. Marcus looked thoughtfully into the void where his blessings lay, saying that he understood Kim's caution and his decision perfectly well. However, the old man did not understand why the young man did not take the reward, warning him that if he was so constantly cautious, he would one day be left with nothing. But Kim dispelled his worries. The Holy Sword trusted the boy's choice, even though he did not agree with this philosophy, choosing the goddess skill and the role of the Knight Commander of the Aigam Empire. Following the choice, the entrance to the mansion swung open and armed warriors entered, swearing allegiance to the greatest sword of the Empire. The old man looked around, surprised at how easy the role had been, and the heretic inquisitor tapped his chin with his index finger curiously. The blonde noted that the system reminded him very much of the role-playing game Mafia, although such words were quite alien to the old man. Clapping his hands gently, the heretic told him not to worry. He was going to explain everything himself. A wavy smoke appeared above the blonde's finger, which gradually dissolved into the space of the huge lobby. As if with chalk, the guy created 2 snow-white projections on the ground with his finger, exclaiming to the other hunters to see the fruit of his creativity. After reading one of the projections, The poisonous serpent pointed to the 99th floor, which was mentioned on the Demon King's map, with a hoarse skepticism. The Black Witch looked at both blessings in fascination, noticing their familiar appearance, and the boy once again confirmed the similarities with the Mafia. The young priest established small rules, according to which the one who chose the goddess would be called a warrior, and the one who chose the Demon King would be called a traitor. He also pointed out that in this game the traitor's position was much more dangerous. Only 9 people could become warriors, and with the help of the head of the squad of vigilantes they could figure out the traitor. The heretic concluded that the warriors were in a very favorable position, informing Kim that he had overdone it a bit with his risk management. The blonde finally finished his fiery speech and chose the role of Marshal of the Empire, behind whom his army was already marching with an oath of allegiance to the greatest sign of the empire. The poisonous snake emphasized that it would still be more profitable to choose a reward, so his gaze fell on the role of the guard commander. The Holy Knight chose the most acceptable option for herself in the form of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Black Witch chose the role of Chancellor with a caring request that no one choose the Demon King, whose reward would be destroyed without the player. The Countess smiled at the Black Dragon Chief, saying that she had nothing to worry about when choosing the role of the Empire's finance minister. The roles were chosen by all the hunters, and the voice on the display announced the completion of a thorough calculation of the rewards. The Spirit of the Rear once again asked the guy if he was sure in his decision to make a pass, to which Kim replied that such a decision was correct, and sometimes it is better to let the prey get away. The queue for choosing hunters from the top was over, which was announced by a voice on the display that echoed throughout the entire room. The voice mentioned that only one person refused the award, and that was Kim Kong-ja. However, the guild leaders' gazes became tense and filled with horror when the tower informed everyone present that only 8 of them had chosen the goddess's reward. They began to glance nervously at each other, suspecting that the hunter planning to kill them for the sake of a demonic blessing could be just a few steps away from them. The Black Witch was furious, screaming and asking which idiot chose the Demon King card, even after she cordially asked him not to. The heretic placed a finger on his chin intriguedly, taking a perverse pleasure in the tense situation, even if the traitor was at a disadvantage. The poisonous snake smiled nervously, inadvertently vulgarly recalling the clearing of the first floors of the tower in the same stressful environment, already wondering how many people would die today. The Countess covered her emotions with a fan, asking the snake again if he was talking about the times when there were still 10 large guilds, while the Black Witch shouted at the Holy Knight to interrogate him. The Black Dragon's mistress did not calm down, and with feral eyes, she insisted that she was ready to give the traitor a slow and painful death right there in the room. She asked the Holy Knight to interrogate the hunters with a lie detector and kill them if they refused to answer. But the Holy Knight first said that she was not a traitor. At first, the girl in armor, even though Kim had not taken the reward, for safety's sake asked the guy if he had chosen the demon card. Kim firmly and confidently gave a negative answer to the lie detector question, confirming that he had neither the first nor the second card. The Holy Knight confirmed the young man's words, and some of the hunters breathed a sigh of relief that the new recruit had not turned traitor. Next, the Holy Sword was questioned, who swore by all his glory and honor that he had chosen the goddess card. It was the truth. The girl in armor was tensely rushing around the lobby, interrogating one hunter after another. The heretic inquisitor smiled innocently at the lie detector, putting his hand on his heart and saying that he didn't really want to die at the hands of the Black Dragon's leader just yet. The poisonous snake felt disgusted at the very thought that he could be suspected of such a thing, so he repeated through clenched teeth that he could not possibly be a traitor. The Holy Knight's footsteps echoed throughout the room as she went from one hunter to another, receiving the same truthful answer. The Countess, still nervously covering her face with her fan, simply stated that she was not a traitor. Finally, the Holy Knight approached the Black Witch, asking the same question about the Demon King card. Through clenched teeth and with disdain, the Black Witch squeezed out that she did not take the card, to which she received a positive conclusion from the girl in armor. But then this made the situation even more confusing, and the poisonous serpent nervously shouted out where the traitor could be if all 10 were innocent. The patron goddess mourned the hunter's choice, and the Demon King burst into laughter. But the girl said that it was nothing surprising if someone had the skill of hiding lies or 2 personalities. But the Holy Sword had a third guess, and according to that, he said that by that logic, the traitor could also be the Holy Knight herself. The Black Witch was outraged by number 1's accusation and stepped forward to ask if he dared to doubt them so brazenly and shamelessly. Marcus did not deny the witch's words, continuing that even otherwise, there was nothing stopping the Holy Knight from lying for the sake of the 5 guilds. The girl in armor was understanding of the old man's suspicions, not ruling out the possibility with the words that she could well be a traitor, which slightly cooled his doubts. She said that at the moment, the most important thing for them was to keep their heads in cool, offering to trust each other. But she was interrupted by the heretic's loud chuckle. The blonde with his old smile called the deputy head too naive, saying that no matter how sweet the words about trust were, it had to be earned first. The priest reasoned out loud that it took them 10 years to become 5 guilds and begin to actively cooperate, and that was the minimum level of trust. The Inquisitor looked back at the other 3 non-ranked people who had entered the floor with them, saying that he found it difficult to trust any of them. The heretic determined that it was ineffective to spend another decade building trust in some strangers, and the Holy Knight, horrified, began to beg him, knowing what was on his mind. Without listening to her instructions, the boy clapped his hands with an indifferent, empty smile and activated his sacred art. The heretic Inquisitor rushed towards the 3 minor hunters with a poison sword, which he ordered to deal with the 10th place, and they shouted at him to stop. The boy instantly pierced one of the hunters with the spirit of movement, appearing out of nowhere behind him and attacking him from behind. The poisonous serpent plunged its sword into the throat of the other, killing him instantly, with screams and the sounds of blood gushing through the air, and the announcer's voice saying that both hunters did not possess the demon card. The picture made the sword saint angry, and he swung at the 2 neighboring ranks, saying that these vile children had shown their true faces. Marcus shouted after the attacking heretic that nothing had changed in so many years and ordered him to stop, but he did not hear the old man and aimed at the 3rd hunter. And so, before the eyes of the alarmed Kim, in less than a minute, 3 warriors of the Empire were gone, none of whom turned out to be traitors. Looking at the huge bloody stain of the door with the corpse underneath it, the Inquisitor thoughtfully wiped his hands and face, which he had accidentally stained with the blood of his victims. As if nothing had happened, the heretic turned his head to the others and good-naturedly said that there were no traitors among the nameless hunters. The priest casually threw away his handkerchief, coming to the conclusion that the criminal was still among them, and their 10 years of trust was over, which made the Holy Knight incredibly angry. The Holy Knight began to yell at the blonde in anger, repeating that she had clearly asked him to wait and calm down, but he had resumed his old behavior, and the heretic replied that he was completely calm. The Inquisitor opened his arms as if for a hug, saying that the 3 suspects were the most logical option, but fortunately the press would not know about this scene, but he was met with a blue slash. The Holy Sword and the poisonous serpent met blades, holding each other's attacks in a chaos of purple and light blue aura, staring each other in the eye. The Holy Sword's attack was so instantaneous that the heretic did not have time to react to the cut that cut off his right hand and sent him flying for a short time. The serpent himself was not very happy, although he stood up for the heretic, whom he vulgarly ordered to warn next time before killing, and the Inquisitor quietly drawled, as if it was not obvious. Staring in fascination at his severed arm, the boy graciously apologized to the others for not being able to join the fight. The poisonous snake, still fighting off number 1, asked him irritably why he was thinking about that in such a situation, saying that he was on the verge of death under the attack of the Holy Sword. The Holy Knight gave in, turning to Kim with a heavy sigh and trusting the boy with full authority in their situation. The armored girl added, almost hopelessly, that he could be trusted, begging him to stop the enraged sword saint. For the Inquisitor, it was some kind of show, which he was ready to join again, saying that the Holy Knight's decision was correct, and meanwhile conjuring with potions. The blonde also added that he was giving his sacred permission to the young man, because he could not trust himself until the traitor was caught. And Kim, meanwhile, turned to the spirit of the rear. Kim told the spirit that he had been attracting psychos to himself, and now the powers had arrived, while the red-haired one made fun of it because he believed that it was part of that one's plan. Kong Jia noted that the relationship between the leaders of the ratings was never very stable, and he made the safest decision. He just didn't think that things would go so far. The young man politely asked the Holy Knight only one question about the heretic Inquisitor, but before he could even ask it, she immediately responded with confirmation. The girl in armor said that the blonde guy had really always been like that. The Holy Knight explained that even at the tower's inception, there had been huge disputes regarding religion, but that was until the heretic Inquisitor showed up and simply killed them all. The boy always thought that religious groups had simply come to a compromise, but as it turned out, this was a press cover for a man who could not solve problems any other way. The heretic Inquisitor apologized heartily to the young man, but there was not an ounce of sincerity in his voice. And all this while, the serpent suffered desperately in the background. The blonde asked if the guy could stop the holy sword with the full power given to him, but he somehow quieted down and said that he would talk to the heretic a little later. The boy tried to shout to the holy sword that since he had sworn an oath to him today, he could at least listen, but the old man was too involved in the fight. Kong Ja kept yelling at him to calm down and stop fighting so that they could talk calmly first, but all he did was swing his weapon over and over again. The only phrase that somehow managed to confuse the old man and make him think about something other than the battle was the guy's request to introduce him to Marcus's granddaughter. The holy sword stopped, landing on the ground with a loud thud, as the young man said that he really wanted to go on a date with the other's granddaughter if she came to the tower. Marcus fell silent, rising from the floor and saying under his breath that he would never forgive the hunters, and the boy's words would not convince him either. Killing them cost him nothing. Still with some anger left in him, the old man turned his head to Kim and said that if not now, he could kill them all after identifying the traitor, and Kong Ja pretended to support him. As he was dying, the poisonous serpent asked if the holy sword had released all of its steam onto them. The young man suggested that everyone present calm down, saying that now it was not at all important who the traitor was. That was not the main problem. Kim said that they could overcome such a trouble without catching the traitor, but the holy knight objected, because as long as there was a traitor, their lives would also be in danger. The young man asked to look at the projections of the maps that the heretic inquisitor had drawn a few minutes ago. Kim pointed to a piece of text that said the Demon King's core was located on the 20th floor. Kong Ja first suggested dealing with the Demon King instead of wasting time on identifying the traitor, who might be shaking with fear, or maybe the system itself had forced this role on him. The boy stepped forward, and the narrator's voice reported that the goddess's eyes sparkled nobly, and the Demon King carelessly clicked his tongue. Turning quickly to the other hunters, Kim encouraged them to finally climb to the 12th floor and break the Demon King's core. The hunters stepped onto the 12th floor, which had already begun playing its opening scene, filling the room with red light. The helpless NPCs turned their attention to the arch, and bloody tears slowly began to drip from the thundering sky. Behind the estate, a real downpour of red rain began, which indicated the imminent arrival of the enemy army. The eyes of 1,000 warriors opened in horror and alarm at the mere sight of the horrific scene after such a triumphant moment. The warriors clutched their heads in alarm, saying in unison that this was the same terrible rain from their nightmares, which foreshadowed a catastrophe and the coming of the Demon King. The poisonous snake looked around, not understanding what had come over the NPCs, who had suddenly become alarmed and fallen before their entourage with a plea. It must have been a setup specifically for this floor of the tower, which glowed red from the bloody fog. The quest began. Kim Kong Ja walked forward through the exhausted bodies of people who clutched their heads in despair and lay down on the ground in fear. The guy looked back at the loud sound that came from behind, and the mansion filled with even more disorder inside. Turning around, he saw a dark, terrifying figure at the entrance. It was the Autumn Rain Demon King himself with his obsidian sword on his shoulders. In an underwater, disgusting, hoarse voice, the Demon King called the fallen NPCs pathetic scum. He continued his humiliating speech, asking those if they were naive to think that hunters from other worlds could save their defenseless souls. But the Demon King did not object, urging them to only call more useless people that he could easily get rid of, while Kim began to open the event map. At first, the picture of the Empire on the map didn't look that bad. A huge group of monsters was just approaching the Empire. But a second later, the picture changed dramatically, and the monsters began to attack from all sides to such an extent that the borders of the map turned into a red mass. The Demon King said that his victims would be consumed by their own anger, and the quest began with an onslaught of armed goblins, personally summoned by the king himself. Snake read the quest description in shock, which mentioned that the Demon King was actually weakened, but looking at how easily he summoned his minions, and how terrifying the King of Monsters looked, Number 5 couldn't believe that this was just part of his power. Kim repeated that in such a situation it was better to stick together without fighting, but the poisonous serpent screamed that the quest was set up to fail from the very beginning. The latter was about to object again because of the boss's absurdly high level, but Kong Ja asked him to calm down because there are no impossible quests. The young man pointed his knife at the frightened soldiers of the poisonous serpent, reminding him that he was not just a hunter now, but the head of the guard of the Agim Empire, and he had to lead the warriors. The Countess looked at the poor knights, listening to the boy's advice to convince and inspire the other NPCs as real people to defeat the Demon King's army together. Kim pointed out that it was their duty to play roles, and therefore it was unbecoming for the commander and the head of the guard to fight among themselves. Such an empire would be doomed to failure. The young man noted to the Holy Knight that, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, she should find the Emperor and bring him to the empty audience hall. Next came the Marshal, played by the little heretic Inquisitor, playfully waving his hand and introducing himself. Although Kim disliked people like the heretic, he was forced to rely on the efforts and talents of the Imperial Marshal. The heretic liked the young man more and more, but he did not succumb to the sweet words of the Marshal, reminding him of the powers given to him, according to which the blonde had to remain silent. Kong Jia ordered the Inquisitor to personally go to the Imperial Fortress wall and calm the knights who looked in horror at the advancing army. The guy firmly stated that the wall should be protected as thoroughly as possible, because if the monsters break through it, the scene will end in collapse. Having fully embraced his role, the Inquisitor bowed low to the young man, saying that he had never broken his heartfelt promises and would defend the capital even at the cost of his life. Kim watched as the role-playing game scenario slowly began to turn out better for the hunters. Even though it was a small sprout on a huge tree, Kim ran outside, and the other hunters on the borders of the Empire looked at the bloody acid rain with burns on their faces, saying that it was much scarier and cooler than the last floor. The Black Witch came out to the running young man, addressing him by name to the sounds of loud rain and thunder. The guy was surprised to address her as Madam Witch, but she asked to call her the head of the Black Dragon, because she didn't like such a nickname at all. The girl's sudden appearance confused Kim, but she replied that she could teleport with her skill, which seemed very useful to the spirit, and he offered the boy to die once at her hands. Running together under the bloody rain, the young man asked why she hadn't gone straight to the fortress stage, and the witch explained that she had come to take the boy there safely. The girl mentioned that she saw a sword in the hands of a guy on the 11th floor, saying that thanks to this artifact, Kim would be able to raise the spirit of the warriors, who now needed it more than she did. As she walked, she extended her hand to him, urging him to agree to help the army, which caused the boy to look at her in bewilderment. She asked him to clearly pronounce the phrase about moving with her, but the guy was surprised that she immediately told him in detail about her S-level skill. The girl responded by saying that the guy was saying strange things, and according to him, she was, after all, the Chancellor of the Empire. The Black Witch insisted that the Chancellor could not hide anything from his people, and urged the guy to quickly say the words about the move, even superficially. The boy agreed to use the Black Dragon Chief's movement skill, and she grabbed his hand, informing him of some additional condition of the talent. The young man felt his feet lift off the ground, and the atmosphere around him distorted, leaving him in flight with the witch for a few seconds to the sounds of crying NPCs. And once again, Kim was convinced that those unreal characters who surrounded them were exactly like real people. They were also afraid and really wanted to live. Kim Kong Jia and the Black Witch landed in a cloud of dust at the very top of the Empire's fortress wall. The guy immediately wanted to thank the girl for her help in moving, not knowing where to start. But she interrupted him and asked him to wait. The Black Dragon's leader walked to the edge of the fort, saying that she couldn't leave just by showing the weak her authoritative appearance. There was a determination in her purple eyes that she was going to use to show that it wasn't that easy to become the guild leader back in the day. The entire training ground was filled with the cry of the Black Witch, who addressed the entire army with a loud and sharp word. Like a freed dragon atop a tower in the thundering skies, the Black Witch roared loudly for her warriors to rise. She instructed her soldiers that a single stone wall could not protect itself, and that only they could protect the Empire from monsters. The warriors looked at their chancellor with tears in their eyes, staring with emotion at their leader who straddled the top of the wall. The sobbing of the knights gradually died down, interrupted by the noise of the falling rain, and the Black Witch continued to inspire them and order them to stand up, because thanks to them, their homeland was holding on. The Black Dragon Chief grabbed Kim's hand, her grip reminiscent of the sacred sword in his hands. Saying that God was protecting them, the Black Witch raised the boy's hand up, showing the entire army the goddess's sword, which glowed like a diamond in the bloody sky. The lion emblem on the sword's hilt began to glow brightly, and above it appeared a message that the goddess of protection was grateful to the hunters for their choice. Then the goddess of protection issued her final authority to the Empire, creating a huge flare at the highest point of the defensive wall and clearing the weeping skies. In fact, when Sarbus Igam killed Kim some time ago, after his death he was fined, which started the reproduction of the NPC's hell-level injury. The legend said that no one knew why or where something came from, but when it appeared, scarlet rain fell everywhere. There was no trace of monsters yet on the map of the sprawling lands, but the Demon King's voice called humans worthless. Wherever the scarlet raindrops fell, blood soon spilled, and the devil's words conveyed that those born of men were destroying men. Each time another country was destroyed, the territory under human control gradually narrowed, and the troops retreated to where there was no rain yet. Each time another royal family perished, human history was shortened a little, until the lands were rotted from top to bottom in the Demon King's contempt. But wherever they went, it was raining, an endless rain that inspired only one thought: that humanity was about to come to an end. It was raining, and the Demon King didn't understand why he had to hold back on a certain day from the tempting idea of slaughtering another herd of human creatures. He walked until even the Demon King himself appeared against the backdrop of the crimson fog, whom they had begged for mercy. The warriors prayed for their goddess of protection to come to them sooner, but faith and hope gradually faded and disappeared into oblivion. The chroniclers, taking care of their old pens, wrote continuously and accepted the fate that would be recorded by their own hand, reporting the complete destruction of humanity. He who called the human race worthless, the Lord of Nightmare, the king of all demonic creatures, in the last moments of the painters' lives called the Demon King. The light of the goddess of protection's power helped clear the way and destroy the cursed blood rain that had not subsided for years. The soldiers looked at the cleansing light with new hope and faith in their eyes, involuntarily sobbing, hearing echoes of the goddess and exclaiming about the blessing of the empire. But it was not that simple, and Kim knew it very well because the mandate was not clear enough. In fact, the rain had only stopped in the area where the light of the goddess's sword reached, but sometimes you have to be content with little, especially when there is almost nothing left. At the very beginning, there was not a single NPC in the audience hall, due to the fact that all high-ranking officials abandoned the bloody empire. The warriors cried with happiness, exclaiming that the goddess had not abandoned them, and this tragic picture was the reason why the tower chose this particular scene. The Black Witch once again commanded her subjects in a loud voice to stand up and fight. The warriors began to support each other and regain their fighting spirit so as not to embarrass themselves in front of their chancellor during her fiery speeches. The Black Dragon chief let out a sigh of relief as she finished her speech amid the sound of spears and swords rising. The Black Witch noted Kim's strange look, with which he seemed to be assessing the effectiveness of her oratory. The girl rolled her eyes smugly, asking if he was that impressed by the Ukrainian woman's convincing speech. For no particular reason, she noted that there were plenty of Reds in her country, and although she couldn't stand the communists, they were excellent speakers to learn from. She added that there was nothing unusual about it, and Kim could not understand at all why and to what end it was said, although the spirit of the rear suggested that she had made an unfortunate joke. The Black Witch asked again what Kong Jia was going to do now, clarifying that first of all they should protect the wall, to which he agreed. The guy began to think about what he could do from a strategic point of view, given the Black Dragon Chief's teleportation skill. But at the same time, moving straight into a herd of monsters was a sure suicide that would do no good. The young man began to reason that he first needed to equalize his forces with the Demon King, using the NPC defense and introducing hunters into the game at the same time. But there was a problem in the form of reinforcements for the king. The guy had one plan, and in the case of the latter scenario, he asked the Black Witch to transport him directly to the Demon King, to which she asked if he was trying to die. And partly it was true because death was not a problem for Kim, so he looked into the girl's eyes and replied that this was a plan for victory, an ace up his sleeve. The witch herself noted that every hunter has some kind of convenient secret, so she only wished for the young man that his blade would be sharp enough to defeat the boss. The Demon King meanwhile grinned fiercely, calling the goddess's game quite amusing. The warriors looked at the Demon King in fear, who called the goddess's actions ridiculous, as there was no point in the light for those who would never see the next day. The Demon King flickered with a red light, asking if the goddess had really taken to the lower beings who could do nothing without her. The skies darkened again and the Demon King said, swinging his arm, that he was going to show the humans his special light too. In the blink of an eye, the dark silhouette of a monster rushed across the battlefield, sweeping away and destroying everything in its path like a house of cards. The warriors fell in tons, their armor not even able to withstand the collision that came from the Demon King's cuts. A terrifying wind blew up and the ruins of buildings flew straight at Kim and the Black Witch, while doing nothing to stop the crushing cut on the way to the estate. A text appeared above the ruins of a mansion that had stood just a second ago, reporting the death of one of the warriors who was not a traitor. The Black Witch looked at the ruined building with pain, remembering that there was an audience hall there, and immediately excluding those who could have been there: the heretic, the holy sword, and the serpent. Kim's eyes widened in realization that the only person left in the audience was the Countess, who was not a traitor. The Black Dragon Chief looked sadly at the bloody rain, bitterly calling the cat servant a scoundrel who went and died first. Kangja nervously asked her, because if the Countess was dead, then the connection with the outside world could also be lost. But the witch only quietly mumbled something in response. No matter how sad she was, she didn't want to let her guard down, so she gathered her strength and looked into the distance, saying that they should focus on the army of monsters. Kim opened the map where the enemy army had changed structure. The witch guessed that the Demon King couldn't attack like this forever anyway, so they needed to move to protect the fallen castle gates. Gathering her hair together, the Black Witch guessed that the monsters were trying to break through at one point, which coincided with Kim's guess. They grabbed each other by the hands and in unison said the phrase to move to the other side of the defense. In an instant, both of them moved through space and the bloody rain forward, causing a whirlpool of dust around them. The Black Witch and Kim found themselves right on the battlefield, and an army of bloodthirsty monsters was already heading their way. Kim tensed. It wasn't going to be as easy here as it had been on the last floor where he had an entire alliance fighting for him. But the boy's thoughts were interrupted by his mentor. The red-haired man noted that it would be just great if the guy could hold out alone for at least 30 seconds in that chaos of monsters. Kangja glanced at his thermos as the Sword Lord continued, saying that he needed to show him that he could fight in this war himself in order to become the hope of the local human race. The guy began to guzzle his potion while saying that a person who has lived 30 years is not a hero, but a person who is able to give others another 30 seconds of life will definitely be called a hero. The effect of the potion hit the boy's consciousness when he heard the spirit's final words that he himself needed to become a hero, and this was the very practice in the art of the sword that he needed. The spirit of the rear told Kim to step with his back foot first, and then step with his front foot all at once. Next, Kangja needed to straighten his gaze forward and concentrate his aura in his eyes. There were 2 armed goblins in front of the guy, but the spirit of the rear told him that by nature they had poor eyesight, and with the clouds of smoke and the light of the sword they were effectively blind. The red-haired man added that in battle, the absolute second is not as important as the relative one, and this second can be won by blinding your enemy. Kim entered a fighting stance and gathered all the aura within himself before the battle, noticing that even his heartbeat was slower than a second, after which the spirit wished good luck to his partner. He was going to make his own sword even faster than that very second, and the light coming from above would announce the hour of becoming a hero. The battle began. Kim slid through the front lines, approaching one of the goblins and instantly cutting through him with splashes of green blood, while the spirit excitedly told him who to kill next. Kim, through the tension of his aura, chopped up goblins one after another, confidently snapping them like seeds. This was a kind of sword dance, which needed only a few seconds to perform its divine dance and deftly dodge. The spirit of the rear instructed the boy not to swing the sword, but to make a series of cuts, comparing it to music, where the notes descend only to rise later. He told Kim to link his blows so that the downward blows would then be immediately redirected upwards, so he could attack for a longer period of time. Following the teacher's advice, the boy directed one of the next attacks upward at the goblin, and the ghost added that every step in the battle is important, because it is also a battle with time. Even if Kim managed to kill one goblin, the spirit would immediately tell him to switch to the next target and chop it down. The swordmaster mentioned that usually people go with the flow and wait for the right moment, but a swordmaster must squeeze the most out of every second. Any swordmaster lives to fight, which means every second could be his last, so the red-haired man ordered Kim to defend himself as well. He added that living with the flow was not life at all, but waiting. But when you put every second into the fight, that is enjoying life to the fullest. The spirit of the rear ended by saying that since Kim Kangja had decided to be a master of the sword, then combat for him had to be a real life in which he would live every second. The guy had only 10 seconds left to hold out, and a huge orc with hungry eyes was already swinging at him, but one question was still spinning in his head. The reincarnation skill was so strong, and Kim was increasingly surprised that it was Yu Su Ha who had received it. Even as he tried to concentrate on the battle, he couldn't help but think that out of all the losers or good people in the world, a psycho like the Summer Spirit had been given the skill. Kangja was angered by the thought that the tower did not consider anyone worthy of passing the tower, except that madman. The young man jumped back from the growling orc, wondering if it was true that you had to be some kind of psycho to get to the top. The fat orc was ready to pounce on the guy at any moment, his angry golden eyes burning with rage and a thirst for destruction. But the boy was too determined to give in to the desire to kill and be a terrible person for the sake of climbing the tower. Even if it was at the cost of 1,000 of these fearsome orcs, Kim knew that he would never become like the summer spirit, and he would still be able to conquer the 20th floor, and then the 30th. And no matter how much training with aura the guy needed, over time he would be able to conquer the 50th floor until he reached the very top of the tower. Filled with will and determination, Kim dealt the final blow to his enemy, and a message from the tower appeared above him, saying that he had received even more recognition from it. The youth landed on the ground, and his bloody aura from his D-rank increase boiled around him, while the goblins ran away in fear, and the spirit congratulated him with one word. In 30 seconds, having dealt with a whole squad of monsters that were no longer scary to him, he was again greeted by that inspiring phrase, wishing that luck would always accompany the young hunter. The youth had already rushed after the next targets, tightly clutching the sword in his hand, but the holy sword, who was watching nearby, followed him. The old man was agile and was able to match the boy in a matter of seconds, decapitating the horde of goblins around him with one almost imperceptible lunar slash. While still in a state of mind too hazy to easily perceive reality, the boy faintly heard the sword saint call his sword dance incredible. The young man looked at him in surprise, as if he couldn't believe his ears, through which these wonderful words of praise from number one sounded. The old man repeated it again, the light of his sky-blue eyes like moonlight in the middle of a dark forest, and then said that his name was Marcus Cullenberry. Again, a familiar picture. Again, the strongest hunter tells Kim his name, even though these were completely different names of completely different people. But at the same time, Kim Kong-ja himself was also a completely different person now, and now, having changed so much, he could do something special. He could do something that he would never have been able to do the first time, so he smiled boldly at the old man and told him his name exactly as he had done. The holy sword turned its gaze forward, inviting the youth to fight against the huge army of monsters together. The playing commander of the Empire and the young man were an amazing fighting fusion that nothing could stop, like a destructive elemental force. They were soon joined by the heretic Inquisitor, who had already gathered his army and was leading them as his loyal subordinates, laughing and apologizing as he went. The armless boy declared that he could have come even faster, but leading an army was not an easy task. The blonde bowed nobly and expressed his gratitude to the boy, saying that his army would definitely take advantage of the time the young man had bought for them. The little marshal gave an order to his soldiers who were angry at the Demon King's army, waving his hand and directing them towards the enemies. Kim didn't even pay attention to the shouts of the other warriors and just continued to cut down the goblins one after another. In his mind, he only wanted to move forward and not stop. The poisonous snake approached the guy at a crazy speed, unusually praising the boy and explaining that he was late because he was leading both the guard and the guild members. Number 5 added that now they would show why they were called the Gate of 1,000 Faceless Ones. But for the young man, the serpent's words were like background noise. The poisonous snake noted how immersed the boy was in the fight, which he liked very much because this was the spirit of a truly skilled warrior. The head of the 1,000 Faceless Gate once again approached the boy's ears, saying that his real name was Liao Feng, and the boy had just saved his life in the audience hall. The poisonous snake grinned, following the guy on the left side of him, saying that under the right hand of the head of the gate, thousands of faceless ones had never died. The Holy Knight ran up to the battlefield, reporting that although she had found the Emperor, he had already committed suicide by poisoning. The Holy Sword, fighting off one of the enemies, replied that they were still in a better position to fight now than to search for an army. The Holy Knight agreed, but her gaze fell on Kim, who was incredibly engrossed in the battle, his ferocity somewhat unusual for the girl's eyes. Marcus asked the girl not to interfere with him because for him time was now like real gold, and he simply could not enjoy it to his heart's content, drinking it down in one gulp. The Demon King's face broke into a terrible smile, touched by the hunters excited by their small victory, because even their goddess had abandoned them. The Demon King mocked the poor mortals, grabbing his sword dripping with black blood, taking the humans' insolence as a challenge. He began to call upon the devilish light from the heavens again, feeding himself with that destructive energy, while the poisonous serpent shouted to the Dark Witch to urgently raise the mirrors. The Dark Witch herself knew what was required of her, so she said that she would not let the Demon King escape a second time, ordering her mirrors to confuse the target. The Demon King's beam hit one of the witch's mirrors perfectly, bouncing off the others like the inertia of dominoes standing one after another, and the girl shouted to the Holy Sword and the poisonous serpent. Combining their swords into one whip slash, Liao Fan and Marcus erased the Demon King's fatal attack that the witch had redirected towards them. The Black Witch instantly moved to the remaining hunters, who were already huddled together in anticipation of the move, but one of them was still missing. The Black Witch looked back and loudly shouted the full name of Kim, who was still involved in the battle. The voice of the Black Dragon's leader seemed to force the guy to return to reality, and he turned his gaze to the girl's outstretched hand. But in front of Kim stood the Demon King himself, whose skill he could only take away in an instant, and his allies were shouting at his back, while Kim himself was overcome with a momentary melancholy. Everything that happened between them today will soon have no meaning. All these emotions and battles they experienced together will soon simply disappear, but the guy's thoughts were interrupted by the Sword Lord. The red-haired man looked at him with pride in his eyes and said that it was time for the little one to go catch the mob boss, and Kang Ja thought that if they didn't remember anything, then he wouldn't erase anything. The boy looked at the spirit brightly with a smile, agreeing to go on the journey, knowing that no one would ever know that the battlefield had been visited by one person who died on the first floor and a ghost who was defeated on the 99th. The problem wouldn't be solved by just going back, so the young man grabbed the Black Witch's hand tightly, thinking that he had become a little stronger anyway. With a bright flash, all 6 hunters loudly uttered the words of movement, but Kang Ja had a plan to do better next time. Finding himself in front of the Demon King himself, the latter assessed the decision of the remaining hunters with an amusing grin. The Demon King noted that they were so stupid that they were willing to let the traitor walk free while trusting each other, tying together their rags, torn to shreds. The devil asked if they had hoped that the rags would be able to protect them, and Kim meanwhile broke free from the grip of the relaxed witch, repenting in his soul and preparing to meet them in the next life. The Demon King grinned evilly, calling the guy jumping on him a fool, but the boy could only hope that the hunters wouldn't hold a grudge against him, even if they didn't remember anything. The monstrous monster haughtily asked the boy who was sending himself to certain death whether the naive little man tried to kill him alone, but the boy, lowering his sword, did not agree. With a triumphant smile and a middle finger in the monster's face, Kim Kang Ja admitted that he had come only to die at the hands of his damned son. As planned, the copying of the cards was successful and looked simply divine, with 3 golden cards beautifully arranged near the screen. Kim thought that since the tower gave a chance to a psycho like Yu Su-ha, it was not surprising that a loser like him was also recognized by it. And the spirit, meanwhile, suggested reading the description of the cards. Kang Ja immediately agreed to the frisky ghost's offer, but he could not shake the thought that the tower might simply be disappointed in its hunters. The first card was called Reign of Resentment and consisted of the skill of invisibility, and at the same time narrated that what is invisible to people is also considered unreal. In his mind, Kim recalled his reasoning that the summer spirit had brutally destroyed the 10th floor at one time, something that the tower could well regret. The next skill was Howling and Echoing Heart, which strengthened the owner's aura due to his strongest feelings, and over time these emotions awakened dependence. Kang Ja was in deep thought, thinking that each floor had its own hidden quest. Such a hidden quest was definitely on the 10th floor, which means that the 12th was not an exception in essence, and the spirit, meanwhile, began to read the last golden skill. The last skill card was Summon Evil Spirits, which caused people killed by the owner to automatically turn into soulless monsters, summoning them once a week. Of the several skills, these 3 attracted the young man the most, so he looked at all 3 cards floating in front of him with a puzzled expression. Soon, Kim pointed to one of the cards offered to him without an ounce of doubt. The spirit of the rear narrowed his eyes, doubting the young man's choice and the practicality of the skill, although he admitted that he was quite suitable for clearing the 20th floor. The red-haired man did not stop the guy or insist on the opposite, ending only by saying that the choice was his if he knew what he was getting into, and Kim was confident in his abilities. Before he fully plucked the card like a golden jackpot, the boy gently took it between his fingers to ask the Sword Lord one more question in a calm atmosphere. Kang Ja asked the spirit if he knew the Holy Sword's schedule, and he replied that Grandpa Marcus was a real old fart when it came to that. The spirit of the rear noted that the old man always had his day planned out from morning to night in advance, and the guy asked to tell him in detail about the old man's evening schedule. It would be useful. The Sword Lord unscrupulously agreed, and Kim finished choosing a skill and grabbed the card he needed, saying that he was even able to see the Demon King's devilish injury, but he would talk about it a little later. The day before the official opening of the 11th floor, the Black Witch asked Kim again if he is ready to leave yet. Kim looked down and said that the 11th floor would be opening soon and it would be worth getting ready. The witch, like last time, asked how he would prepare if nothing was known yet, and the guy thought about it because there were no problems with the 11th floor. But the Demon King was already waiting on the 12th. The Black Dragon's leader tilted her head to the side questioningly, asking the young man why he suddenly became silent and turned pale. The guy put his hand to his eyes, pressing with nervous bitterness that all the hunters in the room were so amazing that it seemed like some kind of dream to him. He decided to report his discovery of the next floors, this time in a friendly manner rather than in a cocky manner, saying that he knew the contents of the next floors. The tower leaders stared at the boy in tension, and the witch asked if he wanted to share his observations and information with them. The young man crossed his arms in a kind smile, saying that he would definitely tell them, but he also had one condition for this. The witch's eyes never left the boy in front of her, and she listened to the will of the hunters to fulfill his one request. The heretic inquisitor was discussing the benefits of the boy's request when he said that he had not asked for anyone's life or money, and that the hunters could refuse his request. The countess tapped her fan against her chin, logically coming to the conclusion that since they had a small right to choose, she agreed. The hunters one by one agreed to Kong Ja's request, and Kim himself breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself that the first stage of the plan had been completed. The guy started telling them about what awaited them on the next floor, advising them to pass on some of the information to the guilds. Such measures would make their time on the 11th floor easier. Having revealed all the cards they needed, Kim turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly turned to the Holy Knight. Kong Ja politely asked the knight to go out with him for a short walk to consult on something, but she said that only if the walk did not drag on. The young man told her not to worry and that half an hour would be enough for them to figure everything out. The Holy Knight smiled warmly at the boy and replied that in that case, she would not object. The guy decided to consider it some kind of date when both of them were walking along the square of the city of the first floor, and people around kept rattling about clearing the 10th floor. The spirit of the rear turned to Kim. His face was quite concentrated, and there was no sign of any particular frivolity in it. Soon the red-haired man warned Kong Ja that someone was already approaching, and Kim lowered his eyebrows seriously. The guy mentally clarified, and the ghost confirmed, warning him not to turn around, even though he still wouldn't be able to see Grandpa Marcus with his stealth skill. The youth ordered the ghost to keep a close eye on the old man, and thought that he had felt very uneasy in the first round, and it was because he had changed the Sword Saint's mind too late. The Holy Sword had a very tense relationship with the guild leaders, and when he also pointed the sword at Kim, he became an enemy to them, not to mention the fiasco with the traitor. Kim couldn't allow such a failure to happen again, and his thoughts were interrupted by the Holy Knight, who finally asked where the guy was trying to take her. She, knowing the city well after persistent patrolling, asked why the young man was heading to some slums, but he replied that he allegedly wanted to show the girl a little shop. The guy came out of hiding in a detached manner under his grandfather's schedule, specifically trying to get caught by the old man, who, seeing the bloody number above his head, immediately began to pursue him. The Holy Knight asked again about the comment about a certain shop, not understanding what the young man was getting at and what was on his mind. He walked with dull steps, telling the Holy Knight about an unknown but terribly talented pharmacist, whom she simply had to see. With a noticeable calm grin on her face, the girl in armor asked about the guy's sincerity, apparently using a lie detector, and Kim replied that he had no reason to lie. The Holy Knight replied that she was simply worried that the boy might be planning something suspicious, but he innocently replied that in that case, he would be the only one in trouble. After confirming with the skill that the young man was telling the pure truth, the Holy Knight smiled warmly at him and apologized, saying that she was sometimes too paranoid. At sunset, they came to the far corner of the city of the first floor, the very one that by its very appearance resembled a rotting dump. The green-haired alchemist, having acquired new equipment and a room that no longer resembled a barn, first of all met her favorite client. Entering inside, Kim asked if she was still working, to which she cheerfully replied that she was always ready for visitors, especially when it came to her regular guest. She tilted her head slightly shyly to the side, asking who the young man had brought to her laboratory. But upon hearing that the deputy head of the squad of vigilantes, the Holy Knight, had come to her, she was not just surprised, but actually concussed, and her glasses fell awkwardly from her face. The scientist exclaimed loudly, asking what such an outstanding person was doing at her place, immediately interrupting herself and apologizing for her tactlessness, a common reaction of ordinary hunters. The girl fell desperately to her knees, squealing and insisting that even though she worked in such a terrible area, she only sold the highest quality medicines and had done nothing wrong. The Holy Knight narrowed her eyes suspiciously, activating her lie detector skill again, and the truthfulness of the girl's words stunned her even more. Kim leaned over to the poor green-haired girl, calming her down with the words that he hadn't brought number 8 so that she would interrogate her. And the girl quietly asked why then. Kangja started by saying that the pace and progress of the girl's trade did not match her brilliant talent, so he wanted to introduce her to the Holy Knight, but she still stuttered. The guy asked the alchemist to offer the Holy Knight a trial potion, in which case she could offer a contract with the squad of vigilantes, and the scientist really needed help at the table. The green-haired girl, with tears of happiness in her eyes, called the boy a real angel who saved her store, made a big order, and was now trying to give her new connections. She was about to offer him something in return, but an uninvited but quite expected guest in red sneakers suddenly entered the laboratory. The young man glanced around. On the one hand, this was how it was supposed to happen, but on the other hand, this was the moment when he needed to quickly switch to a new target. Marcus Cullenberry, leaning his sword cane on the floor, ordered everyone in the room to leave for a moment, except for the kid, of course. He stared at the boy with his cold moon eyes and said that one old man really needed to have a quiet talk with someone face to face. The Holy Knight turned to the Holy Sword, asking how he ended up in such a place. But the old man replied that the young girl had trouble hearing, and he spoke clearly. Kim kept a sideways glance at Marcus, who was ordering the armored girl to get out of the way, as he had one thing to do. The Holy Knight called the Sword Saint's speech unnecessarily rude, asking once again what kind of conversation he could have had with Kim Kong-ja. The old man ordered her to get out of the way, repeating the phrase for the third time, but the girl was like a rock and made it clear to him that no meant no. Hearing her explain to him that Hunter Kim Kong-ja had already joined the 5 guilds, the old man let out a hoarse laugh with his teeth clenched in anger. As if his suspicions were confirmed, he said that he knew the boy was a spy who had infiltrated the major guilds, and began to open his sword. The Holy Knight raised her sword and said that the squad of warriors knew about the so-called hunt for the old man's people, but never interfered in his affairs, but to do such a thing in front of her was too impudent. The old man stared coldly at the armored girl, doubting her words that she would sacrifice herself to stop the old man. But in reality, the Holy Knight meant that she would fight Marcus until she died, and the man sank to the level of a worthless murderer with the blood of an innocent on his hands. She told the Holy Sword with an almost imperceptible doubt in her eyes that if he really wanted to spend the rest of his days with the brand of a murderer, he didn't even have to hold back. Kim immediately saw the old man's weak point, which had been revealed in the first round when he trusted the Holy Knight just because the girl was innocent. And that was why Kong-ja decided to take her with him, because she was the only so-called pure person from all 5 guilds, together with another person in the room. The alchemist stood before the young man, and although she stuttered, she made it clear that she would not allow her client, who was her sacred benefactor, to be touched. With distaste for his own morals, the Holy Sword narrowed his eyes at the words of the girl, who was telling a story about bandits and how the owner asked the old man to leave her shop. Even though both girls were no match for number 1, only pure people like them could stop him. But the Holy Sword told both of them that he would still send the 2 to the cesspool. But contrary to his own words, Marcus hid his sword in its sheath with a soft clicking sound in the silence. The old man turned away, saying that he would carry out justice, but not today, and Kim noted the fulfillment of the second point of his plan in order to exchange a few words with the saint. The guy ran out into the street after the Holy Sword, shouting loudly that tomorrow he would be waiting for number 1 in the wasteland to the north of the city. Kim added that it was up to him to decide whether to come there or not, but if Marcus wanted to know more about him, he should definitely come. The old man looked back for a second, not saying a single word in response to the boy, and silently walking away from the slums of the city into the sunset. Following the departing Holy Sword, the Holy Knight breathed a sigh of relief because the meeting with the murderer did not end in someone's death. Kong-ja asked if he was really known by that nickname, but the Holy Knight noted that he was not really, and that was only his name in the top 5 guilds. All she knew was that in the outside world his daughter and son-in-law had died at the hands of a killer, but the details were unknown because he never talks about himself. Kim's eyes widened slightly in understanding, and the Holy Knight suggested that maybe that was why the old man was so unceremonious with his victims, but she added that she was telling him a secret. The spirit of the rear confirmed the girl's story out loud, mentioning in the words of the grandfather that the grandson and granddaughter miraculously survived, but the guy asked why he didn't tell him, although he didn't ask. The Holy Knight admitted that she partly understood the old man's feelings and even often wondered whether some animals deserved to live among people. She noted that the heads of the 5 guilds knew each other's stories well, but some of them were so sickening that she was afraid for the guy's psyche. The armored girl soon exhaled with a slight nod, saying that they had already completely moved away from the topic due to the arrival of the Holy Sword. The knight turned to the girl in the robe, smiling as she asked the price of her potions, and immediately warned that the squad of vigilantes was not particularly wealthy, so they would not be able to afford a high price. The next day, the golden timer was once again visible in the sky, counting down to the grand opening of the RPG floor. The crowd of people looked up at the sky in anticipation, which was about to burst into the bright light of the guiding goddess of the tower. The atmosphere today was very similar to the last round, only this time he wasn't with the cheering crowd, but alone in the forest, staring at his phone. But something felt completely different to Kim that day. And it wasn't even because he hadn't yet become known to the world as the man who had cleared the 10th floor. Soon the Holy Sword appeared in the forest, slightly surprised that the guy actually came himself, and the latter nervously hid his phone, having lost his former courage. He remembered how just a few days ago, the Holy Sword had looked at him with a friendly and proud expression, and together they had merged in a sword dance. The old man asked if the naive young man thought that he alone would not allow himself to harm him, although he was not surprised that such a maniac was so self-confident. And Kim's eyes filled with tears, which he had not let go of since the summer spirit first killed him. The spirit of the rear turned to Kong Ja, asking if everything was okay, to which the boy pulled up his jacket, tearing off the answer, but realizing that inside he was overcome by complete melancholy. Kim turned to the Holy Sword, telling him that he actually knew why he tried to kill him, and the old man accepted that his conscience was preventing the youth from sleeping peacefully. But before Marcus could fully finish his thought, the young man revealed that the older man's observation came from his skill, and the old man asked again with quiet incomprehension how he knew. The boy folded his hands together, heartily and calmly begging number 1 to believe his next words. Kim was curious about where trust came from. The truth of the Holy Sword was his skill, and he lived by this truth, so it would be very difficult to convince him otherwise. But Kim was willing to try, even at the cost of his life. Marcus's usually cold eyes widened when Kong Ja mentioned that he was actually a fortune teller. The young man explained that he had a skill similar to prediction, and thanks to it, he learned that the old man had the keenness of a detective, and after that, he would try to kill him when asked why. He ended up asking the old man to point out the number of kills above the boy's head as an answer to his question, but the Holy Sword simply stared at the so-called fortune teller in silence. The Holy Sword didn't answer the guy with anything except one terrifying phrase to guess, and hid his hand along with the sword behind his back. The old man repeated it again, ordering the boy in detail to guess how many fingers he was hiding behind his back, and Kim was already regretting it, even though he knew that this was to be expected. The old man continued to set conditions under which he would kill him if he lied, but the guy knew there was no point in pretending, and he opened his kitchen knife, rushing straight at number 1. The Holy Sword instantly responded to the youth's attack, breaking through the wind towards him. Death. The boy was already familiar with this feeling of sharp darkness, but for some reason the old man stared at his lifeless body a moment later. Returning 24 hours ago, the Holy Sword once again directed its piercing gaze at the boy and asked him to guess. But before he could even finish speaking, the young man interrupted the man, saying that he was hiding his hand behind his back and wanted to ask him to guess the number of fingers. The guy came closer to him, slightly hopelessly begging him to believe him, because without him, they wouldn't be able to clear the stage of the 12th floor together. But the old man interrupted him. The Holy Sword pointed at him accusingly, saying that he could also have mind reading or insight, and Kim was already preparing for his next reincarnation. And each time the picture repeated itself, and the old man found new ways not to believe the young man, mercilessly killing him on the spot, and the guy became increasingly convinced that it was difficult to convince even one person. The exhausted boy tried to convince him again and again, talking about the countless victims on the 12th floor, but the old man who had reached the top of the hierarchy did not obey. No matter how much it destroyed Kim from the inside, no matter how much he suffered emotionally, he stubbornly died dozens of times to convey his idea to Marcus, even if it took him a week or a month. Time seemed to stand still, and each time it seemed to Kong Ja that his deaths were longer than the old man's life. The boy, out of desperation, tried another strategy, saying that he had no intention of playing innocent or asking for mercy, but he still had one request for the Holy Sword. The boy showed the number 5 on his fingers, telling the old man to give him just 5 days, and after that, let him decide for himself whether to kill him or leave him alive. But even then, the Holy Sword replied that he still didn't believe the youth, so the latter could only resort to his own special extreme measures. While the angel goddess was instructing the hunters, Kim told them that in the future, the Holy Sword would tell him a few words, by saying which, Kong Ja would be able to prove that he was a fortune teller. But when asked what these words were, the young man confirmed only one phrase, Sword Lord, which immediately shocked the old man. And even the Sword Lord himself didn't expect that Kim would use his name as a trump card up his sleeve at the last moment. Somewhere in the distance, the voice of the NPC goddess was heard, and the young man continued by saying that he didn't know whose nickname he mentioned was, but in the future, the old man said that it was enough. After remaining silent thoughtfully for a few seconds, the Holy Sword once again clarified that he had only given him 5 days. Marcus agreed, telling the boy that for the next 5 days the boy would be constantly in his sight, his every move, word, and behavior. The old man asked if he was okay with a scenario where he would kill him if it turned out that the guy was not staring at him because he was a fortune teller, and the young man agreed with relief. The young man bowed deeply with a grateful expression on his face, sincerely thanking number 1 for his understanding. It turned out that now Kim had a contract with both the heads of the 5 guilds and the Holy Sword. It was time to get a good ending, and in the end, the guy only wished good luck to his opponent. The battlefield on the 11th floor was just beginning to heat up, and the warriors had not yet managed to gain any advantage over the thousands of monsters. One of the NPCs noticed that warriors from another world came to save the Empire under the cries of those hunters who had not yet figured out where they had moved to. The NPC thrust his sword into the sky, giving the hunters on the floor a quest to protect the port of the Ijum Empire, while everything was the same as last time, but with a small edit. The Black Witch screamed furiously about the urgent collection of the Black Dragon. The girl with the mirrors announced that at her command, the Black Dragon Guild would take over the leadership of the war. She ordered the Gate of 1,000 Nameless and the squad of vigilantes to break through along the left side of the wasteland. Pantheon and the Merchant Alliance were directed to the right side, while the Black Dragon took the front line in the center. Finally, the Black Witch exclaimed that if anyone had any complaints about the assignment, in such a tense situation, it would be better to save them for the end of the battle. She also added that if any of the hunters had time to chat, it would be better to spend it catching an orc. The hunters and their guilds rushed into battle, sweeping away monster after monster and leaving them no chance to advance deeper. The NPCs watched in amazement as the warriors from another world skillfully broke through and cleared the way for them. The commander of the NPC army noted how unhindered the warriors from another world were fighting and ordered his army to help them. And Kim stood and watched as the proud warriors fought against 1,000 monsters together with talented hunters. And even the spirit of the rear was surprised by the mood of the boy. The red-haired man said that at this rate, the guy would simply remain in the shadows, and even the NPCs wouldn't praise him. And Kim just stood there and smiled. The ghost reminded him once again that the guy had gone out of his way in the last round for attention and glory, and now he was standing there like a pillar, to which the guy shrugged and said that anything can happen. And besides, the guy was quite happy to remain in the shadows, even if not for long. The spirit of the rear even grinned, looking proudly at his student with the question of whether he had finally matured. The boy began to deny theories about some kind of moral growth, until the Holy Sword crept up behind him unnoticed, and the young man couldn't help but feel its cold gaze on his back. The young man turned around in horror to meet that eerie feeling of being watched that number 1 caused in him, so he immediately asked what he was doing. In a hoarse, deep voice, the old man answered as everything really was. He watched the guy, reminding him that he was going to control his every action and movement. Kim felt goosebumps run down his spine and asked in a trembling voice if he was going to stalk him like that around the clock. And the man didn't deny it, as if the answer was obvious. To the guy's cries that in order to get the reward, he actually had to cut up the monsters, Marcus performed a single wavy attack in the air, which decapitated several goblins at once. His murderous cut left no trace of the goblin's green blood on the sword, and he said that he could easily cut up the goblins and keep an eye on Kim at the same time. Of course, Kong Ja was already afraid of the frightening grandfather, but when he constantly stared at him, sometimes he involuntarily wanted to fall into the ground. The boy tried to approach the Black Witch, but was stopped by other members of the Black Dragon Guild, demanding to know what he wanted from their mistress. The Black Witch looked back, looking at the Holy Sword and Kim, who had suddenly appeared on the floor. She turned away, saying that she was currently busy with a business trip, so she urged Kim to tell him what he needed in brief, and the young man said that he had a reward for the 10th floor. A word about the reward didn't manage to attract the girl, so the boy had to open the red panel in front of him, on which a map of the battlefield appeared. The Black Witch turned her head towards the guy with wide eyes, as if she had just been told something unthinkable. She quickly grabbed the young man's hand, loudly asking why he had only approached her now with such a valuable artifact, and ordering him to show her the boss's location. Kim tried to explain that the boss was currently unavailable, that he was surrounded by monsters, but the witch insisted and sternly ordered him to urgently repeat the words for her movement skill. Squeezing her hand in response, the young man uttered the necessary words, and inwardly he thought that the witch seemed to lose her composure when she showed her true self. Both of them rose into the air above the battlefield and the monsters, and a protective energy sphere of wind and dust formed around them. The Black Witch loudly asked to be shown the way, and Kim pointed his finger into the distance, where the silhouette of the Goblin King was located behind layers of dust. They shouted the movement phrase in unison, and instantly found themselves above the head of the Goblin King himself, who had no idea that they were going to clear him out with one blow. Embracing each other in flight, the Black Witch asked the guy if he owned a sword, to which Kim said that he could easily cope with such a boss. The Black Dragon's leader pushed the young man down in mid-flight, and in a matter of seconds he managed to activate his aura and concentrated evenly throughout his body, swinging from above at the goblin. One successful cut with the blood aura was enough to cut the Goblin King into two equal parts, with the boss's bright green blood spilling out between them. The subordinate goblins looked at their dead king, throwing uncomprehending glances at each other, while dark smoke oozed from his body. The boy looked at the frightened goblins with a grin, asking if they wanted to try the same one-time action as the king. The goblins ran away, screaming desperately in fear of being cut in half. Just like in the first round, the goblins were chased by a whole bunch of gloating hunters, who tore their prey apart like hungry predators. The Black Witch roared triumphantly with joy and pride for herself, for Kim, and for all the other hunters on the floor. The witch lit up like the morning sun, rejoicing like a child, because they all managed to clear the floor in less than an hour, and no more than 30 hunters died. Kim's eyes widened as he saw the Black Dragon Chief so unusually happy, especially after she had been hiding her emotions and walking around with a stone face for so long. Kongjia was puzzled by this, although it was not difficult to understand why a man who had seen so much death before would be happy with minimal losses, even if there were any. The Black Witch was just about to embrace him, and when Kim told her that she was too excited, she replied that she would excite the young man even more and praised him again. She added that there had never been so few casualties during any of the tower's floor clearings, so the guy could be quite proud of himself. The young man was struck by the witch's correct assumption that perhaps he wanted to use his reward himself, but said that it was a great fortune that he was the new hero. The girl extended her hand to him, saying that from today on, the tower's media would be flying at him, so he better get ready. And the guy only thought about how much he needed this. He lacked this attention, this admiration, and at the same time hatred from others, this feeling of heroism and courage. It seemed to him that he himself was about to burst with joy. But even all this will never be enough for universal recognition. Strong people always give their all, even knowing that the result may not satisfy them. It would be no exaggeration to say that such people try their best. And it doesn't matter whether that person is someone like the Holy Sword or the head of the Black Dragon, because even less outstanding people try. Everyone tries for the sake of success. The guy wanted to live surrounded by such grateful people. And moreover, he would like to protect such people. He doesn't want to be like the summer spirit and mock those who try. He just wants to recognize such people as equally capable and be recognized by them. The spirit of the rear looked at the dreamy boy with a proud smile, reading his every thought and saying that he really turned out to be a boy worthy of looking after him. Kim came to the conclusion that in an ever-changing world, he himself decided to change a little, looking at the leaderboard. The order of the hunters on the scoreboard was different from the first round, and now the Holy Sword was in 7th place, giving way to the Black Witch in 2nd place. The Black Witch looked at the boy with inspiration, saying that at this rate they would all get to the 20th floor together, adding that she was afraid of losses of at least 5,000 at first. Unfortunately, Kim knew that they couldn't keep things going so smoothly all the time, because if they didn't change anything, they would still end up with a terrible failure on the 12th floor and a dozen casualties. And among those losses was the loss of the only specialist capable of conducting trade relations with the outside world, and at this rate, they would lose not 5,000, but even as many as 500. Kongjia closed his eyes. He couldn't let the failure of the first round carry over into the second. So the guy had a different strategy and plan this time. he was going to take the lead role in the play himself. The hunters were transported to the castle of the Agim Empire, while everything unfolded exactly the same as last time. Next came the appearance of the little heretic, who was already fanatically, almost jumping, running towards the young hunter. He began to bombard the young man with various questions about his exciting victory with the Black Witch. But the guy asked the blonde to keep quiet. In the first round, it was a few seconds before the Holy Sword attacked Kim, so he decided to buy time by saying that she had a few words for the other hunters. The Holy Sword was there, not hiding or letting down its guard, coldly staring at the boy who was looking back. Even though the old man was stubborn, he knew how to keep his promise, and did not attack the guy who was already asking the others if they remembered yesterday's conversation in the cafe. Kim clarified that he was talking about a promise to fulfill his request, and the heretic was the first to respond, speaking for everyone, which he naturally remembered. The other hunters looked at the young man with a little surprise when he seemed to rush to ask for his request to be fulfilled right now. He showed them his open palm and asked them all to do nothing and stay inside the mansion for the next 5 days. A confident smile appeared on his face, through which he said that in these 5 days he would clear everything up to the 20th floor. Even when the 11th floor opened, the goddess NPC instructed the tower's hunters, warning them of what they were destined to face. She mentioned the test of faith that the hunters almost failed in the first round when Holy Sword clashed with the other top-ranked players. One of the goddess's requests to the hunters was to find some answer that would reveal the truth about themselves. This was the answer Kim had found. He was going to conquer the tower in less than a week, and he was confident in his ability to do it. The Black Witch looked at the guy in surprise, asking again if she had misheard, and then asked the guy to stop making such unfunny jokes. The young man exhaled, smugly closing his eyes and hiding his hands in his pockets, saying that Madam Witch heard everything correctly and he was not joking. The hunters stared at him curiously in silence, considering the guy's idea not only absurd, but also suicidal. The Black Witch immediately said that it was impossible to clear the tower at once up to the 20th floor on all levels. The Black Dragon's leader was indignant because it took the entire tower many years to clear just the 10th floor, and clearing the 11th was just a lucky chance that didn't prove anything. Kim bowed to the witch with only one request to trust him. He started by saying that, although he had completed the 10th floor only for himself, he shared all of his received rewards and achievements with the guild leaders. The Countess thought about it, agreeing with the young man's words that everyone, not just Kong Ja, benefited from the information about the boss's location and the scenario of the 11th floor. The guy continued by saying that after everything he had done, he could well deserve one single request like that. The young man didn't even raise his head, begging with all his heart to give him just 5 days. Regardless of whether he managed to clear the floor or not, they just had to wait. The goddess and demon king's rewards appeared behind Kim, and he raised his head, ending by saying that he didn't ask for anything else. Here it is, that cherished light that will decide the fate of the Igim Empire. The boy looked back, the pollen of golden light beckoning him to look at one of the 2 blessings. The youth smirked, as if asking the demon king why he was offering his blessing so politely when they weren't arguing. The boy looked around, noticing the venomous serpent's puzzled expression, while the text showed that the Demon King was insisting on choosing his reward. The Demon King despaired miserably, this time hinting that Kim might refuse the reward altogether, later either urging him to choose again or whispering something in displeasure. The Heretic Inquisitor smiled thoughtfully and said that he personally saw no problem with Kim's request. The heretic reasoned out loud, walking around the room in thought, that the young man shared with them very useful information in exchange for a request that would be fulfilled by them. The Inquisitor pointed out that sitting in one place while the press raged would not be easy, but that was only from one perspective. On the other hand, there was nothing unrealistic in the request, and the Inquisitor was quite happy with this option, so he agreed. The Black Witch, although agreeing with the realistic nature of the request, wanted to object, but the heretic reminded her once again that an agreement is an agreement. The Black Dragon Chief exhaled heavily with her hand on her forehead, reluctantly agreeing with number 4. In a situation where Poisonous Snake would normally have filled the room with curses, he was surprisingly calm and also agreed, even though he didn't know what the guy had in mind. The Countess felt as if she could trust the boy, so she also agreed under the pretext that Kim had some kind of plan. The Holy Knight did not ask any questions and simply promised to maintain silence for 5 days. The remaining random hunters also agreed, but the Holy Sword, crossing his arms seriously, coldly intervened. The old man with moonlit eyes said deeply that he had never made any such promises. He added that he had only agreed with the young man to follow him for 5 days, and saw no point in fulfilling any more minor requests. He noted that if the guy planned to go to the 20th floor himself, he would follow him, and Kim did not miss the chance to take a bodyguard in the form of the Holy Sword with him. Kim quietly but firmly addressed everyone present, who had not taken their eyes off him for several minutes. The boy smiled slightly, almost imperceptibly at them, without looking any of them in the eye. He once again thanked the tower leaders for fulfilling his request. He turned away and confidently headed towards the exit of the estate, saying goodbye to the heads of the guilds and saying that he would see them in 5 days. Kangja opened the marble doors of the mansion with both hands, briefly letting in the blinding light of the world outside. Kim and his mentor looked around, peering into the gray world that awaited them on the still unplayable street. They walked down one street, through a market where time literally stood still, and the spirit of the rear asked why all the people were frozen, to which he received Kim's answer that the reason was that the quest had not yet begun. Following behind them, with a slower but no less skillful gait, walked the Holy Sword, moving his sword cane with every step. Kim explained to the spirit in more detail that none of those present had yet chosen their role. Without hunters in the role of Chancellor or General, the tower could not start the quest. All this was because the 12th floor quest was indirectly connected to the past quest, as if the order of the story's narrative. At the same time, Kim noted that the quest was given out instantly on the 11th floor, while on the 12th it was very delayed, so the logic remained unclear to him. The quest in the first round opened only after all the roles had been analyzed, which means that if you don't choose a role, it won't start. As he walked out of the Empire's gates, Kim reasoned that in that case the monster invasion would not begin, and the Empire's army would not have to resist. But that wasn't even the most interesting thing. Kangja wondered what would happen if the Demon King kicked the bucket before the quest even started, opening the skill panel in the meantime, and the spirit was confused. Kim opened the mini-map in front of him, which only showed one fat red dot, and repeated his plan to kill the Demon King in advance. The guy also added that this way the Demon King's blessing card won't appear, and the traitor won't appear, or will simply go out before he can do anything. The narrative text above said that the Demon King was angry at the only player, while the sky thundered and the hero of the occasion was formed from the bloody rain. The Demon King's face was no longer smirking, only indignation and anger, with which he asked how the boy dared to circumvent the rules of his game. The Demon King stood before the boy, ordering him to obey the established order of the game, and not to brazenly barge in without a choice, and Kim shrugged, saying that he had already made his choice. The monster didn't understand what exactly Kim meant, so the guy pointed the goddess's sword at him and said to look at the artifact, because this was his best choice. Kangja grinned maliciously into the boss's eyes, solemnly announcing that he would kill him before the quest even began, and none of the civilians or NPCs would die, as would the traitor, who would not even appear. The guy laughed lightly, as he said that he would write a happy ending himself, as he didn't like bad endings at all, suspecting that it was because of his character. The Demon King's face twisted devilishly at Kim's shameless request to do them a favor, and obediently die in the style of the filthy abomination that he clearly was by nature. But what enraged the Demon King most was the fact that the young man was challenging him alone as an equal opponent, and not with the help of the Empire that he so despised. The guy confidently raised the blade of the glowing sword up, creating light everywhere that pierced the sky, as if a clock was striking the minutes, and ironically shrugged his shoulders at the monster's indignation about help. He jumped up without asking for any support or permission, because in the frozen world where you turned your sword into a clock hand, you fought alone by nature, the endless 5 days began. The first scene of the Demon King's injury began with the one-eyed thing, it opening its eyes on a rainy day. Next to the black thing, a toad was croaking, resting on a small tile near the rain and enjoying the damp weather. The creature rose up in a sigh, towering over the body of the unsuspecting toad. It swallowed the amphibian in an instant, devouring it to the sounds of underwater croaking gasps. A toad lay on the grass, covered in the substance from the one-eyed something, making no attempt to get out for the moist air. Soon the frog looked up and the liquid around it spread all over the ground, soaking into the earth. The amphibian looked down at her webbed feet, which were firmly pressed against the wet tiles. She looked up at the round bullets of rain, and a noticeable sadness appeared on her usually emotionless face. It was raining. The toad made only one croaking sound, looking at the rain that kept coming, and he wanted to live longer. The Demon King swung at the boy, destroying the puny man with just one slash and sending him into damned oblivion. Kim made only one mark on his palm, counting the number of times he had died at the hands of the Demon King, The spirit of the rear noted that there was nothing special about the Demon King's sword art itself. He was simply mindlessly slashing at the ground, although that was also quite scary. Kim, watching the monster's next attack, himself came to the conclusion that since it attacked so simply, it was possible to guess the direction and dodge, which was confirmed by the ghost. Second death, Kongja marked the number of his attempts in an unconventional way, randomly placing lines of different sizes in different places. The guy knew that he had ended up in a kind of time prison, but he didn't care, and the next time before the battle he drank the potion. He managed to dodge the monster's first attack, which he had already learned slightly from the previous 2 attempts. Unfortunately for him, the shift to the other side resulted in the perfect position for the Demon King to crush the small man. The third death, and here the guy already began to guess what could have happened if he had completed the quest in the usual way. He was afraid to imagine how many more knights would have fallen in this bloody battle. And when such a warrior dies, he takes with him another 20 years of life that he could have lived. The death of 20 people is equal to 200 years, so the death of 100 of them would already reach 2,000 years. And Kim did not choose a role to win back exactly that much time, banished into eternity. The tension of the battle was relieved by the persistent mockery of the Sword Lord, who found the boy's opinion that knowing the direction of the attack, he could avoid it funny. Kim tried to dodge the monster's attacks, but each time the collision confused him, to which the red-haired man noted that the whole problem was in the guy's inept use of aura. The boy died time after time, each time hearing the angry voice of the Demon King, who kept looking down on the young man. The Demon King arrogantly assumed that the imperial privileges were to blame for everything, but the young man did not even listen to him, on some days even planning how to die. Kim collided with the monster's huge sword, which from the outside looked more like a fire-breathing Cerberus clashing with a guard dog at the door. One warrior hacked at the Demon King, dying for others an infinite number of times, even when he succeeded. The whole situation could indeed be described with that phrase. The warrior was cutting down the Demon King, and the Demon King was crying ominous tears, being humiliated to fight against one warrior. Death, Kim lured the Demon King to him with a cheeky smile, his silver sword just begging to collide with the devil's axe. The Demon King swung his sharp weapon, challenging the Empire's only sword to prove his words with action first. And the guy answered with a grin that he would gladly prove his worth to the monster that called down bloody wrath from the heavens themselves. Death, the clock of the Empire stands still, its hands do not turn even a millimeter. The aura was concentrated around Kim's entire body, and his sword gradually became the only hour hand of a frozen clock. For even 1 second to pass in this world, his sword must overcome a kind of barrier. The boy lived for only 1 second with his sword, fending off the Demon King's attacks, only to die from them a second later. But even with his meager second of existence for the sake of battle, their world took another breath of life. Like a stream that has overflowed its banks, bearing everything up to the very heavens under a layer of water. Like any other flowing stream, it had to start with at least one small drop. So Kim, even if he had to live in this state for eternity, had only this precious second to live. All that was left was to mark one defeat after another, which became seconds on the path to saving other warriors. And so, the Black Witch was already joyfully exclaiming that, with a high probability, they had not lost even 40 hunters. Death, the number of defeats has long gone beyond the guy's wrist, but for some it is defeat, and for others there are even more saved warriors. The Witch Lady was very happy to praise the boy for his advice to join forces with one of the senior knight's defenders, which reduced the number of victims to 30. Death, we must move deeper and further to the very core of the Demon King. The next time, together with the witch, they managed in less than 40 minutes, and in the worst case, no more than 20 hunters died. No, that wasn't enough, because if you want to save everyone, you have to roll up your sleeves even further. The short-lived joy slowly gave way to gloomy happiness, and the head of the Black Dragon reported that less than 10 people died on the battlefield, as surreal as it was. The Demon King didn't understand why the boy always laughed cheerfully with relief before his death, but Kim always answered briefly and clearly that he was simply happy. For the Demon King, there was nothing more incomprehensible and nothing more offensive than watching his victim accept his death with a smile. But Kim told the monster every time that he couldn't understand, and not only him. The Demon King, each time taking the boy's words for dying hope, again swung at the young man, who was merely stating a fact. Death, however, Kongja did not give up. He simply had no reason to. Today his sword was always faster than yesterday, and tomorrow it would become even more graceful, because the young man lived. The Black Witch was very quiet today, so much so that it was strange even for her already cold nature. No one died during the clearing of the 11th floor, and the witch herself found it hard to admit, as if it was something from the outside world, something unreal, but expected for centuries. The Black Witch wrapped her hand around the boys, saying tenderly that everyone was still alive, including the Pantheon, and it was all down to just a couple of wounded fools. She was crying tears of happiness and pressed herself slightly against the guy, maintaining her characteristic steadfastness, although her lips were trembling as she thanked Kim, and he wanted to live even more. The Demon King's skull, dripping dark blood, once again asked how this mortal fool dared to stand before him and try to win on his own. Kim Kong-ja raised the goddess's sword in response to the monster's question, suggestively clarifying that any warrior by nature fights alone, and the king again called him a fool. Unceremoniously, the demonic attack was directed towards the boy with the speed of a bullet, but the experienced Kim was able to easily dodge it. With such a barrage of attacks, the Demon King tried to attack the guy several more times, but he missed each time. With a desperate cry that his shadow was the evil of humanity, the Demon King was about to crush him with a charged attack. Kim held the sword out in front of him with concentration, concentrating his bloody aura not only around the hilt, but also into the blade. But the Demon King's death ray was deflected by the black mirror, the fragments of which were almost invisible in the chaos of aura and dust around. Lowering the prepared sword for a second in surprise, Kim looked at the explosion that was created in the sky. The Black Witch landed next to Kim after apologizing to Kong-ja. She said that she was going to sit quietly in the hall at the guy's request, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she followed him. And he, as it turned out, found himself a fun game. Kim chuckled, calling it a game of warrior, the fun of which was simply off the scale, which the witch could not argue with because there is always benefit from hunting, and she had already spotted the beast. But the girl couldn't let the guy have fun on his own, so she was going to share the spoils with him, saying that the spoils she had taken were the tastiest, and Kim brotherly agreed with her. The Demon King, grimacing in irritation and disgust, looked at the couple who were completely fearlessly teasing and humiliating him before his very eyes. Kim narrowed his eyes awkwardly, as if apologizing to the Demon King, saying that at first he wanted to kill him himself, but after thinking for a moment, he decided that attacking in a crowd was also in the spirit of warriors. The Demon King was absolutely furious at the boy's game, and the thousands of souls inside him bulged out through his leaking skin for a second. The Demon King released black clots of mucus onto the ground, which bounced off the surface with the words that he had had enough of the sword's leniency. The monster in the dark cloak commanded the evil spirits to rise from his dead flesh and rebel. From the Demon King's black liquid, goblins and orcs began to emerge, which were even more bloodthirsty than their low-level counterparts. The Black Witch looked in horror at the army of monsters that appeared out of nowhere, saying that they might not be able to handle this level of monsters. The Black Dragon Chief shouted in irritation towards the Sword Saint, who had said that he had planned to watch for a while since not even half a minute had passed, and the youth had already clashed with the black slime. Kim chuckled, joking that he himself was going to hold out for a minute or two and only then ask for help, and the old man laughed hoarsely. The Black Witch didn't like the situation that much, and she extended her hand to Kim with the holy sword to quickly move to a safe place. But that was part of Kim's strategy, so he grinned wryly and said the situation was under complete control. He pointed his finger at the sky, using the same skill as the Demon King, as he was able to copy it before the second round even started. The Demon King, crying black blood, thought for a second that the boy was delirious, using the summoning of evil spirits. However, soon a display with the skill activation appeared above the guy, and sunlight appeared around him, informing about the imminent appearance of his own minions. According to the injury, it gradually grew, taking on different forms one after another, from a useless toad to a predatory lioness. The dark something constantly fed on new victims, taking on their appearance and strengthening its desire to live even more. Each time the new body brought a lot of pleasure and an endless desire to grow more and more. And every time it received a new body, it received new joy, new ways to enjoy, including the inevitable joy of bloodshed, of those predatory instincts without which it could not survive. Even if his victims might have been innocent children, it was just as much of a joy for him. A little girl ran away from a predatory lion in fear, desperately trying to call her parents. But he needed this sacrifice. He could not live without her. He wanted to absorb her entirely. With her devilish mouth wide open, the lioness cut off the girl's cries for help, receiving her well-deserved reward. Something couldn't get enough of the delicious smell of his human sacrifice. It was something very special. It, as if enchanted, absorbed its prey, and when nothing remained of it, the memories of the prey slowly flowed to it. It took the form of a little girl who it had just saved from death, pretending to take her mind as well. The worried father was looking for his little girl Estel, who, again disobeying the doctor, ran away into the dangerous forest. The father, breathing heavily, asked what happened to the girl's tattered and torn clothes. But instead of explaining to her father, the girl only said her dad's name once. She turned to him with a bloody face and said that she seemed to have already recovered, and Estel became the first name that was given to the Demon King. Returning to the events of the tower, Kim used his copied skill from the Demon King, and a dark fog began to appear above the ground. From the dark fog, animated and embittered skeletons began to rise, gradually accumulating into their own army of monsters. Kong Ja reminded the spirit of the rear when he was wondering why Kim decided to choose the skill of summoning evil spirits. The Swordmaster thought for a moment and then actually remembered his initial reaction, as he had initially assumed that another skill would be more useful. The rear spirit's first choice was a skill that enhanced the effect of aura, and although Kim noted that the ability to summon a beam of emotions was cool, he didn't really need it right now. The young man opened the skill panel in front of him, where in the card description he noticed a phrase about summoning people killed by people. Kong Ja closed the panel and asked the spirit again how many people he had actually killed, and the ghost paused for a moment in thought. The Sword Lord summed up that the guy had killed only 2 people in his life, himself and the Summer Spirit, whose name the spirit had managed to distort several times while guessing. Kim confirmed the ghost's guess, but also asked with a smile why the Holy Sword skill then showed a number over 4,000 above his head. It was then that the boy came to the conclusion that there was a different method of counting deaths in the tower, so standing in the crowd of evil spirits, he asked again how many deaths he had on his hands. It slowly dawned on the spirit of the rear what the boy had actually meant when he looked at some of the skeletons. In the hands of the entire 4,000-strong army of skeletons was Kim's kitchen knife, which he used to kill himself time and time again. The monsters growled, gradually waking up and waiting for the next command from their master, and Kim proudly stretched out. He smiled almost falsely at the spirit of the rear, touched by the picture of 4,000 of himself killed, saying that he had indeed died many times. The Black Witch was amazed by Kim's skill, looking at the huge army of armed skeletons and asking if he was the one who was Kong Ja's secret. She emotionally suggested that most likely it was thanks to the summoning of monsters that the guy managed to clear the 10th floor, and Kim smiled awkwardly at her theory. The Demon King looked at the young man in despair and did not understand where he could have gotten a technique identical to his. Kong Ja made fun of the monster, first asking if it was interested, but then playfully cutting it off, saying that he didn't want to tell anyway. The Demon King smiled nervously, calling the boy's game unacceptable and offensive, and then turning to the goddess, asking how long she was going to laugh at him. He was still trying to express his dilemma to the goddess, but Kim meanwhile turned to the Holy Sword with a request that he fight together with the skeletons, so they would be invincible. The Holy Sword glanced judiciously at Kim's army of evil spirits, reluctantly accepting his request, although noting that an alliance with monsters was still much better than with a guy. Kong Ja also gave the command to the Black Witch to fight with him against the Demon King personally, but she did not beg for mercy and said that she knew very well what was required of her. Kim raised the goddess's glowing sword up, calling out and speaking loudly to his army. The skeletons listened with empty eyes to their master's command to show everything they were capable of. Kong Ja loudly commanded them to kill and die, pointing his sword towards the Demon King and her invincible army, and the skeletons rushed forward. The skeletons pounced on one of the orcs with kitchen knives, surrounding him and moving over his body to strike. The orc easily crushed the skeletons and tried to sweep them out of the way and his body, causing them to fall to the ground with a crunch. But no matter how many times they fell from the blows of enemy monsters, they always got up and continued to attack as long as they had something to attack with. The headless skeletons continued to strike at the Demon King's army, rising again and again, just like Kim did when he killed himself over 4,000 times. The spirit of the rear watched as the skeletons surrounded and embraced the orc, who could do nothing against such a crowd. The ghost noted with amusement how the nature of Kim's evil spirits, who were so skilled at killing goblins, manifested itself and who they reminded him of. The Sword Lord was enjoying this movie immensely, so he looked at the huge army of skeletons that were not afraid of death with a cheeky smile. The Demon King looked at his enemy's brazen army in anger, asking with a smile of pain how he dared to do such a thing to his honor. It seemed that he would now start hitting the ground with his tightly clenched fist, just to show that he was worthy of at least something compared to the shameless stranger from another world. The Demon King leaned towards the small man, asking how someone like him, who bore no malice, no grudge, no life of the world, had the audacity to hinder him. Kim was fed up with the evil lord's constant childish questions, so he simply pointed his sword at him, asking why it even mattered where he came from. The golden ore of his skill floated beneath Kim's feet, and he said that his background didn't matter at all, because here and now he was standing in front of the boss. Kim added that if he was here, and he still thought that he had no rights anyway, then the king should not even interfere, and a sign appeared above his body, with which the tower gave him a nickname. Kong Jia rushed towards the Demon King with his sword, and the tower called this young hunter the Death King, the king who managed to subdue death. It did not age. Rather, it only became more beautiful day by day. The aroma of its body made people dizzy and intoxicated. It became known as Lady Estel, to whom people reached out with longing, calling her the holy maiden of the outskirts, not realizing how condescendingly it looked down on them. One day, a poor woman came to him with a crying child in her arms, saying that she had heard that Madame Estel could cure any disease. The weeping woman pleaded, saying that her child was mortally ill and she wanted her poor innocent creature to be blessed. It extended its arms forward with a warm smile, telling the woman about the well-known order of the temple, which required leaving the child in the church and returning for it at dawn. The woman handed over the child and fell on her knees with only one request to take care of her little angel. It looked with a wide smile at the baby, who stopped crying for a moment and lay in the silence of the temple. The baby sobbed again as it picked up his small body and looked down at his helpless, unfortunate soul. It placed the child against its face, calling it smell delicious and adding that humans were in desperate need of love. The creature ran a finger across the baby's face, indicating that his loving mother had found the finest rags to wrap him in. But even wrapped in such rags, he is overwhelmed with life, saying that the poor angel will no longer be in pain. It was a real happiness for the whole world that miracle enveloped this man, who inside was the most disgusting creature among them, devouring the poor nothingness. Consuming the child's flesh and bone filled Estel with his memories of the baby's pain and suffering. It represented how much the sick baby suffered, how painful it was for his mother to turn to something above for help so that the son would have mercy on her. Something in the form of Saint Estel calmed the child with the words that it understood everything and everything would be fine. It pointed to the child beneath his feet, ordering him to live a little longer with his condescending gaze and terrible emerald eyes. The child was already wrapped in a dark liquid from which something was born, trying to break through to the top. The scared-to-death baby broke through the blanket of mucus trying to escape. It looked down at the baby, who was sobbing in horror, and dismissively called him a worthless piece of shit. Soon the child was already lying in the arms of his happy mother, and Estel instructed that now he had become even healthier, so she should take care of him and love him as she had before. The mother thanked her child's savior with all her heart, hugging him as if she would never let him go again. And people came to Saint Estel more than once, asking for help, as if only she was their salvation. Saint Estel, a man who performs miracles, a man who saves the sick, spreading her teachings throughout the world. It gave people hope, paved the way for believers to walk and look forward with faith in tomorrow. Before their eyes was their true savior, who had created for them a life separate from the horrors that were happening outside their homes. Another mass raid of peasants began, who united under the banner of holy salvation. He was known as the one who saved all who suffered, even when the world before their eyes was crumbling and rotting. The knights united into armies to overthrow the heresy spread by the blonde witch, who was trying to renounce the only goddess in the world. Raising their resin-heated torches in unison, they shouted loudly that they would burn down the offensive witch's nest. The next night was shrouded in flames that devoured a village of ordinary people in the moonlight, and the ashes rose up, turning into large sparks for a second. Saint Estel couldn't help the burning people and houses. It only looked in horror at the chaos that was taking the lives of ordinary people of its village. The knights pursued the people with swords, killing heretics who dared to turn away from the name of their one goddess for the sake of a mortal. The conquerors had no mercy for those whom they called damned monsters for their religion, and then took their lives in the same way. Saint Estel's eyes filled with anger, sadness, and hatred as he watched the fire greedily take the life of his village, the lives of his people, the people who belonged to him. In rage, it screamed loudly after those creatures who did not consider people as people, and a rain descended on the earth that would engulf people in their own malice. The Demon King swung his sword again, ready to unleash a series of charged attacks on the boy who was being shouted at by the Black Witch. Rolling back slightly, Kim shouted back that the situation was under his complete control. The Demon King slowly lowered his slashing attack downwards, and Kong Jia wondered which way would be better to dodge, the right or the left. He guessed wrong. Kim's face on the left correctly met the Demon King's obsidian sword, instantly erasing himself from this reality to be transported back 24 hours. The skill of summoning evil spirits could only be used after a week, but the boy remembered that the clockwork clock stated that the owner retained his memory even after death. The Demon King was already making his next attack, which Kim deliberately snuck up on and let himself be killed. The retained abilities also included skills like the Spirit of the Rear, which also moved into oblivion with Kim and remembered everything, which means the rollback of the spirit summoning worked the same way. Death, the last thing the guy heard this time was the scream of the Black Witch, who was the first to notice his death, but he still had 4 days left. Days passed, each one better than the last. Together with the head of the Black Dragon on the battlefield, they saved more and more warriors. Each time the boy tried hopelessly to repel the Demon King's attack, at best flying back in a concussion. But he could never quite enjoy their constant efforts to defeat the Monster Lord, reliving every moment he had already lived as if it were the first time. The Demon King raised his army of hungry goblins and orcs again, not even suspecting how many times Kim had already seen this picture. Even though Kim Kong Jia had come this far just to die right away, he enjoyed it. There were 3 days left. In the heat of battle and endless deaths, time was getting shorter and shorter, and soon the skill could be used again. It was becoming increasingly difficult to fight back, but Kim tried to gather his strength to finish off another 23 hours before the skill would activate. And here we go again, that picture, again the Demon King charging his aura, feeding on his own rage, and the Black Witch screaming after the guy. Kim Kong Jia turned right, dodging the monster's pre-planned attack, saying that he had the situation in hand. The Demon King looked angrily at the guy's dodge, saying that he wouldn't survive even if he had some kind of gift of foresight. The guy replied that maybe he really did have some kind of vision of the future, while activating the skill that was already available for use. The Demon King was still surprised by the sudden appearance of skeletons on the battlefield, who had risen up and followed Kong Jia. Kim left the pleasure of fighting the goblins to his minions while he tried to get closer to the Lord of the Beasts. He leapt high above his minions, who were brutally finishing off every goblin on the battlefield. Kim blocked the Demon King's sword attack using a small portion of his aura, and the Sword Lord couldn't help but comment on how evil the boss was. The red-haired man noted that the monster was still very profitable, and then on the go suggested that Kim make a repeat call in a week, when he had rested, but the young man was not up to talking. But the spirit didn't even think of stopping, describing in detail his assumptions regarding the skill, and the guy tried his best to concentrate. It didn't work out. The young man died again and groaned loudly into oblivion that because of the Sword Lord, he had to wait another week, and he only laughed slightly in response, and said that Kim was just a weakling. Kong Jia swore that he would kill the ghost one day anyway, and the ghost teased him even more, saying that he would not be able to kill the dead again. The Spirit of the Rear advised the guy to change his strategy, because he had gone through the 12th floor alone and without the skill to reincarnate. So Kim teamed up with the witch and said where the monster would attack. The Black Witch turned to face the Demon King's attack, extending her hand before using her ability. The head of the Black Dragon was embraced by black flames and a purple aura, and mirrors were placed around it, creating a pattern in the form of a black pentagram made of chains connecting at one point. From her ring, the girl released a thick beam of dark energy, which she directed straight at the Demon King. The witch's beam passed through the body of the growling Demon King, tearing his torso into small clots of black mucus for a few seconds, and the Holy Sword said that the lady had hit the bull's eye. The Black Witch was indignant, because she was still too young for such nicknames, and the old man noted that Kim drank potions for battle, although the guy suggested sorting it out later. The Demon King quickly recovered and was already swinging his sword again, gathering aura for a suitable strike. Kim loudly warned the head of the Black Dragon that the monster would attack from the left. The Beast Lord almost hit the Holy Sword as he sneaked up behind him with an attack from his axe, but the old man managed to dodge it. Kong Jia warned that the witch would need to dodge the attack from the left next, and if there was no one there, a group attack would soon begin. The Black Witch understood the boy's command and moved to the other side, sending her mirrors up and dodging another beam from the Demon King. Dark mirrors lined up around the Demon King's body, glowing a dark purple beforehand. The parallel mirrors connected with each other with purple beams, directing them at the monster and destroying its upper body with one hit. Through the dark mucus on the Demon King's face, human skin began to appear, and he tried to mumble something with his old, leaking voice. Kim immediately noticed the skin deposits on the monster's face, looking at his defeated opponent in surprise. The text above the Demon King's weakened body stated that the Autumn Rain Demon King had decided to retreat, which surprised both Kim and the Black Witch. The Demon King retreated to the 13th floor in a hurricane of dark clots of his own mucus, announcing that he would return soon, and Kim did not understand why on earth he had the right to simply run away. All three looked at the single drop of black slime that the evil overlord had left behind, some indifferent, some skeptical, and some beginning to despair. Silence. Trying to gather his breath, Kim couldn't understand why he was killing himself all this time. But soon a bright blue tower screen appeared behind him, informing him that the tower had acknowledged his choice, and the hidden quest had begun, starting with the 12th floor quest. All the others followed suit, and a quest appeared in front of Kim in which the guy could chase the wounded Demon King forever. The description stated that no one would know about the young man's exploits and his contribution, but the boy was fine with that, so when asked to move him to the floor, he confidently agreed. Kim Kong-ja began to move into the quest, which was also called Warrior of the Frozen World, and the tower once again wished him good luck. The system tried to find the Demon King on the 13th floor, but detection was impossible, and a message about changing history appeared in the bright skies. The Black Witch looked at her hands, next to which amazing light blue particles, similar to petals, were flying in the air. She turned to Kim and asked about the nature of these petals, but Kong-ja himself answered that this was the first time he had experienced such energy. The spirit of the rear also saw strange lights around him, casually wondering that they were even flying next to a ghost like him. But the boy wasn't as concerned about the blue petals as the others, but he was clearly surprised when he turned his head the other way. Turning around with the Black Witch in front of him and the girl stood the solar defense wall of the Aigim Empire, completely intact with no traces of the Demon King's army's attack. Kim remembered the defense of the fortress wall in the first round, but now it looked completely different. The banners of the apocalypse were much fewer, the bloody rain did not fall on the earth, and the sun shone on an empire that did not need emblems to prove its existence. The Black Witch asked Kim to give him his hand so that she could move and check something. She still did not fully believe in the veracity of the picture. They moved to the top of the empire's defensive wall, looking into the city that was located within its stone walls. Even on the last floor, the city was a gray scene just seconds before a terrible catastrophe and the end of the world. But now it was a sunny city, full of life and hope for the future, and people were out and about enjoying their time in their town. Kim wondered if this was the change in history that the tower had told him about when he entered the 13th floor. Indeed, history was rewritten without tears and despair, without bloody rain, without the coming end of all humanity. The young man told the head of the Black Dragon that the Aigim Empire was originally supposed to be completely occupied by the Demon King. It was part of the scenario. The guy said with a warm smile that, however, now without the Demon King on the 12th floor, there could be no talk of any invasion. And in front of him was a text about the opening of the scenes of the 11th and 12th floors. And the whole story ended up being rewritten just because Kim wanted to save everyone and not let the Demon King even set foot on the floor's lands. Life in the city was raging. Even the gossip of local residents about the lack of water in the towers and their complaints about officials seemed like a breath of fresh air after the whole nightmare. Kim and the Black Witch looked at the city's blossoming life with inspiration, proud that they helped make this ending happen. But their dreamy viewing was interrupted by a voice from below. The commander of the knights below loudly asked the rascals who had climbed the fortress wall of the empire who they were. He called their actions insultingly impudent, since no one dares to set foot on the fortress tower of their empire, and ordered them to descend. This was the same man who, back on the 11th floor, desperately asked for help in protecting their empire. The young man immediately recognized the mustachioed man, calling Sarbus Aigim by name from above the tower, and he responded in surprise. Commander Sarbus Aigim was outraged by the fact that the vile bandit somehow knew his honest name, and Kim immediately understood why he had such a reaction. The young man ignored the man's repeated order to go down, realizing that the friendly Imperial from the 11th floor was now addressing him as a complete stranger. The guy remembered Sarbus Aigim's plea back in the first round before moving to the 12th floor, when he promised this seemingly NPC to save their empire. Unintentionally, this realization pressed on the guy's throat, and he squeezed out a light laugh, and a stupid smile appeared on his face. And then, a full-blown laugh that left the miserably ignored Commander-in-Chief baffled. A sharp laugh that made even the Black Witch come out of her trance and look with concern at the young man who could not calm down. The spirit of the rear was not impressed anyway. He knew better than anyone that the guy was sometimes really out of his mind and did strange things. Having calmed down a little with his slightly vulgar giggles, the boy leaned against the fort of the fortress wall, nervously exhaling from time to time. Unable to control his aura under such emotions, Kang Jia shouted out with a ringing voice and blazing eyes that he had protected. He shouted triumphantly down to the commander-in-chief that he had been able to protect their empire. The knights began to exchange strange glances and whisper, looking at that ecstatic eccentric. As his own battle cry, Kim cried out in great relief at the end that he had been able to keep the promise he had made to the empire. He wasn't ashamed at all to shout about it to the whole city, attracting the glances of passers-by who looked at the guy as if he was crazy because it was his achievement. An achievement he was only able to achieve because he wanted to save everyone and not even have a single casualty. And after hundreds of days spent in a simulation beyond the concept of time and space, he was able to defeat the Demon King, which he was incredibly proud of. He did it. Kim began to realize what a piece of trash he really was, who did nothing but envy others or make fun of them while he himself bathed in beer day after day. He justified his frozen heart with equanimity, although in reality he was very lonely and did not even try to change his life. But today was his special day, when Kim could finally be proud of himself and tell himself that he had succeeded, while the text above him announced that the floor had been cleared. And let all the glory go to the Black Witch and the Holy Sword. Be that as it may, attention meant nothing to Kang Jia right now. What mattered most to Kim today was that he was a respectable person, and whether others knew it was of no importance at all. A ranking of the participants of the cleansing appeared above the city, where Kim, nicknamed the Death King, took first place, the Black Witch second place, and the Holy Sword third. The Knight Commander looked at the guy with lowered eyebrows, not understanding a single word that he uttered as if he was delirious. Kim Kang Jia shouted the Commander-in-Chief's name loudly once more, and the Commander-in-Chief again stared nervously at the boy, not even imagining what he would say this time. The young man waved his hand, painted up to the elbow, telling Sarbus Igim to be sure to take care of his empire. The boy pointed at the knight next to him, saying that he didn't need them at all. Catching the Demon King was enough, although he wasn't surprised that their empire might be rotting in some places. But Kim added that they would somehow manage on their own, humorously encouraging the man, and the Lord of the Sword simply died laughing. The red-haired guy was spinning around in the sky from the guy's mood, because he thought that he would stand there like a normal adult and be sad. But in fact, he was showing off in public. Kim looked smugly at his mentor, saying that he couldn't help himself when he was so good today, and the spirit, through funny tears, called him an idiot. Kang Jia turned to the head of the Black Dragon, offering the girl his hand and asking why she was frozen, since they still had the 13th floor to clear. Involuntarily offering her hand, the girl did not take her suspicious gaze off the guy for a second, quietly saying that hunters at the top are never really normal. All three moved to the floor barrier on the wasteland where there wasn't even a blade of grass. The Black Witch explained that the right to enter the floor always goes to the first in the ranking, and since Kim was their guide, he just needed to introduce himself and mention the move. Kang Jia immediately agreed with a smile, so he simply said the necessary phrase. Within a second, the trio had disappeared together behind the bright flash they had left behind with their movement. They moved to the 13th floor, and the tower's voice greeted the Death King first. Before they could even calmly pass through the gates of the 13th floor, the three had already seen the Demon King, who was already furiously accusing them of taking his children, his flesh, blood, and soul. The Demon King cursed the hunters out loud, to which the Holy Sword said that it was the first time he had heard such terrifying screams, and the Black Witch wondered why he was screaming so loudly. Kim had already begun to activate his bloody aura, although the spirit of the rear in the background was perplexed. The Sword Lord crossed his arms in confusion, wondering to himself what had happened to the boss. The ghost knew one thing for sure, and he told Kim that the boss in front of them, who was hiding in anger behind the temple building, was much weaker than before. The red-haired man reasoned that the strong weakening could have been the reason for the attack from the Black Witch's aura charge. But he also noted that the boss was acting like this for a reason other than that. The spirit of the rear called the Demon King's state a fallen form, giving Kim the opportunity to roughly imagine this boss on the previous floor as a great SSS-Rank monster king. But he asked if the giant crying slime was as terrifying as the one on the 12th floor, pointing out that he was currently on the level of the Goblin King on the 5th floor. Ghost suggested that the witch might have some additional weakening skill, but Kim felt that it might be due to the unexpected change in the scene's plot. The board above the guy said that it was impossible to calculate the full reward, so all rewards would be calculated when clearing the 19th floor, and now a simplified one was being issued. The blessing that gave the minimap was strengthened, but the young man did not expect that the simplified reward would be an entire map of the entire RPG world. The Holy Sword and the Black Witch looked back questioningly at the boy's exclamations that he had understood something. Kim said that he finally understood why the Demon King was acting so strangely and asked the Black Witch to recall the previous scene for a second. He mentioned once again that the history of the Demon King's invasion of the Igim Empire itself was erased, and with it, the refugee camp, which did not exist in the city under the Empire. The guy pointed to the map, logically coming to the conclusion that in fact the refugees were evacuated not from just one empire, but from the entire continent. When the young man also pointed out that even the refugee settlement had simply disappeared, the Black Witch's face darkened grimly, and she pointed out that history had then changed across the entire continent. Everything indicated that they had traveled to a point in history when the Demon King had not yet managed to take over the entire continent and was still attacking the temple. Kongja mentally told the spirit of the rear that the level of the Monster King had indeed dropped, and he looked at the guy with surprise. Kim mentioned that every time hunters leveled up, they heard a phrase about developing the meaning of their existence, but he was starting to feel like it wasn't just a phrase for show. He suggested that perhaps the Demon King himself had been killing and leveling up to the SSS level for a very long time. But when history was erased, his achievements were erased as well. A narrative text appeared in the sky stating that the Demon King's existence was gradually fading, and that this was the clue Kim needed. The Demon King, embittered to the point of pain, leaned towards the hunters and growled furiously at them, his bottomless eyes boring deep inside. Only then did the battle begin. The Demon King extended his hand to summon his evil spirits with a skill, and Kim pulled the two up with the words to light the fire of the counterattack. The first to rise were the living dead in armor, who very slowly limped towards the hunters. Among those were zombies in the normal form of villagers or farmers, which the Demon King intended to use as weapons. They walked slowly towards the hunters, barely shifting from foot to foot, and the monstrous ruler called on more and more of his children to wake up and rise up. The Demon King extended his hand forward over his minions and commanded them to kill the people in front of them. Holy Sword and Black Witch prepared to defend themselves, and the latter admitted that she always hated zombie movies. While fighting off a group of zombies, Kim proposed to the Sword Lord that they make a bet with each other. Kongja bet the number of deaths it would take to break through to the 19th floor, and the rear spirit thoughtfully placed his chin on his palm. The spirit of the rear decided to point his finger at the sky and bet on no more than 100 deaths, and the guy heard this and with a self-confident smile bet less than 99, for which he called him a cunning bastard. But Red-Haired liked the guy's excitement, so he said that he accepted the challenge and wanted to see how Zombie Kim cut up his relatives without his help. Kim agreed to his mentor's terms as well and grinned cheekily as he gave in to the attack of one of the advancing zombies and was briefly sent into oblivion. The problem with the battle for the three was that only the witch could deal area damage, and they simply couldn't keep up with the number of zombies. So the witch asked if the guy could counterattack with a skill. While carefully concentrating on the minimap, the young man accidentally let it slip and said that only after 3 coins. And when he realized this, he turned his attention to the Holy Sword. Kongja asked Marcus to make a hole in the nearby sarcophagus-like roof because he wanted to check something. But the old man did not agree right away and asked him what he had in mind. On the go, the young man replied that he would tell later, but now he just needed the Holy Sword to open the chest. He was a fortune teller after all. The old man looked at the guy warily, with skepticism on his face, still not believing the last point. He slowly approached the object and, to his great surprise, it really could be opened, and in the meantime, Kim allowed himself to be killed. In another round, Kongja hastily explained to the Sword Saint that the sarcophagus was actually a secret passage with a hammer against the zombies below. But the old man replied that he was treading the path with only a sword. The guy said that the hammer had an AoE effect, and if you put an aura on it and then hit the ground, you can activate an effect that kills zombies around. But he asked how the guy knew about it. The nervous young man was about to stutter again that he was a fortune teller, but the zombie did not let him finish. And the hammer really turned out to be a good toy. Already in the next round, a whole crowd of crazy monsters fell apart around the Holy Sword, dying twice. So the crowd of monsters was defeated, and Kim was already about to head towards his greatness, when a huge cyclops appeared from under the temple. The witch suggested that perhaps the body in front of them was the body of a cyclops, a temple guardian, who had been unfortunate enough to fall under the influence of the Demon King's skill and become his servant. The Holy Sword was about to take on the giant, but Kongja himself did not like the idea very much, so he rushed to meet the swinging Cyclops. Death. The next time Kim loudly asked the Holy Sword to continue holding back the zombies in the square. The old man was already starting to get tired of the guy's instructions, because that huge Cyclops was just asking to feel the #1 sword, but the young man insisted that he was a fortune teller. Instead, the boy asked the head of the Black Dragon to hit the Cyclops' eye with a beam once, and she lit up, saying with childish joy that she was about to do it. But as soon as she fired her beam, it ricocheted off the Cyclops' eye and heated up even more, turning all three into overcooked steak. Another attempt, Kim decided to use the summoning of spirits, but the Black Witch reminded the guy that he had a rollback on him. The young man was already confused. He looked at the Black Witch, ordering her to go with the Holy Sword and attack the Cyclops, but with one request, which she agreed to with a small nod. The Black Witch, horrified and with a fierce expression on her face, angrily asked why when he mentioned under no circumstances to shoot the Cyclops in the eye. Kim replied that otherwise trouble would happen, but the witch tried to insist, persuading him to look at the monster's enticing huge eye. Kang Jia sympathetically tried to calm the Black Dragon Chief's desire to shoot the Cyclops in the eye, and, like some kind of psychologist, admitted that he wouldn't be against it if it were possible. The Black Witch looked at the easy target in temptation, but even the Holy Sword told her to listen to her friend, who was always raving under everyone's noses that he was a fortune teller. The girl struggled for a couple more seconds with the unquenchable thirst to simply aim well, charge her attack with aura so strongly and shoot sharply. But the Black Witch knew her limits, so she agreed not to shoot the Cyclops in the eye. At least she would try to restrain herself. And while the Cyclops was distracted by the wonderful violet-haired girl in front of him, he was surrounded on both sides by a bloody and lunar aura, and the Demon King took over his body. The latter once again fled the battle, giving up in his attempt to take the temple on the 13th floor in order to retreat further and hide on the 14th. Those same light blue petals from the aura of the 12th floor blossomed in the air on the 13th, and the sky cleared of gray clouds, bathing the location in snow-white sunlight. Life returned to the temple. The priests walked around good-naturedly and chanted prayers, and the God-loving children ran disobediently at the entrance to the building. At the top of the temple, the Cyclops snored loudly, protecting it from intruders in the name of his protector goddess, and Kim watched with a smile as another place was cleared of the Demon King. But it was time to go to the next floor, so the three of them took each other by the hand and began to move higher. On the 14th floor, they found themselves in an autumn forest and immediately prepared for an instant battle. But soon the Demon King escaped from there too. The exact same story repeated itself on the 15th floor, where the hunters fell into deep waters and defended themselves from the drowned. But the Demon King retreated higher. Wherever they followed the Demon King, even into the very depths of the scorching lands, he surrendered and fled, and history continued to roll back along with the power of the king. 18th, 19th floor, the Demon King's existence was fading more and more, and now he was looking in anger in his powerless form at the one who took everything from him. In front of the guy now was only a helpless cloak of dark slime, which contemptuously blamed him for everything that had happened to him. To the former Demon King, it wasn't just humiliating. It was insulting that a pathetic boy with a dagger in his hands thought he was so insolent. The guy took out his goddess sword, saying that now he could at least see a little of the monster's eyes. The monster had to look up to ask again what Kim was trying to convey. Kim repeated once again that now he could at least look him straight in the eye, calling the fact that the king and the warrior could not meet each other's gaze absurd. The youth pointed the glowing sword at the clot of slime cloak, while asking again if it was going to run away again, testing how much weaker it would be next time. He repeated once again that the so-called king of monsters would have no chance of winning at all if he didn't attack with all his might now. But the monster asked what the fool knew about him anyway. And the guy had something to say in response, so all he did was say Estel's name into the slime's eyes. The monster's eye widened at the fact that someone still remembered his first name, but the young man repeated one last time for the king to attack with all his might. Kim braced himself in a fighting stance, otherwise threatening to have his own time become longer than the entire history of the vile creature. It's time to tell a story about one nightmare, which was the penalty in the form of the scene of the Demon King of Autumn Rain's injury. Kim and his spirit stood in the midst of the terrible fire, under the cries of local residents and advancing peasants destroying the residential village. Kang Jia looked in horror at the fire that had merged with the so-called witch's nest. And behind the fire stood the future Demon King himself, Estel, whose body ignored the hot gusts of hellish flame. Fire, screams, destruction, chaos. All of this was reflected in the lifeless eyes of the monster disguised as a girl. She spoke, trying to understand why this happened to her, to the people who belonged to her. These were her diligent believers, her population and her followers who only a day ago lived in peace. She did not understand why people burn people, kill each other, want to despise and destroy. The faceless knight stood in formation, quoting the will of His Majesty Emperor Taidongban, who ordered the punishment of the heretic who dared to appropriate the title of saint. By order of the Forest King, O spirits, the fate of those who dared to recognize the heretic as worthy was written with an arrow, with the precious stone given by the underwater ruler, and for the sake of protecting the Great Agreement, the so-called brave warriors decided to join God's punishment. The poor religious villagers, who tried their best to prove that their goddess was their savior, were met with spears in the chest. And Estel tried to guess who those people saw themselves as, who so confidently donned armor that usually testified to brave and righteous deeds. Who did these people in armor see themselves as, while allowing themselves to burn other people? Parents who suffocated in smoke with their children in their homes, hoping to wait out the attack. Family members unable to move on their own were left to hold on to their loved ones as they burned with them. The village turned into a wasteland where nothing remained except burnt houses and burnt grass. She looked down at her feet, seeing nothing but barren, empty ground. One of the villagers once handed Saint Estel the first apple in their house with a wide smile. Now such hands lay lifelessly on the ground, not even trying to reach out for the desire to live. The girl, who thought she would never be able to walk again, thanked the saint from the bottom of her heart. But now they will never be able to get up at all. They were chained to the ground, as were their souls. Everything was lost, every single thing, and the previously wild desire to live slowly began to evaporate. She whispered the names of the villagers who died in the hellfire, learning the name of each of her creations by heart. Saint Estel scooped the dirt mixed with ash into her hands, clutching it like the most precious thing she could have after everything that had happened. Again, this thirst to devour, again the thirst to feed on the remains of people who have turned into miserable lumps of dust. What had once been a wonderful meal for her was now a tasteless snack in the wilderness. The preacher stared at the ground with a blank look, and to herself she whispered only one word, calling people worthless. And once again, when her eyes filled with black mucus and her true essence began to flow out from there, a dark liquid flowed down the lifeless and soulless body, releasing the girl and making its way to the ground, calling others exactly the same people. It called others people who also knew the beauty of life, so it did not understand why they were trying to deprive it of happiness and make it cry. Something enveloped the settlements of those whom it envied and despised by their nature, because their own kind called other people monsters. In passive anger, the monster looked at others with hatred, not understanding why those people could call themselves people, while his children were considered monsters. The monster was reborn, coming to a conclusion and setting a condition for humanity to prove that they could truly be considered human if they called others monsters. The Demon King's resentment poured out like bloody rain, and he no longer wanted to prove anything to anyone. Now it was people's turn to explain themselves. The heart howls, echoing the way something dark cursed all of humanity, and with the beginning of the reign, evil was created that will consume the people themselves, and not a single village will burn. Kim Kong-ja lay almost dead on the front lines along with other fallen soldiers, with blood raining down on his face. The imperturbable spirit of the rear looked at the poor boy, telling him to wake up from this nightmare. But Kong-ja didn't listen, continuing to lie silently with a broken expression on his face. Even when the red-haired man said that it wasn't his hell, the scene of trauma ended there. The Demon King made his choice to fight, and the young man did not delay his attack, immediately attacking the monster and cutting it down. The former high-level boss died from every second swing of the guy, unable to even sneak up on the young man. The spirit of the rear, meanwhile, instructed Kim and told him when to attack, even though the boy was doing quite well on his own. Kim finally took control of his aura and destroyed the Demon King, who was screaming in pain time after time. The Demon King was like a ball that was being kicked from one place to another without even being given a chance to breathe before the next kick. The monster was oozing black slime and simply groaning loudly with heavy exhalations, and a sludge of itself was forming under its feet. The Demon King's body shrank even further, dirt was peeling off of him, and the tower once again reported his level had dropped. The first real blood burst through the monster's black slime, and he was no longer able to string together two words. His eye widened in despair as Kim ordered the monster to retreat. A mini-map of the continent appeared behind the guy, and he said that he couldn't defeat him anyway. So the guy let him calmly run away to the 20th floor. The young man ordered him to return to his origins, to his last fort on the map. The sad creature looked at this man, whom he called insignificant, in fear as he was ordered to return to his starting point, where their paths would diverge. The Holy Sword silently looked at the boy with an emotionless gaze and an incomprehensible intent in his head. Marcus reached for the hilt of his sword, and confidently and firmly grasping it, loudly clicked the steel body against the scabbard. The Black Witch said with a smirk that she would yield the final attack to the esteemed Death King. The Demon King growled something under his breath and cursed the puny hunters once more, disappearing with only a curse behind him. The black slime evaporated in a hurricane of dark clots, finally retreating to the 20th floor of the tower before the eyes of all three hunters. The text from the Demon King's retreat check appeared in the sky, and then a crest was displayed that signified the change in the course of history. Kim turned to the Holy Sword and the Black Witch, thanking them for their help on the previous floors, but apologizing to them as he was going to go to the final floor alone. The Black Witch agreed, saying that she should be grateful to the young man for his contribution to the cleansing and promising to keep her word this time not to interfere. The Holy Sword noted that today was the end of the 5th day, so he asked Kim to meet him personally after clearing the floor and discuss many things in private. Kongja's eyes were surprisingly empty at such a touching moment, but he firmly and briefly agreed to Marcus's proposal. Kim thanked both rank leaders and began to move to the next floor. The tower welcomed the Death King, who entered the boss stage, finding himself in a dense forest in the middle of a sunny day, with light blue petals of aura floating around him. The text on the display prepared the boy for a solo hunt for the floor boss, and the young man slowly approached the dark statue in the depths of the forest. "May good luck always be with you." These words never left the guy's head, while golden shimmer and sparkles appeared around him. He walked forward slowly but surely, and behind him he laid a path of golden energy, with which the tower calculated the young hunter's total rewards for the previous floors. The golden aura began to become thicker and thicker, and a message appeared above Kongja, acknowledging the tower's enormous contribution. A text message appeared on the display in front of him, stating that the Death King's hunter powers had been established. The boy was given limited apostle rights, allowing him to improve any skill he had except for an X-level skill, but the right to choose was enough to surprise him. Drawing his sword, he still didn't know why the tower was built, who built it, or why it was filled with creatures from other worlds. However, now it became clearer to him what kind of creature the tower was as he confidently pulled out his glowing weapon. The tower was an existence that constantly monitored the choices of its hunters, so it stubbornly thrust its sword forward in the face of the former Demon King. And the guy wanted the tower to remember his choice in exactly the same way, and he, without taking his eyes off the frightened black slime, was ready to compose a suitable ending for it. The Demon King was not ready for justice. He looked at the boy in horror, trying to say at least something. He spread his arms, begging the boy to have mercy on him and ordering him not to touch his village, his paradise on earth. And Kim already knew that with the bright and sunny sky like today, it would not rain. The boss scene started, but neither Kim nor the Demon King rushed to attack, meeting each other's gazes as if in a personal duel. The Demon King cried out in tears that he could not forgive the pathetic humans for taking his world away from him. He said hopelessly that he still had not forgotten the trace of ashes and flames that erased his happiness, asking in response how he could forgive such a thing. The black slime took out its sword in agony, believing that this little man would be willing to go back in time just to burn down her house again. Kim noted that the boss scene was in the tightest location in the entire tower, referring to his minimap. But along with the most difficult location, there was also the weakest boss in the world, who put all his strength into at least reaching his enemy. The poor boss's sword seemed to be bigger than him, and it was a huge challenge for him to even lift it, let alone swing it. Kim didn't even have to move to block his enemy's attack with the blade of the goddess's sword. Kongja calmly said that it just so happened that they had completely swapped places with each other over these few floors. The young man repelled the attack of the Demon King, who flew away nearby, reminding him how on the 12th floor the black slime had to attack and he had to maintain a defensive position. The guy noted how unpredictable the world was, and he, almost powerlessly leaning on the hilt of his sword, asked him to just die. The boy was not at all affected by the monster's wishes, and he fought them off in the same way as he fought off the sluggish attacks of the black slime. The monster was met with a slashing attack that split the Demon King's body in two, with human blood splashing around. The dialogue slab that described the actions of the Demon King in the role-playing game plot began to be overgrown with snow-white linden, and his existence began to slowly fade away, according to the tower. Thick clots of mucus dripped onto the ground and hit its surface painfully along with the delicately fallen blossoms of the trees. Kim didn't let him relax, cutting his opponent to trembling screams once again with the words that he would have to become even weaker. With every swing of Kang Jia, the Demon King's existence faded more and more, and even more real blood fell out of his body. He simply began to take every blow like a living training dummy, letting out cries of pain and suffering every time. Kim was about to send him straight back where he came from, and the flowers around the ruins kept growing more and more. The monster's body gradually began to shed its dirt, and it began to return to its former form, Estel. The saint was returning to her original self, and the tower was carrying out the confiscation of her title as the Demon King of Autumn Rain. The girl tried to cling to the dirt that was her only connection with the now alien personality. She couldn't believe that even the tower was taking away from her everything she had worked so hard for all these years and suffered so much to get. In the ruins of a burnt village, on the newly green grass stood a lonely Saint Estel, stretching her hand to the sky as to something unknown, but very desirable. Kim noted that she was now weakened enough to carry out the second part of their battle, but Estel backed away in horror, nervously ordering the boy not to approach her. But he did not stop and approached the young girl, challenging her and asking her to stop him somehow, be it a sword or authority. The priestess retreated back, unable to somehow defend herself against the hunter, and again starting to stutter about her children and what people did to them. She became furious with the young man, saying that he had no right to treat her like that, but Kim replied in the negative. With his sword on his back, the boy reminded her of her words, that he was just a stranger from another world, and she had every right to be angry at all the people of her continent. But he was truly just a stranger to her, and even the holy girl herself knew this, so she couldn't take out her anger on him or the other hunters. Kim added that she had no right to call him to account or have the power to stop him, and the girl, choking, tried to say that she was only treating poor people. He interrupted her immediately because she was going to assert her selflessness and beneficence. Although one girl, Estel, was probably also very scared. The girl stared at him in fascination as he described to her the screaming and pleading girl who had just gone out for a walk without her father, but she had not spared her. Moreover, he could not help but remind her of the incident when a poor mother brought her child into her arms, and she took it and swallowed it, pretending to be an angel savior. The girl began to justify herself by saying that she hadn't actually done anything like that, hopelessly gulping air and missing her chances to say something. Kang Jia did not stop, revealing the truth to her, that the girl was afraid of revealing the whole truth to people, after which they would see a real monster. The so-called Estel interrupted the young man, shouting that she knew nothing. She covered her face with her hands in horror, choosing her words carelessly and saying that she knew nothing at all about human life. The blonde tried to explain that she didn't know the meaning of the little girl's words, but the guy wasn't satisfied with the answer and asked if that was why she made such a mistake by killing the child. The saint, with her hand on her heart, replied desperately that if she had known, she would never have killed poor Estel. But she was shocked by Kang Jia's answer, which said that this is exactly what all people do. The guy suggested that this was exactly how those rulers justified themselves when they sent their warriors to burn her village, citing misunderstanding and ignorance. He also gave the example of people who had to run away from the bloody rain every day, and warriors who were simply following their orders, among whom there were certainly those who supposedly did not know. Although Kang Jia did not have any higher education, he knew one truth of the world for sure. What goes around comes around. If she thought that swallowing a person into the darkness and then spitting him out was humane, he was ready to show the bewildered woman the other side from her point of view. The young man opened his skill card, asking the tower to activate the clearing reward in the form of a skill upgrade. He addressed the golden panel before his eyes, telling the tower that she had clearly given him a chance to improve one of his skills, to which she responded with text acknowledging the veracity of his words. The only condition for the improvement was that the skill development should not be too great, to which the guy asked to improve his evil spirit summoning skill. The young man asked to change the clause about the spirit's memories, making it so that their memory would be preserved, and the girl in horror tried to understand what he was planning to do. Kim urgently needed an answer, so he boldly approached the tower, asking if such conditions were acceptable to them, especially since he did not ask for a decrease in cooldown or the preservation of the spirit's skills. The tower began to measure whether such conditions were suitable for it, eventually concluding that the skill improvement was realistic. A certain request for Jirakwa's approval was granted by the tower, and the boy was given his improved evil spirit summoning card, with which the deceased could now, if the hunter so desired, retain his appearance and memory. After briefly admiring his first SSS level skill card, the young man closed the panel and with a sigh was ready to begin the most important thing, killing Estel. He told the girl, who was retreating in denial, that if she didn't like the words about murder so much, they could consider that he had somehow absorbed her. Kim swung his arm, saying that it would be exactly the same as with Estel and the other innocent victims that the girl had swallowed up in her time. He also added that then, like the monster in front of him, he would simply spit her out, and the girl naively leaned towards her sword, as if the guy did not see her resistance. Kim, even seeing her ridiculous attempts to fight off his attack, said that he was still glad that she had transformed into a human, because at least that way he could add her to the list of his spirits. The girl desperately waved her sword, twice the size of her body, in all directions, and the spirit of the rear was even ashamed to look at her movements. The swordmaster narrowed his eyes, describing in detail the girl's incorrect leg position, her uncertain movements and thoughtless swings. The ghost called the puffing girl the type of swordsman who relied only on skills and aura, though he later took it back under the pretext that she didn't look like a swordsman either. Pointing out Estel's ridiculous attempts to hold on to life, the red-haired man said that that's why he constantly tells Kim about honing the basics. You need to rely only on your own strength. It was painful for him to look at this inexperienced and truly shameful picture, so he simply asked Kangja to put an end to the girl. It only took Kim one attack to cut through the once Demon King's obsidian sword and turn it into shards. The girl looked back at the remains of her former weapon, which had given up after just one contact with another. She fell to the ground in despair, now seemingly defenseless before the face of death and the young man. The girl on her knees was quietly moaning something to herself, and Kim still couldn't believe that this was the end of the former Demon King. Some called the Demon King the Death Reaper, which was a fitting description for her now. Kim prepared himself and swung, intending to hand the girl her last moment in this world, but the spirit of the rear interrupted the guy. The young man looked back thoughtfully with a questioning gaze towards his mentor. The red-haired man thought about it for a bit and decided that the guy shouldn't rush to kill her, and Kim went completely berserk at his answer. The spirit of the rear indicated that the situation was unfolding too smoothly, and the young man still could not understand what he was getting at. Even though she was no longer a monster, the spirit of the rear was unsure whether Kangja could call her a person like him. The spirit had an assumption that the girl had now become an ordinary NPC, and the young man could not know whether they could become evil spirits. The guy's uncertainty infuriated the ghost, and he told him that the tower would remember his choice, saying that now he would get carried away by killing NPCs, and then he would regret it. The girl, although she did not see the ghost, heard the young man arguing with him about the girl's essence, and whether she could be considered a person if she was an NPC. Kangja groaned long and hard, turning to the tower screen with an expression tired from the argument. The guy looked at the screen and, with an apology to the tower, asked her to clarify whether the skill recognized NPCs as dead. The screen displayed text about requesting clarification from Jirakwa, but after a short loading time, it was shown that such clarification was not possible. The young man looked at the text above in confusion, which stated that such a request exceeded the tower's authority. At the same time, there was a test of the powers of Kim himself, who had temporary rights as an apostle, thanks to whom the tower recognized the guy's question as an agenda item. The movement began against Kangja's will, when the text on the screen announced the request of the 6 Pillars of 10,000 Lives Assembly to make a decision. This was far from Kim's plan, as it only took him a second to disappear after the golden shimmer. Golden butterflies flew everywhere as the young man found himself in a dark, almost empty room. Kim opened his eyes to the golden light of the butterflies that were already flying away and leaving him. Then he looked around and realized that it was the nothingness itself, where he also chose his first skill card after his first death. However, he could not understand why such a celebrated meeting had to take place here in the afterlife abyss. The guy looked around as the system said that participants had started joining the meeting, and although he couldn't see anything, he felt their presence well. But this was until the dark abyss of the space of non-existence crumbled into fragments, and 6 silhouettes appeared from above the young man, who came to resolve the issue of the Death King. In response to the guy's question quoted by the tower, one of the silhouettes began to repeat something in an unknown language. The creature's words crashed into the boy's head and ears, causing him an inexplicable feeling of causeless anxiety. He listened in horror to every word of the apostles discussing the matter among themselves in their own language, feeling cornered and attacked. Soon the red smoke, along with the apostles' speech, cleared away, and he uttered only 2 firm words, Liona. The terrible noise from the boy's ears finally disappeared, but he could still hear someone's whisper echoing. The boy exhaled in horror with a trembling breath. In the tower, everyone usually understood each other's language, but these creatures spoke something completely unknown to him. To Kim, this could only mean that these creatures were not creations from the tower at all. They were probably even higher than some demon king. Kongja's most logical assumption in this situation was that the people in front of him were the creators of the tower themselves. The results of the vote were summed up. Of the first three pillars, two of the apostles voted in favor of the guy's question. The young man glanced nervously at the silhouettes of the decisive beings above. Of the next two, one refused to answer, and the other voted against. The boy was stuck between two yeses, two nos, and one no. Incredibly powerful beings had deliberately caused the vote to be stalemate. But the guy remembered that there was still the voice of one more, sixth participant in the discussion. It was the light from above, the man who had been in the tower from the very beginning, who had always been here and knew everything, the master of the tower himself. Kim wanted to make it known that he believed the fairest answer to his question was to vote yes. Kongja argued that the Demon King was able to summon countless evil spirits along with him, each of whom had been NPCs in life. Surrounded by the opinions of the five apostles, Kim clarified that he understood the judge's concerns perfectly well, since he could easily start a mass summoning after mindlessly killing NPCs. But he added that he had made it clear to everyone that he was not one of those people. He turned to the white light above, ending by saying that he was not going to act so basely. After a short silence, a ringing voice from above acknowledged the boy's reasoning and speech as satisfactory but confused. There was a huge shadow of a towering, tall creature above the boy, and his voice asked the Death King to speak out not with his head and logic, but with his heart. The guy exhaled with a smile, realizing how important the truth was to the owner of the tower. He smiled confidently toward the chief apostle, saying that the Demon King was his prey and his alone. The Tower Master liked the guy's answer, and a second later a message rang out from the void that the Master of 10,000 Lives had voted in favor of the guy. The tower announced that the vote had ended, so the skill of summoning evil spirits now included NPCs, and Kim felt himself starting to fall. Kongja's temporary powers as an apostle were removed, and the nothingness began to crumble, turning into fragments, underneath which there was only white emptiness. The meeting was over, and the guy fell into a white space that opened up beneath him with that same message about the accompanying good luck. Kim slowly woke up to the sounds of the whispering wind and the surprised voice of the spirit of the rear, who called out to the young man, who hung in a pretentious manner and stared at the sky. The red-haired man stared at him, asking why he passed out on the spot when he was just about to ask the tower a question. The girl was still lying there, sobbing, waiting for the moment when the hunter would take her life. Kim looked around to the confused cries of the spirit of the rear. Everything was exactly as it was a second before his movement, but he had the feeling as if an eternity had passed. The guy turned to the Lord of the Sword, and he responded almost indignantly that the guy really was like a zombie with a dead brain. The boy ignored the teacher's irritated voice and simply asked if he had seen or heard anything while he was in a trance. The spirit of the rear looked skeptically at the boy's explanation that the tower had called him into the world in front of the 6 pillars, where they discussed him, while asking the spirit if he knew anything about it. Kim immediately realized that even he didn't know anything when the man apologized for the excessive name-calling. So he was going to joke less, and the guy needed to come to his senses. Kongja tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, wondering who had appeared before him just a few seconds ago. The guy calmed down. There was still a lot he didn't know, but he needed to finish his business first. Now he was about to deal the final blow to his prey, who was again lying down and begging the guy to spare her, and to deal with the rest later. The spirit of the rear again wanted to object about the skill system with NPCs, but Kim, swinging his arm, replied that everything was fine. He already knew the answer to his question, so he killed the blonde girl in the clear sky without a doubt. Looking at the lifeless corpse of his victim, Kim immediately used his evil spirit summoning skill, pointing at the girl and ordering her to come back to life. The black slime Kalyuja began to bubble with returning life, and a dark smoke was created above it. From the black slime, the blonde in the robe formed again, trying to breathe in at least a little bit of the invigorating air and desperately clinging to the ground. The girl stood up at the command of the guy, who mentally noted her identical appearance, but a completely different personality. He gave her life, and therefore he had to take responsibility for it, telling her that the name Estel no longer belonged to her. It was a stolen name that she could not bear. She looked nervously at Kim as he gave her a new name and called her the Evil Spirit, who now served him and no longer had the right to be called either Estel or the Demon King. The girl bowed to her master, agreeing with his words and submitting to his will. The last day of the promised 5 was coming to an end. The spirit of the rear crossed his arms and expressed his incomprehension with a stern expression. He mentioned that with the guy's attitude towards her, she had every right to kick and despise the young man, but instead she sobbed and submitted in tears. Kim repeated the spirit's question, but he had an answer to the red-haired man's question, and it was quite obvious. As sunset approached, the sun hid behind the trees and created tall shadows beneath them. And Kang Ja finally answered his question with the words that the girl simply knew. He added that the spirit of the rear will also soon become known to the sound of hooves and approaching horses. The system searched the Demon King floor, and the location around the evil spirit began to bloom and change. The tower once again signaled a change in the course of history, transforming the ruins of a burnt village into a once again vibrant settlement. But the girl didn't feel any better as she looked at her stolen home, which was about to turn back into ashes any moment. She begged uncontrollably, covering her eyes with her hands, not because of tears, but because she did not want to see this picture again. The horses were getting closer and closer to the village, and the knights on them were soon going to take part in organizing a terrible fire. Commander-in-Chief Sarbus Igam ordered the army to stop in front of the village, looking menacingly up at it. The girl fell on her knees before her master, heartily begging him to help. Looking back at her still living people, she swore that she would not hold a grudge against anyone, would not take revenge, and would definitely carry out any order from Kim. In bitter tears, she begged that she didn't care at all what would happen to her. She just needed her people to be happy. The army lined up behind the guy, and the evil spirit continued to ask him for this, albeit not small favor. Only then did the picture become clearer to the Sword Lord, who was watching everything from above. The guy exhaled heavily, confirming his taciturnity, but the latter told the young master that now he had the duty to protect his servants. The spirit finally apologized to the guy for his misunderstanding, and the young man, heading towards the army, reminded the thug that he had lost the argument and advised him to think about payment. Kim stood in front of the warriors and their horses, loudly ordering the army to stand still and not move anywhere into the village. Commander-in-Chief Sarbus Igam was outraged by the audacity of the guy who dared to block his path. For some reason, Kang Ja found the warriors' words a little funny, so he asked with a laugh what brought them to such a remote place. The mustachioed commander announced that they were here by the will of His Imperial Majesty. The whole forest heard the piercing words of Sarbus Igam about the information received about the witch who clouded the eyes of ordinary people with her faith, so they will burn everything with sacred fire. Kim extended his hand and a purple light appeared above his palm, with which he was about to open one of the 10th floor rewards. Kang Ja opened his minimap, indicating to himself that he knew them all. He remembered the holy knights of the 13th floor, the forest elves of the 14th floor, the waterfall mages of the 15th floor. Among them were the warriors of the 16th floor, the armed trading group of the 17th floor, the nomad clan of the 18th floor, and the knights of the small lands and small countries of the 19th floor, all of whom were saved by Kim. Sarbus Igam loudly repeated his question about who he thought he was, if he was going to hinder him and his army on the way to fulfilling their mission. The description of the mission was still echoing in the memory of the boy who was a warrior in a frozen world that would never be remembered or known. The boy casually asked the commander about the Emperor's order, but he was indignant again, because no one dared to address the commander without formalities. The commander looked at the boy with concern when he mentioned that Sarbus Igam knew perfectly well about his Emperor's situation, but still made up something about the order. Kim smirked when the warrior called him an arrogant messenger of the witch, because he knew from the NPC's trauma that Sarbus was planning to overthrow the chosen heir to the throne and put the third prince on it. Kang Ja began to scold the commander, who was only promoted to such a high position by the Emperor in his adulthood, and he tried to stab him in the back like that. A vicious grin appeared on Sarbus Igam's face, through which he assumed that the guy was from the palace and was now trying to brainwash everyone. The young man arrogantly called the commander a fool who still thought that the messenger of the murdered queen was in front of him, because all his life he had seen nothing but nets in the port. The commander-in-chief looked down at the boy in horror, asking in a trembling voice who had sent him. Kang Ja, in dramatic anger, interrupted the warrior to ask whether he was really trying to ask about his identity. Answering his own question, Kim pulled out a glowing sword and challenged the commander to take a look and see who was in front of him. The other warriors looked at the goddess's light in fascination as the boy introduced himself as a predecessor sent by Triumphant Return himself. Kim loudly announced that he knew very well about the actions of Sarbus Igam and the atrocities of the heir to the throne, testing the sincerity of the commander and asking whether he was still offended. In fear, the mustachioed warrior tried to mumble that he was indeed very loyal to his empire, but was equally stupid and could not imagine forgiveness for his sins. The guy solemnly sang that since he had no offense, he should immediately fall to his knees and repent, which Sarbas immediately did. With an oath, Sarbas Igam humbly asked to protect the rising sun, to protect all living things from sea to land, ending with a battle cry for the glory of the Igam Empire. The other knights of the empire began to kneel before their predecessor, whom they, like worthless creatures, had so insulted. The crowd of fallen knights greeted the predecessor of the great emperor in unison, and the spirit of the rear was simply amazed. The swordmaster said that he was of course aware that Kim was good at talking nonsense, but not to that extent, and the seemingly unperturbed guy was struck by his narrow-mindedness. The spirit of the rear decided to teach the young man another lesson, teaching him that when wielding a sword, it is not only skill and ability that are important, but also strength of spirit, especially self-confidence. In the same way, such techniques applied to any skill of masterful lying. To deceive someone convincingly, you first need to make them believe you and deceive yourself. The young man looked at the army that had fallen before him, and the spirit of the rear concluded that a lie is, first and foremost, faith in oneself. And although the army of the Igam Empire succumbed well to the guy's provocation, the same forest elves whispered skeptically and discussed something, questioning Kim's words. Sarbas Igam looked up awkwardly, asking if such a non-entity could ask a question to his predecessor, and Kim allowed it. The mustachioed man said that they had all gathered an army to overthrow the witch, but did not understand why they had crossed paths with their predecessor, and Kim was gathering his will into a fist. Kong Ja, concentrating the aura in his eyes to create a red light in them, confidently, as the spirit of the rear instructed, announced that he had already defeated the witch. The commander-in-chief opened his eyes in surprise and stuttered, and the young man pointed to the blonde girl who had fallen before him. The gaze of everyone present instantly switched to the so-called Estel on her knees, who was nervously looking at those. She slowly stood up to the cries of burning and killing her, but Kim simply asked her to fall to her knees in front of the army. The evil spirit looked at her feet for a moment and began to shake slightly in doubt. She staggered convulsively, and then fell roughly to the ground in front of Sarbas Igam, her gaze directed downwards. Kim asked her in a calm but commanding voice to lower her head even further, burying it in the floor. The evil spirit shook in disdain, clenching her teeth tightly when Kong Ja also told her to bow down. The warriors of the Igam Empire looked on uncomfortably as the boy forced the girl to repent like a dog on a leash. Kim then indifferently ordered his servant to plant both feet on the ground and do a forward somersault. She froze, not understanding why she had to do anything else like that, but Kim insisted. Still stuttering, she obeyed the boy's order and did an awkward forward somersault, ending up on her back. The girl looked at the guy exhaustedly when he ordered her to also stand on her hands, not sparing her for a second. Kim then told the evil spirit to raise his hands up and run 20 times to the side. Of course, this wasn't enough either, so she also had to do 10 squats. To top it off, the evil spirit was given 10 more push-ups, which she definitely didn't do with shaking hands. The charge will not be complete if it does not have a good bar lasting at least 20 seconds. Soon, the witch was as if lifeless, giving up after a rigorous set of exercises and falling down without strength, and the guy again turned to the army. With feigned ferocity and cruelty, the young man pointed out to the army the witch he had defeated. The eyes of the warriors of the Igam Empire opened wide when they heard that now the priestess could not disobey the orders of her master, and they could sleep peacefully. Sarbas Igam cleared his throat, accepting Kim's answer, but one of the warriors objected, saying that they had actually come for the soul of a witch. The mustachioed commander-in-chief turned to one of his subordinates, reassuring him that the witch had already been defeated, but he was stubborn and asked how he could have such faith in Kong Ja. The warrior hinted that the young man had nothing but a silver sword, but the commander became even more indignant because it was far from an ordinary sword. Then all the work for Kim was done by the arguing commander and his subjects, who squabbled like two dogs on a chain. The guy couldn't help but remember the images from the first round, when the poisonous snake and the holy sword clashed with each other due to one misunderstanding. The guy looked at the lying girl with a slight smile. Now it was clear to him why the evil spirit sowed hatred between people. It was suspiciously easy to make them enemies. The arguments between the people in the crowd grew more heated with each passing second, until they were interrupted by the growling voice of the waterfall mage, who ordered them to disperse. The lizard mage stepped forward, saying that for him, such questions regarding the identity of the predecessor and the status of the witch were resolved very simply. One just needed to check. Kim tried to remain cool and indifferent, even when someone from the crowd asked how the lizard was going to test the guy to see if he was right. The magician showed a blue pearl the size of a palm, presenting it as a soul gem that, upon contact with a person's blood, would turn white or black, showing the purity of his soul. The waterfall dweller brought the artifact to the guy, saying that if he really was the predecessor and the girl was a witch, he should accept the gem's test. Kim asked the Sword Lord about the nature of such magic, as it reminded him very much of the fusion of the Holy Sword's detective's keenness and the Holy Knight's lie detector. The spirit of the rear confirmed with the words that such creatures were often talented in creating such hodgepodges of magic, and Kim hid his sword and agreed to the test. The magician began to come closer and warned not to bluff, because it was impossible to deceive the gem. With his free hand, the lizard firmly grabbed the so-called witch, choosing her as the first object of inspection. The mage ran his claw over the girl's palm, cutting through the skin and squeezing out some crimson blood. After scooping up some blood with his claw, the lizard lowered his index finger, from which a few drops of red liquid fell onto the gem. Even the lizard himself looked in horror at the sphere, which was painted so black that it resembled coal. Even though it was difficult for the lizard-like creatures to show emotions due to their faces, one could tell from his eyes that he was dumbfounded, and then even called such a soul a demon king. The lizard snatched up his prize sphere and announced to Kim that it was now his turn. Turning to the self-proclaimed predecessor of the great emperor, he asked the guy if he was ready, to which he unprincipledly extended his hand forward. The anthropomorphic reptile repeated once again that bluffing would be useless, cutting the guy's palm and collecting blood from it. A crimson drop of blood fell onto the black pearl, almost invisible above the dark surface of the gem. But as soon as the drop fell on the dark fiber of the sphere, a bright flash appeared, which instantly illuminated the entire gem. The lizard looked at the snow-white pearl in his hands in shock, not believing his own eyes. The light was so bright that it was able to blind the sunset itself and become brighter than the sun itself, illuminating the area even beyond the forest. Sarbus Igim shielded himself from the bright light, asking what was happening in front, although in fact it was the ordinary light of the pearl. The wood elves stared in fascination at the blinding light that the sphere emitted, wondering why it glowed so brightly. Still shocked by the result of the test, the lizard only cautiously said that the soul in front of him was indeed a saint. He had no idea how many lives this guy could save or who he really was. He only knew that he had found a truly noble soul. Having no idea how to describe the boy's nobility, the lizard stood still and said only one word, calling the young man a beacon, and the warriors asked in surprise what that meant. The magician asked one of the knights if he did not recognize the shining soul before them, but he was rather concerned about what he meant by the word beacon. The snake burst into tears of joy when the knight did not understand the meaning of his words, because a man with such a soul simply could not lie to them, calling him not just a bright soul, but the very apostle of the goddess. Kim crossed his arms and confidently said that the magician's guess was absolutely correct, and that the apostle of the goddess really stood before them. There was a noise inside the army. The knights were talking among themselves, and it seemed they were beginning to believe that the heavenly messenger himself was in front of them. The drowned men took a closer look at the weapon in the boy's hands, which belonged to the first emperor of the Igim Empire, and also began to accept the boy's words. The previously outraged knight did not give in, and said that he was truly convinced that the self-proclaimed apostle of the goddess had impure intentions. The man in armor pointed at the blonde girl, saying that their predecessor had still tried to block their path even with good intentions. He pointed to the village, reminding everyone present that they had come here to burn the settlement and its heretics, who equally deserved heavenly punishment. Kim tried to listen to his indignation, but his attention was drawn to the girl who was gently tugging at his shirt from behind, so lightly that she did it only out of desperation, not pleading, while the knight tried to convey that the apostle was obliged to carry out God's punishment on the witch. But the spirit of the rear slowly told the boy that everything was okay, leaning towards his ears with the last lesson. The red-haired man whispered sarcastically to the young man that the best lie always consists of 90% truth. Kim calmly but firmly ordered the indignant knight to watch his language, adding that he himself would decide how he would carry out the heavenly punishment. Kangja raised his finger, informing everyone present that he had already cleared away all the evil and carried out the heavenly punishment. The boy used the spirit summoning skill once more, summoning a huge number of himself in the form of mindless skeletons. The warriors looked in horror at the crowd of summoned skeletons, screaming that the demons themselves had appeared before them. The knight's eyes sunk into their sockets, and he wondered in fear who these monsters could really be. The young man carefully placed his hand on the blonde's head, claiming that this was precisely his mission. Pointing to his subordinates, Kim called them the demons he had defeated who were chasing the poor witch. The boy turned dramatically towards the sunset, saying that the goddess had asked him to destroy all evil in the world in their place, and that sending all the demons to hell was his mission. The touched lizard mage was saddened by the nobility of the boy who single-handedly fought thousands of demons while they were unaware of anything. Kim exhaled heavily, confirming the suspicions of the reptile, who was choking on tears. Kongja quietly agreed with the lizard's ballads about how the goddess's merciful wanderer walked the world and could not pass by a single person in trouble. The brave apostle of the goddess crossed his arms against the backdrop of his personal hell of so-called demons and called his path his own karma to the sobbing of the waterfall mage. The lizard tried in vain to stop his tears, hearing that there was no point in punishing the witch. The young man had already defeated all the villains, and they would wail in his shadow for eternity. The magician repeated once again that the guy had been protecting them all from harm all this time, and Kim nodded valiantly, like a true hero of an epic poem. The red-haired man declared that he had nothing more to teach the young man, and that the teacher of lies was resigning because he could not stand such obscenity. The young man, of course, told him not to be modest and that he had something to learn, but he continued to pour out his story, calling his life the true punishment of the goddess and that it was impossible to go against her will. The knight objected with all his might, asking whether the cruel people of the heretic village, who could attack at any moment, would not become dangerous to the empire. Kongja closed his eyes in a businesslike manner and snapped his fingers to prove to the knight that he was not just sheltering the villagers. With a snap of his fingers, another skeleton appeared in front of Kim, with which the guy was going to dispel all the knight's doubts. The boy ordered the evil spirit to return its memory, and the skeleton began to shake as a black aura enveloped it. From the shadow of the skeleton, the familiar face of the native Yusu-ha emerged, who did not play any preludes and vulgarly burst onto the stage. He didn't waste a second and immediately grabbed Kim, pouring out a whole bucket of threats and abuse, which, to put it mildly, didn't impress the guy as much as before. Kim, with a very comfortable expression, introduced Yasuha to them as one of the villains who were chasing the witch, and also called him even more cruel because he was a human. The elves looked in amazement at the so-called villain, who ran next to them and called them big-eared, and then noticed their glances, and already wanted to threaten to turn them into drops for the store. However, Yusu-ha didn't jump around for long, and Kim soon snapped his fingers, listlessly ordering the guy to dance. The legs of the once number one began to move arbitrarily to the rhythm of non-existent music and carried him into the dance. Yusu-ha tried to threaten Kim again through the dance, but when your legs don't obey you and leave you breathless, all you can do is dance as brightly as possible. The knight could not believe his eyes when they not only summoned a supposed demon in front of him, but also arranged a personal concert for him. Kim added that demons could not disobey his order, so he could not understand how the already bowing knight could still be dissatisfied after that. The knight lowered his head, and in the reflection of his sword the silhouette of a young man was reflected, and he wanted to ask the name of the apostle of the goddess. Kongja introduced himself to the knight, looking up at him as the peach blossom flew past him. All the knights fell to their knees before Lord Kongja, listening and obeying his will. The quest was completed, and with it, the clearing of the 20th floor boss stage. The floor was passed, and the sunset of the location slowly opened up into a diamond sky, from which blue petals from the aura fell, and the counting of rewards did not seem so important to Kim. The homefront spirit still couldn't fully get over the guy's methods of passing boss scenes, calling him Kim the Cretin for his creativity and eccentricity. Under the indecently loud laughter of his mentor, Kim dreamily looked at the sky, and it did not matter to him at all whether he was a Cretin or someone else. In any case, Kim cleared everything out exactly the way he wanted, because during the entire clearing, the hunters did not conflict and none of them died. Moreover, not a single civilian or Imperial was allowed to die or be killed. But the most important thing was that the Demon King was defeated, albeit in an unconventional way, with an unusual ending. Kongja thought that the 20th floor could have been cleared by anyone anyway, even if he had just stood there and watched what was happening. Of course, it could have been a completely different ending, where the village again burned in the so-called sacred fire, and then was completely wiped off the face of the earth. He himself noted that there were no good or bad endings for the tower. Otherwise, Yusu-ha would not have been able to reach the 40th floor. The tower did not choose its world or its hunters, so it is not for it to decide or determine the fruits of others' labor. Today it didn't rain, The ground didn't burn, and the ending the guy got was his choice and his choice alone. The spirit of the rear exhaled and looked at the young man with a skeptical gaze, apparently not really believing him for some reason. The Sword Lord pointed his head at the still dancing and cursing Yu Su-ha, asking if this was also part of Kim's plan. And Kang-ja responded with just one thumb, asking if it wasn't a terribly beautiful sight. As expected, an announcement appeared in the sky, and a voice said that the 20th floor stage had been successfully cleared. The guy let out a sigh of disappointment when it turned out that there was no internet on the floor, and the ghost was a little surprised, because it seemed to him that the young man was no longer interested in the opinions of others. The boy decided to pretend that he didn't remember anything, but the spirit of the rear reminded him of his dreams of gaining the respect of big shots, like the old man or the witch, and not random passers-by. The boy generally noted that nothing prevents him from wanting the attention of both the first and the second, and the red-haired man called him insatiable, like a pig, until someone snuck up on Kim from behind. In a fit of emotion, the Black Witch let out a loud squeal and grabbed the boy's neck, who was too involved in an argument with his mentor to hear her footsteps. With a wide smile on her face, the girl said that the guy was not yet 30, but he had already gone crazy and started cleaning like that. Kim moaned into the witch's arm, who was holding him tightly to her and almost strangling him at the same time. Behind the tree in the shadow stood the Sword Saint, watching the painting, who did not sneak up on Kang-ja with pleasantries either. The head of the Black Dragon couldn't calm down, taking out her phone and showing the screen to the guy, saying that the tower was now in complete chaos after the cleansing. On the screen, various announcements could be seen that reported the clearing of floors on the way to 20, and the Black Witch also added that the noise had begun even in the outside world. The girl noted that although the headlines talked about all the hunters, in fact, Kim really attracted the most attention, but the guy had a question. He asked if she had taken all the screenshots in her gallery, and the Black Witch confirmed the young man's words with a bright smile. The guy couldn't get his head around the fact that the girl had seriously gone to the first floor with such a simple goal, while carefully reviewing each article, only to take pictures of them and show them to Kim later. But for the Black Witch, this was nothing special or surprising, so she hugged Kim in a comradely way and once again proved that she was the best authority in the tower. She was definitely like an angel, Kim knew it, and he didn't even care about the shrinking spirit of the home front when he listened to the girl's advice not to listen to envious people and trolls on the internet. But even if she wasn't an angel, so be it, she was definitely a real goddess, to which the red-haired man didn't even say anything, calling him sick. The Black Witch finally released the guy from her tight embrace and took out a newspaper, offering him to take a look. In the new issue of yesterday's newspaper, it was written about the update of the ranking of hunters, where Kim, or rather the Death King, was now in 3rd place. The Black Witch mentioned that this was the first time in history that a hunter had been ranked first immediately upon entering the overall rankings. Kim's eyes widened a little more, and a small smile blossomed on his face as he heard the witch's congratulations on the fact that he too was now representing all the hunters. The Black Dragon Chief twisted the newspaper into a single piece, advising the boy to prepare and plan his next steps, even though he had no idea what was coming next. Number 2 tapped the newspaper on the guy, saying that even though he was a member of all 5 guilds at once, being 3rd in the ranking, it would not suit him to be called just a member of some guild. Kang-ja thought about the offer to become the guild leader and apparently had doubts about such a decision. The Black Witch said that she would not insist even if he wanted to be a loner like an old man, but the Holy Sword did not ignore and intervened with them. The Black Dragon Chief was curious as to why the 20th floor was so crowded, and Kim explained that it was knights who had come from all over the continent. He realized that the two didn't know anything yet, looking at the worried evil spirit and saying that it was a long story. Kang-ja began to tell them how he cleared the 20th floor, and the scene began with those guys in armor, whom he was able to convince of his rightness thanks to their items, and now they were retreating. The Holy Sword noted the guy's talent for lying, and he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, because at least he cleared the entire scene without bloodshed or death. The witch did not reproach the guy, because thanks to him they could now develop trade with the floor and trade with a whole new continent. The Black Witch got a little carried away and began to complain about the unstable trade with the outside world, where every day they raised the prices of food. The Holy Sword joined in the conversation and admitted that trade with the outside world was unfair to the tower, and the witch exhaled heavily, talking about food problems. The guy thought about it. At first, the Black Witch seemed like an ice cube to him, but it turned out to be quite the opposite, so he asked her if she wanted to trade with the continent. The young man said that he would be able to negotiate with the locals, because for them he was a local hero and an apostle of the protector goddess herself. The girl lowered her eyebrows at Kim's offer to introduce her as the second apostle, saying that although the idea was not bad, the guy would not just offer it for free. The evil spirit's heart was pierced when she heard that the guy asked to give him the 20th floor in exchange. The Black Witch asked if the young man wanted the entire floor, and Kim answered a little more precisely that he wanted all the lands of the 20th floor as his own. In exchange, the guy said that he would not take payment for clearing the last floors. And although the girl thought about the offer, she was going to discuss it with the other guild leaders. The Black Dragon's leader once again asked Kim if he needed that place, since it didn't look like there was any good land there, and the rewards for clearing it out could have been better. But the guy said that he was quite happy with it. The Black Witch was about to leave, promising to gather the guild leaders on the first floor, where Kim could show herself to them and discuss everything with them. Violet Hair stopped abruptly, as if she remembered that she had forgotten to ask about something. The question had matured in her mind recently, but she did not speak. The witch pointed to the still dancing Yasuha, who had already burst into tears and sweat and had fallen silent, and Kim told them to pretend as if they hadn't seen anything. Holy Sword, Black Witch, and Death King moved to the lower floor, where the latter asked afterwards if they could go to that very coffee shop to meet. The boy walked along with the other hunters, thinking that for others the cleanup took only a day, but for him it was hundreds of days. The young man tried to take a breath, but his voice began to shake, and he laughed almost shrilly. And when the witch asked, he simply answered that the realization of victory was coming to him. The Black Dragon's leader approached the exit, warning the boy in advance so that this realization would come faster. Kim didn't expect the mental preparation to be so serious, even though he knew from the witch's words that he had just created a huge noise in the tower. Kangja stepped outside, and in 1 second he was engulfed in thousands of flashes and shouts that the Death King had finally come out. Yes, the first people naturally noticed was the Holy Sword with the Black Witch, because they had not yet seen the man who bore the nickname of the Death King. But soon the camera caught the young man himself, who was staring at the phones aimed at him as if he didn't know where he had come to. Reporters with microphones and tape recorders surrounded the poor boy with questions about the clearing of the 20th floor and his relationships with the other hunters. The guy already wanted to answer something, but the Black Witch whispered through her teeth to him to be silent and not to say anything. Just from Kim's behavior, the violet-haired girl understood that the Death King had no experience with the press, so she offered to choose between mysticism and a popular star. The girl explained that the guy needs some kind of image, which he better decide on right away because later it won't be easy to change his character in public. According to her, a popular hunter is like a movie star, running social media accounts and essentially becoming a brand, to which the Holy Sword responded that this is why he didn't like that image. Kim stuttered and stepped forward a little, asking a question about the science of maintaining a mystical image. And the witch said that he didn't need anything special for it. All she could advise him to do to maintain his mystical image was to keep a calm and dull look. The mystical star must give up social networks, broadcasts, and journalists filming, and give interviews no more than twice a year, only to reporters approved by the Black Witch. Kangja thought this lifestyle was much easier, but the Black Dragon Chief said with an all-knowing smile on her face that he had no idea how difficult it actually was. The Black Witch compared attention to chocolate. Having tried it once, the feeling of thirst remains with a person forever, and he wants more. The Holy Sword indifferently called all these reports, fame, attention, thirst, empty human desires. The Black Dragon Chief, although she agreed with the old man's opinion, still admitted that it was a pleasant empty thought, asking Kim what he would do. Kangja noted that what he wanted most was recognition, and although he didn't know how, it seemed to him that it was different from attention. The guy believed that the thirst for attention could be quenched in the company of those around him, but he wanted human recognition, big or small. The Black Witch smiled back, and she respected the guy's opinion, although she did not see the difference between the two concepts that he brought up. Surrounded by cameras and phones, Kim asked the witch how to best make a stone face, and the girl revealed the secret to him by simply prompting the guy to remember something unpleasant. For the head of the Black Dragon, such an unpleasant memory was the death of her father during the Civil War, when the military caught up with them, and he shouted at the girl not to turn around. And she ran, not turning around even at the loud sounds of gunshots. But for her to this day, it remains a mystery how, being so small, she did not turn around even once. This was the unpleasant memory that she played out in her head every time she was in public, right up until the moment when she had to stop running and catch her breath. But for Kim, such a bad memory could only be the moment when the summer spirit with his vile grin on his face, killed him for no reason for the first time. The Black Witch glanced around, noting that the boy was learning quite quickly. Kim walked stone-faced through the crowds of reporters, adapting to the public attention on the fly. The doors of the Starlax opened, and the heretic Inquisitor was already waving amiably at the trio, giggling in the direction of the rating leaders. The heretic sang that he was amazed at the speed of clearing the floor, and the Holy Knight confessed her fears that the trio would fail and die, asking Kim to share the secret of success. Kim sat down opposite the Holy Knight with a smile on his exhale, saying that it was enough to simply live according to one's conscience, and she regarded the guy's advice as incredibly practical. The guy folded his hands together and said that he hadn't seen the guild leaders for a long time and wanted to know how they were doing. The smoking countess chuckled when the boy called 5 days a long time, adding that they had been sitting obediently in the mansion hall until the NPCs started moving. The heretic went on to detail that the knightly order and guards considered them traitors and tried to arrest them, which simply made their hearts sink into their boots. The poisonous snake ruffled the heretic's hair in a friendly manner, adding that thanks to this boy they managed to escape from prison, inadvertently mentioning how he was caught by the Bulgarian mafia as a child. The Black Witch smiled sarcastically, knowing how wonderful the lives of everyone present had been before coming to the tower. The witch mentioned that the countess was born into a poor Indian family. The poisonous snake's parents were gangsters, and the Holy Knight suffered in Venezuela. The Holy Knight took a sip of coffee and said that they had already thrown away their lives in the outside world, and that such topics should not be brought up in ordinary coffee shops. But at the same time, she noticed the Death King sitting calmly with them, whom they could now consider their own. The Black Witch completely agreed with the Holy Knight's assumption, also adding that although they hadn't seen it, Kong Jia had made a huge contribution to the cleansing. On the 11th floor, they did not lose a single hunter who participated in the battle against the army of monsters. The Black Witch had the idea of making the Death King a representative hero of the tower, which she introduced to the other guild leaders. At first, the Black Witch expelled the Countess for her thirst for money, and although she looked away, she still did not deny it. The heretic Inquisitor killed too many people, but he said with a smile that those sacrifices were necessary. The Holy Knight was too closed off and hated attention for such a role, which he simply called her character. The Black Witch tried for a long time to think of something to say about the poisonous serpent. She still agreed that the poisonous serpent's awkwardness was the deciding factor in eliminating him from the list of candidates, but the answer was unexpected for him. The Holy Sword was a sword-crazed old man, and the Black Witch herself was too much of a behind-the-scenes player for such a role. However, the newly elected Death King still had no external reputation on which to base assumptions. The heretic Inquisitor said that the reason was much simpler, and that the faces of popular hunters were already outdated, even with constant news about tech. The blonde guy started to circle around Kong Jia, saying that although he was a little short, his photogenicity would make up for it, and there was no need to worry about rumors in the press, since the guy was not in a relationship. The young man was already beginning to tire of such popularity, and the hunters behind his back argued about what kind of impression the guy could create on the media, with very different opinions. Kim stared tiredly into space, as the heretic and the witch were already planning to create their own character out of the Death King and hand him over to the newspapers to flog. The boy awkwardly crept up to the witch and, apologizing, touched her on the shoulder with some kind of request. The young man hesitantly tried to remind them that they were actually trying to create a mystical look, which meant they could do without any stylists. The Black Witch looked at the boy with an enchanted and pleading look, begging him to bask in popularity for just one day, since the world wanted to know about him. The work on the guy's makeup began to boil, and the Countess, together with the heretic and the witch, began to turn the young man into a real prince. It was time to create a shining star from the newly chosen hunter, with a Hollywood smile in photos and pompous poses for magazine covers. The heretic Inquisitor and the Black Witch were whispering to each other with different ideas on how the boy could best pose and play his part, commenting on how the suit unexpectedly fit him. The Sword Lord tried his best to restrain himself from even looking at the painting. The spirit of the rear burst into loud laughter, almost gloating at the guy who didn't understand why he had signed up for this at all. From behind the scenes, the young man, like a little child, shouted to his holy trinity of fashion designers that he would not and did not want to do anything. Kim annoyedly expressed that he did not need fame and popularity when he could already take the 21st floor, assuming that because of such trifles, the hunters sat on the 10th floor with folded hands. The guild leaders stared warily at the enraged boy in silence for a few oppressive seconds. But soon they replayed their business conversation, noting that Kim's last line was good and they could use it as a slogan, and Snake noted that they all had a similar ardor at 20. Kang Ja was furious, because he came here to talk about the 20th floor and was ready to hand over the last 8 to management, and the heretic and the witch were still thinking about how to turn Kim's words into a headline. The boy groaned in despair when they didn't even think about stopping, and the old man told the young man to just give up because he had been through all this too. In fact, the old man would have loved to show these children to the outside world, children who were ready to give up everything just to find their special happiness. The Holy Sword turned away, getting ready to leave, otherwise he could have sat like that for the whole day, but Kim did not miss his chance. Kim knew how fast the old man was, so he started running away with him while he still had the chance. The Black Witch shouted after him to at least come to tomorrow's conference and not to be seen by people without a disguise, finally wishing him to be careful. As expected, Grandfather Marcus ran out of steam much later than the boy, who was already barely climbing the tower after number 1. The tower guard immediately recognized the Holy Sword, but another guest came to them and asked the first one to leave for a while. The guy in armor turned his gaze warily towards the second uninvited guest, who turned out to be the Death King himself. Adjusting his collar, Kim looked at the guard and confirmed his suspicions only a few seconds later, apparently forgetting that he was now a celebrity. The guard lit up like a child, delighted to meet 2 rating leaders at once, and took his notebook out of his bag. He handed the notebook and pen to the Holy Sword, asking for an autograph. And when the old man asked his name, he replied that he had not yet received a nickname from the tower. He blushed and looked at Kang Ja with embarrassment, asking for permission to get an autograph from the Death King as well. The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, since he had never given an autograph before. But the knight politely asked the boy again, calling it the wish of his life. The guy was handed a gray notebook along with a pen, on which he began to put the first autograph in his life. Kim signed his name in a very thick and bold handwriting so that the knight would definitely remember that it was he who had written it. The guard happily hugged his new treasure and thanked the 2 legends before leaving and covering for them. Soon, a whistling silence reigned over the bell tower. Today, not even the birds were flying in the orange sky. Kim turned to the Holy Sword, wanting him to listen to him, and the old man tried to answer the boy. But Kang Ja continued himself, saying that he knew about the huge number of murders above his head, and that to Marcus, he was still a ruthless killer. However, in the mirror, the Holy Sword could see a murderer who had killed even more people, but never punished himself for it, although he adhered to the tactic of killing suspicious people, which the old man agreed with. The boy tried to convey to the old man that their paths were about to cross, but the Holy Sword interrupted the youth, saying that he didn't need to be convinced so strongly. The old man knew that he was different from all the other hunters in the tower, full of children who came with nothing, while he had been chewing on a silver spoon since birth and wanted to know if he could rely on himself alone. The Holy Sword revealed his sword, saying that his origin or lineage had nothing to do with his strength or skills. Even though he was born into wealth and happiness, he wanted to prove that he was worthy of something, and by his own efforts, to justify his self-confidence. The old man showed the menu of his skill card, saying that he himself had not noticed how he began to rely on the omen given to him by the tower in the form of a skill. The Holy Sword decided to ask the young man one last time if there really was no innocent blood on his hands. Kim thought about it and realized that this was why Marcus had said that he didn't need to be convinced, because persuasion was a quality of a person, not a skill. He remembered the words of the tower's master and spoke not with his head, but with his heart, saying that he had never killed innocent people. The old man meekly closed his eyes when he added that he had no intention of taking the life of anyone pure in the future. All it took for Grandfather Marcus was one lunar swing to shatter his skill card into tiny pieces that scattered everywhere with a crash. Sparks from the former skill card floated before Kim's eyes as the Holy Sword replied that he would only trust his own eyes from now on. After praising the boy for his hard work over the past 5 days, Number 1 quietly put the sword back in its cold sheath and thanked him for his patience in the face of the old man's stubbornness. Moving away from that, Holy Sword decided to admit that breaking through from the 12th to the 19th floor with the guy was a really pleasant experience. The old man turned to face the guy, advising him to have a good rest before the press conference, after which the 21st floor would open, where he would undoubtedly be waiting for him. Against the wind, Marcus vanished into the sky as if he had never climbed the bell tower at all. Kim Kang Ja kept his expression calm and asked the Sword Lord if their conversation meant that the old man had personally recognized him, to which he replied that it most likely did. The young man could no longer maintain a serious expression, so he fell down with a heavy sigh from the realization that the hunt for him was finally over. The 20th floor was in his hands. The old man didn't want to kill him anymore, and the guild leaders would deal with the press. This was enough for Kim to breathe a sigh of relief, and the ghost laughed, because everything was just beginning. But suddenly a narrative text appeared in front of Kim, telling him that the goddess of protection admired his achievements. Several windows of text immediately began to appear, each of them reporting the recognition of the goddess of protection of the King of Death, which Kim and the spirit watched with suspicion. The last message was that the goddess of protection admitted that the boy could still use her, which made him even more confused. The goddess of protection asked the guy to look down, and he, as if in response to a call, shifted his gaze lower. Through the golden text, she asked the young man to look a little to the left, and Kim saw only his hand with his glowing sword. Kang Ja's eyes cautiously fell on the sword in his hand, and he couldn't help but remember something. The young man recalled how, back in the first round on the 12th floor, the goddess of protection had given the entire army her final authority, and it had been reflected in his sword. But if they never met the goddess of protection in person, and she could only grant powers through sacred weapons, there was only one option left. The goddess of protection was the sword itself, and the narrative text in the frame in front of Kim, meanwhile, told that the goddess of protection agreed. Soon, all the news was broadcasting only about the clearing of the 20th floor, and the main character in them was often King Kang Ja himself, who was discussed as if he were a mythical creature. The host pointed to the stage as Kim and the witch flew into the air, revealing to the audience the identity of the so-called Death King. The audience was also shown video footage of the Death King defeating the powerful boss of the 11th floor single-handedly and with one blow. Kang Ja sighed as he watched the broadcast that was dedicated to him personally and his personality. But he simply rolled his eyes at phrases like that he had done something for the first time in the history of the tower. The presenter was going to show the viewers the next video from the scene of the events on the way to clearing 20 floors. But the boy got tired of it and turned off the TV. The spirit of the rear asked why the boy turned it off, because he was watching with great interest, and Kim went berserk, saying that he was embarrassed to death. There were newspapers on the table, each of which was about the newly elected hunter in the ranking, just like on all the channels, so the young man did not even switch to another. The boy's sword lit up, and the goddess of protection noted that Kim's achievement was truly exceptional and suggested that he get used to paying for his glory as a special hero tax. Kim was too tired yesterday to talk calmly about the sword goddess under his hand, so he asked if she had overestimated him. The sword's hilt with the lion emblem began to glow even brighter and even shake a little, and the goddess's voice called Kang Ja a torch. The guy's face turned red and ashamed when the goddess began to remind him of his passionate speech on the 20th floor, of his promise to the empire, of how glad she was to have such a master. The boy suddenly drew his sword and glared at him when he heard the goddess of protection want to say something again. He was already tired of listening to the sweet compliments of his own sword, so he took a rag and prepared to do something with the words that it was she who started it. The goddess of protection began to feel threatened in her body and asked the boy to stop when he brought the handkerchief even closer, and soon she fell silent. The young man looked at the result of his work with a smug smile and breathed a sigh of relief that he would no longer have to listen to fairy tales about himself. He looked sarcastically at the disgraced silent sword and happily said that the room was now a little quieter. Kim looked at the patterns on the blade of the sword, not understanding why the goddess of protection had reincarnated into a blade, despite being a constellation. The case of the Demon King and the evil spirit was the transformation of a monster into a constellation, but Kang Ja had never seen a case where someone became a constellation object. The goddess of protection simply shook her head in response, adding that the constellations were something that represented their world. She said that she was originally a holy spirit, elevated to God, but the founder of the empire, Agim, divided her into 5 swords, and she was called Idol. The boy looked at his sword and whispered to himself that Idol was the real name of his sword, which the goddess had called the truth. There were 5 swords in total, including Idol, Compassion, Prayer, Sacrifice, and Salvation, and by collecting them together, one could restore the goddess' power. The guy concluded that in fact he only had a fragment of the real sword in his hands, so he asked where the other 4 were. But the goddess remained silent. Kim leaned closer to the sword, repeating his question for Miss Goddess, and in response there was another thunderous silence. Kang Ja had already begun to guess that the goddess herself did not know about them, but she used her right to remain silent. The guy exhaled heavily and fell onto the sofa, enduring the fact that the goddess simply knew nothing, but she objected and said that she could feel their presence nearby. The young man didn't want to collect the 5 swords right now, but he asked what else the goddess could do, and she replied that she could receive support from the inhabitants of the Agam Empire, which he already knew. The sword suddenly filled with light and blinded the young man for a split second with its noble radiance. The goddess again smugly boasted of her skill in releasing light, and the guy in tears wanted to see something new. But the goddess said that she was also good at chopping monsters and people. There was a knock on the door of the room from outside, and Kim fell silent along with the goddess of protection, while a voice asked worriedly if everything was okay inside. The Black Witch's worries outside were dispelled when Kong Ja from inside assured her that he was fine. The boy hid his sword and agreed when the Black Witch warned him about the upcoming conference, after which he would be allowed to go to the 21st floor. The Black Dragon Chief liked the guy's willingness, so she praised his laconic answer and told him to quickly leave. The young man looked back, trying to make sure that the witch's steps were moving further and further down the corridor. The boy turned his attention back to his sword and angrily concluded that, other than sparkling, his goddess of protection was useless, but she called that opinion unfair. Tom didn't even want to listen to the goddess's new excuses, so he gave her a new nickname and began calling her Shiny, who couldn't even protect her country. Kim became extremely angry and shouted at her for making too much noise, and he was content with just one sword lord, ordering her to speak only when necessary. The goddess of protection was about to object again, but Kong Ja threatened Shiny to immediately hand her over to the Agam Empire if she said anything more. Shiny obeyed and faithfully agreed with her warrior, and Kim smiled contentedly. 5 minutes later, the conference began, where 3 outstanding hunters, the Holy Sword, the Black Witch, and the Death King, were interviewed under the clicking sounds of cameras and photos. The Black Witch maintained her confidence well, and Kim immediately noted the magnificence of her stage personality. She started by saying that all 3 of them had been able to clear floors 11 through 20 together, and she didn't deny how amazing that accomplishment was. The girl told the audience that they were thinking about how best to tell people about such a joyful event, but their feat was already known to everyone. The Black Dragon Chief mentioned another decisive factor that made the clearing of the 20th floor special compared to the frozen clearing of the 10th floor. She broke through the mystical facade and smiled at the public, announcing that they had not been able to allow any casualties during the cleanup. The Black Witch extended her palm forward and asked everyone present to look at their feet for a moment. In the square of Babylon, on each slab was carved the name of those who died during the cleansing of the tower and sacrificed themselves. People honored the memory of the fallen hunters, whose names continued to appear even when the lowest floors of the tower were cleared. The Black Witch sincerely declared that not a single name would be carved in their square today, and the people solemnly supported the legend of the tower's rating. When the girl decided to backtrack on her speech and give the reporters some time, Kim wondered if he was really needed there. The young man looked at the timer from above, which showed only an hour and a half left, already imagining how huge the queue would be on the 21st floor. The Black Witch gave answers to people's questions, but the guy really wanted to leave there as soon as possible and go to the next floor. Her eyes turned coldly forward as she was interrupted by one John Evans of the Babylon Daily News. Kim Kong Ja turned his attention to the male reporter when he had a question for the Death King, who was ranked in the tower for the first time. The boy became a little flustered when he pointed out his rapid rise, causing people to theorize about the influence of the guilds that had trained the influential newcomer. The reporter expressed suspicions that the new outstanding hunter was artificially created by the leaders of the rating, and his decision to appropriate the 20th floor meant the monopolization of the entire floor by the guilds. The Black Witch immediately sensed the provocative nature of the question and asked Kim not to strain himself, but he refused the head of the Black Dragon. The young man noted that such people would continue to appear anyway, and he should have at least clearly expressed his position despite the witch's protests. The boy took the microphone in his hands and told her that he was in control of the situation and was ready to answer. The Black Witch was already preparing for the worst, covering her face with her hand in unpleasant anticipation, asking them not to speak out loudly so that they could cover up their mistakes later. She warned the guy that if he confronted the reporter, even she herself would not be able to control the press noise. Kim calmly replied that there was no one in this world calmer than him, so she didn't have to worry. He was a fortune teller. Kong Ja checked to see if his microphone was working and then introduced himself to the crowd, saying it was a pleasure to meet them. The guy asked the name of the reporter, who bit into him like an angry animal that had spotted a new prey. The young man noted the fierce and heavy gaze of the reporter, who was just trying to destroy and throw away the reputation of outstanding hunters. But Kim had an idea of how to respond to this. So he picked up the microphone and suggested that the rumors about him arose because he was not good enough, which embarrassed the reporter. It was enough for him to react to questions in a way that was contrary to the summer spirit, so he repeated even louder into the microphone that he was not good enough. Although he had no experience, he knew how Summer Spirit had acted when he called the reason for clearing the 20th floor his own superiority. In that ill-fated interview, the Summer Spirit pointed at the so-called trash reporter and demanded that the microphone be given to him, because if not to him, then to no one else. The only person he could give the microphone to was his dad, which is why some people refer to this incident by this name. The Black Witch desperately tried to cover up the interview, but the percentage of foul language in it was so huge that it was released to the world through broadcasts and recordings. By reversing the worst, you can get the best, so the guy just had to reverse the Summer Spirit's words. Kim talked about how, although he was spoken of warmly, he was overestimated, and he was only able to clear the floor with the help of the Holy Sword and the Black Witch. The Summer Spirit growled that he was trying his best to drag everyone along with him for the cleanup, but no one even thanked him. Kong Ja noted that although he tried to avoid any casualties, he did not consider this a feat or an act for which he should receive glory. The boy extended his hand forward and clenched it tightly into a fist, firmly declaring the hunter's duty to protect others. Yasu Ha's words about his treasures turned into the Death King's refusal of his privileges that he had given to the guild leaders. And the legendary phrase about daddy has now become a modest admission that Kim just wants to be an ordinary owner of the 20th floor among ordinary residents. When asked if the reporter had any questions left, he sat back down angrily and let his catch slip away. The young man did not start to talk about American pigs or send anyone, but even invited others present to ask him their questions. The public was delighted, and they really liked this new face in the press, so a dozen hands immediately rose into the sky wanting to ask a question. If you think about it, even now Kim was looking at the Summer Spirit as before, just from a different angle, and using it as a completely different compass. Kong Ja decided to start with the 100 Questions newspaper first, slightly recalling how rudely the Summer Spirit had refused them an interview and said that their newspaper stank of mothballs. It was getting closer to the opening of the next floor. There were only 5 minutes left, so Kim was about to finish, but someone still had questions. The Black Witch took the guy's microphone, telling the crowd that they understood the interest in the new hunter, but they didn't have much time left themselves. The hunter's day off was coming to an end, and now they had to go clear the tower, so the witch asked everyone to follow the news. Finally, she added that this time they would also try to avoid casualties during the cleanup, but one hand in the crowd raised one last question to the head of the Black Dragon. The Black Witch and the Death King fell silent when asked about what kind of relationship they had, but the head of the Black Dragon soon grinned maliciously towards the guy with some kind of intent, starting to answer. Much to the public's surprise, the girl described their relationship as closer than friendly, calling her and Kim comrades in arms. That phrase had already heated up the intrigue in the others, but the Black Witch added that she did not want any misunderstandings or delusions. They were just comrades in arms, but more than friends. The Black Witch ended her conference and thanked everyone for their presence, leaving them on such an enticing note and an open ending. The Death King himself was puzzled by what the Black Witch was trying to say with her phrase, but she encouraged him and asked him to follow him. Kim realized that she simply wanted to stir up the flames of the public, to which the girl noted that she loved dramas. She walked away smugly, saying that what she liked most about dramas was the heated passions, and Kong Ja couldn't believe that the head of a major guild was in front of him. Backstage, the Black Witch let out a sigh of relief, letting off all the steam she had built up during the interview. The girl grabbed the embarrassed guy's hands tightly, calling his performance perfect. According to the witch, acting sincerely was the best solution in this situation, because people like proud heroes, but he is even more delighted with heroes who bow their heads to them. The girl was fascinated by the guy's talent for playing to the crowd, involuntarily wondering what he was doing before he appeared, and the young man awkwardly recalled his former idol. The Black Witch began to offer the guy anything in return, but Kim still couldn't understand what she was trying to say with the phrase about comrades in arms. In response, the girl simply shrugged her shoulders, saying that she had simply thrown up a smokescreen and had not meant anything special. She added that the press would in any case create a lot of romantic relationships for the guy, even non-existent ones, and he awkwardly looked away. The Black Witch told the boy not to worry. She had been fighting public opinion for several years, and her cover could be trusted. The countdown to the opening of the next floor began, and people were already shouting out numbers at the top of their lungs until the ceremonial announcement. There were 5 seconds left, and any minute now, the Death King and the Black Witch would be able to step in and begin conquering the next floor. When the countdown ended, a hologram of the angel goddess appeared before the people, tenderly greeting the conquerors of the tower and congratulating them on their victory. The Sword Lord was still skeptical and warned Kim not to let his guard down. Kong Ja was serious. He didn't want to celebrate until he even knew what kind of scene might await them all on the 21st floor. The NPC goddess sang sadly about how the hunters could have stayed on the first floor of the tower forever and refused the challenge, choosing a peaceful life. The angel extended her hand upwards, saying that the brave hunters had decided to go to the 10th and 20th floors to see with their own eyes where the end of the tower was. After her words that the tower would fairly respond to their aspirations, the movement began on its own. People were moving to the next floor without even saying the keyword for it. The hunters were transported to the 21st floor against their will, no matter where they were, no matter what they did. The goddess prayed with words that those who dared to step into the tower would be chosen to fulfill their noble duty. On that note, Kim moved to a location that was only created from outlines that looked somewhat like endless bookshelves. The solemn voice of a small boy was heard greeting the hunters, who were very worried about the late arrival of those. He greeted them in the great library of omniscience, rising above them and scattering hundreds of flying books everywhere. The boy in white continued to congratulate his guests on their arrival, saying that life was a process that began and ended with a meeting. Kim, like many of those present, looked strangely at this child who was speaking such philosophical thoughts about the meaning of life and the encounters in it. The boy bowed to the guests and greeted them again, and text appeared above his body introducing him as the manager of the room library. The crowd of hunters tried to figure out why they were there, as did one man who was taking a shower during the move, begging not to look at him. The manager dramatically and artistically apologized to his shy guests for his improvidence by opening his cloak. The boy used his powers and placed a half-naked man from the shower inside a huge book so that he would not be ashamed. Kim exhaled with ease because despite all the fun in the pictures, he felt sorry for the ignorant men in book costumes. The Black Witch looked at the boy hovering above them, asking who he really was. The girl wanted to ask the manager something else, but he interrupted her with his fiery speech, calling himself a nameless, inconspicuous little man from a barely large library. The witch looked warily at the boy who compared himself to a minor character. The words about a barely large library seemed ridiculous to the Black Witch, looking at the shelves that stretched all the way to the sky. Kim noted that such a room was more like an entire world built on the library. The library manager looked at his guests in fascination, an all-knowing smile appearing on his face. The little boy leaned down to Kim and whispered his nickname, as if trying to verify his own vision. The manager noticed Kong Ja's discomfort and told him that there was no need for such caution. He simply wanted to greet his guests. The hovering boy compared his hunter visitors to the heroes of an epic, but the poisonous serpent did not immediately understand what he meant. The boy said that it was only a conditional comparison because he really loved to read the books that were floating next to him. But he also noted that the books he collected were not ordinary texts at all and were connected to the worlds where the tower was built. The boy suggested that his guests were wondering why they had been chosen by the tower, and the reason was because they were characters in his book. As it turned out, all 302 people gathered in the library were hunters with nicknames given to them by the tower. The Black Witch was indignant, because 300 people would not be enough to confidently clear the next 10 floors. The boy tried to dispel the concerns of the one in the ranking, because just in tandem with the Death King and the Holy Sword, she had already somehow saved the Aigim Empire. The manager noted that 300 people were much more than 3, and Kim decided to hurry up the gentlemen so that they could start the cleanup as quickly as possible. The young man explained that he understood the manager's anxiety, as he was meeting people for the first time in a long time, but they needed to move up. The boy apologized to the guests, forgetting to give them the quest in his joy, but he didn't want to explain everything to him in detail either, so he asked them to see him. The manager began to sort through the books in front of his face, trying to choose the most exciting end-of-the-world story possible. The boy picked up one of the books and began to slowly open it, releasing a radiant light from it and warning his guests about something. He explained that what he showed would only be for clarity, and in the meantime the book opened and blinded everyone present. A picture of an industrial city unfolded before the falling hunters, over which something seemed to hang, creating a dark shadow. As he fell down, the boy mentioned once again that although his books were special, they were far above the ordinary level. He emphasized the name of his haven, the Great Library of Omniscience, which was a repository of records from many other worlds. The boy gave the example of 2 books, one of which told about a conquered world, and the other about a world where hunters could live. The manager carefully embraced his books, telling about the different names of those that were epics and annals or chronicles with saga. However, the little boy preferred a slightly different name for such stories, mournfully calling it the apocalypse. The world of hunters, as the boy explained, was only in the process of an apocalypse while the hunters were rising higher. But not all worlds were happily in the process. Something fell on the projection of the city, destroying everything around it in an instant, and the manager explained that this was called a stop in production. The world shown to the boy was not the only one of its kind. Many apocalypses never received their release. If one edition of one apocalypse could happen because of fire, another simply happened because of water. The same city was now engulfed by a raging wave that swept away buildings and sent the city into the depths of the ocean. The manager noted the tragedy of such stories. The boy then showed them the apocalypse that occurred as a result of a volcanic eruption that ended the life of the entire world. The library manager's narrative ended, and he loudly slammed shut the book he had been using to tell his story. He mentioned that although he called the phenomenon before them a release cessation, people usually called it destruction, and many hunters were sickened. The spirit of the rear noted that there was nothing surprising about the nausea, because the hunters had seen things that an ordinary person would be afraid to even think about. The manager came down to the ground to his guests and began to tell them about the details of their quest. The boy asked to choose 8 apocalypses that had been discontinued, that is, to choose 8 destroyed worlds. With a hungry smile, the manager added that he just wanted to read these apocalypses to the end, that is, to read about the destroyed worlds. The boy ordered the hunters to enter the 8 apocalypses and save them from the threat of the release being stopped, that is, to personally enter the 8 worlds and stop the destruction. A quest text appeared behind the hovering library owner, personally asking them to stop the end of the world in one of the worlds. Despite the fact that the personal owner of the floor announced the issuance of a quest, many hunters still could not cope with their nausea after what they saw. The boy looked at the mess the hunters had made in his room with their vomit, saying that the library needed to be kept clean. Bookmarks with maid costumes drawn on them came out and began to clean up the library at the manager's clap. He introduced his servants to the guests as bookmark maids who would serve the hunters until the 30th floor was cleared. The Black Witch did not take tea from the hands of one of the maids, suspecting that there were monsters in front of her. The boy chuckled at the Black Dragon Chief's doubt, covering his face and saying that there was nothing stopping her from considering them monsters. He began to fly, telling those present about the rules of the library, in which under no circumstances were they allowed to touch his books. One of the hunters looked at the sword-wielding manager warily, sarcastically calling it funny that the little guy ended up being the boss of the monsters. The boy smirked at the other hunters' words to take out their weapons and kill the boss in front of them, clearing out up to the 30th floor at once. The man pointed at the Death King, saying that if this guy could clear the 20th floor alone, then with their group they could easily defeat some kid. The group of smug bastards looked at Kim with disdain, and the young man wanted to hit himself in the face out of shame for them. The indignant man walked towards Poisonous Serpent and Holy Sword, ordering all the major guild leaders to retreat. The Black Witch was furious at the words that the guild leaders took all the rewards, and even dragged in some newbie who was showered with glory. She wanted to go and sort things out in person, but Kim grabbed the witch's hand and asked her to endure such attacks. The girl broke away, saying that she couldn't let such people do whatever they wanted, but Kong Jia revealed that they were on live TV. Indeed, the internal conflict between the hunters on the 21st floor was now being broadcast throughout the city of the first floor. Kim knew this because even before his reincarnation, he had watched the clearing up to the 30th floor live on the square. Kong Jia asked the witch to remember that they were now like characters in action, which meant there would be readers watching them, and the girl needed to maintain her face in the eyes of the public. The witch mumbled quietly that it was more important to think about clearing the stage and showing off her best self, which was what Kim wanted to hear. He noted that they were already in the Great Library's work, and meanwhile the tower screen appeared behind him. He looked back, because now he was supposed to be given a reward for clearing the 20th floor. The reward for the normal scene was the blessing of the God of Beauty, and a scale of 5 hearts appeared next to the guy, with which he could observe the level of interest of the characters from the 20th to the 30th floors. For the hidden scene, he was given the blessing of the Snake God, and now he could also observe the thoughts of the characters on the same floors. Kim decided to test his new ability and looked at the Black Witch, opening her menu. It looked like he had been transported into a dating simulator, where all of the girl's preferences were displayed next to her, including her dreams of a prince on a white horse and a wolf man. The Black Witch immediately noticed the guy's strange look and turned to him in confusion and wondering if everything was okay. The young man didn't expect to see such a range of interest in the witch, so he simply stared in her direction, while the spirit of the rear was reveling in laughter. The sword master was tearing his voice from the fact that the girl wanted a prince at such an age, through tears of laughter offering Kim to find a horse and ride after the princess. Kim also wanted to make fun of him, so he opened his teacher's window, reading in detail about his preferences in mother characters. Kong Ja did not feel any better about his mentor's soul from such revelations. Perhaps it would have been better if he had not known at all who he was setting his sights on. The ghost went berserk, ordering the guy to get out of his brain, and he said that if the spirit quarreled with him, he would open his profile every time. While Kim and the spirit continued to argue, a group of indignant hunters were already preparing to attack the guild leaders, but a voice nearby called their actions stupid. The Holy Sword began to scold the rascals who had decided to start a fight in the middle of the library, the owner of which could send them one way at any moment. The leader of the group thought for a split second and even lowered his sword in thought. However, he immediately resumed his screaming and began to claim that a boss like the little one could be easily defeated, and all the big guilds were scammers. The rebel was interrupted by a calm voice from above, asking if he had finished being indignant with his comrades. Seeing the boy with the book in front of them only made their confidence in victory jump even higher, but the boy apologized and said that he didn't like cliches and would finish quickly. The manager opened his glowing book and released a huge tentacle monster, which grabbed the hunters who had insulted the boy and took them with him. The tentacles slowly returned to the pages of the open book, and the boy, smiling, said that in that apocalypse, humanity was destroyed, and only one magician remained alive. He added that at the climax of that story, the magician went crazy and began to look more like a tentacle monster, which was one of the boy's favorite characters. That magician's special technique was seal magic, and the boy had a relationship with him comparable to that of a guest and host. As payment, the library owner would bring the magician certain ingredients, and the magician would happily fulfill his requests, such as turning victims into mustard bookmarks. The newly created bookmarks maids were still swaying while standing, and the boy remembered something else. He mentioned that one of the magician's hobbies was to wear a maid's costume in his work. The library manager calmly noted that there was nothing strange about this, and it could only have been more surprising if he had retained his sanity. The Black Witch looked in horror at the boy's unusual way of dealing with the villains, whom he called useless secondary characters. The library manager leaned on his hand and asked with a sly smile if they now wanted to be the main characters. The hunters sat with tired poses near whole mountains of books, not having the slightest idea where to start. The heretic inquisitor laughed sadly at the fact that they hadn't even started their quest yet, and they had already lost 50 people. The hunters, scared to death, sat listening to the heretic's cheerful stories about how they could have lost not 50, but 100 people, which meant they were very lucky. The blonde looked innocently at the trembling warriors, sipping his tea and calling it very tasty. Kim began by saying that the inquisitor should have kept quiet, since the people's morale was only falling because of him, to which the blonde innocently agreed and became quiet. Kong Ja immediately realized that there was no point in attacking the constellation just like that, so he suggested that they focus on their quest first. He was number 3, which meant he had a pretty strong opinion, so he was trying to convey that they could safely follow their quest. The young man asked the hunters to look at the description of the quest, which stated that if successful, the world saved from destruction would become the world on the 22nd floor. The guy gave an example of a saved world with diamonds, which could become their world on the 22nd floor. The Black Witch thought dreamily about another example in the form of a saved world with food, so the problem of trade could be solved without the outside world. The Death King looked proudly at the witch's suggestion and reached for one of the books. Quickly opening it, Kim began to leaf through the book he had taken and analyze its contents, causing Poisonous Snake to almost intervene. However, the head of the Thousand Faceless Gates stopped and looked in confusion at the book in the boy's hands, which was completely safe. The library owner circled in the air, confirming that until he activated the ability, all the apocalypses in the library were ordinary books, and he hid the forbidden ones. This was great news for Kim and the other hunters, who he told to go and start looking for the apocalypses that suited them. The first book I came across was The Tale of Sormwon Academy, in the end of which the villainous lady lost the love triangle and removed the seal from the demon that destroyed the world. To imagine, the handsome crown prince is kneeling, and in front of him is the embarrassed main character, to whom he sings about his lack of knowledge that his soulmate was so close. He romantically extends his hand to her and clasps the girl's palm, all while the villainess fires her shot at the tower. And then there is noise, chaos, fire, and destruction of the world. In short, the apocalypse in all its genre manifestations. The novel, which was read with great interest, ended with the phrase that, well, that's how the world was destroyed, the end. Any reader would have exploded with anger. What upset Kim most was that this really happened and that world was once real. But he continued to look for easier books and told others to do the same. The other hunters were in no hurry to look at all the books and read about how difficult or fertile their lands might be. The Sword Lord leaned towards Kim, saying that no one was listening to him only because Kong Ja was too soft with them, and the hunters were such dumbasses. The spirit of the rear asked him not to let others destroy his own sense of pride when they simply yawned and stared hopelessly at his requests to act. Finally, the red-haired man added that the higher the level, the higher the hunter's pride, and Kim cleared his throat and got ready. With an aura in his eyes and ferocity in his voice, Kong Ja lashed out at the hunters, asking how he was supposed to read hundreds of apocalypses on his own. He loudly announced that they would split into groups, some to the right and some to the left, according to different genres. The Death King sent the reading people to the genres they liked. Fortunately, there were maids nearby who told them where to go. The library owner was slightly amused by the picture, although he was more interested in watching Kim's attempts to create a working atmosphere. Kong Ja slammed the book loudly and ordered everyone to quickly start reading, and then sort the apocalypses into masterpieces and crap. The heretic inquisitor awkwardly raised his hand, his eyes wide and his mouth covered, as Kim had previously forbidden him to speak. When the young man asked for permission, the blonde loudly replied that he did not know what kind of litter this was. As a work of comparison, the guy gave a story about a boy and a girl who survived a nuclear war, and the heretic noted that it was very romantic. Later, Kim pointed out that the cause of the destruction was the volcano on whose territory the couple had settled down to spend the night. There was no point in saving such a world. Kong Ja quickly asked him what the blonde was even planning to do in a world full of radiation, and then it dawned on him. Until the 29th floor, the summer spirit only cleared territories with fire thanks to immunity. Although he could create as many as 8 treasuries for people, selfish. Kim ordered everyone to forget about the depth of the story, the character of the main character or the plot. The main thing was to find a good location with normal conditions for salvation. The young man thought his eyes were deceiving him when he stepped into the mystic department and saw the head of the black dragon. He apologized to the girl, telling her which row she was in, but she replied that she knew. It's strange. In the interest window, she was a huge fan of romance, so Kim asked again with skepticism if she liked mysticism. The Black Witch took a sip of tea, saying that she was actually an intelligent girl. It seemed like the girl just didn't want to confess, and Kim just noticed that the romance section was empty, and the Murima group was full of men. Kim couldn't get his head around the fact that hunters, even in such a situation, were trying to preserve their egos. And the spirit of the rear once again mentioned the hunter's pride and the fact that only the crazy ones had died before. Kong Ja tried to hint and suggest that she go to the romance department, but he couldn't even string 2 words together. Still, he decided to press the issue and said that the Black Dragon's leader seemed like a rather romantic person to him. The girl mumbled in response whether she really looked like the kind of person who was suited to romance. Kim looked like a squeezed lemon as he so nervously tried to move the girl into a group of people with romance. The Black Witch let out a long breath as if considering her decision. She calmly turned away and left, saying that since the Death King said so, there was nothing to be done. The heretic inquisitor remarked how incredible it was that he had managed to get the witch to get up and walk. Kim's gaze fell in a tired expression, asking if the heretic also liked mysticism, and he answered with his knowledge of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Kong Ja opened the heretic character window, and it didn't tell him anything, except that the blonde liked legends and children's literature. It seemed like the Inquisitor was truly empty both outside and inside, so the guy didn't even have words. The boy exhaled heavily, opening his marker in irritation. The blonde looked curiously at his hand, which Kim had signed with children's literature and sent him to that group. Heretic was the only one in the children's literature group, so he happily described his great responsibility and promised to check everything. Kim couldn't help but wonder what kind of children's book could end with the end of the world, because among hundreds of apocalypses, there won't be a single fairy tale. Kong Ja exhaled heavily. He had done a pretty good job with the distribution. The Homefront Spirit's words about psycho hunters began to make some sense to Kim when he considered that of the 150, 111 had lied about their preferences. He had only one person left whose interest needed to be checked, so he walked up behind him and extended his hand in an almost powerless voice. Isekai, Imba, obstacles, harem. Kim thought for a second that he had fallen into a terrible dream of a loser teenager who wants girls one after another along with cheats. The young man had to look up at the text and down at his feet twice to make sure he was looking at the right person. All these were fantasies of the sixth and the top hunters of our time, the head of the gate of 1,000 faceless, who could not read a single word in the Murim, complaining about continuous scenes of sweaty men. Kim stared at the poisonous snake, who had no idea what Kong Ja had seen behind him. The Emperor of Light Novels turned his head to Kim, asking why he was staring, saying that he was completely absorbed in reading, and it was better for the guy not to touch him. Within hours, people in the library were groaning at the sheer number of doomsday scenarios they had seen. Searching is searching, but Kim had a snack, and the Black Witch rubbed her eyes tiredly. She was beginning to understand the feelings of the library owner. The witch irritably clarified that she was talking about the break in the episode at the climax, and began to describe the endings. Kim, disgusted, asked the girl not to tell the story where something fell out of someone's cutlet at the end. This did not stop her, and the Black Witch continued to speak with a crazy smile, and Kim once again reminded her that they were on live television. The Black Dragon Chief gave in at the boy's last comment, and he let out a nervous sigh in response. But she changed her mind again and jumped closer to the young man, telling him in detail about the horrific cutlet. After that, even the sandwich didn't seem so edible, and Kim slowly and involuntarily let it go from his hands. The hovering book lover chuckled and said that the hunters now understood his feelings perfectly. The boy noted that they were presented with the best books, with particularly destructive power, which naturally made the reader fall in love with them. To him, that was the beauty of it. Books like that brought real suffering to their readers because of their lousy endings, and the witch asked if he had intentionally given them such books to read. The boy extended his hand forward, confirming her words and welcoming them into the hell of interrupted releases with an invitation to wallow in pain with him. The long-suffering hunters held the books in their hands in horror, realizing that the little demon had forced them to read good works with the most anticlimactic endings. Kim responded to the familiar voice behind him, his eyes widening a little as he saw the person calling him. The green-haired scholar waved at Kong Ja, and although her new nickname of Master of Alchemy wasn't particularly cool, she still liked it very much. The guy was pleasantly surprised by how quickly the girl was able to get her own nickname, but the Master of Alchemy began to refuse and become embarrassed. She said that a few days ago she heard a voice saying that her creation was helping to save the world, and then she was given a nickname. It was because of the potion she made for Kim. The alchemy master praised Kong Ja for his incredible breakthrough to third place, and the boy became embarrassed. The girl in the robe put her hand on her heart and told the young man to be sure to contact her if anything happened. Soon the books were read from beginning to end. The Murima romantic and mystic groups had finished their reading, and science fiction was just finishing. Kim stepped forward and asked each group to share their recommended works. The Heretic Inquisitor recommended the only book in the fairy tale section that he could find, and Kim was surprised by what he found. The story was about a utopia that was powered by the energy of an innocent child's cry, which in the future, after all the innocent children had been used up, caused the utopia to lose its energy and fall. The Holy Sword had its own compelling proposal from the Murima group. The Chronicle of the Sky Demon told the story of a sky demon who came to unite the Murim, but an infection arose and the sky demon died due to the disease. The old man justified his recommendation by saying that the heavenly demon had collected books on all existing martial arts. In this way, they could build a library where the strongest skills in the tower would be stored. Kim wondered if he could obtain an A-class skill if he died at the hands of every local master, and the Homefront spirit noted his insatiability. The guy had a desire to wipe the world from the heretic's tail into dust, but it would be difficult for him to do it alone. The Shiny girl informed the guy about the discovery of some traces and lit up. According to Shiny, she felt very close to her sister, and Kim knew that it was about his sister's sword. His gaze fell on the Holy Sword, who was holding the book he offered in his hands. Moreover, even Shiny herself confirmed that she felt her sister in the book that Marcus was holding. Hiding in the restroom, Kim shared with the Sword Lord his plan to die once before going to Murim, and then begin searching for them. The spirit of the rear and Shiny looked at the guy in bewilderment, not understanding why he decided to act like that. Kong Ja mentioned Refant Igim, the creator of Shiny, who, even without a biography, could be understood to have traveled to different worlds. He explained his theory by saying that if Shiny was in the Igim Empire and the second blade was in another world, world travel could be a skill of the legend. While this was someone skilled enough to found empires and strong enough to split a constellation, the boy was nowhere near that skill. Lately, Kim had become too arrogant. All the attention and responsibility made him too self-confident. He was one step away from carelessness. In the same way, a certain number one from the distant future allowed himself to become too self-confident, and because of his carelessness, lost both his life and his future. Kangja needed more information about Refan Aigim, but the spirit of the rear was more concerned about how exactly the guy was going to find out anything without news. The boy disagreed with his mentor, pointing out that even though the goddess was divided into 5 swords, she was still a constellation. The ghost was interested in the guy's question when he suggested what death by sword would be considered, murder by the goddess or suicide. Kim had no doubt, pointing his own sword towards his neck, saying that there was a 50/50th chance it was worth checking. Shiny's voice came out from the lion emblem of the sword, and she began to beg Kangja to think about his decision. Kim wondered why she was so resistant, saying she was embarrassed to reveal her past and insisted on privacy. Kangja didn't care. He was already being shown on the news for rent for days, so everything was fair between them, and at Shiny's last plea, he plunged the sword into himself. The guy was fined and received as punishment the level of the evil spirit, where the emperor sat in the hall, and in front of him stood the goddess, who greeted her master. The long-haired man briefly confirmed the goddess's words about his successful completion of the expedition. Rafanta Aigim began to tell of his rapid rise from being summoned to becoming the emperor of the entire continent, and the spirit recognized the man's face. With just one glance, the sword lord could tell that the gray-haired boy was a deadly heavenly star. But Kim was not one to hear such words. The red-haired man explained that it was a nickname Rafanta had given him for his many constellation hunts, calling him a psycho. On the 50th floor, the rivalry with the hunters from other worlds began, but the deadly sky star did not go further to kill the constellations. Despite the young man's questions, the spirit of the rear himself commented that he did not expect to meet a familiar psychopath in such a place. And Kim was interested in learning about the relationship between the two. The goddess breathed out excitedly, proudly telling of her master's great growth, and the spirit of the rear told of their feud with the star, whom he had defeated several times. The girl continued to command her master, but he stood up and merely addressed her as a constellation. In the eyes of the crusader, the girl in front of him was not a divine or evil spirit. For him, she was just a constellation, and the world belonged only to people. The goddess did not understand why her dear lord suddenly awakened his aura and threateningly stepped towards her. The star approached and extended his hand to her with a cold look, and the words that he would not kill her for the help she gave him. The immobilized girl looked in horror at the guy who just a second ago seemed like a young man she knew. The emperor said that he would divide the goddess's being and seal it so that she could not regain her power. Soon, just a second ago, the girl's living body broke into 5 pieces, and the gray-haired man finally apologized to the constellation and called it the right path. Even after watching the injury in full, Kim still didn't understand anything that had happened in Shiny's past. When asked why the emperor had sealed her, Shiny replied angrily that she herself did not understand, since Rafanta had always seemed honest to her. The sword lord waved his hand in displeasure, once again emphasizing his words about high-level hunters always going crazy. The spirit of the rear advised the boy to simply become stronger and not think about what was in the heads of psychos, with which Kim agreed, and now he at least knew what he looked like. Kim thought helplessly, because the star would definitely try to kill him if she saw him with a fragment of the constellation in his hands. The guy returned to the 21st floor at the moment when everyone decided on the apocalypse, which they would transfer to the floor above. The boy was delighted by the news that the hunters had chosen Murim, Chronicles of the Sky Demon, as the first apocalypse. The librarian praised the hunter's choice, although he warned that they might face an ironic fate at the end of the film depending on their choice. Kim listened to the boy's words as he commented on the hunter's desire to learn new skills by saving the apocalypse. The boy announced that a serious reward was due for a serious risk, so he really wanted to see today's heroes of the epic. He mentioned that according to the rules of this narrative, 2 to 4 people could participate, examining those present. The first to volunteer to save history from disaster was the Death King himself, declaring his readiness. The Holy Sword also noted that he would take part in the cleansing, and Kim could see in the old man's cold eyes a true fan of the martial arts genre. The boy smiled at how quickly they reached the minimum number, giving 2 more participants a chance to join. In response to this, Marcus revealed another reason for his choice, pointing to a point in the description about the unexpected spread of the disease in the world of history. Since the world was practically destroyed by the infection, the old man found an ideal candidate for the role of a powerful healer medic. He addressed the stern, short, elderly man with a short beard as the king of medicines, asking if he would go with them. The spirit of the rear immediately recognized the familiar face and poked the medicine king in the air, like a child poking a squirrel in his garden. It was the owner of the pharmaceutical clinic that the Holy Sword usually visited, who was just asking if the Death King had anything to add. Kim did have his own request. He wanted to take someone with them. He pointed his palm at the Master of Alchemy, who did not expect such generosity from her favorite client. And even here, Kangja invited her to join their ragged squad, but the girl was unsure, having only received the nickname a week ago and being very weak. The guy nobly embraced the embarrassed girl's hand in his own and called her the best and most talented alchemist in his memory. He looked into her eyes tenderly and enchantedly and reminded her of her words from that same day earlier. The Master of Alchemy actually said herself today that if the guy needed something from her, he could always turn to her. The guy looked with a wide smile into the narrowed eyes of the girl, who was already beginning to regret that her tongue was lashing out like a stalk. He closed his eyes in a polite manner, silently begging the girl to help him, albeit not very sincerely, with the thought that since he helped her, he should pay her. The Master of Alchemy smiled awkwardly, either at the guy's offer or at her own stupidity, because of which she now could not refuse. And so, all the places were already taken, and among the crowd of hunters, questions began to arise about the identity of the girl scientist. The Holy Sword coldly replied that he was already familiar with the Master of Alchemy, and her heart jumped from looking at number 1. The Master of Alchemy nervously pressed herself against Kim as if he were a bodyguard, even though Marcus added that he and the Death King had already discussed everything. The old man looked back at the young man and reminded him that if one of them died in history, he would also die in reality, and they were going to a very dangerous place. The Death King smiled and dispelled the Sword Saint's doubts, saying that he was confident and the Alchemy Master was the best pharmacist he could remember. The Sword Lord replied that although the Medicine King could make a few good potions, calling him the best was an exaggeration. Involuntarily lost in thought, Marcus closed his eyes and scratched his beard at the words that the girl was one of the best only in the guy's opinion. In the character window, the thought window showed that the Holy Sword was not against taking the young girl and was communicating with his rear spirit in his thoughts. Kim didn't expect that the Holy Sword inside would speak so warmly of him, although he noted that he still had the character of a know-it-all old man. The King of Medicines grinned indignantly and laughed for a second at the guy's decision. In an old man's manner, he began to reproach him for the typical behavior of the young, who had not yet said anything, but were already claiming to be the best alchemists in their memory. Kim looked in bewilderment at the grumpy old man, who called the guy overly self-confident and arrogant. Finally, he added that the girl reminded him of himself in his youth and he didn't like it. It was annoying, and he clicked his tongue in disrespect when he saw her. The Alchemist Master looked away awkwardly, as she thought the days of strange looks were over. The Holy Sword countered the outraged Medicine King's words, mentioning that there was still an outstanding figure in front of them. The enraged old man turned to Marcus, arguing about the boy's lack of experience and reminding him of himself at $20 million in Silicon Valley. Kim watched the argument between two elderly people who were fighting like parents of newlyweds at the same table, where the Holy Sword was also retreating. The Medicine King scolded the Sword Saint, saying that he had tolerated the guy's antics for a long time, but taking an unknown girl with him was the height of absurdity. The girl awkwardly pressed her hands to herself and stroked one of them, saying that she did not deny that she could be a brat. However, she added that the Death King was not a brat and had no evil intentions, and the old man noted that she seemed to be standing up for her husband. The last words of the King of Medicines about her husband did not embarrass the alchemist, but rather outraged and confused her. The Holy Knight intervened in the conversation, saying that the pharmacist was truly outstanding and that the squad of vigilantes received a lot of medicine through her. The old man didn't give up and raised one eyebrow, which for the level of the vigilante squad, such an illiterate alchemist was an obvious solution. He continued that the Holy Sword Guild was nowhere near worthy of his medicines, so they didn't know which ones were the best. The spirit of the home front asked Kim why he listened to insults and was a punching bag, but he answered in the negative. Kongja was so quiet because they were still live, and it was a great moment for the viewers. One debut, who only recently received the nickname of a hunter and has already become part of one of the leading guilds, and one retired who ran the most famous place in the field of medicine in Babylon. The guy suggested they get away, and when the old man cried out that he was already planning to start a fight, he clarified that it was not in that plan and not with him. The young man pulled out several bottles of ingredients from his pocket, offering to brew a potion from them and test their effectiveness to both pharmacists. The alchemy master nervously said that she was very angry at the old man for insulting the boy, but she could not compare to him, and Kim firmly placed his hands on her shoulders. Kongja believed in the girl and asked her to believe in herself too, and she stuttered nervously. After thinking briefly about the guy's words, A smile appeared on the green-haired girl's face, and she was ready not only to try, but also to win. The competition began. The old man's elite equipment looked almost too luxurious compared to the girl's homely atmosphere. The green-haired girl had a hard time concentrating as the crowd shamelessly discussed her, comparing her to the more distinguished older alchemist. The Countess took advantage of the moment and solemnly announced to the people to place their money bets on the winner. The Black Witch asked the guy if he was confident in his decision to bet such an alchemist against a legend, to which he decided to bet his amount on the Master of Alchemy. Violet Hair was more concerned about the boy's words earlier about how they were all on live TV, and he could simply ruin the scientist's reputation. The boy chuckled because the broadcast was still going on in the outside world, speaking about the poor old man who was about to be defeated by a newbie girl. The King of Medicine loudly announced to the cocky brat that his potion was ready, dramatically ordering him to bow his head before his masterpiece. He picked up his potion of restoration in a dark pink bottle. A potion of such skill could heal even the average mortal wound. The crowd of spectators roared in support of the King of Medicines, never doubting his skill and begging him to sell them one bottle. The old man proudly crossed his arms at the cries of support coming his way, not even hearing the quiet voice of the girl in the background. When everyone became quiet, the girl also showed her potion of divine rarity, which immediately began to glow. People stared in fascination at the light of the new potion, which tasted like strawberries, even though they weren't on the list of ingredients. The bookmark maid and the Countess had to put on sunglasses so as not to be blinded by the shine of the potion. If stored properly, such a potion can even regrow a severed body part, which is completely incomparable to the healing of an average wound by an old man's potion. The girl exhaled. Her former nervousness and shyness seemed to have been blown away by the wind. She adjusted her glasses, looking up at the Medicine King's potion and assessing it with her eyes. The alchemist leaned over the old man's potion and began to examine it carefully in detail. Snatching the potion from the Medicine King's hand, her eyes fell at best on the beautiful bottle of the potion. The girl began to look at the bottle and the potion in different positions, as if she could read everything about it with just one glance. The Master of Alchemy almost dismissively handed the so-called masterpiece of the stunned old man back into his hands. The green-haired girl smirked, asking if that was all the old alchemist could do. She was clearly the kind of person who was filled with great strength when she felt useful, and now she looked down on the old man. Looking down at him, the girl asked if the Medicine King's skills were really that backward. The still dumbfounded old man thought that the green-haired girl was just lucky and was not going to accept defeat. The old man scratched his beard with disgust, saying that newbies like her are often lucky, and he himself was like that when he earned $1 billion in his youth. But the girl was confident in her abilities and wanted to prove her skills, offering to have another round, although her grandfather still didn't believe her. The second round ended with a similar scenario, and now the King of Medicine was talking about the Goddess of Luck, who hasn't smiled 3 times already. 4 times, the picture began to resemble a scene from a comedy, although no one found the old man's third loss funny. The Holy Sword seemed to feel the shame of his friend and nervously asked him to stop because it was not worthy. But the sobbing King of Medicines did not want to give up and was ready to announce the 4th round to the girl. While he was still trying to prove something, the Holy Sword sincerely apologized to the alchemy master and acknowledged her as the best pharmaflower. Still stuttering, the green-haired girl noted that Marcus must have had a hard time with his friend. The Holy Sword noted that that friend didn't have any particularly good traits, and he only knew the basics of potions, so he would be useful as an assistant. The Countess extended her hand and pointed at the young alchemist, loudly exclaiming in her direction. The head of the Merchants Association grabbed the Master of Alchemy by the hands and demanded that he immediately conclude a contract with her, and the girl was still trying to come to her senses. The Countess offered the girl the most favorable terms of the deal, saying that she would even allow her cats to roll under her feet. All attention was focused on the girl. Now everyone wanted to cooperate with her, and some even called her the Goddess of Potions. The shy Master of Alchemy was not used to this amount of attention and loudly asked everyone to be quiet. She continued by saying that she would only make any deals with the permission and through the Death King, and the Holy Knight was an exception. Kim intervened in their discussion and suggested that they resolve this awkward issue after completing the Chronicles of the Sky Demon. The young librarian announced that the choice of characters for the picture was complete and ordered the hunters to bring the story of the book to its proper conclusion. Kongjia looked back at him and wondered what exactly the boy meant by a proper ending. The boy pointed out that the proper ending depended directly on the hunter's decision. They could both save the apocalypse and conquer it. The guy listened to the librarian and was about to ask to send them to the apocalypse but he was interrupted by a voice nearby. The bewildered leader of the Thousand Faceless Gate looked at his subjects in confusion when they asked if he was going to go. Kim looked back at the light novel lover who was being persuaded to join them as a warrior in such a suitable work. The poisonous snake suddenly lowered his head and crossed his arms, refusing to respond to the requests of his guild members. He announced that he only wanted to volunteer, and his students seemed to read his thoughts, in which he actually cursed them for throwing him into that hole. The poisonous snake gave a dramatic speech about Murim as the true homeland in his soul, and mentally complained about the lack of a flush toilet in the location. The light novel emperor was about to show everyone what his guild's name meant, which truly meant unemployed, invincible, and troubled. He shouted to his students that he absolutely had to go, but inside he howled without any desire to go anywhere. Shiny was speechless. It seemed to the Holy Sword as if only the poisonous serpent wanted to go, to which he replied that he was not going to repeat it, otherwise they would think that he was grumbling. Old man Marcus didn't give way to the poisonous serpent, activating his lunar aura to meet the latter's purple aura. The hunters watched the clash between the two leaders of the raiding with excitement, calling it a battle of honor. The Holy Knight, already with a full bag of gold, ran towards them and was going to stop their senseless fight. The poisonous snake replied that he and the Holy Sword were warriors and could decide everything with a battle. The Gatemaster was going to give in to number one and not go anywhere. The Holy Knight exhaled heavily, asking what kind of person the serpent was with his methods of solving problems. The armored girl turned to the Holy Sword and asked him to give way, but this was not what the poisonous serpent had planned. The Holy Knight tried to convey that Marcus had already participated in the previous purge with the Black Witch and the Death King, and it would be fair to give in. She continued by saying that the Gatemaster was the leader of a large guild. He would also want to have a good reputation among his students. Holy Sword roughly adjusted his tie, clearing his throat before his turn to speak. He crossed his arms in a businesslike manner and reminded everyone present that he had no interest in the reputation of the guilds. However, recently the old man also began to think about his remorse and looked at Kim, who was embarrassed by such confessions. The Holy Sword decided to give in to the poisonous serpent, who said with a smile that it should have been like this from the very beginning, but inside he let out a shrill cry of pain. The Inquisitor pounced on the Holy Knight's hand, calling her conviction magnificent, and the girl modestly said that the old man simply accepted her point of view. The Black Witch was touched by the picture of the hunters understanding each other, and the heretic was already about to climb into the arms of the Holy Sword. The King of Medicine said irritably that all this reminded him of his youth, but he was tired of waiting and wanted to go as soon as possible. The alchemy master awkwardly admitted that she was still very scared. Even though she was better than the old man, she felt defenseless. The poisonous snake turned to the girl and said that civilians like her had nothing to fear, and that he would cover them in battles and deprive their enemies of their heads in an instant. The librarian boy pulled out the book they needed, reading out the nicknames of the new main characters of the Sky Demon Chronicles. The alchemy master was very excited. There was uncertainty and fear of the unknown in her eyes. The Death King maintained an outward calm, but inside he was confident in his powers. Although there was a smile on the face of the head of the Thousand Faceless Gates, it looked more like a nervous smile, begging to be let out of the library. The King of Medicines was still irritated and still hadn't let go of his exceptional defeat to the girl. The manager explained that they would be transported to the world of history 10 days before the end of production, and expected to see a great ending from the hunters. When Kim was born, the martial arts genre had already begun to lose its popularity, and the computer graphics of such works had not stood the test of time. In the future, seriousness was ridiculed, and there was simply no place for martial arts. A lost genre, a lost world, and in this world it was snowing, wild and violent, and in the white ash it was impossible to discern anything around. Kim, through the noise of the snowstorm, told the four of them to release their aura to protect themselves from the snow. But he completely forgot that they had with them two hunters who were completely inexperienced in combat and who had never even heard of aura. Kim ordered the head of the Thousand Faceless Gate to protect and look after the Medicine King first. The Medicine King threw his arms over the poisonous serpent, which activated an aura next to him to block the snow. Kongja offered his hand to the alchemy master and asked the freezing boss to come with him. At the guy's request, she gave him her hand and a red aura whistled between them, enveloping them both. The girl thanked the young man with a trembling voice, although she felt coldly embarrassed in front of him. The Death King himself felt a little uneasy, but now this was their only defense against the freezing cold. The library manager was a fan of pompous phrases, so he replaced obvious human words with literary terms. But although he expressed things in such a light, in fact the hunters were not in a work of fiction, but in the real world, which they had to save. The scientist squeezed Kim's hand tightly and admitted that she had taken everything too lightly, but now she would do everything in her power to help. Kongja explained that he was now going to clear the way with his aura, but during the fight against the disease, the Medicine King and the Alchemy Master would step up. The story of the Sky Demon Chronicles actually ended with the emergence of an infection that spread throughout the world and killed everyone. The boy stepped through deep holes of snow, remembering that knee-deep snow or deadly cold had never been mentioned in history. It's cold, the snow and frost send shivers down your spine, and it seems like you can feel it even through your aura, and it's about to turn you into an icicle. The Alchemy Master saw something in the distance and pointed loudly to the other hunters. She thought she saw people. The hunters decided to move toward the dark silhouettes behind the layers of roaring snow, where the outlines of people were visible. The Sword Lord had an unpleasant anticipation due to the complete silence in the direction of the silhouettes. Kim looked at his mentor with his face covered, guessing that it could have been because of the snowstorm, and they simply hadn't heard anything. The spirit of the rear did not exclude this option, but the problem was that not only was there no sound, but even the silhouettes did not move. They soon got to the place where they saw people, but their confusion only increased. All the people in the snow were frozen and immobilized, which is probably why their dead bodies did not make any sounds. But these were clearly not ordinary corpses of wanderers. They were frozen in motion while they could still walk, hence their faces full of suffering. It was time for the Master of Alchemy and the King of Medicine to get down to business, so the former anxiously pulled on her gloves. The green-haired girl walked up to one of the corpses, which was screaming through the frozen facade, and broke off a small frozen piece of skin. Her doubts were confirmed. There really were people in front of them, and he died about 2 years ago due to an infection with an unregistered disease. The King of Medicines looked thoughtfully at the analyses conducted by the girl's skill, and the description seemed strange to him. The old man suggested that none of them could have died from illness, since they were all standing and frozen to death. He had already started talking about his Silicon Valley again, and the Master of Alchemy, meanwhile, suspected that someone had deliberately transported people. She explained that everyone's time of death was different, but the cause was the same, so Kim suggested that they had ended up in a cemetery. The poisonous snake found Kong Ja's theory unlikely and said that the corpses in front of them from a distance looked more like terracotta soldiers. The Death King decided to verify the nature of the creatures in front of them and opened the character window of one of the corpses. There was no information about the frozen man. Underneath him was only the text of his thoughts, in which he reached for the light. The guy closed the corpse character window, making sure that this is what the menu of a dead person looked like. Kim couldn't figure out why the cemetery looked like that, while Poisonous Serpent suggested finding a place to stop, and Master Alchemist noticed the weapons on the corpses' belts. Kong Ja's gaze responded to the loud sounds of footsteps nearby, and he looked warily in the direction of the noise. The bearded man's rough voice tore at his throat, shouting to overthrow the heavenly rule of the demonic path. In response, he heard a woman's voice from above, calling the man's speech so ridiculous that even a dog could collapse from laughter. The dark-haired woman ordered Bu Wulsan to bid farewell to his faction, while the demonic path took over the entire celestial empire. Bu Wulsan called the woman's words absurd nonsense, because he had long ago chopped up the bloody ghosts and elders that she was so proud of. The man claimed to have an army of 500 warriors behind him, and the dark-haired woman ordered him to stop lying. Kim quietly suggested to the other hunters that they sneak up on the arguing couple and eavesdrop. The woman haughtily asked Wulsan where his pillars from the clans of which he was so proud had gone and called the head of Morim a disgrace. The old warrior shouted back at the girl not to meddle where she was not wanted, and he ordered them to go on a secret mission around the world. The dark-haired woman chuckled, mentioning the amount of work the old man had to do. But he responded furiously, saying that it was only because of her. The hunters listened in confusion as the two characters engaged in a belligerent dialogue that began to sound more like a squabble in a children's sandbox. The woman began to take out her sword and ordered the old man to fight if he didn't like something, intending to show the tenacity of the demonic cult to the whole world. The man began to take out his weapon in anger, saying that he would present the half-cut head of the devil before him to the temples. Their long and sharp swords turned out to be small tree branches, and the woman asked where her insignificant rival's jade axe had gone. The old man stuttered and ordered her to be silent and asked a question in response to the absence of the bloody demonic sword of the woman she called her daughter. She calmly called the words of the lively old man very rude and carefully fingered the stick with her fingertips because it was a wooden sword created by her personally. The woman said that her wand contained the entire essence of a 1,000-year-old demonic cult, and she called it the demonic heavenly blade. and the old man was perplexed. Silence reigned between them, only slightly interrupted by the sound of the whistling wind around them. The man thought about it and advised changing the pompous name of the ordinary stick to wooden whip. The dark-haired girl looked sadly at the stick, saying that back then it was just a rod, and the gray-haired man angrily answered that it was just a rod anyway. The woman liked the name demonic wooden whip better, but the old man was not just infuriated, but was thrown into real hysterics. The sun gradually hid behind the clouds, and it started to rain, and they continued to argue about the coolness of the names of their blades and sticks. Snow began to fall, and the woman and man looked warily at the precipitation in front of their faces. They hid behind each other's backs, and the old man angrily asked if she hadn't said that it would be clear. But the woman replied that it was absurd to believe all her predictions. The old man was still trying to somehow let go of the insult towards her, but the woman was no longer playing their game and ordered them to prepare for battle, while someone was advancing towards them from the darkness. The Peking master of alchemy asked why they were acting so strangely, but Kim himself couldn't understand. The hunters watched the scene before them peacefully but warily, so they could not hear the footsteps behind them. The master of alchemy felt that something was wrong behind her, but she was afraid to turn around. The hunters, one after another, slowly turned their heads back, their pupils narrowing in horror. All four of them instantly rushed forward, screaming in horror, and not looking back at something so terrible behind them. Murim was a world of people who lived by martial arts. The heavenly demon appeared to unite Murim. The demonic faction and the forces that acted against the faction were about to clash in battle. But suddenly a super epidemic spread, which was not a deadly disease, it was a zombie virus. The hunters ran in horror from the revived frozen corpses, accompanied by their own screams and shouts. The king of medicine was able to tie in his Silicon Valley here too, where according to him, such creatures did not exist. It was then that Kim realized that they had just entered a real apocalypse scene and pounced on one of the zombies, instantly decapitating it. But even with its head cut off, the zombie's body continued to move forward, so fighting was also a bad option. The man and woman responded with their eyes to the cries of the strangers to quickly flee from the snowy steppes occupied by zombies. The pale woman shouted to the strangers, whom she had seen for the first time since the infection began in Murim. She whispered to the old man that she was going crazy and saw 4 living people, and perhaps the ruler of the underworld himself was calling to her. Looking at Kim running with the alchemy master on his back, the old warrior said that he had seen them too, and that the woman's ridicule made him feel underdeveloped. With a huge weight on his back and under his feet, Kong Ja shouted at them to run and at the same time tell them where it would be best to go. The encounter with living people turned out to be much more unusual for those two than the zombies chasing them, and they assumed that they had simply ended up in hell. The second guess was the land of blooming peaches, because there was no way a man could go to hell, but for some reason there were no peaches growing in the land. The poisonous snake and the Death King captured the man and woman, who were still talking and arguing with each other. The pale woman asked Kim who they were and why they used such strange techniques, suggesting that they were from other places. The assumption of the dark-haired Ustashi Kong Ja seemed strangely constructed, because in essence she was asking what reality they came from. But the zombies did not stop at their already fast pace, but also began to fly high, hovering above the hunters. The poisonous snake, emotional and almost losing his voice, shouted how frozen zombies even learned to fly. The dark-haired woman smiled proudly, calling it her special movement technique that she had borrowed from Kunlun and perfected. With pride in her voice, she pointed to her talented warriors from the demonic sect who had not forgotten their fighting skills even after death. Kongja was surprised that they remembered how to fight even after death, and the pale one mentioned that it was because the hunters were not local. She explained that martial artists did not forget their skills even after becoming gangsters, calling it the basics of the basics, but Kim resented such basics. The woman added with a smile that such gangzi were trained to smell blood even in their sleep, so she was filled with pride for her warriors. The living dead began to get closer and closer to the poisonous serpent, who was having a hard time with 2 elderly men in his arms. The zombies were catching up with them, and the poisonous snake was loudly indignant that Kim got all the girls, and he was wandering around with some old man. Kongja himself was on edge, asking him why he was so worried about this when they could be eaten at any moment by zombies who also knew martial arts. The Lord of the Sword ran along with them, and he got so into the role that he seemed afraid of being bitten himself. The Death King was concerned about the weaknesses of the gangs, and the pale woman replied that only if their brains were defrosted. Kim needed something simpler, so the dark-haired girl thought and narrowed her eyes, trying to remember something. She pointed to the very cloudy sky, and remembered that the gangzi also froze when the sun came out. It wasn't a perfect plan, but the young man had an idea, so he quickly approached the unknown lady and the master of alchemy. He apologized to them on the go for having to leave them for a while, and the master of alchemy's heart almost jumped out from this information. Kim gathered all his strength and shared his aura with the girls, after which he forcefully threw both of them into the open sky. The alchemist master gallantly landed with her entire body in a hole of snow, decorating the surface with a star pattern. Kim awkwardly apologized to the girls, but zombies were already waiting for him behind him, nervously growling and groaning. Kong Ja nervously turned his head, trying to quickly gather his thoughts and rely on his plan. The Sword Lord was amused by the picture, and he couldn't wait for Kim to be eaten by his own kind, minus one wish from his list. The boy gripped his sword tightly, wondering where the ghost could have gotten his wish list from. But today, he was not going to die, so with a battle cry, he pulled out his sword and pointed it straight into the sky, which was completely taken over by flying zombies. Immediately, Kim raised his voice in a commanding tone and addressed Shiny with a fierce face and stern eyes. Shiny responded to her master's call, and the lion emblem on the sword's hilt obediently lit up. The boy ordered Shiny to shine, and the blinding light was reflected across the entire steppe, freezing the confused zombies and causing them to fall head-on into piles of snow. Kong Ja did not hesitate and rushed after the poisonous snake and the two other men he was carrying. The king of medicine nervously whispered to himself that if it weren't for Marcus's request, he would never have gone to the tower for such a thing. Kim, still holding his shining sword raised as he ran, made sure everyone was okay. The alchemist master struggled to rise from the snow, complaining about the snow stinging her face, which even made her glasses fall off. The poisonous snake angrily promised himself that he would no longer deal with old farts after the Medicine King and the Holy Sword. The Death King asked the head of the Thousand Faceless Gate to keep an eye on everyone while he hunted zombies, but he became curious about what the young man was planning. Kim pointed to the Gangsi's paralyzed, protruding legs and was about to get rid of the zombies while they were unable to do anything. Kong Ja was about to start the meat grinder, but a pale woman stopped the young man and asked him to listen. The Sky Demon thanked the boy for saving her, but if he was going to harm Gangsi, she was determined to stop him. Kim's eyes widened in surprise at the woman, and he wondered why she was trying to stop him. His first thought was that the zombies could transmit some kind of curse, but everything turned out to be much simpler, although not much clearer when the girl revealed that all the gangsters were members of a demonic sect. This answer seemed even more incomprehensible and insane to Kong Ja, so she repeated once again that the zombies were her students and subordinates. She spoke of the Great War to eradicate the Murim faction, which was already coming to an end, and she could not afford any more losses. The librarian made no mention of anyone still having the strength to wage war in a world that was 10 days away from destruction. The boy expected a stunning ending from them, but Kim couldn't imagine how they would cope with both the war and the zombies in 10 days. The pale woman explained that she and the old man, the head of the military alliance, Bu Wul-san, had sworn an oath on their honor. Today was the 989th day of the war between the demonic sect and the Murim faction, in which the woman and the old man swore to never leave the battlefield until they admitted defeat. She explained that the gangs were still the fighting part of the demonic sect, and she was obliged to protect them, so she couldn't just let them be killed. Bu Wul-san became furious when, instead of killing her warriors, the woman suggested killing the warriors of the monastic cassock. Kim looked at the new quarrel that had flared up between the two swordsmen, who were now arguing over the breach of their promise not to resort to Gangsi, with confusion. The old man called the leader of the demonic sect a treacherous dog and was going to personally defrost the heads of the sectarians. But now the woman began to blame the gray-haired man. Kim himself did not notice how, out of pure impulse, he asked why they continued to fight even with the end of the world looming. The heavenly demon immediately said that the young man was wrong in his prejudices, and that it was in fact the world that had decided to come to an end while they were fighting. She pointed at the old man, saying that the end of the world was no reason to stop the fight that had started, and she would not stop until the old man lost. The woman added that she still had 500 Gangsi warriors, whom she was going to raise against the man, but he replied that his warriors would not betray him. Looking at these two enemies who had been trying to kill each other for over 900 days, Kim looked at their desire to fight with hopelessness. The dark-haired girl pulled out her wooden sword, which she called the demonic heavenly blade, and said that even with it, she could easily send the old man to the grave. Bu Wul-san also took out his stick and agreed to a fair duel between them to find out the real king of martial arts. Both warriors, with their lively war cries, were ready to pounce on each other and begin their bloody battle. Their sticks clashed, and a heated battle began with wooden swords in complete silence, while both were in fighting stances fighting with rotten branches. Both warriors actually used some sort of technique throughout the stick battle, whether it was the Heaven Rain or the Heaven-destroying Golden Axe. The stick fight was interrupted when the imaginary swords were broken by fate itself, leaving behind a single draw between the two. In this case, it was time for a one-on-one battle, already personal, so both grabbed each other, the woman by the beard and the man by the tail. Kim Kong-ja watched the grand battle between the two powerful leaders, but there was only confusion in his eyes. Bu Wulsan came in with a new strategy and was about to use a two-finger eye strike technique, which the woman blocked by covering her face. The swordmaster scratched his chin. The fight seemed strange to him because the warrior's technique and breathing were perfect, and in his time, they would have been considered masters. Kong-ja couldn't believe that his mentor was seriously saying such a thing, but the spirit of the rear began to talk about the roots of the blow to the eyes, which resembled a dragon catching a sphere. The second technique, a block with the palms in front of the face, was the technique of Buddha, who covered the faces of each monk in this way. Kim was more worried about the fact that they were fighting very frivolously, which also alarmed the spirit of the rear because they seemed to be filled with will and ki. The ghost explained that the reason the two's attacks looked so ridiculous was because they had no ki or aura, and that couldn't happen, but the young man still didn't believe him. The poisonous snake watched the ridiculous fight between them and noted that the old man and the girl actually fought not so badly. The head of the gate called the old man's bite the principle of the ruler opening the earth, and the way the girl pulled out her hand, the principle of the floating dragon, with which the spirit of the rear agreed. The sword lord laughed at Kim, saying that the isekai fan was more insightful than number 3, and Kong-ja decided to open the window of the poisonous serpent. The poisonous snake looked into the void proudly and thoughtfully, having analyzed the absurd fight between the two with the help of his all-knowing skill. The old man's movement was deciphered by a picture of a small boy with a beard who was defending the gates of hell with 2 hunting dogs next to him. The heavenly demon's technique was shown on the cover of a manga about a girl who wanted to become a dragon warrior with her friend, or rather, that's how the serpent saw them. Kim looked at the descriptions of the moves with a disappointed look, even though he should have gotten used to the fact that the poisonous snake was like this. The Gate Master and the Alchemist discussed the battle, with the serpent pointing out the hidden skill of both warriors, but in fact, he wanted to join them. The rear spirit's jaw dropped at the fact that Poisonous Snake actually saw the two's skills in such a positive light, and Kim even asked if he thought he was so insightful now. The King of Medicine was starting to get nervous that they were so caught up in their miserable semblance of a battle while he was freezing to death. The grumpy old man started shouting at them, and the man and woman looked at the elderly doctor like 2 school children in the middle of a fight looking at a teacher. They stopped, the woman cleared her throat awkwardly, and Bu Wulsan admitted that their behavior was disrespectful and offered to take them to his cave. The hunters were greeted by an almost cloudless sunset, spreading its orange rays across the entire sky. They had to walk quite a long way, and the enemies, having spent all their strength on the battle, could barely move from foot to foot. Kim noticed the tired old man and the dark-haired woman, who were almost leveling their bodies with the ground. Kong-ja turned to the girl and offered to carry her, which the woman did not refuse at all, saying that it was difficult for her to use the breathing technique today. The poisonous snake noticed what the guy was trying to achieve, so he told him that he was not happy with this arrangement. Liao Feng's pants were full of joy as he and Kim switched places, and now he was carrying the beautiful older girl on his shoulders. The guy got an old man, but he didn't mind at all. Such aspects weren't that important to him. The old man put his hand on the young man's shoulder, leaning closer to him, and leaning more heavily on his body. To the Death King's questioning look, he responded by saying that on a cold day, human warmth was very warming. The spirit of the rear looked at the gray-haired warrior with almost invisible surprise, calling him an eccentric. Several minutes passed and they came to the old man's refuge, which was located in a huge cave. A few unfortunate rays of light penetrated into the cave from above, being the only source of illumination in it. The alchemy master looked around. Even though it was a cave, it was still beautiful. What struck her most was the hot spring in the corner of the cave, over which small clouds of steam hung. The dark-haired girl had found this place a long time ago, but she never thought that one day they would have guests. So she asked them to wash themselves while she and the old man looked for food. When the old man asked if they had anything other than plants, the woman repeated that they were going to look for food. Together, the two walked to the other side of the cave, talking again, while Kim and the Master of Alchemy exchanged questioning glances. The scientists found this strange. Since they had recently tried to kill each other, But the King of Medicine said that over the 3 years of war, they could have become closer. The Medicine King breathed a sigh of relief and told Poisonous Snake that he could now get lost. Liao Fan couldn't understand how the Holy Sword could be friends with such an unbearable old man, and he replied that it was he who allowed Marcus to be his friend. The enemies soon returned with stone plates on which were displayed not the most presentable grain balls, but they had nothing else. Kim replied that there was nothing wrong with them not finding any animals in the area, and that any food would be fine with them. But the taste of the cereal balls was not the most favorable, and the taste of the unusual food unpleasantly stuck in the throat of the four. The alchemy master looked at the grain ball, asking if the elderly enemies had really survived by feeding only on them. The pale woman replied that they were their main food, but the alchemist wondered how long exactly they had been eating them. The sky demon looked at the marked wall, reporting that it had been about 2 years since their usual diet changed. The dark-haired scientist's words seemed absurd, because if they ate only earthen balls, they would not receive enough nutrients. She again responded indifferently that such a life was quite bearable, and the King of Medicine stood up and said that he could not tolerate extremes. The old man created various products from the outside world using his skill, saying that if they only ate dirt, then their youthful, tired state was not surprising. He began actively preparing food for the hungry people present, adding shrimp with rice and vegetables to the hot frying pan. The King of Medicines modestly presented the young men with his table of a hearty dessert: a large steak, fried red fish, oysters and sauce, and many other delicious dishes. The old warrior wanted to object about their age, but the Medicine King rolled his eyes and said that eating well was important at any age. Kim wanted to try the old man's cooking, and he carefully brought the deep plate to his lips. But the warm taste of the broth was too delicious to simply enjoy calmly, and Kong Ja's eyes widened in bliss. It was better than any of the heavenly foods the guy had indulged in after winning the lottery, especially the mocha cappuccino with coffee chips and chocolate syrup. The Master of Alchemy herself was delighted with the magnificent taste of the dinner prepared by him personally. The dead-eyed heavenly demon called the taste divine, asking if the Medicine King was the Emperor's own chef. As the head of the military alliance, Bu Wulsun had tasted many delicacies, but he had never experienced such a taste before. The old man didn't try to be modest and boasted that he hadn't even worked with a normal oven yet. And it wasn't that easy to get 3 stars in his youth. The poisonous snake became curious about how such a talented person ended up in the tower, but the King of Medicine did not find it strange because even Marcus came there. The snake realized that the two had known each other from the outside world, but the old man only knew the roots of the dirty conglomerate, while he was simply lucky to get to Silicon Valley. However, unlike the Medicine King, the Holy Sword came to the tower only of his own free will, although he encountered good fortune in the following years. Very soon, the hunters emptied all their plates of delicious food and were completely satisfied. The pale girl noted the strange appearance and talent for cooking of the strangers, asking them where they were from and why they came to them. As if in hope, but with empty eyes, she asked if they had by any chance found a cure for Gangxi. Kim and the alchemy master exchanged disappointed glances, clearly letting each other know that they did not have the answer they wanted to the question. From the heavenly demon's reaction, it was clear that she didn't expect them to have any antidote. She pointed to several covered bodies on the cold ground, which local healers and Taoist monks had tried to cure, but to no avail. The woman pessimistically closed her eyes to the question of whether it was even possible to cure Gangxi. Kong Ja objected to her silence, because she herself had seen what miracles the hunters had performed, and especially their embarrassed pharmacist, towards whom the King of Medicine had grumbled. However, the old man fell silent a little when the Death King mentioned that he could become a good assistant for their best scientist. The sworn enemies met with thoughtful glances at the guy's offer to find them a cure in exchange for their help. The two warriors wanted to give an example of a more optimistic type of pseudo-treatment, which greatly interested the Master of Alchemy. The old man and the pale woman said to wait a little and went into the darkened part of the cave again. They disappeared into the oppressive silence, and it seemed as if they were eaten by the darkness itself. After a while, they emerged from the darkness, and the man was carrying something that looked like a coffin over his shoulder. A cold bead of sweat rolled down the green-haired girl's cheek, and she had an unpleasant premonition. A bearded man with a stern face carried a rod that was wrapped in a red cloth. The sworn enemies laid the coffin on the floor together and slowly opened its wooden lid, revealing this mysterious treasure chest to the hunters. The Death King and the Medicine King looked inside warily but with interest, opening their own eyes in horror. Inside the wooden box lay the frozen corpse of a gangster with nails all over his body, which was wrapped in rusty chains. and his pupils had long since gone out in the embrace of the cold. Kim felt uneasy at the sight and could barely utter a word, reacting to the lifeless, mutilated body in front of him. The heavenly demon introduced the corpse and the coffin to them as the head of the Wudong current, looking at the zombie with both sadness and emotionlessness. She said the man had entrusted his body to them after being bitten by a gangxi to study, but all they could come up with was to press on the acupuncture points of the qi energy. The woman reached out towards the corpse, placing her hand on the tip of the nail in the frozen corpse's chest area and pressing lightly. A rusty, bloody nail pulled out of the corpse's chest acupuncture point, leaving only a hole that had already healed. Not even a second had passed before the eyes of the corpse that had just a second ago were filled with blue madness, and a demonic scream came from its mouth. The green-haired scientist jumped back in fear from the head, which was staring at her angrily even while in chains. The sky demon exhaled heavily, once again inserting the nail into the zombie's chest, which was a clear example of why it was so difficult to cure gangxi. She sat sadly over the lifeless body, summing up that the compression of the point between the brain and spinal cord helped to put the gangxi to sleep. But this was far from a cure. A bitten gangxi becomes infected with corrupted energy through the vessels and ki points on his body, which are most dense at certain points of the body. As she closed the coffin, she explained that no amount of meditation would help deal with the corrupted energy, no matter how strong the bite. She sorrowfully described the process as a heat that engulfed the person's entire body, as if caught in a flame, and then the person turned into a gangxi, and the old man quietly lowered his eyes. The longest-lasting monk was a Shaolin monk who remained sane for a year after being bitten in the arm, but most of the masters went crazy within the second week. The pale-faced woman looked at the scientists with an almost lifeless gaze, asking one last question: were they now sure that they could find a cure? The medicine king and the alchemy master looked away, thoughtfully looking away in hesitant poses. The dark-haired one stood up, saying that meeting strangers in their wilderness was already a blessing, and they had no right to ask for more. The old man turned to the hunters and said that he would prepare a place for the guests to sleep, and they would discuss the rest tomorrow. Night came with a fabulously bright moon in the sky from a blanket of stars. It was clearly visible through the ceiling of the cave. The hunters were sleeping peacefully, disturbed at worst by their thoughts and their dreams. The medicine king was still arguing with the holy sword, and the alchemy master was unable to enjoy her meal. Kim couldn't sleep, or simply didn't want to, staring up with an emotionless face, leaning against the round, slatted pillow. The spirit of the rear inquired why his student was not sleeping, but Kim calmly replied that he needed to check something. Apparently, Kong Ja didn't want to talk to his mentor anymore, so he silently hid under the leather blanket. The guy pretended to be asleep, and soon two silhouettes hung over him, looking around to see if the guests had already seen their 10th dream. They began to whisper among themselves, and having made sure that everyone was asleep, decided to take advantage of their chance. The Death King carefully opened his eyes as both shadows disappeared from his line of sight, and he could see what they were up to. Kim stood up loudly and unceremoniously in front of the couple bathing in the hot spring, catching the sworn enemies off guard in the middle of a romantic scene. The shocked old man in the water looked at Kong Ja, nervously admitting that he and the dark-haired girl thought he was asleep. For some reason, the girl was not surprised by the sudden intervention of the Death King, and she silently pierced him with a quiet, apathetic gaze. The Sky Demon called Kim smart and asked how long it had been since he had figured it all out, but the guy had been suspicious from the very beginning. The young man noted that even at their first meeting, they fought calmly in the cold, probably using their internal ki energy. But then, for some reason, they got tired of the childish fight. The boy came to the conclusion that the man and woman were concentrating their energy not on their own bodies, but on something else. So he asked if they had been bitten. The Sword Lord sternly crossed his arms as he listened to the boy's suggestion that they were able to suppress corrupted energy. The woman looked up sadly, her empty eyes not reflecting even the moonlight on such a bright night. Only her face met the mirror of the moon. The old man trembled in panic, looking nervously at his companion, who silently rose from the hot spring. The pale-faced woman squeezed the warm water out of her hair, telling the old man to calm down. The clever boy had already opened them anyway. She confirmed the guy's theory, and even pulled her robe down from her shoulders to show a huge infected 3-year zone on her spine. Boo Wilson had exactly the same one, most concentrated on his back and a huge bloody spot that had dried up over several years. However, the old man noted one flaw in the guy's logic. It was not they who suppressed the corrupted energy, but rather the clamping of the cervical vertebrae with the help of qi. The spirit of the rear was incredibly amazed by this technique, although he called them madmen for using telekinesis on himself. The red-haired man asked Kim if he knew about the flying sword technique, to which Kim replied that with this technique, one can make a sword fly using ki. The ghost explained that this was why the two were actually paralyzed, by pinching their cervical vertebrae with ki. Similar to the flying sword technique, the man and woman controlled and moved their bodies using chi. Thanks to this technology, they still had a heartbeat and were able to live in such conditions. Their lungs used this as a way to breathe and inhale oxygen. Even their arms could only move because they forced their compressed brains to move them. Including all the joints on their body, every muscle was controlled by ki energy, everything necessary to live. These two used the flying sword technique for days on end, but with their own bodies. It was no wonder that they were so tired from just a few steps to the cave when they needed to control every thread of their body. The old man explained that it was only thanks to this technology that they were able to survive the entire war without becoming completely infected. Just recently, the warriors begged the heavenly demon to surrender and stop fighting by faction when their shared world met with an unexpected upsurge. At her request, they opened a sect-independent pharmacy with the new heads of Tanmun and Mosan masters, and they set themselves the goal of catching Gangzi for research. But no matter how hard they tried, the number of victims kept increasing, and in place of the 100 Gangzis killed, another 1,000 came. The warrior begged the heavenly demon on his knees to hide from the attacking gangsters, to leave at least some memory of himself before the world was completely destroyed. He asked to break the oath given to the Lord of Murim, asked to retreat, in order to return later without keeping the useless promise given before the world shook. In the end, there was nothing left but a bleeding, infected warrior who had done one thing and uttered the name of the heavenly demon. And so it went on until there was nothing left in its place but an infected corpse, which turned into a gangster like thousands of other warriors. What Kim was most interested in was how those two managed to survive for so long in that state. The woman and the old man exchanged glances, as if asking each other if they would agree to tell their secret. They turned away from the guy and firmly told him to follow them. The sun was already starting to rise outside. The three of them walked through the snowy steppe, with mountain ranges looming ahead. The woman began with a phrase about how sooner or later all people die. Stepping forward, she added indifferently that, besides this well-known fact, there was another theory about life. She looked at the huge stone statue in front of them, telling of a certain master who could not be defeated or killed by anything, be it a sword or poison. The sky demon added that if there was one thing that the old stories couldn't tolerate, it was the legends of the mighty and invincible. The dark-haired girl turned to Kim, asking if he had any idea how the master might have died, but Kong Jia was interested in hearing the answer right away. Smiling bitterly at the young man with her coal-like eyes, the woman told him that the invincible master had been killed by a succubus. The pleasure of the union of yin and yang was neither a sword nor poison, but it was no less dangerous. So the succubus was gentle at first. The succubus was smart, so she started with gentle pleasures, but over time the master wanted more, which is what the succubus achieved. They walked through a snowy valley, and the woman continued to tell that in the end the master succumbed to pleasure so much that he did not even notice how the succubus was gradually killing him. The dark-haired girl waved her skinny hand, cutting off the story on a climactic note before finishing. The story ended with the succubus strangling the powerful master, and the woman showed it with her hand on her neck. At the last moment, there was no point in either martial arts or in action. The master's face shone with happiness and pleasure as he choked from suffocation. She once again emphasized that the man smiled even after death, citing the moral that although he was invulnerable everywhere, the moment of happiness became his weakness. For the old man, the moral was much simpler, so he grumpily ordered the boy to never play with the succubus, especially since it actually happened. He added that in Tanmun he was a master raised among jade and gold, but the succubus was personally sent to kill him, and the woman laughed sadly. The woman came down through the snow, saying that newcomers would not understand this, because they only think about how to become invincible or immortal. Approaching one of the frozen Gangzis, she summed up that such newbies were mistaken if they thought that eternal life was the whole point of martial arts. The dark-haired girl lifted the zombie's body with some difficulty and noted that even if a person became invulnerable to something, there would be something that would eventually destroy him. The sworn enemies moved the immobilized Gangzi with all their might, and the woman continued that a martial artist does not simply choose what he wants to learn. She exhaled heavily, not even turning around, saying that first of all, a master chooses what kind of warrior he is going to become and what kind of death he will choose. They pushed and carried the bodies in different directions, summing up that there was no point in being upset about death because one day all people would die. The woman turned and stood between the two enraged statues and said that she did not want such a fate. Bu Wulsan carried one of the Gangxi on his back with great difficulty, listening to the girl's stories about how any death was beautiful in its own way. She enjoyed inventing new ways of dying, moving one body after another, and musing that it was a wonderful thing to die for the sake of the future generation. Kim's eyes lit up at the words that although death was a wonderful thing, one could not afford to die from Gangxi. That was the answer to Kim's question. They were able to endure for so long because they simply wanted to die their own death, the one they chose. Kang Jia recalled the alchemy master's analysis that the frozen bodies had been moved, and now her words began to make sense. The couple looked up at the clear blue sky, saying that not many had survived and the moonlight had been very bright last night, stopping the Gangxi. The Death King recalled the girl's words, that even in such conditions they were ready to wage war in order to die with honor, freed by death. Meanwhile, the snow began to fall. The old man interrupted the girl's monologue and said that the Right Faith faction would never fall to the gangsters. The Sky Demon snapped back, saying exactly the same thing, that her people couldn't die at the hands of corpses. Bu Wulsan began to shout at her that if his faction was going to come to an end, it would only be at the hands of the demonic sect. The woman responded in exactly the same way, that if the demonic sect were to disappear, it would only be from the blade of the sword of the Right Faith faction. They prayed while saying that even if the 9 great schools and 5 noble clans disappeared and the manuscripts became impossible to read, their world would continue to live. It is worth imagining a world in which out of 1 billion people, only 1 person did not die from an infection. But if the last man can take his life into his own hands, then the destruction of the world will be caused not by illness, but by suicide, just like these 2 people in the dying world. This was a battle that would decide the end of this world. Their 990th battle was beginning, and they were deciding whether they would fight to the death or until someone gave up. Having decided to fight to the death, the dark-haired girl unceremoniously rushed at the old man with her fist. An exciting battle began, and the gray-haired man first grabbed the girl by the hair, while she meanwhile pulled the old man by his beard. Their movements and techniques were truly slow and awkward, just like children fighting over a toy. And they did this every day for 990 days, each time being on the verge of death if they relaxed even for a second. Kim had to do something, and he quietly mumbled to himself in a trembling voice that this could not go on. Kang Jia continued to argue that their somersaults and games in the snow on the verge of destroying the light were absurd and should not be like this. Even though their childish fight might have seemed interesting or masterful to the Sword Lord, it was painful for Kim to watch. And not only the Death King alone, but he himself felt that their condition in such a situation was offensive and humiliating for them. The Sword Lord asked the boy a counter question about what he would do in such a case, suggesting that he kill the heavenly demon and the Lord freeing them. At the same time, the spirit reminded them that to them, they were just monsters. But Kang Jia replied that they most likely did not even want to simply die at someone's hand. Instead, they want to die at each other's hands, so Kim had to settle the matter in his own way at any cost. And so the whole day passed in fights and useless pompous words about the imminent end, which never came. And because of the winter, the days seemed even shorter. The heavenly demon shifted from foot to foot weekly, telling the limping old man that she would definitely defeat him next time, and he grumbled after her. When they returned to the cave, the first question that came to the poisonous serpent's mind was where Kim had gone with the 2 enemies. The Master of Alchemy decided to share information from the analyses that were taken from the infected, and the guy asked about the progress. The King of Medicines immediately said that they had absolutely no results, or even progress. Hearing this, the heavenly demon was not at all surprised and said that she and the ruler would go and rest. No one objected. When they left, the boy with a gloomy expression turned to the Master of Alchemy and asked him to answer him honestly. The girl sadly took off her glasses and cleared her hoarse throat when the guy asked how long it would take to find a cure. She looked at the already dotted wall, allowing for 120 days at best. The King of Medicines was not so optimistic and said that it could take 2 or even 3 times longer, but that would still not be enough, to which the scientist involuntarily agreed. Kim asked again about the number of days, but the green-haired girl said that they might not succeed at all, and she apologized for not being able to give guarantees. She knew 300 days was too long. The library manager had made it clear that they had no more than 10 days before the destruction. But Kang Jia was not so desperate, and he knew that there was still a way, so he said that they would have enough time. He put a fake smile on his face, saying that the issue of time would try to resolve and that they just needed to continue their research. The Death King reminded the girl of his words when they first entered the world of the work and were going to save it, so he asked her to cast aside all unnecessary thoughts. He added that he would do everything in his power and asked the girl not to let him down either, and the scientist whispered that she was obliged to repay her debt. The guy extended his hand to her in the same way they had once met when they agreed to work together. The alchemy master gripped the young man's hand tightly in hers, not taking her eyes off him and keeping her promise before. The young man asked the girl to trust her and continue to work hard to find a cure, and she replied that if it weren't for Kim, she would still be living in the slums. She said that she would definitely repay the Death King and put all her efforts into the research, but she needed time to focus. Kim replied that it didn't matter how exactly she would work. What was more important to him was that she would try. The alchemy master adjusted her glasses, taking charge and calling on the old healer to provide her with as much support as possible. The king of medicines was of course outraged by the girl's pomposity, taking the words of support as humiliation. The old man began to get indignant, calling the girl inexperienced, but she remained calm and opened her skill card before him. Her action amazed him even more, and he began to think that she was bragging to him about her skills, and began to lecture about youth again, but stopped. In response to the old man's indignation about her skills, she crossed her arms and sarcastically said that he could look. The Master of Alchemy's answer amazed the Medicine King even more when his rival decided to reveal her skills to him. In response to whether she had gone crazy, the green-haired girl began to flip her golden card over her palm to show off her skill herself. With the first skill, she could carry out various medical procedures in real time, and with the second, she could learn the genetics of any patient. For some reason, the old doctor was very angry that she was showing him her skills, and he began to threaten her that she would reveal her secrets to the alchemist industry. The Master of Alchemy said that she didn't care, she just needed help in finding a cure, and the surprised face of the King of Medicine was reflected in the lenses of her glasses. She leaned threateningly, with cold eyes behind her glasses, towards the quiet old man, and rhetorically asked whether he despised her, even though she knew the answer. Even knowing the answers to all her questions, she wanted to mock him by asking if he was angry because the inexperienced girl was better than him. Grandfather pressed his lips together at how accurately she had hit his fragile ego with her words about how he thought that since she was younger, she would be praised more. She knew how much her talents humiliated him, so she offered in a humming voice to give him all her excellent recipes in exchange. The King of Medicines was finally touched by the girl's words, and his palm instantly rushed across the alchemist's cheek, leaving a crimson spot on it. The glasses fell from the girl's eyes and silently fell onto the cold ground of the cave, reflecting the moonlight of the night in their lenses. The Medicine King looked at the alchemy master as if he was a misunderstanding, although in fact he was the only one shaking with a sense of humiliation. The girl leaned carelessly towards her fallen glasses, continuing to say in a calm voice that she would be researching the zombie disease. Starkey said through clenched teeth in contempt that one day the Master of Alchemy would end up at the bottom of a well. She peacefully wiped her glasses, which were slightly fogged up from the fall, and still with a red cheek, asked him to fulfill her request. The King of Medicines began to shout and scream towards her that the day would come when her pride would collapse and she would completely rot. The green-haired girl glanced at the King of Herbs out of the corner of her eye and once again asked him to do as she said and even wrote a list. But he was more interested in continuing to try to humiliate the girl, and he ended up saying that she would definitely meet someone who would be better than her. There was a deathly silence. All three stood silently, not saying a word in the darkened cave, which was only partially visited by moonlight. Both alchemists sat down by the coffin, and the Master of Alchemy apologized to the Death King, asking him to leave them alone. She focused on the corpse in front of her and said that Kongsha's breathing was very distracting to her work. The old man began to write something down in his notebook and asked to bring them a few more samples of zombies of different sexes and ages for examination, along with the ingredients. Kim glanced at the cave wall outlined with marks, already imagining himself in the immediate place of their author. He drew his sword along the wall, making the first mark and calling it the first day of searching for the treasured medicine, saying that he would take up the search. It was time to go hunting, but for the Sky Demon and Boo Wolfson it was just an ordinary day, which only in their dreams would end with the death of one of them. It was the second day, and another line appeared on the wall in the name of the Shiny Death King. In recent days, the faction leaders had become increasingly uneasy, and they were barely able to move even the gangs, limping in the snow. It was the third day, which was sailing after the third line and another unsuccessful search for a miracle potion. They continued to fight until sunset, surrounded by immobilized zombies, each time ending the fight with a promise to win next time. It was the fourth day, and this day was able to bring a little more benefit to the hunters in the cave. Today, together, they managed to find several samples for research, which they dragged inside together. It was the fifth day, and it was time to conduct the first analyses of their Gangxi subjects. The alchemist looked at her list of ingredients they might need for their zombie research. The work between the two scientists continued day after day, and they did not stop their search for a second, even at night. It's been a week since the apocalypse, and there have still been no results, but today it was raining ragingly. The sky demon looked up at the rain with a disheartened expression. They wouldn't be able to go to another final fight today. The pale woman warmed her thin hands with the flame of a wax candle, saying that they often had days like this, and the worst were when it snowed all month long. Kim was worried about the gangs who might escape while it was raining, as catching them later would be even more difficult than dragging them in. She lowered her head with an indifferent expression and said sadly that there was nothing they could do about it and the gangs would get lost. The woman said that 3 years ago, there were about 1,000 people in her cult and the old man's faction, but time passed, the gangsters left, and they could not find them. Kongjia said that the scariest thing was when you go outside after a night out, and the Gangxi who was there the day before has disappeared. The candlelight almost managed to reflect in the dark emptiness of the woman's eyes, and she asked coldly if Kim thought she even knew the feeling of fear. The Death King looked into the heavenly demon's eyes, saying that it really seemed that way to him. The woman laughed sadly, saying that the stranger was lucky that the end of the world was approaching, because for such words she would have deprived a man of his head in the past. The boy turned his head away, apologizing to the dark-haired girl with the words that he shouldn't have compared himself to masters like the heavenly demon or the overlord. However, the young man noted that no matter how great warriors those two were, their energy was not infinite, just like any wax candle that melts or goes out. Kim wondered when their energy would run out in that case, since they couldn't use it to clamp their QE points forever. He reminded the woman when she said that absolutely every part of their body was succumbing to the energy of qi, from their breathing to the movements of their legs and arms. Kongjia concluded that nothing lasts forever, so he asked again when they would run out of qi energy. The sky demon fell silent. It was hard to tell what was going on in her mind as she simply stared silently into the flames. After a few seconds, she looked at the Death King with a smile, and once again called him smart, although her eyes seemed more disappointed. Kim insisted on answering his question, this time asking about the number of days. But the sky demon replied that she did not praise the boy at all. His intelligence irritated her. Kongjia now understood more clearly why the chronicles of the heavenly demon had actually ended, and the woman looked up, starting with the fact that without qi, they would not be able to move. She pointed her flat palms at her body, stopping at her heart, lungs, and upper dantian as the only 3 parts that would not rot. Kim looked warily at the girl, whispering that she was still aware of her imminent departure. The heavenly demon smiled sadly with her eyes downcast, remembering the Shaolin monk who had stayed with them for a whole year. They and the Lord found him sitting in the lotus position after entering nirvana, and everything except his face resembled the body of an ordinary Gangxi. And the last word of the mighty Shaolin monk was Amitabha, which escaped from his blue cracked lips. The woman admitted that she was indeed haunted by a feeling of fear of ending up in such a place, fear of the moment when the qi would run out, fear of the disappearance of vital forces. She was even afraid of the snowstorm and sunlight, and she was afraid that her subordinates could disappear without a trace from one moment to the next. She is afraid to think that she will not be able to kill the old man, and the old man will not be able to kill her. She is afraid to think about the day when they will not be able to move. The heavenly demon said that she was afraid of the day when she and the old man would simply lie around at night and wait for the moment when their qi would run out. It was very scary to imagine a picture where Bu Wilson mumbles only that he is sorry, and then turns around with tears and a hopeless smile saying that he can no longer move. Meanwhile, her own eyes would fill with moisture and release one miserable tear, which was just as sorry that this happened. Even when she just looked at the sky and the glowing snow above her head, she was scared. There was no point in their struggle until their last breath, because they left nothing behind, dying quietly in a world of colorless, snowy landscapes. A few days after entering the apocalypse, Bu Wulsan himself died, never having kept his oath to the heavenly demon. The alchemy master stood up in disappointment, briefly but quietly apologizing to the pale-faced woman. In his current state, there was no way to cure him. The hunters looked with sympathy at the heavenly demon, who towered over the old man's body with her fists clenched tightly, ordering him to stand up. But Wulsan was unable to open his eyes, simply whispering words of forgiveness before the face of his own death. The pale woman did not give in and with lifeless eyes said that she did not even want to listen to his apologies, and repeated that he should get up immediately. She reminded him of the oath they had made to each other, of the old man's goals to overthrow the demonic cult and establish the banner of the righteous faith faction at the top. The woman continued to remind him of the great battle of the 9 schools and 5 clans, telling him that he couldn't just die in a hospital bed. She began to get angry at this vile turn of events, and she ordered him to stand up and take his weapon. Kim and the alchemy master looked in horror at the enraged woman, who had already told him to at least take a stick, just to continue fighting. With a hoarse voice, at his last breath, he once again asked the dark-haired girl for forgiveness. This only made her more angry, and tearing her own vocal cords, she again demanded that he get up, but Bu Wulsan simply said her name instead. He apologized for being weaker, saying that every breath brought him excruciating pain. His ki energy was depleted, and he had no more physical strength left. A single tear rolled down the woman's face when she heard the words that she could still hold out for another year, but it was running out. Finally, the old man admitted that he was weaker than the heavenly demon and asked her to kill him with her eyes open for the last time. But Wilson didn't want to die like the Shaolin master, so he asked to kill him while he was still human, but the woman wouldn't listen. She couldn't stand the fact that the old man was ready to die on his deathbed and asked how he dared to say such a thing to her. A dark aura appeared around the girl, and she asked why he gave her any promises, since he couldn't even take her to the underworld with him, plunging a sword into her heart. The dying old man said in tears that he wanted to gather all the members of the righteous faith faction and order them to self-destruct, not understanding why he tried so hard. The woman knelt down in front of him and addressed him as Namgung, telling him about his talents and great achievements even at 30. She pointed out that the goals of his faction still lived within him, and the memory of his fallen comrades rested in his heart, but he was still willing to die by her hand. The heavenly demon looked down on her opponent and agreed to kill him, but let him know that his death would not be called beautiful. The pale-faced woman's aura filled the entire cave, distorting the air and causing the Medicine King to cough. A huge axe appeared in the heavenly demon's hand along with a loud slam on the ground of the cave, and the eyes of the gasping old man looked at him curiously. She imagined the weapon in her hands as old man Namgung's favorite swirl axe, but she assumed he had already forgotten. The man told the heavenly demon to continue, to which she asked him to say a phrase that would signify the end of the righteous faith faction, after which she would kill him. Namgung took a hoarse breath, doubting his ability to say the phrase that would signify his defeat and personal admission of the destruction of his faction. The heavenly demon became as furious as a hyena, angrily asking if he was unable to say those words. The dying old man did not lie, and with his last strength said that he could not utter those cruel words. He began to sob, and the last tears flowed from his eyes, through which he repeated that he could not say that phrase and asked for forgiveness. That last time he asked for forgiveness, and his infected body was met with the tip, and then the entire blade of his former axe. She quietly spoke over the man's dead body that he had said a couple of minutes ago, that if he became a gangster, he would not live, but that was no longer important. The heavenly demon finally added that even if he was going to die now, it couldn't be called death. The woman left everyone, saying at the end that she never understood the difference between a life that was not life and a death that was not death. She came outside and looked into the distance with her empty and lifeless eyes, sadly raising her head and saying that everything in life was meaningless. As the apocalypse said, heaven and earth turned into emptiness, and the ruler Murim Namgung died of illness. This was the 10th line on the wall of the Apocalypse Cave, and Kim got a good example of the ending in these 10 days. The alchemy master noted that they could use Namgung's body as an example of the infection process in real time, looking sadly at the dead man. The scientist added that a person does not become a gangster immediately after death, and the king of medicines, meanwhile, gave the girl the records with the results of the study. Kim reviewed the notes in his hands while the old man grumbled that the girl couldn't explain anything properly. The green-haired girl threw her head back tiredly, saying that they had done everything to study the disease, but it was impossible to find a cure for such a virus. Kim asked if they needed more time, to which the scientist replied that they needed at least 3 months, maybe 4. The girl jumped in fear from the loud roar that came from the deathbed of the ruler, who had been dead just a second ago. Namgung Gangzi began to roar loudly and struggle from one side to the other, trying to break free from the clutches of the chains that were wrapped around him. Then the sky demon entered the cave and called the sight before her and the hunters truly pathetic. She looked at the angry zombie in front of her with disgust, saying that such a creature was no different from an animal, repeating under her breath the phrase that Namgung was afraid to say. The sky demon shoved her hand down the zombie's throat, whose eyes bulged from the sudden paralysis of the girl who ordered him to choke. The poisonous snake started screaming towards her because he didn't know that she was also a gangzi and thought that he might have been infected, but Kim told him not to approach the woman. They were nearing the end of the apocalypse, and the sky demon was engulfed in a purple light, which she used to finally kill Namgung. The girl looked at her bloody hand, on which a clear, suspiciously too dark red trace of instantly frozen blood was visible. For some reason, the blood trail seemed very funny to the heavenly demon, and she let out a small laugh looking at it. The pale face laughed loudly on her knees, her laughter almost inhuman, staring up madly. The Sword Lord leaned towards Kong Ja and cautiously warned him, telling him to be careful. The woman turned to face them, her silhouette transformed into a terrifying pose, and the spirit of the rear revealed that she was possessed by the devil himself. Her eyes widened madly and she grinned at them, asking if they were the warriors who had come to kill her. A dark sword formed in the hands of the heavenly demon, and she ordered the hunters to attack and cross swords with her, but they only intended to run away. She rushed forward, immediately decapitating the Medicine King, while the poisonous serpent turned to her and took on the defense of the fleeing Kim with the Alchemist on his back. Even the Sword Lord himself thought that the girl had gone crazy, and he looked back in fear at the devil pursuing them. The rear spirit guessed that it was because of the complete release of Chi energy, so she was on the verge of life and death. Even he was not sure that he could defeat her. With her face darkened by the underworld, she recited poems about the heavens filled with sadness and the earth plunged into sleep. The poisonous serpent's last words before meeting the devil's sword with his body were his heart-rending cry for Kim to grab the alchemy master and run. Kong Ja ran with the alchemist in his arms, not looking back for a second, under the cries of the one who loudly asked where they had put her Namgun. The green-haired girl hugged Kong Ja, crying and looking at the enraged demon in front of them, who was demanding that Namgung be brought to her immediately. The master of alchemy whispered to the Death King one last time that she believed him, but the Deviless had already swung at them from behind, sending them into oblivion. This is how 4 outstanding hunters of the tower met their death, one of whom had not even managed to become a legend in the future. On this note, the story of the Sky Demon Chronicles ended, which, even after killing all the people in this world, did not want to consider its destruction the end. But now it was time to go back 24 years and save this unfortunate soul, and with it, its dying world. The snowstorm sweeps us into a new scene, and across the snow, in a vast sea of barely trodden path, a low figure walked following another. The little girl barely opened her eyes, still seeing almost nothing behind the waves of snow in front of her face. There was a cloaked figure in front of her, which she tried desperately to get closer to, but the storm was too strong today. The blizzard grew stronger with each passing second, and the girl screamed to her mother, who could not hear her daughter's voice in the whistling storm. But no matter how she screamed, the figure gradually evaporated in a flurry of white fluff, which seemed increasingly stinging. She walked away, moving away from the girl, who was too small and weak to not only run but even follow her. In her youth, heavenly demon Xiao Beqiang didn't know whether her mother abandoned her, or whether she simply said goodbye to her, or whether she truly lost her. Kim lay in oblivion, although usually he was already used to waking up and instantly getting to his feet. This time he wanted to be in silence for a while. Kong Ja slowly stood up and asked the spirit of the rear if he remembered everything about pharmaceutical research, to which he replied 50%. The Swordmaster said that if they put the pieces of their puzzle together, it would make a complete picture, so they should return quickly, to which Kim agreed. The ghost offered the boy to choose a skill, grabbing a random silver card flying past with 2 fingers. He looked at the card that made a deal with the devil and turned its owner into a true hater of heaven, but at the same time made him a true demon depending on his hatred. The mention of the devil on the map immediately caught Kim's attention, and he immediately thought of the moment when the spirit of the rear mentioned that the girl was possessed by the devil. The Death King asked again if this was the same art they saw a moment ago, but the rear spirit said that it looked more like a typical demonic art. The teacher explained that whether it was martial arts or an illusory trap in the end, any method depended on how the person overcame the difficulties himself, which confused Kim. The generous people chose the righteous faith faction, while the local heretics chose the demonic sect. The spirit of the rear artificially swung and added that the first were called vessels that would accept the world, and the second were called claws that would destroy the world. Still in his artistic battle-ready pose, the Sword Lord decided to give a more illustrative example. It was as if he was able to strike through space and give Kim a shiver down his spine. The spirit called it a top-down cut, known in some sects by other animal names. The spirit of the rear said that the name didn't matter, but the skills varied depending on the person's enlightenment. but you also needed to imitate the animals you imitate. Although the guy partially understood this explanation, it still seemed a little ridiculous to him, recalling the expression about accepting the world. The Sword Lord swung his sword again as he said that the demonic sect was different in terms of their skills. He said that in demonic sects, they taught techniques with a phrase that a person must remember his anger when a thief stabbed him in the stomach and made a cruel cut down. The Spirit of the Rear gave an example of several more provocative phrases, each of which tried to pump out as much anger as possible from its owner. One example was remembering his anger when, during a cold winter, a man buried his sister's body alone, digging in the frozen ground. The red-haired man added fuel to the fire with each new phrase, now mentioning his broken legs and the blood flowing from the abrasions. He ended up putting his sister's body in a hole where she couldn't even rest in peace and covering it with damp earth. The Spirit of the Rear told me to remember every grain of that soil, to take up the sword with the hand that dug the earth, and to pour out my resentment at the cruelty of this world. Kim mumbled wearily with a confused expression on his face, the nickname given to the followers of the demonic cult, the Claws, who would destroy this world. The Swordmaster called the use of chi energy the foundation by which Kim can direct his strength and intelligence, which is what determines the victory of any hunter. He compared it to the struggle of the spirit, which is suppressed in the people of the demon cult, but noted that Kim did not need to learn it. But the Spirit of the Rear was greatly surprised when Kong Ja said that he was ready to begin learning to control chi energy. The brute stared at the boy, who suddenly became eager to learn something new and something so difficult. The red-haired man continued to stare at the young man and this time slowly asked why he wanted to study chi energy, and the young man replied that he simply wanted to. Unwittingly, the Sword Lord became afraid that Kim might have been struck by the heavenly demon's sword fight, to which he awkwardly remained silent, and the spirit once again reminded her that she was literally at death's door. Kim smiled sheepishly as the Spirit of the Rear cried out that real warriors should not do such things, and that Kong Ja's martial art was much stronger than demonic forces. The red-haired man became even more indignant when the Death King suggested that he was simply offended because he wanted to learn something special. Kim began to praise his mentor, but he still asked why the boy was trying to learn the demon sect's divine technique. Kong Ja had only one answer to such a question, and he was absolutely sure of it. He needed to perfectly clear their stage. However, he took into account that even if they found a cure, they would only save 2 people, since some of the dead had been rotting for more than 2 years. The Death King was outraged by the Adam and Eve-style ending, and asked if the spirit thought it was a good ending. The Spirit of the Rear nervously rubbed his chin, denying the guy with disgust even from imagining such a scene. The guy took the card in his hands and said that creating the cure was only part of the good ending. The most important thing for them was to leave the other characters happy. Squeezing the skill card between his fingers, he made a choice and said that he was going to give Lord Mareem and the Sky Demon the ending they deserved. The young man had to live through the hell of the Heavenly Demon, her scene of trauma that took him to the snowy steppes during a blizzard. The system reported an average fine, calling it the Road of Hungry Ghosts, and the boy wondered if he would be able to calmly talk to the woman about what he had seen later. But more importantly, Kim had rolled back time 10 days, and now they were freezing and shivering in the snowstorm of the Murim world again. This time, Kong Ja did not hesitate and immediately grabbed the alchemy master's hand, creating a warming aura around them. The green-haired girl looked at the focused Kim with inspired eyes and thanked him for the warmth extended to her. Although this was not his first time, Kong Ja was not used to his acquaintances dying along with him, but like last time, he asked the poisonous snake to protect the Medicine King. Then, as per the script, Kim took the scientist's line of dialogue and pointed into the distance where he saw human silhouettes. Everyone except the Death King saw frozen corpses for the first time, so they asked questions and could not understand why people froze while walking. The all-knowing guy noted that the frozen bodies of people reminded him of zombies, which so far only caused confusion in others, so he decided to prove it. The young man pointed to the jaw of one of the so-called zombies, on which pieces of stuck meat were visible, as if they had bitten into something raw. The alchemy master looked at the body with her skill and confirmed that the DNA of the flesh in the corpse's mouth and the corpse itself were completely different, and the corpse itself was 3 years old while the flesh was 2. The king of medicines began to shake in horror and said with a trembling voice that he couldn't stand such monsters from horror films and didn't understand how they touched them so calmly. The progress was faster than the first round, so Kim approached the master alchemist and the medicine king, saying that he had one special skill. One night, when Kong Ja and Sword Lord were trying to memorize the results of their research, they started talking about cellular reactions, which the boy told them both about. The green-haired scientist was sent into thought by the boy's words, and she opened her eyes wide, innocently analyzing the young man's answer. The alchemist was delighted with Kim's method, calling the Death King great for finding the perfect way, and he nodded his head smilingly because she was essentially praising herself. The Medicine King became jealous again, so he changed the subject and said that he wanted to be away from the zombies. But at that moment they heard shouts nearby. Lord Marima and the Heavenly Demon were already standing opposite each other with sticks in their hands, which were about to start their fight. The Heavenly Demon chuckled at the old man's words and said that even a passing dog would have collapsed laughing. But Kim couldn't see Kim's false confidence so easily either. He still remembered her face when she talked about her fears. She continued to read her pompous speech in front of Bu Wulsan and Kong Jia. It was becoming increasingly difficult to compare her and the monster that the heavens themselves feared. However, he did not doubt for a second that in front of him was indeed the strongest girl in this world, who survived even while rotting. She was a warrior who had managed to tell her what it was like to be the center of the universe, and Kim stepped forward specifically so that she would notice him. The pale woman looked with great surprise at the stranger in Murim, who was not yet a Gangzi. The boy knelt down in front of the cult leader, telling her that he had come to this world after learning about the greatness of the Heavenly Demon and felt great admiration for her. He had no idea how long it would last, but he took a risk and loudly announced on his knees that he wanted to become a disciple of the Heavenly Demon. The scene of the injury. The girl was lying on the ground without the strength to go anywhere, and she didn't know where, so she could only watch the fluff falling from the sky. She was cold, but she didn't want to get up, and simply whispered that it was very quiet around her. Because of the snow, she couldn't see anything, and she couldn't smell anything. She missed her mother, who had gone somewhere without her, and inside she felt as if all her insides were already frozen in the cold. A bright blue flash flashed across the sky for a second, but the girl was too tired and hungry to react to it. The sun came out, and an elderly man stood over the girl with a staff in his hands, examining the poor child in the snowdrifts. The girl lay quietly, hearing the man say that a blizzard had been raging in the area for 9 days already, and the snow was 1.5 meters deep, so it was surprising that she was still breathing. The old woman leaned on her staff and extended her hand to the girl, carefully lifting her limp and exhausted body from the thick snowdrifts. The old lady looked at her with concerned eyes, noting how special the baby in front of her was. She examined the girl's hands, saying that she was born with an icy body and that very soon all the cold in the world would become chi energy for her, but it still seemed unimaginable. When the girl was asked what her name was, she exhaled with empty eyes and innocently said that she didn't know. The woman asked the calmly walking girl several more similar questions, but she responded to each of them with her ignorance. The gray-haired lady looked at the girl with pity, but on the other hand, she saw her as an ideal vessel for learning martial arts, very talented in nature. She stroked the child's head, not yet guessing which of them would bring more benefit to her sect, but offering to go with her. The elderly woman looked into the girl's devastated eyes, quietly promising to give her a roof over her head and feed her well. In response, the little girl shook her head, silently agreeing to go with her eyes slightly more open, almost begging. The old woman described that the girl felt nothing and assumed that she was born from snow, so she gave her a new surname, Baekhying, because of her snowy smell. From now on, so Baekhying, with her tiny hand wrapped around the elderly woman's comparatively huge finger, was part of the demon sect. The girl asked where they were going, and in response received that they were heading to a place where children like her had gathered. And in the present, the Heavenly Demon repeated to Kim for the 3rd time with a fierce voice that she was not going to take him as a disciple under any circumstances. But Kong Jia listened with a smile to her words that she had never taken on students and was not going to change her rules for such nonsense. Bu Wulsan intervened, asking why she was so petty and reminding her of some children from the borderland, and the young man actually came all this way to become her disciple. The Heavenly Demon acknowledged that the path the boy had taken was worthy of praise, but she could not allow anyone other than abandoned children to enter the sect. The old man rolled his eyes arrogantly, mentioning that they were called picky, but they themselves were even more picky about people. Lord Murim offered Kim to leave the Pale Devil and become his disciple, but he was more interested in why the woman did not want to accept him. The old man's jaw dropped at the boy's impudence, and the Heavenly Demon asked if Kong Jia had gone deaf, and repeated once again that only children rejected by the world could join. The Death King responded by describing how the world of Murim had changed greatly after the disease and gangs had appeared, and how the schools and cults had simply died out in parallel. He explained that since the world had left all people on the brink of death, then everyone could be considered rejected by this world, even though he himself knew that he was an orphan and devoted himself entirely to the tower. The Sky Demon silently stared at the boy with empty eyes when he asked to join her again, but mentally, it felt more like he himself had rejected the world. The pale woman stood up, not taking her eyes off the guy for a second, and said that since he was so confident in himself, let him try the 3 foundations technique. In this way, she was going to verify whether he was worthy of inheriting the sect's teachings and check whether he was such a master in name only. Kim stood up, bowed his head, and thanked the heavenly demon for giving him a chance, then stepped forward and reached for his sword. He began to open the shiny sword along with a bloody aura that sparkled from just one touch to the handle. Kangja activated the Devil's Divine Energy skill and immediately felt the unleashing of new powers within himself, and images of warriors appeared around him. He saw the path of the sword. Countless movements were drawn in his mind, and although these movements were only visible to him, he was still able to master the technique of the skill. His swordsmanship would look ridiculous in such a state, so he remembered the words of the Sword Lord about anger, about resentment towards this cruel world. Kim tensed, looked ahead and tried to imagine a world that would deserve to be torn to shreds. He recalled the teachings of the rear spirit about how the hands of a person from the demonic sect were more like claws, and before him appeared pictures of children who had burned in the mansion. The more he delved into his thoughts, the more his thoughts changed, and he realized that the essence of the demonic sect was a scream, not claws. The more the world seemed to him a cruel place, born of anger and sorrow. No matter how wise the lines of the 3 sutras, they will not overcome the cries of rejected people. Now shrouded in a bloody aura from top to bottom, he understood that the sword of sorrow was sharper than the sword of yin and yang, and the screaming sword was stronger than the moving sword. The deeper the sorrow and the louder the cry, the stronger the sword, which meant that the disciples of the demonic sect were strong, and only the strongest survived, and the heavenly demon ordered him to stop. Kim was about to let out his scream towards the world with his sword, and the bloody aura was still not disappearing, but the woman repeated to the guy to stop. At the last moment in the lamentable snow and lonely blizzard, even the sky itself screamed. The Sky Demon tensed her face and shouted loudly in anger at the Death King to stop immediately. She pointed her stick at the boy, instantly dispelling his aura and sending him into a paralysis where he could only shake in front of the woman who called him a brat. Her dark aura began to appear next to the heavenly demon, and she stared at the youth, asking in a cold voice how he knew the techniques of her sect. An exhausted Kim listened to her cautious words about how, although his movements were inexperienced and ridiculous, such a technique was only taught in the demonic sect. The Sky Demon waved her stick at the boy and, in a less professional and wary manner, asked where he had stolen her technique. Kangja felt too paralyzed, too drained of any vitality, to say anything, even as he was dying. The woman's previous anger turned into a wary look in her empty eyes, which she did not take off the mysterious thief of her equipment. The Death King squeezed out one last note, asking with a weary grin if he had proven himself worthy of her technique. The Sky Demon didn't answer, continuing to look at the guy warily with distrust in her eyes. She didn't drag it out and simply turned away as the boy fell painfully to the ground with a loud thud, accompanied by the cries of the Master of Alchemy. The poisonous snake and the alchemy master ran up to the guy excitedly. The latter said that he had used up too much aura and was going to do a vessel flush. An exhausted Kim looked towards the departing heavenly demon, hearing the disapproving clicks of the Sword Lord. In Kangja's cloudy eyes, his spirit of the rear could be seen, which said that the boy almost died because of using a martial art of this level, and once again insisted on learning the basics. The Death King had no words or strength to respond, so he simply looked at his teacher, who wanted to add something else. Before completely losing consciousness, the boy only heard the red-haired man with a huge smile admit that he was not bad and sometimes really amazed him. Snow covered the capital of the demonic sect, and the city could be heard buzzing with the sounds of passers-by, whether they were merchants or ordinary residents at the huge pagoda. The old woman walked with a staff and led little Baekhyang along, taking her to the place that would become her new home. The friendly townspeople looked at the little girl, to whom the old woman told that now she could eat and sleep at any time. The girl's mouth dropped open almost in blind surprise when she was told to live the way she wanted. It was hard to read her reaction. She met other children from the village in the canteen, one of whom said that the adults treated them very well and did not force them to do anything. One of the little boys, his mouth full, fearfully suggested that they might have been made slaves, to which another girl objected. since they had already lived in comfort and warmth for a year. The children who had already settled in whispered among themselves about the newcomers, saying that little Baekhyang was the first one for now. Baekhyang looked at her bowl of rice without much appetite, listening to them talk about the newcomers in the village. And one of the girls said that the newcomers were very lucky to be with them. The newly arrived girl whispered to the other children, who immediately stopped talking and looked at Baekhyang. She looked at the children with her empty eyes and quietly asked how they got to the village. They continued to look at her for a few seconds, as if she were a person from another planet, looking at her warily. One by one, they began to tell their stories. One's village was in critical condition, another's mother worked in a brothel, and one's entire village was slaughtered. She listened in invisible horror to every word of the children, each of whom had met a truly unfair fate, which made her feel pain. Seo Baekhyang suddenly remembered the roaring poison vessel, which was a jar that was filled with all kinds of poisonous animals, and then sealed with a lid. In the jar, the animals trapped inside devoured and gnawed at each other, and the last remaining creature became the most poisonous creature in the world. When the children opened their mouths, poison poured out of them, and it might have seemed that the girl was facing the most terrible poison in the world, and she asked them if they were happy now. Everyone smiled at Seo Baekhyang in one voice and said loudly that they were happier than ever. This place was not the promised land, but a huge vessel for growing a creature with the most deadly poison. It hurt her. All the children were happy and full of life energy, but Seo Baekhyang could only imagine the silhouette of her mother leaving, knowing nothing else. Dawn came and the sun shone over the snow-capped mountain ranges of Murim, illuminating the country's crystal sky. A tall man opened the door to the sleeping children's room and loudly announced that it was time for breakfast. However, among the sleeping children, there was no Seo Baekhyang, who did not even touch her bed, involuntarily recalling the old woman's words that the girl could fall asleep at any moment. She could have gone to eat at any time, but she still didn't show up for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Instead, the girl was in the tea field, wearing a working adult's uniform and a cone-shaped hat, looking around and collecting green grass leaves. She could have gone to play with anyone at any time, but she played in the tea patch, where she diligently dug holes. Other children looked at the girl strangely, thinking it was strange that she was playing with adults who were doing farming without even eating rice. Autumn came, and Baekhyang simply lived the way she wanted, and one day an old woman came to her and brought her to the village. An old woman approached a girl with her staff, who was sitting with her back to the water and touching the ground, and then said that she needed to ask her something. The old woman had heard that the girl spent all her time with the adults, helping to harvest, which she immediately confirmed. She touched the water gently, confirming every word the woman said about how even her blanket and her clothes were sewn by her own hands. The woman with the staff asked Baekhyang why she tried so hard, since she was still living in conditions where everything was done for her. She called their place a utopia where children had no need to work, and little Baekhyang looked at the sheet in her hands, telling about Farmer Mo, who lost 2 daughters. The woman listened to the girl's stories and about Mr. Choi, who lost 2 sons one after the other, both of whose deaths were the fault of officials. Mr. Choi was one of the first residents to look kindly at the girl after her arrival, and he joined the sect with his wife after the funeral of his sons in his hometown. Baekhyang looked at the orange leaves of the trees, summing up that everyone who came to the village suffered in some way. There were no exceptions, and the village itself was not a paradise. The girl stood up and called them fools, because they did not understand that everything was being done for them for free. And the old woman asked the girl's opinion on why they did this. Baekhyang looked into the distance with a serious expression, and ended by saying that the people above simply hoped that in the future, their children would go and avenge them. She clarified that even the adults themselves want to take revenge because of their anger and contempt for the ruler, but they themselves are simply not able to achieve this. The girl had heard that martial arts could be learned from an early age, but added that adults could farm with children who were learning martial arts. This was the true essence of the so-called utopia, where nothing was given for free and in fact existed to take revenge on the world for ordinary people. That was all Baekhyang had. A small wind rose between her and the old woman, sweeping away fallen leaves in the light of the autumn sunset. The woman placed her staff firmly on the ground, calling out to the little girl by name with her eyes closed. The girl stared into space with her absent pupils as she asked if she had anything to say to the heavens themselves. Baekhyang didn't hesitate, especially when she remembered how this world had unceremoniously cut her mother out of her life and hadn't even told her why. Remembering the stories of other children about how their parents beat them or how their villages were dishonestly slaughtered, she wanted to say a lot, The old woman listened to little Baekhyang's will with understanding, covering her face with her staff and telling her that it meant that this is how it would happen. She soon opened her eyes and looked at the little girl with a stern gaze, telling her that the world would be forced to listen to her. She loudly slammed her staff onto the damp ground and introduced herself to Baekhyang as Mabul, one of the 7 elders of the demon sect. The girl looked back with a curious look and asked if Buddha existed in hell. Wise Mabul smiled, closing her eyes. For what use would Buddha be if he were not in hell? She proudly addressed little Baekhyang, who had passed the test and had not succumbed to the abundance of food and a comfortable bed, so her poison would be purified and the old woman would become her mentor. The demon sect elder added that in the future, the now-grown Baekhyang would not hear the countless screams and her sword would ring. The future sky demon knelt before her new teacher, bowing to her staff before the initiation ceremony into Mabul's disciples. The heavenly demon's head hovered over Kim Kongja's body, ordering him to immediately leave the sleepy world and stand up. A sluggish Kim tried his best to say that he couldn't get up while she was hanging over him so oppressively, and she noted that everything was fine with the guy since he was chatting like that. The woman left the guy and stopped at the entrance to the cave, saying that she would wait for him there when the young man had thoroughly cleared his thoughts in the bathroom. Kongja was the first one to wake up that morning, so he looked around at all the other hunters who were snoring peacefully in a deep sleep. Unable to contain his interest, the Death King decided to open the character window, because he was very curious to look at the dreams of others. The King of Medicine still hasn't let go of his defeat, so in his dream he defeated the pharmacist for the 100th time and bragged about it to Marcus. The Master of Alchemy greatly enjoyed being the misunderstood genius in her dreams, where she humiliated other scientists and equated them with amoebas. The poisonous snake had the most pleasant dreams, so he didn't even think about anything and just quietly chuckled to himself, so the guy decided not to wake any of them. Kim went outside, meeting the heavenly demon at the entrance, who asked if he had really purified his body completely, and the young man replied that he had purified it right down to his heart. She turned her head to Kongja with a tired look, saying that she didn't like people who chattered a lot, and Kim was even more talkative. The heavenly demon added that he looked more like a deceiver than a real man, and Kim decided to look into her window. The Death King read the woman's thoughts, in which she considered the young man to be quite intelligent in speech, but very clumsy in appearance, and a more stupid child could not be found. The pale woman turned away and ordered Kim to follow him, maintaining her indifferent look and tone. She started by saying that he would have to overcome many tests, but Kim knew that the first of those was a comfort test, when the student is looked after and checked whether he is comfortable living like that. He clarified that those who pass the comfort test become a so-called family, and only then does the child begin to learn the demonic art. The guy's knowledge slightly surprised the girl, so she asked how he knew about the tests, to which he innocently replied that he simply knew a lot of things, from the trauma, of course. The heavenly demon dramatically addressed the heavens, asking why the universe had sent her such a cunning, lazy man whom she had to train. The Sword Lord mumbled casually that he understood the heavenly demon perfectly well, but the guy was actually quite amazing, even for a slacker. They approached the cliff where the woman stopped, and Kim asked about the spirit's compliment, to which the red-haired man shouted that this once again proved that Kim was lazy. The heavenly demon waved her hand, commanding Kongja to rejoice, as he was going to become her disciple, but only because of his useful qualities. The Death King was already on fire, taking a fighting stance, but his moment of sudden happiness was interrupted by her, and she said that she could not officially accept him as a student yet. Kim was desperately indignant because he came from distant lands and showed his suitability, but she did not want to listen, calling the guy's words too suspicious. The heavenly demon questioned the young man's words about how he had admired her for a long time, and Kongja's insides clenched at her good intuition. But she herself was not sure, because the young man seemed kind to her from the bottom of his heart. So she said that she did not know whether he would be the fate of her sect, or the sect would be his fate. The Death King asked what test awaited him, and the pale woman put her hand forward, pointing in the direction of their exam. She pointed to one Gangxi, who she threw down, and explained that she would accept Kim if he defeated the zombie, who had been the great master of Marim in life. The woman had a condition that slightly confused Kim, and she asked him to fight and feel hunger, which made Kongja realize inside that he was not her disciple in name only. In fact, in her heart, he was already the heir of the demonic sect, whom she had already taught to fight hunger and pain, forbidding him to turn to other emotions and images. The girl compared the guy's anger to a wick that was heated by the memories of the screams and groans of the starving, and asked him to swing his sword as if he was dying of hunger. Kim took out his sacred sword and asked what would happen if he could make hunger take possession of his sword. The heavenly demon's eyes darkened, and she replied that a person who was not hungry could be cut down with one blow, so half of the righteous faith members would turn into nothing. To begin with, she advised him to master the feeling of hunger and then the feeling of death in order to learn to wield a sword and experience thirst. The woman added that the boy would study 9 swords, and all these swords would be enough to turn the world upside down, which the young man found quite interesting. The heavenly demon smiled humorously and asked what the Death King was waiting for, since he was already ready to chop in the underworld. Kim ran through the cold air and slippery ground and leaped far off the cliff towards the gangster, pointing his blade downwards. Of all the things in this world, Kim never thought he'd see a wind wave of palms and zombies in the same sentence. His confidence was instantly taken away, and he was already running away from the wind attack of his enemy, who really turned out to be a zombie master. But as soon as he tried to make his strike, a rough stream of wind sent him into a concussion and did not even allow him to breathe normally. Kong Ja spun around in the air, trying to find at least one moment to attack, but each time the zombie knocked him down and immediately caught up. Like some kind of commentator, the woman shouted after the guy not just to mindlessly swing his sword, but to show his thirst. She commanded him to feel the hunger of others, and added that the more he simply swung his sword, the longer he remained a useless shell for energy. Kim barely dodged the zombie's attack, gritting his teeth and saying that he wasn't hungry, but the sky demon called him a fool. Kong Ja jumped back and landed awkwardly on his hands through a somersault, while the gangster master was already preparing for the next attack. The teacher gave the boy an example of how he could imagine the color red without seeing it, so it wouldn't be difficult to feel hungry without being hungry. The Death King tried to defend himself from the barrage of gangster attacks, while being humiliated by the Sky Demon's words that he needed to learn to live every feeling. She crossed her arms and watched the boy's miserable attempts to defend himself with disapproval, and told him to imagine his hunger in all its details, from place to time. Fighting off the super-fast attacks of his enemy, the young man mumbled almost inaudibly that the longest he had gone hungry was 3 or 4 days, and the girl was indignant. She looked at the great sufferer with disgust, calling his words nonsense because in the Celestial Empire there was a mass famine for the 2nd year in a row. When asked how he could only last 3 or 4 days without food, not being a child from a prominent family, Kim could only answer that he was from a richer area. She indignantly announced that hunger is the most acute feeling and it cannot be let go for a day, and the fact that someone is richer or poorer should not matter. If Kim weren't in this situation, he would have objected, because in his 10 years as an F-rank, he only bought cheap fast food. This was the last straw. The heavenly demon said that she was wrong and turned away, calling the guy hopeless without an inner core, and Kong Ja tried to shout after her. He, still not believing that she had really left, called the woman at the empty cliff again, but received nothing in response. The Death King looked in horror at the empty cliff and tried to justify himself, calling hunger something special while the gangster rushed at him. He tried to argue with the decision of the already departed woman, because it was unfair, and he was so sure that he became her student. But the zombie turned out to be faster than him. Kim didn't even notice how he died this time and woke up in oblivion with a warlike cry of despair, as if in a cold sweat after a terrible dream. Kong Ja grabbed his head, amazed at the injustice of this world, while the Sword Lord completely agreed with the woman's methods and words. Hastily deciding not to even take the new skill card with him, Kim, with anger in his eyes, moved back 24 hours again. The cave of today's morning, Kim woke up emotionally after the unfair act of his supposed mentor. He threw off the leather blanket and stood up from the bed with a determined expression on his face, outraged by the methods of her teaching. Kong Ja couldn't believe that she had the right to do this to him, and when the sleepy, poisonous snake asked, he held back from snapping back, saying that he needed to find something. It was painful for the Sword Lord to look at the Death King, who sometimes, when he got angry, acted like a child. The spirit of the rear exhaled heavily, following the desperate guy and saying that they would waste another 10 days like this. Kim ran towards another cave until he found an entrance that was hidden under layers of earth. Running inside, Kong Ja simply sat down silently and closed his eyes in thought, although his face was tense as never before, and the spirit of the rear was simply astounding from him. The Sword Lord scratched the back of his head, asking if the boy was really going to sit there until he died of hunger, and Kim angrily said that there was nothing wrong with that. The red-haired man began to mock-beg the young man not to torment him like that, because he was simply angry, but Kim waved his hand and said that he was making too much noise. He seemed to have resigned himself and even asked how many days the guy was going to hold out. And Kong Ja replied that it was only 112, because the heavenly demon had held out for 111 days in trauma. The youth's rear spirit was more and more affected, so he pointed to the madman outside where it was still snowing, saying that he would not be able to maintain the aura for 100 days. The ghost added that living 100 days without food was far from easy, to which Kim asked in response whether the spirit of the homefront had ever been hungry to argue about the difficulty. Raising an eyebrow, the red-haired man said that he trained his hunger for about 2 weeks until he stopped feeling it, but it was primarily mental training. The answer from the spirit of the rear gave Kim an idea, and he said that he would now fast for 15 days, and then on the 15th day repeat the process. Kong Ja's words confused the Sword Lord, and he asked him to repeat it, looking at him warily. The Death King planned to not eat anything for the next 15 days, and when his hunger reached its peak, he would die and return to repeat without using up his aura. The brute looked at him as if he were some kind of psycho, saying that it would be better for him not to make the head of the sect his teacher, and that he, the guy, could learn everything from him without going so crazy. Kim closed his eyes tiredly, saying that he still wanted to master the divine devil energy technique perfectly, even if he had to starve. The young man rhetorically asked the spirit of the rear why the heavenly demon had despaired of the world, and then answered his own question by saying that she had simply lost the meaning of living on. And Kim felt exactly the same desire to just give up and not live. But at the same time, he didn't want the world around them to just die. He didn't want the heavenly demon to one day be left alone in the world that she had devastated. Kong Ja looked outside at the snowstorm that continued to come, once again mentioning how easy it would be to live as a summer spirit. The Death King described the cynical behavior of the summer spirit who lived like a king, but at the same time did nothing in life and relied only on his skills and comfort zone. The guy didn't deny that owning everything and being intimidating to others could be really cool, but he didn't want that either. The young man said that there was nothing inherently funny about cynicism itself. What was funny was rather cynical people who mocked others. Likewise, there was nothing funny about the theory of the sect, but rather the people who lived inside the sect and could not judge. Kim summed up that he was the same kind of person, and he also wanted to live, but how to live he decided for himself, even though the answer was obvious. The time had come for peace, and now the Death King and the Sword Lord sat in complete silence. Even their breathing was almost inaudible. A week had passed since Kim had started to starve. The cave had begun to seem less oppressive, and he had begun to get used to its dampness. The first few days were the most painful, but on the third day, all the pain was gone. His stomach stopped growling, his thoughts slowed down, and Kim's life seemed to be fading. In just 7 days, Kong Ja's face had become completely thinner, and looked more like an old man who had long since become wrinkled. The Death King wondered if the so-called thirst had already overtaken him, but he immediately decided that it was not even close to it. He couldn't sit idle, because his efforts would be in vain, so the guy took out his holy sword. Kim's hands were shaking. He could barely swing his sword without accidentally hitting his knee a few centimeters away, and the spirit of the rear did not understand what this training was for. Kong Ja waved his hand feebly in anger, saying that the hunger that the heavenly demon mentioned was not just sitting until exhaustion. His sweating face spoke for itself, and he barely managed to say that thirst was something like refusing a crumb of bread when you are as hungry as a dog. He continued to swing wearily, saying that he had been thinking about the starving farmer all week. The Death King began to tell a story about a farmer who worked from day to night, but despite his hard work, he still had nothing to eat. The farmer continued to hoe and dig the land, but every year there was a poor harvest, and no matter how hard he tried, the seed did not germinate on his land. The guy concluded that such a farmer cannot do anything in his situation, so he continues to hopelessly dig and starve. He continues to rake the earth and dig up the hard ground, but time after time, nothing works out and nothing grows. And the young man continued to add fuel to the fire with details that it had not rained for 6 months, and the sprouts did not even have anything to eat. The reservoir is empty. There is not a drop of water in the rice field, and the well in the village has dried up, while the villagers themselves have moved to the coast. But the farmer did not break ties with his native land. It seemed to him that it was the same near the sea, so he continued to live, stealing food from the land. Every day the farmer goes to the rice field, even though he knows it is useless, so he chops the only edible tree bark on the mountain. But he remains so desperate for his only source of food that eventually all the tree bark runs out. Hunger painted the world white, perhaps partly beautiful, but completely soulless and devoid of meaning. And the farmer can't even eat the bark while at home he has a starving family, a child. The swordmaster was curious about what happened next, and Kim swung his sword wildly, continuing with the farmer pouring the remaining water to boil the pieces of bark. A broth of bark pieces is boiling in a cast iron pot, and the farmer's only thought is that he wants to eat. He's not just hungry, he's desperately hungry and can only force himself not to pounce on his only food. Meanwhile, despite his own desires and needs, he goes into the house with a bowl of prepared bark because he must at least feed the children. His children refuse to eat the muck in the bowl and knock over a plate of boiling tree bark. The bowl falls with a loud rock-like sound and completely flips over, along with any food inside. In anger, the old farmer swings at one of his children with animal fury in his eyes. He looks at the girl screaming in pain below him and cannot believe that he allowed himself to hit his child. The farmer looks at his hands, tired from countless hours of work, and it seems to him that it is not him. He would never raise his hand against his child. He stopped eating normal food because of the bad harvest year and became too nervous. A hungry man clutches his head and sits, seeing and hearing nothing, and in his head he hears only a voice that this cannot be happening to him. Kim swung his sword in anger over and over, each cut feeling more and more painful and full of hatred for the years of bad harvests and the hunger of all the farmers. Only now did Kang Ja begin to fully understand what it meant to fight with hunger, so that every swing of the dagger was a gesture of hunger. One swing, two, three, the cave staggers and takes a heavy blow from the sword that the Death King's weakened hands tried to hold. If you think about it, even hunger had its own gesticulation, which was reflected in the anger and aggression of the one who performed it. This gesture may be evident in the vertical craters Kim left on the cave walls, just like on the tired hands of the farmer who continued to tear and chop pieces of tree bark down to the skin of those identical movements. As the Sky Demon had told him, Kim recalled the suffering of the starving people and compared his techniques to the farmer's gestures, one of which was reminiscent of how he slapped his daughter. Kang Ja tilted his sword diagonally, imagining the other swing as the gesture of a farmer when he came out of his house and threw away the tree bark. He then held the sword straight out in front of him and combined this with a gesture as the farmer returned home and handed his daughter the stained bark. The boy held the sword tightly in his hands, and with him the farmer and the peasants, each of whom met their fate differently, but gesticulated in the same way. He closed his eyes, realizing that any gestures were completely under the influence of the feeling of hunger that was now devouring him from the inside. This was the first form of the Divine Devil energy technique called the Hunger Sword, and Kim urgently needed to release his anger. Kim was angry and directed his anger towards the nearest cave wall, cutting through the rock layers and destroying it into small pieces. This was hunger. Kang Ja lost his breath and he just needed to stand for a few seconds and take in some air. That was thirst. But not everything was perfect, and the Death King knew that his movements were still clumsy, and the Sword Lord looked at Kim tensely, calling him a psycho. The boy wiped his face with his clothes and didn't understand why the spirit of the rear continued to call him names when he was simply following instructions. The rear spirit shook its head from side to side, saying that people were even more frightening when they didn't know anything, pointing out that Kim's spirit belonged to the righteous faith, but his mind belonged to the demonic sect. A tired Kim wondered what exactly the ghost meant, to which he called Kang Ja an idiot who somehow couldn't understand him. Sometimes the Sword Lord was amazed at his disciples' narrow-mindedness, so he said once again that Kim was a master of the righteous faith who had become interested in the demonic arts. Kang Ja wanted a chocolate cake, not even listening to how the spirit of the rear was already complaining about him, and again felt nostalgic about how he taught grandfather Marcus. Eventually, the Death King came to the conclusion that real hunger for him was the desire to eat a chocolate cake, and preferably without the ghost interfering. The young man had a desire to go down for a short while, and the red-haired man was surprised and asked why, fearing a premature meeting with the heavenly demon. Kim didn't even consider that option with his clumsy skills, but he wouldn't mind committing suicide to meet the heavenly demon and find out what to do next. Kang Ja covered his eye with his hand and pretended to speak on behalf of the heavenly demon, imagining that at best she would note that he was simply promising. The spirit of the rear asked what had not been enough for him to achieve such recognition, and the Death King was indignant, since he had not achieved anything at all yet. The guy admitted that the heavenly demon had really offended him with her accusation about hunger, and that her confession would not be enough for him, and the spirit of the rear noted that the young man liked to spoil the mood. The young man wanted to impress her, so that she would tenderly apologize to him and call him a real talent that she was worthy of teaching. Some thoughts were as sweet to the guy as a chocolate cake, which he still wanted as something without which he could not survive every day, but the ghost no longer found it funny. Kim was of course modest enough to admit that his hunger was insignificant compared to the farmer, who for some reason was boiling some tree bark. Looking at the bright moon with the Sword Lord, Kong Ja said that he was going to restore the missing pieces of his fantasy. The Death King extended his hand forward and used the summoning of evil spirits, creating a dark aura on the ground. A blonde evil spirit appeared from the darkness, falling to her knees before Kim. The girl addressed her master, standing before his 1,000-strong army of suicidal skeletons. Kim looked at the evil spirit with a serious expression and said that he had a task for her. He explained to the slightly sad one that Murim was dying, and all the people in it were becoming ghosts and corpses, comparing the location to the Igam Empire, which she had once destroyed. Kong Ja's order was simple. He asked his army to march throughout the area and bring all the corpses to him, warning of the difficulty they would have in overwhelming their numbers. The girl initially wanted to ask about people, but quickly changed it to corpses and asked how many of them the guy needed to bring. Without a moment's hesitation, the Death King put forth the number 112, intending to study the hunger of those, and only in this way get closer to the heavenly demon. The evil spirit did not take her eyes off her master and blinked awkwardly at the mention of the number of corpses. She said that 112 pieces was too many, and then took a closer look at him, saying that in recent days her master had become so thin that he was almost unrecognizable. The evil spirit's worried look seemed unusual to the boy, so he asked when she'd become so devoted. The blonde honestly said that if her master died, then she, her little paradise and memories would disappear with him. So the guy's life was as important to her as she was herself. Kim liked his servant's sincere answer, so he put his hands on his hips and smiled, saying that he appreciated her honesty. The evil spirit looked at the guy in confusion, who calmly asked how she had been doing lately. Having received the exclusive rights of the owner of the 20th floor, Kong Ja released the evil spirit to her village and only summoned her in extreme cases, which is why he asked how she was doing. The evil spirit nervously replied that she was fine, to which Kim also asked if anything special had happened in the village. The girl lowered her gaze, beginning to tell about some of the events in the village since Kim's intervention. She said that one day some hunters invaded the village and wanted to take the treasures of the Death King, but the witch and her subordinates did not allow them to enter. Kong Ja was almost touched by the girl's words that no one was even trying to encroach on the village, and the Empire and the temple had even declared it a sacred place. However, the Death King thought about it when a worried girl asked what she should do, because she had no abilities, but people still came to her and waited for a miracle. The Master of Alchemy had always been like a straw for falling, so he asked the evil spirit not to worry, because he had a plan for a miraculous cure. Since Kim planned to open a pharmacy for the Alchemist on the 20th floor, due to the abundance of customers, she would need workers, one of whom could be the evil spirit. The new pharmacy was to be built in the castle's branch office, which would later become the castle's headquarters. But Kong Ja decided to ask if the evil spirit had anything else new. The girl bowed her head and began to talk about the villagers, so one of the girls liked the hunter's food, and the gardener gave fruits to the black dragon. Kim summed up that, overall, the village was simply flourishing and everything was fine, with which the evil spirit agreed. Kong Ja smiled warmly at her and said that then they would also make the inhabitants of this world live well. So they needed to hurry up and collect the corpses. The fallen constellation, evil spirit, pointed ahead, saying that they first needed to find a government office, where they would definitely find a map of the location. This was taken up by Kim's skeletons, who began searching the buildings for all the maps in order to connect them together and see even remote farms or fishing villages. The evil spirit brought everyone to Kong Ja, even the crying children who lay next to the corpses of their mothers and withering plants. She was going to save the bodies of people who cursed their mothers for not fulfilling their duties, and those who failed to get out of the well, hiding from the plague. Among them were even criminals, imprisoned in cells that had no chance of escape. Paralyzed by skeletal soldiers from behind, the Gangsi's bodies were carried out under the guidance of the evil spirit, who bowed before her master one last time. Kim was satisfied with the evil spirit's work and asked her to let the zombie go, taking off his t-shirt in the meantime. Kong Ja took off his outer clothing and invited the zombies to attack him as if he were a tempting bait, like an antelope in front of a tiger. One by one, the Death King allowed the gangs to bite him all over his body, instantly leaving huge, silent marks where the bites had been. The guy writhed from each bite but tried to hold on, no matter how hellishly painful the zombie's teeth were digging into his skin and flesh. The final touch was given by the zombie biting the young man on his emaciated arm, killing him immediately and setting off the scene of his injury. An elderly man with an infected arm lay on his back in a boat and looked at the sky, naively believing that by dying in the middle of the water, he would not be able to harm anyone after death. He mumbled that he didn't mind dying on the river because he was born in a fishing village and worked there all his life. Even the usually beautiful moon did not smile upon the dying man who closed his eyes for the last time in the dead silence in the middle of the river. The next time Kim was bitten by Gangzi, who was a prominent mayor in life, also triggering the scene of his injury / the mayor's servant stood behind him and was very worried about the food supplies, of which they had almost none left. He ordered that the rations for children and the elderly be reduced by 1/3 and for the young by half, to which he received a response from a servant that people would begin to rebel. The mayor tightly clutched the dagger behind his back and said that he would be the first to die of hunger, but there was no point in fighting. Starvation would not change anything. Kim continued to be mercilessly bitten by zombies, and he saw the injury of each one of them as he stuffed them tightly into his head. It was the trauma of teenagers who sat hopelessly after the famine began in the country, thinking about how the mayor had sent them all to certain death. The girl took out a small bag and said that even if they were to die, they should at least eat before they died. She offered them some soil cookies from the sect of tramps, and the boys nearby looked at the bag with disgust on their faces. The girl smiled confidently at them and told the children who knew how to swim to look for fish in the rivers, and not to share with the adults, let them eat dirt. One of the tired boys looked at her and asked what she was going to do in such a situation, to which she wanted to show him something. Kim continued to be attacked by zombies, who ate him over and over again in the cold snow, leaving bloody stains on his snow-white blanket. The girl looked proudly at their mud masterpiece, telling the puzzled boy that they had made their cookies. The teenage boys looked at the cookies on the rocks with disgust, asking where the girl had spotted the sweet snack. She shouted at him to be quiet and said that it was, after all, a recipe from a sect of vagabonds, and compared their cookies with her own. The girl held out her dirty hands, which had mud cookies on them, and the boys still looked at it uncertainly. However, the girl warned them to be careful while reaping the soil cookies, already opening her mouth wide. She said that it was not tasty to eat in one go, so you had to gnaw slowly, just like she was now gnawing on Kim's dead body. The children began to greedily bite off pieces of dirt, and the taste no longer seemed so disgusting. They even liked it. They liked the salty taste of the crunchy, hard dirt on their teeth that got stuck between them. The girl once again told me not to lick the dessert too hard, but to bite it off gradually so that the taste wouldn't disappear completely. The river brought a lonely boat to the shore, and in it was the same fisherman that those children had immediately noticed. They came closer and began to examine the corpse in the boat with their childish curiosity, discussing it during a break from their lunch. But while they were looking with interest at the poor old man in the boat, he opened his lifeless eyes and looked at the children. The newcomer to the village, Gangzi, ran after the frightened children, who were much slower than him. Ironically, the children had died brutally just trying to survive, and their corpses now littered the ground they had been trying to cook their food from. They suffered the torments of hunger just to survive, but fate found a way to kill them in a different way. Their now dead fingers dug with all their might into the thick mud of the nearby river. Their hands so diligently smeared the dirt on the stones, so that later they could dry it in the sun, and with their fingertips they could grab it and carefully tire out their appetite. And all these are gestures of hunger, from the rowing hands to the grasping fingertips. Kim had enough of these injuries to understand most of the gestures of hunger, but he was exhausted and stuck fast to the cold snow. Still lying down, he looked into the distance with his tired eyes and exhaled clouds of steam with his trembling breath. Kong Ja stood up, clutching his head after so many unpleasant images. He thought that he would learn to cook tree bark from the injuries of others, and not see so many tragedies. The Death King said that reality had gone beyond his imagination and began to dig in the snow with his hands, very actively, and with an element of insatiability in his movements. Kim, digging as best he could, couldn't help but think that even tree bark was too good an option, since people in desperate situations ate dirt. He looked at the huge hole of snow in front of him, through which he had managed to dig down to the very ground, and warmed his hands with his heavy breath. The sun was coming out, morning was coming, which meant it was time for the part where the food needed to be dried. Kong Ja's only soil cookie had already hardened in the sun, and he looked at his creation with curiosity. The Death King quickly wished himself a bon appetit and hastily took a bite of his mud cookie. His hands were dirty, and he himself, although he was starving to death, decided to start with small bites. He chewed the cookie for several painfully long seconds, but it had no taste at all. The guy slumped his shoulders in defeat. The cookies really didn't have any flavor, not even a little salty. The young man thought it was so unfair, because people's lives originated from the depths of the earth, but they still couldn't eat that same earth. The boy began to angrily run his fingers along the hard ground, leaving deep scratches on it and not understanding why the smell and taste of the ground were so terrible. But suddenly, an epiphany came to him, and he understood something in an instant, still covering his face with his dirty hand. What he did with his fingers now were emotions that are difficult to convey in words, but easy to express with your hands. Kim then realized that martial art was simply about wielding what was left in the hand, so he decided to go back. Kong Ja slit his throat and went back to show his sword to the heavenly demon, intending to show the sword of the one who died namelessly. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon had already given the guy a task and was talking about the gangster master, whom she had thrown down prematurely. Just like last time, she explained the conditions of the battle through hunger, and Kim thought that he didn't know about the mysterious yin-yang method and the 5 elements. It didn't matter to him. Through the heavenly demon's speech, Kong Ja also added to himself that if there was a principle to his martial arts, it was in the cries of the people. Kim flew up and charged forward with his bright red blood aura, swinging his sword at the cruel-eyed opponent. He thought that if the blade of his sword was filled with the will of heaven, then these were just the gestures of people rejected by heaven. The anger and resentment really made everything demonic, and Kong Ja couldn't stop his anger, thinking about the smell and taste of earth in his mouth and the dirt under his nails. He swung in fury and tore his enemy to shreds, now realizing the words of the spirit of the rear, that he was using demonic resentment and anger while looking up to the heavens. This was the real divine devil energy in its first form of the hungry sword, not only killing others, but also destroying everything around it, leaving only cracks. The heavenly demon was shocked as she looked at both what was left of her former student and her new follower. Kim walked closer to the sky demon, and with a bright smile on his face, he knelt down, asking who else he should kill for her. The first lesson began soon, and they started with theory. The heavenly demon talked about the division of the divine technique into 9 swords. She said that the hunger sword was the first expression, followed by the thirst sword, which Kim called death by dehydration. The heavenly demon confirmed the boy's words and said that he had shown himself well and that he should focus on practicing in order to become a member of her sect. But the young man interrupted her. Kim wondered why she had described his demonstration as simply not bad. It had been too simple for him after all. Kong Ja started to talk about how he thought he had done just fine, but then quickly took it back, even though the woman had already called him a brat. The heavenly demon emotionlessly acknowledged that the boy had skillfully demonstrated his abilities, but told him not to be arrogant, to which he again wanted to hear more. She angrily hit her knee with her fist and called Kim an ignorant child to whom one could bow and kiss his feet. Kim noted to himself that the pale-faced one snapped back quite well, and she continued that she was his teacher, and he was her student, so he needed to respect her. Kong Ja turned the heavenly demon's words around and asked if she really considered him a dear disciple now and not a foreigner and a lost child. She fell silent and calmly told the boy to put aside their conversations and concentrate on his studies, which once again confirmed Kim's suspicions. Kong Ja chuckled, because he knew that the heavenly demon already considered him her disciple, but would never admit it, even under the threat of death. The people of Marim took the relationship between students and teachers seriously, so Kim wondered if he could win her respect, and she asked him to listen carefully. She told him about his right to listen to the teachings of the demonic sect, but it had a condition, although the Death King was more interested in looking into her character window. In her mind, the Sky Demon was a little afraid of the idea of taking someone as her disciple, because she really enjoyed her fight with Nam Kung. The guy couldn't help but chuckle at another thought, in which she considered herself too old to teach anyone anything anymore. The young man was ready to give the girl a little time to think, reflect, and be nervous before her decision. But the boy himself was worried about whether the hopeless struggle between the Lord of Marim and the heavenly demon would continue, or whether she would take on teaching the heir of her clan. Either way, the last thing the boy wanted was for her to just make a hasty decision and throw her life away. Kim wanted the Sky Demon to continue living, even if she was left alone in Murim and the world perished. And he really hoped that he would be the one to give her hope to live, even though his words were insignificant and vain. Maybe that's why the heavenly demon doubted. In her thoughts, the Sky Demon decided not to make a decision that she might regret later. But Kim himself understood that he could not do anything to make her confident in her decision. Kong Ja laughed generously at the woman's words about the lack of concentration in the boy's gaze, and when she asked if he was listening to her at all, one look from her empty gaze made it clear that she still didn't really trust the guy who decided to become her heir in one day. The Death King fell silent, as if he realized that now was not the time to rummage through other people's heads and think about anything other than studying. Paleface stood up and looked sternly at the boy, saying that since he was so confident, they could move on to the next test. The dark-haired woman turned away vilely and began to walk towards the exit, ordering Kim not to follow her. Tim watched the girl leaving. Of course, he would have liked to rush to meet her, but he had to be patient. He noticed one thing for sure. The Sky Demon left no traces on the snow at all, as if she was hovering above it with her powerless legs. The Sword Lord got tired of pretending and admitted that he would like to fight the Heavenly Demon, to which Kim looked at him in surprise and asked again. The spirit of the rear desperately grabbed his face and repeated that he wanted to fight the woman one-on-one, but he was not very happy about it. He said that in his world, Marima, the demonic sect, was very weak, but he still took pleasure in crushing their weaklings. Kim listened to the ghost stories about a boy who called himself a heavenly demon, but changed his name to an earthly demon when the spirit of the rear raised him to the ground. The red-haired man admitted that he was very jealous of the Lord of Marim of the Apocalypse world, and would fight with the woman not for life, but to the death, then drinking rice wine with her on the mountain. The spirit of the rear regretted for the first time that he was a ghost, and Kim, meanwhile, thought, looking into the distance. Kim said that this was it, and the Sword Lord stared at the boy in confusion. The young man summed up, first mentioning that the master of alchemy was busy developing a cure for zombies. He continued by saying that even the heavenly demon herself acknowledged him, but something was still missing, just like an open ending. Kim smiled and extended his hand to the Sword Lord, saying that his words were the icing on the cake at the end of their story, thanking him for his excellent performance. Kong Ja saw the rear spirit suddenly back away and stare at him, saying that the expression on the Death King's face made him feel sick. The boy wagged his shoulders shyly, saying that there was an unpaid debt between them, but the ghost could not remember such a thing. The guy reminded him of when they argued about the number of deaths it would take for him to clear the 20th floor. The Sword Lord was nervously cornered by the reminder that the boy had only died 97 times, while they had argued about no less than 99 deaths. Kim looked at his teacher with a dark grin, asking him to listen to a certain request from him. The second test was about to begin. The heavenly demon was holding one of their sect's elite members in her arms, calling her a bloody ghost. Such were her personal killers. Kong Ja nervously held his sword, pointing out the sudden jump in difficulty, but the pale-faced woman said not to worry, as she had brought an assassin at the level of a boy. The Death King smiled warmly at the thought that she had searched the entire field just to find a suitable opponent for him, as if it were a gesture of care. The heavenly demon said that she wanted to see the skill from the guy, like in the morning, but this time only with the pain of unbearable thirst in her soul. Unceremoniously, she released the dead killer from her hands and loudly announced to the guy to throw away all emotions in his head, except thirst. Kim smiled confidently and pointed his holy sword towards Gangzi, activating his bloody aura and preparing for battle. But less than 5 minutes into the battle, Kim and the Sword Lord found themselves back in the blizzard after being killed by a damn strong zombie. The first thing Kong Ja did was quickly hand over his own notes to the scholars, who stared at them in amazement, not understanding why the handwriting and style were so similar to theirs. The Death King rushed to his cave, which had become his temporary second home over the past week. He ran inside, raised his hand up, and loudly summoned the evil spirit, enveloping the damp cave in the dark aura of his skill. Even though this time Kim needed to see scenes of thirst, he gave the obedient blonde the same order as last time. However, these were not all the details of Kong Ja's order, and he was going to give her another task. He pointed out that there were gangsters with martial arts nearby, so he asked to bring them after him, whether it was 100 corpses or 300, but 2 factions at once. The evil spirit was even more surprised than last time, asking why Kim was trying to save so many lives. Kim told the evil spirit again that there were 2 people living in Marim who wanted to see the war end properly, so he was going to start a war for them himself. The Death King looked at the girl, and his face broke into a strange smile, through which he said that he was going to arrange a true battle between good and evil. The Sky Demon was disappointed when Kim first tried to master the Sword of Hunger, and his efforts were not acknowledged by her. Kong Ja immediately understood that in fact she was testing him so that he would give up in despair, because she herself had nothing to hope for in the world. That day Kim learned to fast. But something amazing happened when the boy experienced thirst during his second encounter with the zombies. Kim swung, thinking of nothing but thirst and water, which seemed completely out of his reach. He jumped with his glowing sword straight towards the gangster assassin jumping at him. But inside he felt only exhaustion without water. Kim parried the zombie's attack and threw it to the other side, still with a lump in his throat in the form of a thirst for water. He slashed viciously through the monster and turned it into a huge stream of water, with nothing left of its former zombie form. And when Kim was able to master the second form, the Sword of Thirst, the heavenly demon's attitude towards him changed dramatically. Kong Ja sat in front of his teacher, who began by saying that his sword was rather useless, weak, but at the same time honest and open. She smiled, saying that his sword was pointed more towards the world than towards people, which was more like a man of the righteous faith, but she was not upset by this, but rather intrigued. The young man learned his excellent cries from the corpses that died of dehydration that the evil spirit brought to him. The woman did not take her eyes off her student, and with the corners of her smile, she said that she would teach him based on the development of the soul. In short, she called it a secret method and asked the guy what he was thinking about while swinging the sword, and Kim replied that he was thinking about hunger. She sat down abruptly on the crunchy snow, indicating that in fact, he was not only thinking about hunger, but inside, he had automatically penetrated into the world of demonic arts. The heavenly demon asked the youth to imagine an apple, and Kong Ja closed his eyes and tried to imagine an edible red apple. A few seconds later, the woman asked him how the apple felt, but the Death King was confused by the question. The heavenly demon slightly dispelled the guy's confusion, telling him that if he didn't know, he could calmly admit it, to which the guy awkwardly agreed. The woman praised the young man for his honesty and now asked him to remember the hunger, so Kim closed his eyes again and began to see pictures. Kong Ja began to remember the landscapes of farmers digging up the last of their withered shoots and children digging in the river to make cookies. The heavenly demon approached again with questions, this time asking what hunger felt like to the young man. The Death King began to describe the feeling of hunger to the curious pale-faced woman in detail, calling it dry and smelling like earth. The dark-haired girl leaned closer with interest, her hand on the boy's shoulder, asking what exactly the land was like, and the young man called it river mud. The boy added that it was not just dirt but clean without gravel or sand, so he was asked about its taste. The guy fell silent, trying for a few seconds to properly imagine the texture of wet clay on the tip of his tongue, but she immediately noticed his confusion. With empty eyes, she leaned even closer and repeated her question, also asking why he paused. He described the taste as sad, talking about children waiting for their cookies in the sun, and the woman elaborated, describing hunger as children waiting for the sun, which was Kim's poem. She spoke softly, pointing out the contrast between the description of the apple and the boy's hunger, also saying that since he had seen the river, he had probably heard its murmur. The woman was blindly delighted by how beautifully the guy described hunger, something much more abstract than an ordinary apple. The heavenly demon placed her finger on the youth's central key point, elatedly calling his description a true talent. The pale face said that Kim could not imagine an apple because it did not stimulate his memory, but he would easily answer her question if he ate at least one. The girl imagined an apple and described its texture out loud, and although she liked unpeeled ones, the child in the house had caught a cold and needed a different approach. She then described how the apple should be cut, scraped out, and the pulp mashed with a spoon, and then fed to the sick child in small portions. Kim had once been sick in an orphanage, so he knew well the feeling that the heavenly demon had described to him. The girl asked how the mashed apple felt to the touch, and Kong Ja replied that it was slightly crunchy and the juice filled his mouth. The heavenly demon approved of the boy's answer, but also added that that was not all, and that from the moment the apple began to drip juice from the peel down the parents' hands. She finally asked which of the descriptions best described the apple to the young man, the juice in his parents' hands, the pulp, or the cut fruit. The heavenly demon shared that she herself saw a picture of her mother who ate the remaining peel, and this peel was her apple, the mother's heart, and her care. Her eyes darkened. The kind, relaxed smile disappeared from her face, and her voice dropped to a low note as she mentioned the pictures of children whose mothers had never fed them. In parallel with her sweet and generous fantasies, she imagined scenes that ended unhappily with the child never receiving the apple. The dark-haired girl continued to look into Kim's eyes, explaining that there was nothing in the whole world that human memory had not touched, and therefore there was no place without offense. The woman waved her hand with a fierce expression on her face and said that hunger could take any form, and that form was children, the river and mud, and so it was with thirst. Those words pierced Kong Ja to the very bones, and he listened that demonic art was a memory, and just now he saw the development of his soul technique. The celestial demon spoke like an orator about the injustices in the world, as well as the discontent that turns into resentment, but pointed out that the members of her cult were different. Kim clenched his fist tightly at the words that life, where you are given something, is death, and a sword that swings at random is a wild beast. She asked the young man if he wanted to die like a wild animal, and this made Kim even angrier, and he emotionally shouted loudly that he was not an animal, but a living person. Towering over the boy, she began to command Kim in a loud voice to feel thirsty and to experience the need for water and food. Kong Ja tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, thinking that he had gathered 112 people with hunger, among whom was a child who ate dirt. So he also took a bite of the mud cake. This was the first form, the hungry sword. But since the pictures of children in the sun were Kim's hunger, the sky demon asked what thirst was for him. The evil spirit gathered 48 thirsty people for her master, among whom was an old woman who drank seawater without stopping. Then the guy's insides were filled with seawater. It was the second form, the sword of thirst, which poured out all the hopelessness and need to choke out exhaustion. The pain of water for Kim was 37 people, among whom was a father who gave his last breath to a child, and the boy had to share his breath with the evil spirit. This was the third form, the drowned sword, which existed due to the feeling of dying and the resentment of the sweet suffocation. In winter, 96 people appeared to Kim, among whom was a baby, wrapped up next to the body of his mother who had died of the cold, and the young man hugged him until he himself became frozen. It was the fourth form, the frozen sword, which lived with a feeling of icy melancholy and cold. Minutes passed, and soon the next day arrived in the world of Murim, when Kim had already learned the 4 forms of the sword, and the girl was amazed at his virtuosity. The sky demon looked at the snowflake falling onto her palm and instantly crumbling into snow particles. An unusually warm smile appeared on the face of the leader of the demonic sect, and the girl praised the guy for his dedication to martial arts. Now he mastered various techniques. Kim hid his sword under the woman's words that it was impossible to go through all the pain, but the observations really struck her. The sky demon stopped mid-sentence and looked back warily, wary of any footsteps nearby. They turned around to see the exhausted poisonous serpent carrying Bu Wulsun on his back, his arms spread out around the gatemaster's neck. The pale-faced woman crossed her arms indignantly, asking the old man what he was doing there in such a pitiful state, to which he snapped and said that he was actually worried about her. A look of genuine dislike appeared on her face as she heard him mention the preparations for the 9 bows ceremony. There was a short silence. Then Bu Wulsun began to shout that he knew it, but this was the first time Kim had heard of the ceremony the old man had mentioned. The spirit of the rear explained that it was a ceremony that cemented the relationship between a mentor and a disciple, and also boasted that during his ceremony he had endured 63 blows from his mentor. The heavenly demon ordered Namgung not to decide for her when she should take someone as a disciple, but he was stubborn and said that he had to intervene. The old man's eyebrows dropped, and he said in a firm tone that she did not take Kim as a student because she felt guilty before him. He explained to her that she was afraid to take Kong Ja as a student because that would give her an ally with whom she would win the war without a fight. Kim listened warily as Namgung reminded the woman of their vow to end the war together, but said that such loyalty no longer made sense. Old man Namgung smirked and placed his hand on Poisonous Snake's shoulder, saying that he was prepared for her decision, so he took care of everything himself. The Poisonous Snake was embarrassed because he did not think that one day he, the great leader of the 1,000 Faceless Gate, would become someone's disciple. The demon sect leader looked cautiously at the old man who had decided to act so dishonestly at the last moment. The old man yelled that he had indeed taken a disciple for himself, and the heavenly demon rushed at him, loudly complaining about his antics. She grabbed Namgung by the hair, asking if he imagined how she felt without the ability to perform the ceremony, and he ordered her to accept her fate. As usual, they started grabbing each other, shouting in each other's faces, pushing and tearing the already torn rags on their clothes. Kim crept awkwardly up to the poisonous serpent, who was looking helplessly at the 2 children with the faces of adults who had switched from talking about the ceremony to arguing about ice and fire. Kong Ja said something was amazing, and Liao Fan glanced at Kim out of the corner of his eye, not understanding what he was talking about. The Death King explained how the head of one of the tower's largest guilds ended up in the place of an ordinary student. The Poisonous Snake smiled, saying that if they give him the opportunity to join something or someone, there is no point in refusing, especially with his freedom of action. Kim looked at him askance and said that no matter what reason the Poisonous Serpent had for becoming Lord Murim's disciple, with his determination he would definitely regret it. Kong Ja thought that his actions were reckless and even insulting to the world of Murim, because they were risking the destruction of the world and not some toys. The poisonous snake was incredibly irritated by the fact that some Death King was trying to accuse him of something, so he suggested that they sort things out with swords. Liao Fang drew his sword in front of the boy, saying that it would not be so easy to kill him, and the boy, slightly hesitant, asked the hunter if he was hungry. With these words, the youth pounced on the poisonous serpent, transforming himself into an angry farmer and his sword into a hoe. Kim began to unceremoniously cut the air around him, leaving a trail of bloody aura behind each cut. The poisonous snake didn't expect that Kong Jia would come at him straight away with techniques he had never even heard of, so he simply retreated. The head of the gate shouted towards each cut of the guy, who never stopped attacking for a second, but only became faster and more dangerous. But despite all the strength and training of the young man with a sword, he still never hit the frightened, poisonous serpent, who blocked his attacks even through obscene language. The gate master slid back, smiling as he breathed his last, saying that he had almost killed him, and also asking if the guy's technique was some kind of eternal demon sword. The old man shouted to the snake that it was indeed the eternal demonic sword in front of him, but although it wasn't quite the right name, Kim thought it was somewhat appropriate. The sky demon noted that poisonous serpent fought well for a one-eyed man, even though his age was already failing him. Bu Wulsan interrupted her and said that her disciple was also already starting to wreak havoc and could surpass the 4 demonic heads, although she insisted that Kim was not her disciple yet. Kim tried to catch his breath after so much effort spent blocking his attacks, but one thing he knew for sure, he was not fighting to defeat the serpent, but for the attention of the sky demon. Kong Jia needed the heavenly demon to acknowledge him in the same way that Lord Marima acknowledged the poisonous serpent as his disciple. The old man extended his hand towards Liao Fang and loudly announced that he was going to give him advice. And the woman dramatically asked how he could give advice. She was indignant that he gave hints during the battle between 2 fighters, to which the old man noted that he had only seen one fighter, and the other was an ordinary newcomer to that sect. Lord Marima enjoyed his superiority, so he shouted at his student to drain Kim's energy and block all of his attacks. The poisonous serpent smiled fiercely and loudly declared that he was going to do just that, and the heavenly demon was horrified by the way they addressed each other. An all-knowing grin appeared on the serpent's face when his teacher asked him to use the butterfly sword and the life and death commandment, adding some of his own techniques. For the leader of the 1,000 Faceless Gate, nothing was impossible, so he confidently twirled his sword and spat in hostility. Kim was trying to catch his breath, ready to fight back, and Snake asked if the guy's question about hunger was his so-called martial art. He began to approach the Death King with his purple aura like electricity, and questioned what martial arts really were to him. While Kim was still trying to get his bearings, unexpectedly for him, the poisonous snake had already appeared on the other side, saying that he could tell him himself. Kong Jia managed to react to the sudden attack, and Liao Fang had already begun to tell about the true nature of the battle. He rushed around the snowy arena and jumped on the Death King with his sword, ending with the martial arts consisting of beating his opponent up good. He pointed his sword at Kim, and with it 10 purple snake fangs, which pushed the young man into a dead end. One of those fangs flew painfully over the guy's cheek and made him wince in pain and spill a little blood. The predatory poisonous serpent laughed loudly at its prey, proclaiming that it would not lose to the Death King, and he continued to advance while Kong Jia tried with all his might to repel the other's attacks. But every second one that was repelled was followed by one that the guy was simply lucky enough to dodge. The heavenly demon clenched her fist, looking at this miserable picture, which made her more and more angry with each passing second. She was furious at the Death King, who was doing God knows what, and seemed to have completely lost his connection with the technique of the demonic arts. The dark-haired woman shouted at the flying Kim that there was rain in front of him, and asked why he didn't see the shape of the sword that resembled rainwater and absorb it. Kim tried to pull himself together because now the Sky Demon had entered the battle and essentially acknowledged their duel. She looked at the exhausted boy, waiting for him to come to his senses and start fighting the way she told him to. Kong Jia flipped in midair and concentrated, drinking down the hail of poisonous serpent fangs in one gulp and dodging the second barrage of sharp teeth. The poisonous snake looked back at the drops of water that were left by his aura sword with a crazy look. Bu Wulsan tensed up, sensing a lost moment of victory, shouting at his student to use the rotten leaves technique using the wet soil. The heavenly demon was immediately amazed by Kim's wonderful attack and said with a malicious smile that the old man would soon turn his disciple into a poodle. While the gate master was confused, Kim leaned down slightly and pointed the drowned sword towards the serpent, who immediately took the sword's blow from above. And then the Death King began to charge forward, hitting the poisonous serpent every time, to the joyful exclamations of the heavenly demon. The final stroke of Kim's series of attacks ended with him swiftly using the cold of the frozen sword to immobilize the poisonous serpent. They continued to fight and had no intention of stopping, even if crimson blood spilled onto the clean snow and scars remained on their skin. The open wounds froze from the cold wind, after which they contracted into scars, and nearby the public rejoiced in the form of Lord Murim and the heavenly demon. The battle was most captivating for those with its uncertainty, as neither the Death King nor the poisonous serpent intended to kill each other, but the fight continued. Kim Kong-ja fought in place of the heavenly demon, who had forever forgotten what it was like to fight at full strength, and became her disciple, while Liao Feng became Chief Murim's disciple. They could no longer see the world as before, like flowers that withered and disappeared, but they could enjoy the moment of flowering of what they themselves were deprived of. The dream loses its colors, even if it was once brilliant, but the entire human race was mortal, and the heavenly demon looks at his feet with a sincere smile. The woman who was once called the strongest in all of Murime fell silent, covered her eyes with her palm, and silkily called the two weak and silly. A disappearing plot, a disappearing world, and everything that the Sky Demon had long ago left in the past now had to start over again. As the King of Death himself believed, only people can leave other people. But at the same time, only people can stay with other people. Everything depended on where they wanted to turn. Exhausted to the point of exhaustion, cold and hungry, Kim fell to his knees before the heavenly demon, saying that he wanted to become her disciple. He wanted to be a part of her memories, to serve her. He wanted to become her undying dream, even with a beaten and scratched face. He hoped that he could walk the same path with her, and although he did not speak out many of his desires, he still sincerely stood and commanded in front of his mentor. The heavenly demon, Seo Baek-hyeng, introduced herself to the boy with her lifeless black eyes and the quickly melting snowflakes. She extended her hand towards the boy, ordering him to bow 9 times in a ceremony, after which he would become her last disciple. Since ancient times, the demonic sect had prayers that were passed down from generation to generation. They all mumbled the words, Bara Agabara. No one knew what these words meant, even the elder who brought Sobek Hyang to the demon sect. Everyone memorized the words without understanding the meaning. For the girl, this word was the cry of the people. And if no one attached any importance to the cry, then the prayer of the common people had no meaning, because people do not need knowledge to cry. Soon the day came when the old woman announced that she had nothing more to teach the now grown-up Seo Baek-hyang. Mabel sat across from the girl in a sea of candles, saying that it was time for the young girl to prove herself by asking where she wanted to go. Seo Baek-hyang wanted to go to a place where people were suffering, a suffocating place, a place that his own country hated, a place where people were being burned. Bara, bara, the prayer echoed throughout the temple. The sounds of the bell could be heard, and the vibration was transmitted through the walls of the room. The old woman looked at the small flame above the unfortunate wax candle, saying that now the young girl could go anywhere in the world. Baek-hyang, at the age of 21, was taken to Murim, and in one winter, 31 martial artists, 47 officials, and 55 members of influential families from the province were killed. The heavenly demon brought Kim to that very temple and began to tell about the peculiarities of their sect, in which a student must bow to the teacher 9 times, greeting him. The lit candles under the woman's feet trembled but did not evaporate, as if they were afraid of going out before the heavenly demon. However, she added that 9 bows might not be enough, since the mentor might simply not recognize them and repeat the ceremony as many times as he wanted until he was satisfied. Kim and the Sword Lord looked up in fascination, and the girl explained that above it was the sect's secret martial arts storage. She added that the martial arts of the 5 noble clans and 9 great schools were also stored there, and called it the Repository of Heavenly Martial Arts. The spirit of the rear was delighted with the devil's treasury and asked Kim not to pay attention to him if he saw him taking a quick peek at the books. The Sky Demon, unaware of the presence of a real ghost behind her, asked what Kim thought her first thought might have been upon arriving in Murim. The guy assumed that at first she wanted to kill the local bastards. But that was her third thought, and he thought that she wanted to prove the superiority of her sect. But that was her second thought. She admitted that since childhood she hated the word Murim, because it was, in essence, a world that despised the weak, and people from clans and schools allowed themselves to have complete power. Therefore, the heavenly demon decided to take away their power, which greatly surprised Kong-ja, who could not even imagine that she would speak about Murim like that. The heavenly demon pointed at the books in malicious joy, saying that she had stolen all the martial arts texts and still enjoyed remembering how she had buried everyone. She ran her fist carefully over the pages and leather covers of the sacred texts, saying that they had been kept in the temple for decades. Later, more responsible people began to come, who made that place worthy of the name Murim, so she wanted to see Kim's bows in the temple. The sky demon looked at the boy with her empty but surprisingly warm eyes, asking if he was ready to begin. Kim slowly took off his sneakers as the girl said that it didn't matter to her how formal the bow was, he just needed to bow with his soul. The pale face asked him to bow 9 times, but to add a different feeling to each bow, the first of which should represent the feeling of hunger. She asked again if she had explained it clearly, to which Kim merely let out a shrill breath, trying to picture it again. As it turned out, the ceremony in the demonic sect was the same as the divine devil technique, so Kang Ja once again imagined the children waiting for the sunrise. He bowed as deeply as he could for the first time, but the heavenly demon's face showed dissatisfaction. She looked at him quietly, hiding all her emotions under the sullen grimace of her snow-pale face. She said that the steps of the demonic sect were divided into 4. The first step was called Ipma, showing a person who is expressed by a sword, and then came thirst. The boy imagined a wave of thirst, and then fell low before his mentor. After the Ipima came the Gukma, describing a man who dealt with the suffering of others with a sword. The heavenly demon continued to look forward, not lowering her gaze, making it clear that she was waiting for the third bow. The third was the bow of the drowned man, and the third step was called Dalma, also called the elusive demon. An elusive demon who knows everyone's pain and can read with just one glance what caused a person to go through their suffering. The heavenly demon revealed that she herself was one of the few elusive demons in the demonic sect, and that such people were extremely rare. Next came the fourth bow, which brought death from the cold, during which Kim imagined a mother sheltering her child from the cold, while listening to the fourth step, Sinmu. She was also called the demon god, who knew about the suffering of not only people, but all things. He can recognize the pain of anyone, but this is almost impossible to achieve. The fifth bow, also known as the bow of the poisoned one, the poisonous path, but Kang Ja has not yet mastered this sword, so the heavenly demon ordered him to stop. The Death King stood up, folding his hands curiously, and the pale face asked him to start from the beginning. He had already lowered himself onto his palms again, but before he could make a bow, the girl stopped him again. The boy sighed heavily when the heavenly demon was not satisfied with his bow the next time either. Repeat again. Beads of sweat began to slowly roll down his face and his hands shook more and more. The boy had to bow down only 336 times before he completely mastered the art of bowing down with the feeling of death from poison in his heart. He then had to imagine dying from illness 189 more times, and after that, he had to spend his energy on another 510 bows with the feeling of death from a blunt blow. Soon the boy had no strength left to continue, so the heavenly demon slowed down her bows and called him straight forward. The woman said that some children are honest from birth, and some are born with a bad omen that is later dispelled. Kim was just the second. She looked at the candles of different colors, as if imitating the colors of the skill cards, and wondered out loud what kind of life the young man had lived to have come so far. With a barely noticeable sad smile on her face, she continued, trying to imagine what kind of life path the guy had gone through to become like this. Her shadow rose above Kang Ja's body, speaking of the symbolism of the shadow, which tells of a person's pain because it always merges with a person into one whole. The heavenly demon concluded that people are united not because they live lives, but because they all go through suffering. She said that when a person says that he is ready to share suffering with another, he wants to stay with that person for life. Offended people want someone to be with them. The girl waved her hand over the candles, saying that people decide not only who gets scarred, but also whose scars they wear. The common people he tries to save will not become good. The saved crowd will not become honest, and those he loves will never become perfect. The heavenly demon's smile gradually faded, and she said that he needed to think about how people could hurt him by scratching him with their nails when they hugged him tightly. The heavenly demon uttered a famous prayer and explained the nature of the flame to the boy, with which he should light a candle in the heart and see the shadows of others. The candle flame flickered and began to die out. She called out the 8th form of sword and bow, which was death by flame. But this feeling of Kang Ja was very familiar. The feeling of Yasuha's fire above his head seemed to still be in front of his eyes. The Death King bowed deeply. It was Kim's first and only bow today, which he personally was able to experience without even imagining any pictures. Her eyes were tightly closed, but her breath radiated approval of the guy's heartfelt bow, as if she could read and understand his feelings. The heavenly demon stood up, explaining that the final form of the sword was not set, and that each person manifested their 9th sword differently. Finally, she asked the tired young man to bow to his own death. He was no longer afraid of death, but for some reason imagining how he had killed himself more than 4,000 times at that very moment seemed very painful to him. When the blade of the knife entered straight into his body, as he felt pain in his neck for a few seconds, and then woke up with goosebumps on his skin, he was not determined, he was scared. His hands were shaking. He was afraid of missing and feeling more pain. But he could not forgive that man. He could not hold a grudge. He desperately wanted to live, so he desperately died. He bowed. His answer was suicide. And in a second, the woman's arms were clasped around his body, and she spoke firmly but tenderly, affirming him as her disciple. The heavenly demon whispered to him that she didn't care about the details of the guy's personality at all, and even if the whole world came to an end, as long as his heart beat, the eternal heavens would live on. Kim clenched his teeth. He wanted to sob and cry at that very moment, but he held on, obeying his mentor. He sat powerlessly in the girl's arms, and his neck ached. It was the most painful day of his life, and now he realized it. After some time, both left the temple and went back to the cave. Her eyes were covered by locks of her hair, carelessly brushed to the side, and she warned him to watch his step. Kongja lowered his head and continued to follow his mentor, shifting very quietly from foot to foot. Kim looked at the tall silhouette of the heavenly demon, or rather his teacher, and wondered what she was thinking. It was wrong to do this to his mentor, but Kongja was too curious, so he directed his blessing towards her. The list of favorite characters included cheerful students, and the heavenly demon herself reasoned that she could hold out for another 6 months with her energy reserves. She was going to pass on everything she knew to her student in just 6 months, which was a very difficult task even for her. And Kim remained silent after reading it. Kongja felt ashamed and scratched his head, in which a gloomy fog suddenly appeared, but he was unable to concentrate on himself because of the loud cry of the spirit of the rear from behind. The swordmaster happily declared that he had read everything, but still found no differences from his martial arts. But it was very interesting, and it was painful for Shiny to look at the young man. The poisonous snake looked back when the two finally returned. The ceremony had clearly taken longer than he expected. He asked if the boy had completed all 9 bows, and when the young man answered, he indifferently congratulated him on successfully becoming a disciple of the demonic sect. Kim himself decided to inquire how the head of the gate became the student of the head of Marim, to which he received the answer that it simply happened that way. The snake crossed his arms and replied that he had simply asked the old man to teach him, although in reality, the latter had begged him on his knees to become his disciple for the sake of the heavenly demon's happiness. To the gate master himself, this seemed like a great chance to study the old man's martial arts, especially when the scholars had started praising him to the fullest beforehand. He recalled with a smile how awkward he actually felt at that moment, the second time he had been pushed to agree to something for the sake of his conscience. Kim had to close the gatemaster character window when a familiar voice ran up to them saying that there was good news and bad news. The master of alchemy placed her hand on her heart with a kindly expression, informing them that they had finally succeeded. They had finally developed a cure. The sky demon immediately turned to her, not believing that they had actually managed to find a cure for the zombies. The green-haired girl continued that in fact they had finished yesterday, but they had been conducting experiments and observing test trials. She explained that she and the Medicine King had been conducting tests on the body of the Wudong clan chief. There was a little sympathy in her voice when she mentioned that they had managed to heal an already dead body, but it had actually returned to normal. The heavenly demon did not listen to the end, and immediately rushed towards the one with a brilliant smile on her face, with which she praised the embarrassed girl and asked her to cure the old man. Kim knew that the master of alchemy could be counted on, so he wasn't even surprised that they managed to cope. The alchemy master awkwardly said that they would definitely cure Namgung, but with an anxious melancholy on her face, she added that they had one problem. The scientist nervously continued that they would not have any problems with the treatment itself, since it was being handled by a professional like her. The joyful smile on the heavenly demon's face turned lifeless as she said that the medicine was specifically for those whose dantian was destroyed. The old man intervened, telling them that he had seen with his own eyes how the corpse turned back into a human, which meant that they should not have doubted the girl. The sky demon quietly released the girl's hand as Namgung revealed that they had been holding their bodies together with energy to keep from becoming gangxi. He noted that this was the moment when they would be able to pay the price for their crime, by which they violated the laws of the universe in order to survive. The alchemy master sympathetically activated her skill, saying that too much time had passed since they were infected with the disease. She explained that their ki energy had been mixed with corrupted energy for so long, so it went to their lower dantian, which would be impossible to cure. The sky demon clenched her fist when she mentioned that they would need to reach into their insides to remove the necessary sections. As it turns out, they are not just going to cut out tumors with the target energy, but to completely get rid of areas of the lower body where ki energy cannot be restored after treatment. The pharmacist tried to dispel her doubts by pointing to the king of medicines, who was well-versed in surgery. Bu Wulsun himself tried to convince the woman that they could trust the talented healers from the outer lands, but she only addressed him in a cold tone. Nam Gung-un had long ago decided that he was going to accept the operation from the young pharmacists, so he approached them and agreed. The heavenly demon stood silently, listening to the inspired words of the old man, who did not regret anything, because he could even teach his disciple without a dantian. He came closer to the woman, addressing her by name and saying that they were masters of Murim, and their mastery was not in their energy, but in their hearts. Namgung placed his hand on Bakyang's shoulder, who remained silent, but she really couldn't say anything. The operation on the Lord of Murim was carried out throughout the following night, and by the morning the scientists reported that it had been successful. At dawn the next morning, the sky demon and Kim stood silently, the sky still not stirred with pink colors, and there were stars in it. Kong Jia quietly looked at his dreamy master, asking her if the operation had gone well and what the result was. The heavenly demon stood silently for a few seconds, and then replied with one word that the operation was a success. She looked into the distance, where the sun was still hiding behind a huge mountain, telling her student that she really wanted to get rid of all the coldness of her world. The woman said that since childhood she had hated winter and snow, but wanted to know why the seasons flowed like people's lives. She held a sword in her hand, saying that she was sure that if she rid the world of cold, she would be able to protect everyone who was freezing with her sword. The teacher's words began to ring the right bells in Kim's head, and he understood why her sword was called the Demon's Flame Sword. She recalled how naive she had been when she tried to destroy a snow mountain in her youth, which she had considered an ordinary pile of snow. The girl raised her sword in front of her face, adding that she had not been able to leave a trace on the mountain. The heavenly demon raised her sword and began to dance with her weapon, quietly reciting a prayer and comparing her soul to a candle. She twirled her dark sword in her hands for a short while and then swung it sharply and made a huge cut in front of the mountain. But the mountain didn't even shake, it didn't collapse, and the only change was the cut-off snow peak. Even with all her strength, she said she still only managed to knock down the top, but it was far from what she had dreamed of. The heavenly demon turned to Kim and said that her imminent death was not yet imminent, and that she would perform the operation for the sake of her dear student. The master of alchemy and the king of medicine were not thrilled with the immediate request to perform an operation on the heavenly demon as well, while still taking a break from the previous one. The old man turned his head towards the familiar voice. The heavenly demon had come to visit her sworn enemy on the bed. The one with the teeth grinned at the one who became his first guest, but the woman was really interested in how Namgung felt. Bu Wulsun beamed, and with a warmer smile replied that he felt great, as if he had achieved immortal ascension,